Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Lanchange High School, in a classroom. Teacher Li Fuyan looked at the crowd of students in the audience, paused, and then said, "Students, you have finished learning all kinds of knowledge about occupations. Today is the day you go to change occupations." Hearing this sentence, the students in the audience showed excited expressions. 100 years ago, the game world came to the world, and all people gained the ability of game professions, and the whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Everyone, as long as they have completed high school courses, will be able to get the opportunity to change jobs and become a real professional. After becoming a professional, you can continue to upgrade by fighting monsters. Change jobs. I've been waiting for this day for too long. I don't know what kind of job I can become. Ha ha ha. I must be a warrior. I just like the thrill of chopping. TCH, all warriors are reckless, and mages are strong. How many wild boars have to fall with a fireball from me? Yes, yes, I want to be mage too. Although there are various occupations, there are only a few powerful occupations that are basically recognized, and mage is the most popular among them. Just because mage is famous for its high attack and strong control. Moreover, there will be various dazzling special effects when casting spells. Handsome is just one word. Therefore, mage is affectionately called mage. Li Fuyan looked at the twittering in the audience, and said, "Okay, everyone, be quiet first, follow me to the square, there are already people waiting there." Following Li Fuyan, the people left in a hurry. Li Moran was at the back of everyone. Someone turned around and asked him, "Moran, what career do you want to be?" Li Moran raised his head, glanced at him, and didn't speak. Just like his name, indifference. Someone immediately said, "I'm a high-cold academic bully, how can I think highly of you?" The voice was eccentric and annoying. But Li Moran didn't bother either. Just walking on its own. There are more than 30 people in this class. Among them, Li Moran's performance has always been the first, the unshakable first. All kinds of professional theories, all kinds of restraint relations, almost no knowledge can beat him. He is worthy of the title of the top student in this class. However, because he doesn't like to talk, he often has no expression, so he is not likable, and even many people are disgusted. Maybe he just doesn't like to talk. Someone defended Li Moran, but was quickly suppressed by others' jeers. Soon, people came to the square. There was a glowing stone tablet, and there was an old man beside it. "Okay." Li Fuyan said, "Hurry up, Elder Zheng will help you complete the job transfer." Then, in order, everyone stepped forward to change jobs. "Zhangqiang, the job change is complete. The job is a combat job warrior." "Su Xiaomei, the job change is complete. The job is an auxiliary class priest." "Luo Tian, the job change is complete. The job is a lifestyle job blacksmith." Following the sound of one after another, many people have completed their job transfers, and the sounds of wailing and surprise are endless. How could it be? I want to be a magician, so I don't want to be a blacksmith. God, do you look down on me? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, the blacksmith is very good, you can strike iron with peace of mind. Unlike me, I can only fight and kill as a warrior. Yet, I'm a priest and I've always wanted to be a priest. Looking at the students in the audience, Li Fuyan's expression was not very good. He walked up to Mr. Zheng and asked quietly, "Mr. Zheng, how is the situation this year?" Mr. Zheng shook his head, his expression full of disappointment. "It won't work this year. There are only 5 in the combat department, and 3 of them are Taoist priests who are more supportive. There are 2 warriors and no mage. There are some other priests, but most of them are it's a lifestyle profession. As we all know, in the world where games have come, life-related professional dogs are not as good as them. Li Fuyan was also very disappointed. When he suddenly saw Li Moran, who had not yet changed his job, he felt hopeful again, and asked, "Mr. Zheng, that is the last one. He is the student with the best grade in our year. Let's see how he is." Mr. Zheng just shook his head. "It's useless to have good grades. What you can change jobs has nothing to do with grades. It just depends on talent." Still, he yelled, "The last one, Li Moran." Hearing his name, Li Moran stepped forward slowly and put his hand on the steel. Soon, the steel reacted, emitting a blue light, gradually surrounding Li Moran. Now, Mr. Zheng and Li Fuyan showed surprised expressions. This light, could it be? Soon, the job transfer results came out. Elder Zheng announced with some excitement, "Li Moran, the job change has been successful. The job is a combat class mage." Hearing this sentence, the students who had already changed jobs all showed surprised expressions. Mage, it turned out to be mage. Li Moran has changed his job to become mage. It's unbelievable, I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Swiba is really a Swiba, really amazing. Although many people disagreed with Li Moran, after hearing that he was mage, they still showed envious eyes. That is mage, the most precious profession, the existence called master. The probability of changing jobs to become mage is only 1 in 1,000. In other words, only one mage can appear for 1,000 people. Li Fuyan said happily, "Moran, congratulations. You became the only mage in our class." After learning that he was mage, Li Moran couldn't help showing a smile, nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher, and Senior Zheng." Old Zheng said happily, "Haha, you don't need to be too polite. After becoming a mage, your future is bright. After the subsequent upgrade, it is estimated that many guilds will send invitations to you. You have to plan for the future." Li Moran nodded. "Okay, let's take a look at your attribute panel. Becoming a mage has a high probability of awakening talents. You can see if you have awakened talents." Hearing this, Li Moran concentrated his mind, and soon saw the attribute panel that appeared in his mind. Name, Li Moran. Grade 1. Occupation, Forbidden Mage. Status, HP 100/mana, 50/stamina, 10. Attributes, Strength 5/Spirit 5/Constitution 5/Stamina 5. Equipment, Elementary Staff, Effect, Mana value increased by 10. Skills, Fireball, Explosion, Magic Fountain, Passive Skill. Talent, none. Attribute points, none. After reading it, Li Moran is quite satisfied. Although I have no awakening talent, I have acquired 2 basic skills and 1 more passive skill. Compared to other mages, this is pretty good. But soon, at the bottom of the data panel, in a very inconspicuous line, Li Moran saw a description that surprised him. Taboo Mage Talent, the only absolutely exclusive talent, Forbidden Eye. Forbidden Eye, no prerequisites, no consumption, automatic activation. The activation effect is, transform your own skills and talents into forbidden spells. Chapter 2. Taboo Eye, the only, absolute, exclusive talent. This description surprised Li Moran. This means that the talent of Forbidden Eye can only be exclusive to Li Moran, and no one else can obtain it no matter what method they use. It doesn't matter if Li Moran is dead. He actually awakened this talent, and the awakened talent is so terrifying. Forbidden Eyes can turn skills into forbidden spells, which is simply unbelievable. Soon, Li Moran found that his skills had changed. Being under the watchful eye of the taboo, the fireball technique has undergone billions of changes. The fireball technique has been transformed into a forbidden spell, sparks start a prairie fire. Being under the watchful eye of the taboo, the explosion has undergone 100 million changes. The explosion has been transformed into a forbidden spell, Earth Explosion Star. Being watched by the taboo eyes, the magic spring has undergone billions of changes. The magic spring has been transformed into a forbidden curse, the magic sea has no source. Sparks start a prairie fire, release a tiny piece of sparks, which will explode immediately after touching objects, burning all objects within 100 miles of Fang Yuan, and completely destroying them. Earth explosion star, summons a meteorite to hit the ground, destroying everything. The magic sea has no source. Effect 1, your mana is increased by 100 times. This effect can not only act on the basic value, equipment, and various skills can also enjoy this effect bonus. Effect 2, you don't need to sing to cast spells, and you have the ability to forcibly cast spells regardless of mana consumption 3 times a day, which cannot be superimposed. Effect 3, your mana recovery speed is constant at 3% per second during battle, and 10% per second after out of combat. Looking at the effects of these skills, Moran already didn't know what to say. It seems that I am a little different from others. As we all know, the strength of spells is divided into 9 levels, from the 1st level to the 9th level. As for the forbidden spell, it is above the 9th rank and has the effect of destroying heaven and earth. He has just changed his job, and he has 3 forbidden spells. If this kind of thing is said, is it to scare people to death? However, due to his relatively calm mind, there was still not much fluctuation in his expression. Elder Zheng asked expectantly, "How is it? Do you have any awakening talent? How about your skills?" Moran said, "The talent has not been awakened, and the skills are the most basic fireball and blasting." Hearing this, Mr. Zheng was a little disappointed, but he also comforted, "It doesn't matter if you don't have the awakened talent, it's just that it's more difficult in the early stage. But as long as you work hard, you can still catch up with other mages." Moran was non-committal. In this way, the transfer has been completed, and people gradually dispersed. Someone suggested, "Moran, why don't we form a team to level up? You are mage and I am warrior. This combination is very efficient for leveling up." Moran shook his head, left without saying a word. Some people around said sourly, "He is a top student, and he has become a noble priest, how can he think highly of you? I think you should save yourself." Moran completely ignored people's whispers. Moran came to the southern forest, which is a leveling point in Lanchange. Almost every job changer will come here to level up. Walking here, there are many people around. There are monster spawners alone, but most of them are teamed up. There are various occupations, as well as mage. However, every time mage appears, it will attract the attention of many people. After all, he is a noble master, so it's hard not to attract attention. As a taboo mage, Moran couldn't wait to try his spells. However, it definitely cannot be released directly in the southern forest. The power of taboo spells is too powerful. If released at will, the entire southern forest may be destroyed. Moran came to the deepest part of the southern forest. Here, there is a sign that reads, "The deepest place, the deepest part of the southern forest. Monster level 20 to 30. Recommended entry level, level 20. After years of development, almost all places have been explored, including the deep place. After people's transformation, this is also a brush point. However, due to the relatively high level of monsters here, there are very few people who come here. At least, Moran didn't see anyone else. It's almost there. There shouldn't be much problem releasing the forbidden spell here." Moran murmured. At this moment, a few rustling sounds sounded, and several wild boars with green faces and fangs appeared in front of Moran. Then, the basic information of the wild boar appeared in Moran's mind. Big black boar. Level 25. Only the most superficial information. If you want to see more, you need some specific skills. Ho ho! Several wild boars roared, with a strong aggressiveness, as if they were about to charge up. "Okay, let's start," Moran said, about to release the forbidden spell. Just then, a voice sounded. The supremacy of the flames, the scorching heat of melting bones, let me enjoy your tyranny to the fullest. Burn out the fireball and release it. Boom boom boom. Soon, several fireballs pierced Lee Moran's side and hit the wild boar in front of him. These wild boars couldn't resist at all, and after howling a few times, they turned into a ball of light and disappeared. After disappearing, the wild boar also exploded a few pieces of equipment, exuding a dark green light. Then, a voice came from behind Lee Moran. Ha ha ha, boy, I've taken a fancy to these wild boars. I've surrounded this area, you can go to another place to level up. Lee Moran turned around and found that it was a mage in a red robe with a haughty expression. There was a bit of provocation in his eyes. Very annoying. He even walked forward majestically, picked up the equipment from the wild boar, and waved it in front of Lee Moran, very proud. Hee, my luck is very good. Generally speaking, wild monsters can explode equipment, but the probability is very low, and the lower the level, the harder it is for monsters to explode equipment. For wild monsters like wild boars, there are usually dozens of them before one can explode. No wonder this mage is so proud. However, Lee Moran just glanced at him, not in the mood to argue with him, and said, "That's fine." After all, he turned and left. Then, the mage let out a sarcastic laugh. Apparently, it's not the first time he's done this. Lee Moran suddenly turned around and said, "Something bad will happen around here soon, for safety's sake, I advise you to leave immediately." Cut. Mage sneered, ignored Lee Moran, cast a spell, and went straight to spawn monsters. He just took Lee Moran's words as a joke. Lee Moran didn't continue talking either, since the other party didn't listen, there was no need for him to say anything more. Mage is very honorable, and because of this, many people rely on their status as mage to be arrogant and domineering, but others dare not speak out. That person, obviously, was one of them. Lee Moran continued to walk deep, and reached the center of the deep place. Nearby, there are many wild monsters, all of which possess strong aggressiveness. Okay, let's start here. As he spoke, Lee Moran waved his staff, his gaze gradually became cold. Earth explosion star. Boom boom boom. A strong rumbling sound resounded through the sky, shaking the entire deep place and even the entire southern forest. Then, the sky turned dark out of thin air, and an extremely huge meteorite appeared from the sky, like a huge fireball, as if it could destroy the world. Chapter 3. The huge change shocked everyone. In the deep place, Zhang Fangxing is still leveling up. Zhang Fangxing is exactly the mage that Lee Moran met just now. At this time, he chanted magic and killed a few more wild monsters, his face full of complacency. Hee, if I kill another 10 wild boars, I will be able to rise to level 30. When I go to complete the job change, I will be a mage. He thought about it in his heart, as if everything was under control. Job change is a must for professionals after reaching a certain level, otherwise they cannot be upgraded. After completing the job change, professionals can not only get a huge improvement, but also learn new skills and even acquire talents. In short, there are many advantages to changing jobs. Thinking of this, he killed another wild boar. I also silently pay attention to my experience value in my heart. 7, 6, 5, 4, still 3 heads away. At this moment, a strange movement startled him. Then, he suddenly looked towards the sky, and his pupils contracted violently. What is this? I saw that there was a big fireball in the sky, which was falling at a violent speed, like a meteorite hitting the earth, trying to destroy everything. And the target is the deep place. FK. What a joke, how did this kind of thing appear here? Zhang Fangxing was terrified and fled immediately. However, the fireball has unparalleled energy, and it will burn everything. His heart was suddenly extremely desperate, and there was also endless regret. Thinking of the kid I bullied just now, it would have been nice if I had listened to that kid at that time. At the same time, the people in the southern forest also discovered all this. Everyone is terrified. What is that? Has the sun set? It's hot, it's hot. Isn't this thing going to burn the entire southern forest? It's over, run away. I don't want to die. Not only that, but the whole city of Lan was shocked. There is a big shot near Lanchinch, everyone, quickly hide in the enchantment, don't be affected. Hurry up, what are you still doing? The enchantment was established by countless powerful mages at the beginning of the establishment of a city. Can protect a city from impact. At the moment when the fireball appeared, Lanchinch opened the barrier almost at the same time. Everyone ran to the enchantment in horror. Upstairs in the city lord's mansion of Lanchinch, the city lord Yeching watched this scene, his expression twitching. Beside, a male secretary murmured, "This level, could it be that the great magister took action? I'm afraid it's more than that. It's not that I haven't seen a great magister, but I haven't seen such a terrifying one. Why is such a boss casting spells near Lanchinch? Maybe, just passing by, this is not something we can handle." At this moment, the subordinates ran over in a panic and shouted, "City Lord, something is wrong." The city lord Yeching said coldly, "What are you doing so frizzy? I don't know if something is wrong. What else could be wrong? City master, the enchantment is broken." "What did you say? Broken, broken?" Hearing this sentence, Yeching's face immediately turned pale, and the secretary beside him couldn't believe it. The enchantment is the last guarantee of a city, and it is also the most solid guarantee. From the beginning of its establishment, every possible effort has been made to maintain the firmness of the enchantment. It's almost impossible to break. Even if it is the enchantment of Lanchinch, at least it can withstand the full blow of the great magister. Now, it is so broken. Yes, it's broken. City master, the fireball's impact was too strong, and the barrier couldn't last for 3 seconds before it shattered. There are only 2 words in Yeching's mind, it's over. With the enchantment gone, the aftermath of the magic will definitely destroy the city. At that time, might the whole city be turned into a sea of flames? The secretary hurriedly asked, "The barrier is broken, how many people were killed or injured?" No one was killed or injured, and the magic stopped at a critical moment. Hearing this, the city lord and the secretary both heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. However, Yeching looked at the countless destroyed buildings, and his expression immediately twitched when he thought of the huge cost of repairing the barrier. A deep place. Rays of light merged into Li Moran's body, these were the experience points he gained from killing wild monsters. Moreover, every few seconds, a golden light flashed all over Li Moran's body. Every flash of golden light means that he has successfully upgraded. The Earth explosion star is so powerful that it is unimaginable. The entire deep place was completely destroyed by this blow, almost razed to the ground. If Li Moran hadn't shrunk his mana at a critical moment, the power of this blow would have been even more terrifying. Not only the deep place, but even the southern forest and even Lanchinch will be destroyed by the Earth explosion star. The power of the forbidden spell is beyond my imagination. Fortunately, I can control this power, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Li Moran thought in his heart. He originally thought that he had just changed his job, even if he used the forbidden spell, his power would not be too terrifying. But he really underestimated himself. If he can't control this force, he might even destroy the entire Lanchinch just now. It seems that you have to pay more attention when using it in the future. Looking at the dark surroundings, Li Moran said that he really didn't mean it. The monsters around him have already disappeared and turned into experience, and the countless monsters in the entire deep place are gone. I don't know how many levels I can get after killing so many wild monsters. Thinking about it, Lee Moran gathered his mind, and then rows of small characters appeared in his mind. You killed the big black wild boar and gained 125 experience points. You have upgraded, and you have gained 10 attribute points. You killed the tree monster and gained 25 experience points. You killed the red snake and gained 228 experience points. You have upgraded, and you have gained 10 attribute points. You killed the black wild boar and gained 88 experience points. There are hints of upgrades interspersed among the countless small words of gaining experience. Lee Moran's upgrade is like riding a rocket. But soon, the experience points gained changed. You killed the big black wild boar and gained experience value 1. You killed the tree monster and gained experience points. You killed. Seeing this, Lee Moran was taken aback. He hasn't finished halfway through, and his level seems to have reached the top, level 30. Professionals are initially upgraded, and the cap is 30 levels. After level 30, you must go to change jobs before you can continue to upgrade. If you do not change jobs at this time and continue to brush monsters, the experience points you get will be forcibly reduced to 1. I killed so many wild monsters, the level is directly capped. The power of the forbidden spell is too powerful, even if Lee Moran's level is capped, countless experience points still enter his body, like a sea tide. Looking at it like this, Lee Moran suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. How much experience has he wasted? If you knew it earlier, you should control the power. Don't destroy the entire deep place, just destroy half, no, a third of it. Chapter 4. You have gained experience points, your level is full, please go to change jobs as soon as possible. You gained experience points, Soon, Lee Moran couldn't even get 1 experience point because his experience bar was already full. The experience points are still pouring in. How many levels can a wild monster in a dark place make a person upgrade? Shaking his head, Lee Moran no longer paid attention to these experience point prompts. I have to go to the task as soon as possible. Every time a professional reaches level 30, they can go to receive job transfer tasks. As long as the task is successfully completed, the job transfer can be completed. Warrior and the like can become Mad Warrior, Rock Warrior, etc. through job change, and Mage can be changed to become Magic Mage, Big Mage, and the like. I don't know what his taboo Mage can change to. I didn't expect that I just became a Mage today, and I'm going to change jobs soon. I don't know what kind of expression other people will make when they find out. Generally speaking, it takes at least 1 or 2 months for a novice to complete the job change for the first time, and at most a year and a half. It's not uncommon for Lee Moran to have the speed of riding a rocket, but that's the treatment only for disciples of big families. Thinking of this, countless lights suddenly flew in front of Lee Moran. These rays of light quickly took shape, turning into one piece of equipment after another. These are all the equipment that Lee Moran broke out from killing monsters, piled up in front of him to form a hill. In this world, killing wild monsters has a certain probability that the equipment will explode, and if the killer is far away from the equipment will fly directly in front of the killer, which is very convenient. There may be hundreds or even thousands of pieces of equipment in front of him. Lee Moran was surprised. How many wild monsters did he kill? If according to the standard explosion rate of 50 wild monsters detonating a piece of equipment, Lee Moran may have killed tens of thousands of wild monsters. The entire deep place is now lifeless. I really didn't mean it. Lee Moran said silently in his heart. Then, start counting the equipment. Due to the low level of wild monsters, these equipment are all whiteboard equipment. Only a few are colored. In this world, the quality of equipment is divided into white common, green excellent, blue excellent, purple epic, orange legend, red myth. The quality of the equipment is different, and the effect of the equipment is also very different. In addition to quality, equipment also has wearing restrictions. For example, warrior equipment at 1 rank can only be worn by people whose rank has reached 1 rank and whose occupation is warrior. Whiteboard equipment, that is, white common level equipment. It is the worst street, worthless equipment. It can only provide poor numerical bonuses. Moran threw all the whiteboard equipment into the magic space without even looking at it. After awakening the profession, everyone will have their own magic space, which can be used to collect items. After a large wave of whiteboard equipment was taken in, only a few pieces of equipment appeared in front of Chu Xian. This explosion rate is really touching. Tens of thousands of wild monsters, only a few pieces of green equipment and 1 piece of blue equipment exploded. Moran picked up the equipment and looked at its attributes. Killing stick, blue. Category, weapon. Occupation, warrior. Wearing level, 22. Attributes, plus 120 physical attack, plus 10 strength, plus 5% crit rate, plus 15% crit effect. Passive, physical attacks have a 15% chance of repelling opponents. Horse training boots, excellent. Category, shoes. Occupation, archer. Wearing level, 18. Attributes, plus 10 physical resistance, plus 30 magic resistance. Passive skill, increase movement speed by 3%. Forged black staff, green. Category, weapon. Occupation, mage. Wearing level, 15. Attributes, plus 220 mana, plus 50 spell power. After seeing the equipment, Chu Xian was a little disappointed. Although these pieces of equipment were pretty good, there wasn't much he could wear, and now that he was level 30, these pieces of equipment didn't have much effect on him. After casually wearing some passable equipment, the rest of him was also thrown into the magic space. After wearing the equipment, Moran's stat panel also changed. Name, Moran. Level, 30, not transferred. Occupation, Forbidden Mage. Status, HP 1680/mana, 32,000/physical, 138. Attributes, Strength 52/Spirit 38/Constitution 50/Stamina 44. Equipment, Forged Black Staff, excellent. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosion Star, Mohe Wei Yuan, Passive Skill. Talent, Forbidden Eye. Attribute points, 300, there are remaining attribute points, please add them as soon as possible. Now, under the influence of Mohe Wei Yuan, his mana value has reached a terrifying 30,000 plus. This mana value is almost equivalent to the mana value of the 3-turn mage, and it still has equipment. It can only be said that the Forbidden Curse is really terrifying. Apart from these, he still has 300 skill points that he has not added. These skill points can be added to Strength, Spirit, Constitution, and Endurance respectively. Among them, Strength corresponds to one's own attack power, Warrior is physical attack power, and Mage is spell power. The Spirit corresponds to the mana and mana recovery speed, but Moran has no source of magic C, so he doesn't have to worry about the recovery speed anymore. Constitution corresponds to health and stamina. It is worth mentioning that the level of physical strength determines the level of natural recovery of life points. Endurance corresponds to various resistances and defense values of oneself. Moran didn't hesitate, and directly added all his attribute points to the Spirit. Because he has Mohe Wei Yuan. After adding some points, Moran's mana has exceeded 100,000, reaching the level of 180,000. Then, he looked at the few books on the ground. Unexpectedly, not only did I get so much equipment this time, those wild monsters also dropped 3 skill books. A skill book is a very precious thing that allows the corresponding profession to learn various skills. The drop rate of wild monsters for skill books is ridiculously low, and Moran really has to lament his luck to be able to get them now. He looked at the 3 skill books. Rampage, Warrior Professional Skill Book, learning requirement, LV5. With a powerful force, it makes itself rush forward, which can knock the enemy into the air and cause damage. During the collision, you can gain a superior body for 1 second. Light Arrow, Archer Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Condition, LV5. Immediately releases 2 sharp arrows, causing damage and slowing down the enemy after hitting the enemy. Immediately after release, gain 30% movement speed bonus and 20% attack speed bonus, lasting for 3 seconds. Little Whirlwind, Mage Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Condition, LV5. Chant for 5 seconds, then unleash a whirlwind that knocks enemies back and deals damage. The whirlwind lasts for 10 seconds, can control the direction, and has a small chance of knocking enemies into the air. There are 3 skill books, 1 warrior, 1 archer, and only 1 mage skill book. It's a pity, those 2 skill books are pretty good, but they can only be sold. Moran murmured. Skill books have always been scarce in the market, and should be able to sell for a good price. After Moran put away the 2 skill books, he did not hesitate to learn Little Whirlwind directly. You have learned the skill, Little Whirlwind. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, Little Whirlwind has undergone a 1,000,000-point change. Little Whirlwind has transformed into a forbidden spell, Wind of the Death God. Chapter 5. Hearing this voice, although Moran was very surprised, it was also reasonable. His only talent, Forbidden Eye, was able to convert skills into forbidden spells. Wind of God Perishing, a strong storm that can kill gods, powerful enough to destroy the world. The description is simple, just 1 sentence, but it is enough to explain the horror of this forbidden spell. Even gods can be killed. Although Moran does not know the concept of gods at present, nor does he know whether there are gods in this world, but even if there are, he is not afraid. In addition to the basic description, there is a column behind Wind of the Perishing God, which caught Moran's attention. Casting cost, 3.5 million mana. Release cooldown, 68 hours. Seeing this description, Moran was a little stunned. He needs to consume 3.5 million mana points to release the Wind of Perishing Gods once. At present, with more than 180,000 mana points, he can't even get a fraction of it. If it was normal, he would have no way to release the forbidden spell. Moreover, the CD of Wind of Perishing God is as high as 68 hours, which is almost equivalent to 3 days. This also means that if he did not destroy the enemy after releasing the forbidden spell, he might be the one who was eliminated. Although this is unlikely. Let's see how the other 2 forbidden spells are doing. Moran murmured. Then, he looked at Xingguo Yaoyuan and Earth Explosion Star. Among them, the icon of Earth Burst Star has turned grey, which means it has entered the CD. Earth Burst Star. Mana cost, 1.88 million, release cooldown, 18 hours. A single spark started a prairie fire. Mana cost, 2.2 million, release cooldown, 20 hours. Even with these 2 forbidden spells, with his mana, he couldn't afford to let them go. Fortunately, I have Mohe passive, and I have 3 chances to release forbidden spells every day regardless of the amount of mana. Moran was grateful in his heart. Mohe passive's passivity is really important. If not, then he has a forbidden spell, but he can't release it at all. However, the current problem is that Moran has too few forbidden spells, only 3. In case they are all on the CD, he will have nothing to play. It seems that you need to find more skill books and save as many forbidden spells as possible, so that you will have a chance of winning in future battles. Moran didn't realize that when it came time to fight, no one would be able to withstand the power of his forbidden spell. Also, the amount of mana has to be increased quickly, otherwise once the 3 opportunities per day are used up, I will be in a very dangerous situation. At least, one's mana must reach 3 million to be able to guarantee the release of the forbidden spell. Even if the Wind of the Perishing God can't be let go, but the Earth Explosion Star and Xingguo Yaoyuan are no problem. In this way, his basic mana needs to reach 30,000. It doesn't seem to be very difficult. It is not impossible to reach 30,000 mana with various equipment. Then, for now, we will work hard in this direction first, and then collect more skill books and transform more forbidden spells. Now it seems that today has not passed. Moran plans to return to Lanchinge first, to receive the job transfer task. The deep place is barren and dilapidated everywhere. This place has been completely abandoned by Moran. On the way back, Moran suddenly found a lying black man moaning in pain. He was dying, and the voice of "Help me, save me" kept coming out of his mouth. Moran saw it. What a coincidence, isn't this the mage who met the wild monster that robbed him before? Because Moran was afraid of accidentally injuring others, he specially controlled the attack direction of the spell, so the person in front of him was only seriously injured, but did not die. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. If he knew the current situation, it would be impossible to do that to Moran before, right? Moran had no intention of killing him. Although he was annoying, it wasn't enough to kill him. Glancing at him coldly, Moran took out his mobile phone, sent a message to the rescue station in Lanchinge, and then left. Although the man looked miserable and was seriously injured, Mage was very tenacious and would not die for a while. That man was able to hold out until help came. Maybe. Even after leaving the deep place and returning to the southern forest, Moran saw no one. This is also normal. After such a big thing happened, who would dare to stay around here? One or two fled back to Lanchinge. After all, if Moran hadn't deliberately withdrew his strength, the Earth explosive star would have destroyed everyone. Soon, Moran also returned to Lanchinge. He first went to the exchange, and put all the equipment he harvested and the skill books he didn't use on the commodity shelves for trading. The trading house is called Tianxia Exchange, not only in Lanchinge, but also a large trading house in charge of trading in the entire Kyushu, including countless external businesses. The one here is just a branch in Lanchinge. As long as you come to the trading house and put the items in the magic space in the designated place, you can directly put them on the shelves for trading. After someone buys, the transaction money will be transferred directly to the seller's card after deducting the handling fee. Very convenient. Since the transaction bank keeps the identity information of the seller confidential, the security of the transaction is also high. After putting it on the trading shelf, someone bought it soon. Moran's mobile phone also received news of Kyushu coins arriving constantly. Ignoring those messages, Moran turned around and went directly to the job transfer hall. The job transfer hall is an organization that issues job transfer tasks. There is only one in Lanchinge, which is directly under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. Soon, Moran came to the transfer hall. The job transfer hall is very conspicuous, right in the center of Lanchinge. The building is very simple, but very grand. Standing in front, makes people awe-inspiring. Moran walked in. After entering, the girl at the front desk immediately said, "Welcome, what service do you need?" Moran said, "I want to receive the mission of the first rank." "Okay, please follow me." Along with the waitress girl, Moran came to a room. After entering, the girl took out several leaflet-like papers and said, "These are first-rank tasks, and they are divided into 1 to 5 stars according to the difficulty. You can choose from them, but what you need to pay attention to is that you must choose tasks according to your ability." With a smile on her face, the girl sent all these tasks to Moran. Depending on the difficulty and degree of completion of the job transfer task, the rewards obtained after success are also different. The more difficult the task and the higher the degree of completion, the more rewarding the rewards will be. However, if the task is beyond the scope of one's ability and fails to complete in time, it will not only lead to the failure of the job transfer, but in severe cases, it may even lead to a sharp drop in one's own level. Therefore, choosing the right task is also a kind of command. Lee Moran nodded, took a few tasks and looked at them. Havoc in the Wild Boar Forest mission difficulty, 1 star. Kill 50 big black boars above level 25. Task time limit, 3 days. The Disaster of Horse Training mission difficulty, 3 stars. Kill the Pylean Snake King in the Yuxuan Forest. Task time limit, 2 days. After reading several tasks, Lee Moran was a little dissatisfied, because these tasks were too simple for him. It wasn't until the last task was turned that Lee Moran's gaze gradually stopped. Roaring Demonic Wind task difficulty, unidentified, at least 5 stars. Chapter 6. Generally speaking, the difficulty of job transfer tasks is 1 star at the lowest and 5 stars at the highest. Missions beyond 5 stars are called legendary missions. Such a task is not impossible, but it is almost impossible to arise. Even if it appeared, it would be almost impossible for anyone to complete it. But once the legendary task is completed, the rewards it gets will be extremely terrifying. Now, for the task in front of him, his mark is, at least 5 stars. In other words, the task in front of him is likely to be a legendary task. Lee Moran was tempted. Roaring Demonic Wind task difficulty, unidentified, at least 5 stars. Mission introduction: in the Gloomy Canyon, a secret place in the north of Lanchinge, there is an evil thing called Terrorist Black Wind. The origin of this thing is unknown, it is extremely evil, and it is extremely harmful. Task requirements: professionals are invited to go to the mysterious Gloomy Canyon and kill Terrorist Black Wind. Task time limit, 2 days. Tip: after entering the Gloomy Canyon, the task time limit will automatically start. The shorter the time required to complete the task, the more monsters killed in the secret realm, the higher the task evaluation, and the richer the task reward. Note: after receiving the quest, please enter the Gloomy Canyon within 3 days, otherwise the quest will be considered a failure. After seeing the introduction, Lee Moran took out this piece of paper without hesitation, and said, "I want to accept this task." "Okay." The girl took Lee Moran's paper, looked at it, and then her expression suddenly changed. As if she couldn't believe it, she glanced at Lee Moran and said with some uncertainty, "First, sir, did you pass the wrong note?" Lee Moran said, "There is nothing wrong, I will do this task." But this mission, it. What's wrong with it? Can't it be done?" "No, but sir, this mission is at least a 5-star difficulty mission, are you really going to do it?" Lee Moran nodded without hesitation. The girl couldn't believe it, her eyes were full of surprise. That is a task with at least a 5-star difficulty, and someone would choose it. Is this young man in front of him confident, or just hot-headed? Lee Moran said, "If there is no problem, please help me enter it. I will do this task." Okay. Hearing Lee Moran's words, the girl quickly spoke. "Then enter this task into the system." Soon, the surrounding environment changed. The whole room seemed to turn into a starry sky, very bright. A voice appeared in Lee Moran's ear. "Lee Moran, I haven't changed my class. I have received the task of changing my class Roaring Demonic Wind, please confirm." "Confirm. Task generated successfully. Everything is back to normal." "Okay, Mr. Lee Moran. The mission has been successfully entered." The girl said, took out a token-shaped item, and said, "This is your mission certificate. After completing the mission, you can take the certificate to the job transfer hall to transfer job." "Okay, thank you." After receiving the voucher, Lee Moran left. Seeing the back of Lee Moran leaving, the girl still couldn't be surprised for a long time. At this moment, she glanced at the basic information about Lee Moran on the system, and suddenly her eyes widened. Today, this morning, he just became a professional, and he turned directly in the afternoon. In an instant, everything about Lee Moran's background was filled with vivid and terrifying images in her mind. Could it be that he is a son from a big family who came out to practice? Thinking of this, the girl's face suddenly turned red. Not ashamed, but angry. Oh, what a mistake! Why did I react so slowly? Such a person is a good match for a lifetime, I simply missed 100 million. Moran didn't know the girl's mind. After leaving the transfer hall, he looked at the sky, and it was already late. Let's do the task tomorrow. Moran thought to himself. There is a buffer time of 3 days for the task of Yao Feng roaring, so there is no rush. By tomorrow, Earthburst Star's CD has also been converted, and when the time comes to do the task, he has 3 forbidden spells that he can use, so he will be safe. Thinking of this, Moran suddenly remembered something. Oops, when I just sold the equipment, I forgot to check if there is a suitable skill book. Even if it is a trading company in the world, there are not many skill books. Not to mention it's just a branch in Lanchange. Basically, it will be snatched up as soon as it appears. At this time, Moran looked at the phone, and the balance in the card has become close to 10 million. This is the Kyushu currency he gained from selling so many equipment. So much money is enough for a person to live in prosperity and wealth for a lifetime. Even if it is a mage, this kind of net worth is relatively rich. Some couldn't believe that they had gained huge wealth in a short period of time. However, thinking that what he sold was not only equipment, but also skill books, Moran understood. He hurried to the Tianxia trading house, took a look, and found that Mage's skill books were indeed sold out. Forget it, if you don't have it, you don't have it. After completing the task of changing jobs, I can learn new skills, and I don't particularly lack skill books. Then, Moran left directly and returned to his rented house. Pushing open the door, Moran shouted, "Got it, I'm back, are you home?" It's indifference. There was a soft and lifeless sound in the dark room. Moran turned on the light, and the whole room lit up immediately. In front of him, on a messy bed, a girl slowly sat up. The bed was messy, underwear and other personal clothes were thrown around, and the girl herself was only wearing a blanket, but there was nothing inside. After sitting up, the blanket slid off, revealing everything. Moran just looked at her like this, while she was yawning. Her face was full of sleepiness, and she didn't have the shyness of an ordinary girl. Moran sighed, "Didn't I tell you? Even if you are at home, you should dress well." "Oh!" the girl snorted. She certainly didn't listen. Moran was a little helpless, stepped forward, picked up the underwear, and said, "Get up, I'll wear it for you." "Oh!" the girl didn't say anything, and let Moran mess around. Seeing her like this, Moran didn't know what to say. This mode of getting along between them may have already penetrated into the bone marrow. After getting dressed, Moran said, "Okay, what do you want for dinner? I'll go buy it." The girl didn't follow Moran's words, but looked at him and asked, "Moran, have you become a professional yet?" She still remembers that today is the day when Moran will change jobs. "It's done," Moran said, paused for a while, and then said, "Now that I have money, we won't live in a rental house in the future, let's buy a house in the center of Lanchange." The girl just nodded without showing any expression. Moran had expected her reaction. After getting along for many years, there was nothing about this girl that he didn't know. Her name is Cicada, a very strange name given to her by Moran. Until now, every time Moran thinks of his meeting with her, Moran feels incredible. Actually, Moran is not of this world. He is a time traveler. Chapter 7. Moran came from a planet called Blue Star, and came to this world after an accidental death. Became a baby who has no parents and is taken in by an orphanage. Because he is an adult at heart, he is out of tune with the children around him. Until he was 4 years old, a girl came to the orphanage, 1 year younger than him. That girl knew it. She seemed to have been abandoned, thrown on the side of the road, and fainted from hunger, until the head of the orphanage found out and brought her back. According to other people, this girl seems to have some problems in her mind. She doesn't like to talk, reacts very slowly, and has almost no expression on her face. No crying, no fuss, no laughing. He didn't talk when he was hungry, and he just watched when his things were robbed, and he didn't show anything. When something a child likes is put in front of her, she doesn't respond at all. Some people speculate that maybe her parents abandoned her because of this. In short, after getting along for a while, the people in the orphanage didn't care about her anymore except for giving her food every day. And she also sat in the corner alone every day, looking up at the sky, sitting for a whole day. Until Lee Moran met her. I don't know how, she treats Lee Moran differently than everyone else. Although I still look like that, I like to follow Lee Moran very much. So, Lee Moran took care of her logically, going back and forth until she was completely familiar with her. At the age of 12, Lee Moran left the orphanage. With the help of Lanchange's main agency, I rented a house at a very low price. At that time, Cicada followed him and left. The two lived together like this. During the day, Lee Moran goes to school and does odd jobs at the same time, exchanging money for a day's expenses, supporting himself and Cicada. As for Cicada, it seems that he just stays at home and hardly goes out. Occasionally, I just look at the sky when I come out, not knowing what I am thinking. She has little common sense, lacks self-care skills, and shows little other emotion. Even getting dressed requires Lee Moran's prodding. Lee Moran took her to the hospital, but nothing was wrong. Therefore, Lee Moran let her be. This life has continued until now. Originally, Lee Moran wanted Cicada to go to school together. But for some reason, Cicada was very resistant to this, so Lee Moran had to let her stay at home. As for her future, Lee Moran didn't think much about it either. At least, when he became Mage, he already had the ability to protect her. It's good to live like this. After Cicada got dressed, Lee Moran said, "You can watch TV at home first, I'm going out to buy some food, do you want to eat?" Cicada thought for a while and said, "I want fish, sticky fish without thorns." "Okay." Lee Moran patted his head, smiled, and left. Soon, Lee Moran came back and bought some catfish and some vegetables. Cicada's appetite is not picky, he will eat almost anything. This dinner passed in silence between the two of them. Lee Moran suddenly said, "Got it, there are still a few months until the next job awakening, and I will take you there when the time comes." Cicada nodded. At night, after helping her take a bath, the two fell asleep. There is only one bed in the rental house, and the two of them sleep together, and they are already used to it. The next day, after dressing Cicada and cooking a meal, Lee Moran went out. He is going to the Gloomy Canyon to complete the second mission. The Gloomy Canyon is a secret place, located in a canyon in the northern suburb of Lanchange. A secret realm is an independent special space. After the game world came to the world, the secret realm also appeared. In the secret realm, there are often powerful wild monsters entrenched. If you can kill them, you can get huge rewards. This is similar to the copy in the game. This canyon in the northern suburbs of Lanchange is called Howyu Canyon, and it is also a leveling point. Moreover, the level of wild monsters at this brushing point is generally between the first and second rounds, that is, between 30 and 60. Although the level is high, there are quite a few people who come here to level up, and the sound of professionals hacking and killing can be heard everywhere. Ho 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 ho! You dead boar, look at my big stick, I'll knock you into a pig's head. Ha ha ha! Faye, my fireball technique has been perfected. Little Jiggy, you are amazing, are you interested in accepting a priest cutie? Through the crowd, Lee Moran gradually deepened. When he walked to a relatively remote place, he took out a booklet. This is a skill book. He passed by Tianxia Trading Co., Limited when he was going out this morning. He happened to see a mage's professional skill book on the trading shelf, so he bought it on the spot. Fortunately, he was quick and came at a good time, otherwise he would not be able to grab it later. Open the skill book. Breathing Concentration Technique Mage Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Requirement, LV5. By constantly consuming mana, you can shield others from your perception, but you cannot attack or move, otherwise the spell will automatically fail. This is a functional spell, not a combat spell. For the average mage, it is rather tasteless. Because of this, it will stay on the shelf for a while without anyone buying it. Without hesitation, Lee Moran directly learned the breath containment technique. Soon, under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the breath-holding technique has undergone billions of changes. The breath-holding technique has been transformed into a forbidden spell, Shenzang Tiandi. Shenzang Tiandi, hidden god in the heaven and earth, let oneself disappear completely. Untouchable, unfeelable, unnameable, unimaginable. Mana cost, 10,000 mana per second. Release cooldown, none. Another curse. Under the taboo eye, the breath restraint technique also turned into a forbidden spell. After Lee Moran saw it, he was a little surprised. The consumption of this forbidden spell is different from before. It is not a one-time consumption, but a continuous consumption. To maintain this forbidden spell, it costs 1,000 mana every second. Judging from his current mana value of 180,000, he can only last for 18 seconds. As expected of a forbidden spell, the consumption is as terrifying as ever. And the effect of this forbidden spell is also very astonishing. Let your own existence completely disappear, and no one can perceive or detect it no matter what method is used. That is to say, even if the most powerful mage in the world hunts down Lee Moran, as long as Lee Moran uses Shenzang Tiandi, that mage can't find him. This forbidden spell, its function is definitely not as simple as the description. Lee Moran was very happy to get another forbidden spell. After suppressing his joy, he continued to go deeper, and soon came to the entrance of the gloomy canyon. However, there are abnormally many people gathered here. Among them, there are even many people suspended in the air. To be able to suspend in the air, this can only be done by a professional with at least 3 ranks, and the minimum level is 90. Such a character is already a guest of honor in Lanchinch, and the city lord has to greet him personally. Why are they here? Something seems to be going wrong. Chapter 8. The surrounding area was rather noisy. Maybe the third-rank professionals took action, and all the wild monsters were cleaned up. As soon as Lee Moran approached, someone stopped him and said, "Little brother, I'm sorry, approaching is currently prohibited here." The one who stopped him was a middle-aged man wearing brown armor with only one head exposed. He has an extraordinary temperament, which should be similar to those rank 3 professionals. Lee Moran asked, "What happened?" The man explained, "There is a riot in the gloomy canyon, and the wild monsters in the secret realm have mutated. They may rush out of the secret realm and endanger Lanchin City. The elite of the city lord's mansion is currently suppressing it." Just as the man was speaking, there was a strong explosion sound from the secret realm, and the terrifying airflow rushed out, making Lee Moran feel a strong burning sensation. A professional in the sky shouted to the man, "Why explain so much to other people? Just drive him away, come here quickly, the people in the secret realm are already asking for help, and the terrifying black wind has mutated again." Hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "I see, I'll go in now." After speaking, the man ignored Lee Moran, and entered the secret realm directly with the person who spoke just now. Even though it is in the secret realm, one can still feel the terrifying energy erupting from it. It is conceivable that a big battle is going on inside. Then, people around immediately pulled up the cordon, and Lee Moran was also kicked back. Slightly away from there, Lee Moran looked at the movement ahead and fell into deep thought. The gloomy canyon has mutated, and even the third-rank professionals have taken action. The situation inside is absolutely dangerous. If you go there rashly, your life may be in danger. Moreover, there are other professionals from the city lord's mansion there, and Lee Moran cannot enter normally at all. Could it be that you want to give up this task? However, he didn't want to give up. Finally, there is a mission that is suspected to be at the legendary level. If I give up, I don't know if I will have such a chance. Although even the professionals of the third rank have shot, but with the power of my forbidden spell, even if the terrifying black wind mutates again, it is still not difficult to kill it. Chu Xian thought, besides, if you control your strength a little, you won't be afraid of it. Hurt those inside. At this moment, a reminder suddenly appeared in Lee Moran's mind. Attention! Attention! Due to an error in the operation of the system, there is a deviation in the judgment of the difficulty of the task. The job transfer hall has cancelled the job transfer task. The evil wind is raging. After 3 hours, the mission you received, the raging demon wind, will be invalid immediately. If you give up the mission now, this mission will be automatically invalidated, and it will not be regarded as a failure of the job transfer. If you choose to continue the mission, please do so within 3 hours. Finish. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a job transfer failure. When this voice came, Lee Moran immediately had a strong sense of urgency. Unexpectedly, the transfer hall actually cancelled this task. In other words, the remaining time for him is not 2 days, but only 3 hours. It had to be done within 3 hours, otherwise he had made this trip in vain. Now, there's nothing I can do if I don't go. Lee Moran shook his head and laughed. This place has been blocked, and no one else can enter. If it was before, Lee Moran would also have a headache. Although he has a forbidden spell, he can't release it on other people for no reason. So if they don't let in, Lee Moran can't help it either. But it just so happened that the forbidden curse that had just been awakened just happened to play a role here. Without hesitation, Lee Moran directly opened the Shenzang Tiandi. As soon as the forbidden spell was activated, Lee Moran felt that his blue bar was being consumed, visible to the naked eye. Although Mohe Wei Yuan has the ability to release skills regardless of mana consumption 3 times a day, Shenzang Tiandi is special. It is a forbidden spell that consumes continuously, and Mohe Wei Yuan's passive cannot take effect because of this. However, what reassures Lee Moran is that although the consumption of mana is terrific, the passive of Demon Sea is also continuously restoring mana to him. In this way, the time he can use Shenzang Tiandi will be greatly increased. Lee Moran didn't waste any time, directly crossed the blockade and entered the secret realm. During this process, no matter how big his movements were, no matter how strange the movements he made, no one around would notice. It is conceivable that in this state, even if Lee Moran slaps the opponent probably has no reaction. This is the horror of the curse. Soon, Lee Moran entered the secret place of the gloomy canyon without attracting anyone's attention. The secret realm looks no different from the outside world, they are all under a grand canyon. But there are raging demon winds everywhere, just like the polar region, exuding an extremely violent and terrifying aura. As soon as he entered, Lee Moran felt a terrible air current sweeping continuously. There are countless wild monsters roaring around, like crazy. Lee Moran was sure that if he hadn't used the forbidden spell, these wild monsters would definitely rush at him like crazy if they saw him. It seems that things are really bad. Lee Moran murmured. However, what surprised Lee Moran was that even though he could feel that this force was very powerful, it continued to wreak havoc around him. However, these forces were unable to cause him any harm. In other words, after casting the forbidden spell, he is not just undetectable by others, but non-existent in the true sense. Unless the forbidden spell is lifted, no one or any power can touch him. Is this the imperceptible and unremovable ability? The ability of this forbidden curse is too terrifying. We must quickly find the terrorist Black Wind and end the battle as soon as possible. Moran thought to himself, this secret realm doesn't know what will happen in the next second. Afterwards, he shuttled through the secret realm, constantly looking for it. This secret realm is not a large secret realm, but it is not small either. After searching for a while, Moran finally saw his goal. Ahead, several people are engaged in a great battle. In the center of the battle, surrounded by everyone, was a black shadow with no specific shape, which looked very strange. Obviously, that is Terror Black Wind. At this moment, he suddenly felt a tingling pain, the effect of the forbidden spell has disappeared. From entering to now, within a few minutes, his mana was directly exhausted. The consumption of this forbidden spell is really terrible. The forbidden spell disappeared, Moran showed his figure, and the surrounding forces also began to attack him. At the same time, a prompt to enter the dungeon finally appeared in his ears. You have entered the dungeon, the Gloomy Canyon. Please note, this dungeon is in a period of riots, the power of wild monsters is increased by 5 times, and the power of bosses is increased by 10 times. Affected by the tyrannical evil wind, all your skills will be suppressed to 60% of their original power. While Moran was hiding, there wasn't even a beep. Appears only after the curse effect ends. The ability of this forbidden spell once again surprised Moran. The forbidden spell disappeared, and the tremendous pressure suddenly made Moran uncomfortable. After all, this was far beyond his rank. The situation is very unfavorable. Watching their battles, they were faintly suppressed by the terrifying black wind. I have to take action immediately, otherwise my body may not be able to withstand the fluctuations of these battles. But, can this dungeon really suppress the power of the forbidden spell to 60%? At this time, the professionals in the distance were fighting, but no one found him. Moran summoned the staff, condensed the spell, and then released the forbidden spell. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying hurricane broke through the entire ruins in an instant. This is the wind of perishing God. Chapter 9. God of Thunder, your devout believers pray to you, please send down the terrible thunder and punishment, and wipe out the evil in front of you. After a mage in a blue robe chanted, he released a powerful thunder magic. These spells fell on the black shadow in front of them, and immediately made a sizzling sound. Secretary Lay, what should we do? We seem to be unable to beat this guy together. On the other side, a warrior who was struggling to support wailed. You have to fight if you can't fight. Lei Hanqing shouted. He was originally the secretary of the city Lord Yeqing. This time there was a problem in the Gloomy Canyon secret realm. The city lord asked him to come together with the city's 3-rank master to solve it. Unexpectedly, this problem turned out to be so difficult. This monster has mutated twice in a row, and its strength has been terribly improved. Now even they are no longer opponents. Originally, if they were all at full strength, it would not be impossible to kill the terrorist Black Wind, but after the riot in the secret realm, their strength was suppressed very uncomfortable. Now, it is impossible to exert force. Where's Priest? Where is Priest? Heal him! Lei Hanqing shouted while preparing the spell. On the side, Priest, who had turned 3, immediately released a healing technique, which slightly restored everyone's state. But talk is better than nothing. Hoo! The black wind hit, bringing terrible pressure, and everyone was forced to retreat. This formless black wind is extremely difficult to deal with. It is not known whether their attacks really hurt Haifeng's body. Thinking of this, Lei Hanqing felt angry. It's all because yesterday, a certain great magister who had nothing to do, cast a large spell outside Lanshan City. Not only did the deep place disappear, and the barrier of Lanshan City was broken, but the rest of the secret realms were also affected to varying degrees. Originally, this horrific black wind was suppressed by a powerful spell, the strength would not be too terrifying, and the people who came to level up would not face too desperate a situation. As a result, yesterday's spell directly eliminated the suppression of the terrifying black wind. As a result, most of the masters of the city lord's mansion have to come here to wipe the butt of the great magister. Every time Lei Hanking thinks of it, there is always a burst of sadness in his heart. At this moment, the movement in the secret realm suddenly became extremely violent. The whole space was like a rickety big ship, and the few people who were fighting almost fell from the sky. It's the wind. Secretary Lei, look quickly, what a terrifying wind. The entire gloomy canyon was swept up by this storm, and all the wild monsters were floating in the sky. I am Nima. Seeing this scene, several people's faces turned green. A terrible storm swept everything, and the soil, trees, and wild monsters in the gloomy canyon were all swallowed by the storm, and the terrifying force tore everything apart. The terrifying black wind, which was originally extremely arrogant, was even torn into it by this storm in an instant, completely disappearing. Lei Hanking and the others were also stunned by the power of the storm in an instant. These winds were brought about by Moran's casting of the forbidden spell, the Wind of Death. Although theoretically, secret realms can suppress magic power, it is clear that forbidden spells are not included. The entire gloomy canyon seems to have become a plaything that Moran can pinch easily. Meanwhile, the outside world. The masters of the city lord's mansion, who were on guard, suddenly felt the power of the secret realm suddenly increase. Then, it exploded. What happened? What appeared in the secret realm? It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The whole secret realm is going to explode. FK, what's going on with this shit? The terrible storm rushed out of the secret realm and directly swept across the entire Haoyu Canyon. Countless professionals, they didn't even have time to escape, they were directly knocked out by this force. They should be extremely fortunate. If they were not precisely manipulated by someone, this force would directly tear them apart. But the power is so powerful, once released, it is not so easy to take back, and there is no way to only control it in the secret place of the gloomy canyon. Soon, there was another terrible shock in the entire Lanshan city. What happened? An earthquake. Look, it's a storm. A terrible storm. This storm appeared from the side of Haoyu Canyon, and it came to Lanshan City in an instant. FK, we won't be wiped out by this storm, will we? Soon, Lanshan City fell into panic again. In the city lord's mansion, Yeqing was drinking tea leisurely. He thought, the person who was sent to deal with the gloomy canyon problem was about to return. When he thought of this, he remembered the great magister who had a brain twitch yesterday, and a spell directly shattered the barrier of the entire Lanshan city. Afterwards, the city lord's mansion directly used up Lanshan city's taxes and countless collections over the years before successfully restoring the barrier. In the city lord's mansion, which was considered affluent at first, starving mice appeared the next morning. The storage in the warehouse and all kinds of spare materials are all consumed. Thinking of this, Yeqing's heart is bleeding. At this moment, the shock of the entire Lanshan city spread to the city lord's mansion. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Yeqing jumped up and ran out. What's going on? What's going on? The subordinates rushed to report, City Master, another spell that can only be released by a great magister has exploded near Lanshan City. What? Yeqing's eyes almost popped out. Looking at the raging storm and the destroyed buildings, Yeqing's heart has never felt so cold. However, fortunately, this storm did not specifically target Lanshan City. Although it was terrifying, it did not cause devastating damage. After observing for a while, Yeqing's hanging heart gradually let go. It's okay, it's okay. This storm should be just the aftermath, and the enchantment has been opened. It's on, City Lord. That should hold up. The enchantment that was originally used less than once in several years or even decades, was opened continuously in these 2 days. I don't know whether to say that Lanshan is bad luck or a fateful life. The storm is weakening, and it looks unlikely to shatter the barrier. This is a blessing in misfortune. City Master, that spell appeared from the side of Haoyu Canyon. Could it be that something went wrong with the terrifying black wind? I don't know, you should hurry up and send a rescue team there. There are a lot of people who have changed jobs recently, so the situation in Haoyu Canyon is probably not good. It has already been dispatched. The subordinate said, paused, and asked again, City Master, should we investigate the person who made the attack? Yesterday and today, there were such terrible magics released nearby. Will this? No need. Yeqing directly interrupted his subordinate's speech without explaining. He was constantly cursing in his heart, but he was extremely sober. Investigate what a fart, such a powerful spell may be released by some destructive boss, even if the investigation is found, so what? However, looking at the destroyed building and thinking about the huge cost of rebuilding it, Yeqing's heart hurts so much. Lancheng's funds have been almost spent in the process of repairing the enchantment, and now he can't get any money out. At this moment, a subordinate ran over in a panic and shouted, City Lord! City Lord! Something is wrong. What's the matter? The enchantment, shattered again. As soon as the words fell, a broken voice resounded throughout the city. The enchantment that originally surrounded Lancheng turned into countless fragments, and then disappeared. Seeing this, Yeqing rolled her eyes and fell down. Chapter 10. Gloomy Canyon. Wild monsters, 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, countless heads, under the force of the storm, turned into a ball of light. Totally killed by Moran. Under the power of the wind of perishing gods, no wild monster could survive. You killed the big black leopard, the level is full, and you can't get experience points. Since you are in the secret realm of the job transfer task, the experience points are automatically stored, and you get 280 experience points. You killed little Yao Feng, your level is full, you get 160 experience points. You killed De Yao Feng, the level is full, you get 320 experience points. You killed. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the only boss in the gloomy canyon, the terrifying black wind. You have gained 7,800 experience points. The secret realm of the gloomy canyon has been conquered by you, and your strength is awe-inspiring. Congratulations on winning the title the Black Wind Killer. The gloomy canyon has become devastated, and the storm gradually died down under Moran's control. All the wild monsters in the entire canyon disappeared, turned into light spots, and flew towards him after becoming experience points. Not only that, countless pieces of equipment also flew over at the same time, piled up in front of him like a hill. The number was terrifying. Moreover, there are even a lot of green equipment in it, unlike in the deep place, where the wild monsters in the whole deep place only burst out a few pieces of green equipment. Apart from green, there are also a lot of blue equipment, and Moran even saw a faint purple light emanating from it. Obviously, some of these equipment are of epic quality. The harvest this time is not known to be much better than that of the deep place. In addition to the normal harvest, I didn't expect that I even got the title. Moran was a little surprised. He looked at the title on his panel data, Black Wind Killer. Black Wind Killer, professionals with rank 2 or below have a chance to explode after killing the only boss terror Black Wind in the gloomy canyon. The lower the level, the higher the probability. After wearing it, gain a 20% movement speed bonus and 100 wind attribute affinity. Title, its effect is similar to that of equipment. However, one advantage of the title is that it cannot be taken or dropped. As long as you have it, you will have it for life. And this title, its bonus is actually not that powerful. For Moran, it is better than nothing. Look at the equipment again. Like last time, Moran put all the white boards and green equipment into the magic space this time, leaving only a few blue equipment and 1 purple equipment. Fighter Battlesuit, Elite. Category, Defense. Occupation, Warrior. Wearing level, Level 45, Level 15. Attribute, plus 2000 HP. Passive skill, recover 100 points of health per second after leaving the battle. Boots of Awakening God, Elite. Category, Shoes. Occupation, all occupations. Wearing level, level 55. Attributes, plus 90% movement speed, plus 300 magic resistance. Passive skill, gain 35% toughness, that is, after being controlled, reduce the control time by 35%. Devil Cloak, Elite. Category, Robe. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, level 52. Attribute, increase mana value by 1000 points. Passive skill, Devil's Whisper. When casting a spell, there is a 60% chance to apply an additional confusion effect. Enemies hit by the confusion effect will lose their attack direction for 1 second. Moran has seen several pieces of elite equipment and is very satisfied. Among them, the Boots of Resistance and the Demon Cloak can be used by him, and the effect is very good. As for Tyrant heavy equipment, if the profession is not suitable, it can only be sold. A piece of blue equipment can be sold for hundreds or even thousands of Kyushu coins, and it will be a huge sum of money at that time. Not to mention the piles and piles of green whiteboard gear. Moran reckons that once the equipment is sold out, he may be the new class with a small goal. After feeling happy for a while, Moran looked at the last piece of equipment. The only piece of epic equipment is a staff. Unknown staff, epic. Category, Weapon. Status, Unidentified. This turned out to be a weapon that needed identification. Moran was holding the staff. When it was tested, the staff seemed to be petrified, grey and ugly. Generally speaking, if the level of the equipment is too high, it needs to be appraised in order to be able to see its true colors. But this is not absolute. Basically, only the equipment at the level of 3 ranks will really need to be appraised. It seems that this thing should be the equipment dropped by the terrifying black wind. I don't know how many turns it is, but at least 2 turns can be worn. Thinking of this, Moran was a little depressed. I didn't expect that I finally got a piece of purple equipment, but I couldn't wear it. However, it must be identified first. If you can't wear it now, don't you still have to wear it in the future? After equipping, Moran looked at another pile of items. It is a skill book. The explosion rate of the skill book is indeed hundreds of times lower than that of the equipment. In the entire Gloomy Canyon, the explosion rate of the skill book is only a single digit. Look through it first. Gallery Blade Warrior Professional Skill Book, Learning Requirement, LV20. Quickly slash 3 times forward, causing damage and adding a bleeding state for 3 seconds. After releasing the skill, an additional 30% attack speed is increased for 2 seconds. Charm of Chaos Taoist Professional Skill Book, Learning Requirements, LV28. Play a talisman, which will cause damage after hitting the target, and temporarily control the target's actions for 1 to 5 seconds. If the target is too powerful, the control effect will rapidly decay until it disappears. After reading several books, Moran was a little disappointed that there was no mage skill book. It wasn't until he saw the last book that his eyes finally lit up. Magic Shield Mage Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Requirements, LV15. It can consume mana to form a shield to resist an attack. The strength of the shield is based on mana. The Mage Skill Book is finally here. Moran was very happy. Although this skill doesn't seem too strong, who knows what it will be like after being passively changed by him. Study. Soon, Moran learned the magic shield. Then, the expected voice appeared again. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the magic shield has undergone billions of changes. The magic shield has been transformed into a forbidden curse, the blessing of the demon god. Demon god's blessing, passive skill. Immune to control, immune to curse, immune to poisoning, immune to instant death, immune to forced teleportation. During the battle, the magic shield is automatically obtained, and any spell damage that hits itself is offset by 80%. During the battle, any damage other than spells that hit the self is offset by 50%. Lee Moran froze for 3 seconds. FK. Chapter 11. Immune to control, immune to instant death, immune to poisoning. In addition, there is such a terrifying immunity from injury. Lee Moran is sure that in the history of the advent of the game, there has never been such a terrifying passive skill. If this skill is sold as a skill book, I'm afraid the whole world will fight over it. I can only say that it is indeed a forbidden curse. Not to mention the original offensive spells, but now the passive skills have been turned into forbidden spells, and their effects are equally terrifying. In this way, I am almost invincible. Now, he only has a few forbidden spells, and the effects are already so terrifying. If there are more, the power is unimaginable. Withdrawing the shock in his heart, the harvest this time was simply beyond his imagination. It's time to leave. The entire gloomy canyon has been almost destroyed by him alone, and there is nothing left here now. Except for the gloomy canyon, even the outside world was almost destroyed by the aftermath. Lee Moran wanted to stop it at the time, but the power of the forbidden spell was too great. Even though he tried his best to stop it, the remaining power was still extremely terrifying. I hope you don't blame me. I really didn't mean it. Shaking his head, Lee Moran left the gloomy canyon directly. The outside world is devastated, trees and wild monsters are affected by the wind of death, and there is no living thing. On the ground, some tattered equipment can be seen everywhere, which should be left by the affected professionals. Fortunately, Lee Moran pulled back in time, so no one should die. However, injuries are inevitable. After taking a look, Lee Moran planned to leave. At this moment, he suddenly saw several figures floating in the sky. It turned out to be a few huge eagles, mighty and majestic, soaring in the sky. And behind the giant eagle, stood a professional. One of them saw Lee Moran and immediately came down. A young man in white clothes jumped off the giant eagle, and immediately said, "Brother, are you still alive?" The words of the young man in white sounded impolite, but he could tell he was concerned. "I'm fine," Lee Moran said. The young man in white sized up Lee Moran, and when he saw that he was wearing Mage's robe, his eyes became a little more attentive. He said, "Since it's okay, come with me. I'll take you out of here." "Good." Lee Moran did not refuse. His spell came so suddenly that many people around him were affected, and capable people in the city came here to rescue him one after another. After receiving Lee Moran on the back of the giant eagle flew at an extremely fast speed under the command of the young man in white. This is Lee Moran's first experience of flying, a little curious and a little surprised. The strong wind slapped the body, and the scenery kept receding, stretching into the sky, which had a very special feeling. He looked at the ground below. The entire Hauyu Canyon was destroyed badly, scattered people were searching nearby, as if to see if there were still people who hadn't been rescued. The young man in white continued to say, "I don't think you've been injured." "You're lucky." Lee Moran asked, "Are there a lot of people injured here?" "Many, big and small injuries, a lot of them. Almost everyone fainted from fright. It's really unimaginable. That storm is so terrible, and I don't know which big guy made it. I've also saved a lot of people, and a lot of them are not doing well." "Is that so?" Lee Moran listened with apologetic expression on his face. The young man in white said, "Brother, where are you going? Almost everyone here has been rescued, and I don't have any more tasks. I can send you a ride. Then, just send me to the job transfer hall." The young man glanced at Lee Moran, a little surprised. "You are going to change jobs? You are Mage, right?" Lee Moran nodded. The young man asked, "Have you joined any guild?" Lee Moran shook his head. Seeing this, the young man was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Since this is the case, are you interested in coming to our Qingshan Guild? Hehe. Although our Qingshan Guild is mainly composed of warriors, Mage can also shine in it. Are you from the Qingshan Guild? Li Moran was a little surprised. When I was in school, the teacher talked about the affairs of the major guilds in Lanchange. Although Lanchange is not a big city, there are dozens of guilds in the city. Among them, the largest guild is the Tianya Guild, which is also the guild that professionals in the entire Mist City are eager to join. As for the Qingshan Guild, it doesn't show its mountains or do its water, and it doesn't even rank in the top 10 among the Lanchange guilds. The reason why Li Moran knew about this guild was because this guild only accepted warriors at the beginning, which was very special. Don't you accept other professions? Li Moran wondered. Haha, the rules can be changed, said the young man, now we have started accepting other professions. If you have relatives and friends, you can also invite them over. Our treatment is still very good, except that we will specify a detailed upgrade plan for you. And various benefits, such as. Immediately afterwards, the young man talked a lot about blah blah blah, just like a door-to-door salesman. At the end, he slapped his head and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wukong. You can call me by my first name." Then, Wukong looked at Li Moran expectantly, and asked, "How is it, buddy? Are you interested in coming? Let's talk." Li Moran didn't say anything. Seeing that Li Moran did not immediately agree, Wukong was not angry, but continued to talk about other things. He is a chatterbox and can't stop once he starts talking. From the guild to the job transfer hall, and various other things, I talked a lot. Li Moran was also listening. As time passed, the giant eagle returned to Lanchan City soon. Many buildings on the outskirts of the city were affected, but because the barrier took most of the damage, no one in the city was injured. But the barrier eventually shattered. After arriving at the transfer hall, Wukong said, "Dude, we've arrived." "Okay, thank you very much." "Hehe, you're welcome. If you don't mind, please add me to my V letter. If you have anything to do in the future, just ask me for help." Li Moran did not refuse. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Moran jumped off the giant eagle and headed to the job transfer hall. Seeing the back of Li Moran leaving, Wukong was a little emotional. This kid looks pretty good, and he's still a mage by profession. If he can be drawn into the guild, it will definitely be of great help to the guild. Thinking of this, Wukong's face showed a bit of anger, and he cursed in a low voice, "The Tianya Guild is really deceiving people too much. Do you really think that just relying on its power can make us all submit?" Then, Wukong left on a giant eagle. At the same time, Li Moran entered the career transfer hall. The front desk of the job transfer hall was the same girl Li Moran saw yesterday. Maybe it was tired, and I was falling asleep at this time. Still, the arrival of Li Moran caught her attention. When she saw Li Moran, her eyes lit up. Chapter 12. Li Moran, little big brother, hello, we meet again. The girl at the front desk suddenly yelled sweetly, her voice soft and waxy, very moving. Li Moran froze for a moment. "Little big brother?" The girl didn't notice Li Moran's expression, so she came out of the counter and said happily, "Little big brother, I didn't expect our fate to be so good. You came here this time to change jobs, right?" Li Moran nodded. The girl showed some sympathy, and comforted, "It's okay, little big brother. Although the mission is cancelled, you can still receive other missions. I will take you right away." Mission accomplished. "I don't know what task you want, little big brother, what did you say?" Li Moran said with a smile, "I'm lucky, the job transfer task has been completed. It's done." The girl suddenly showed a surprised expression, covering her mouth, her eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe this sentence. "But, what you received was..." If I remember correctly, Moran's task was to kill the terrorist Black Wind. However, the monster suddenly mutated yesterday, and the city lord's mansion quickly sent people to clean it up. How did Moran complete it? Seeing that Moran didn't intend to explain, the girl immediately laughed along with her and said, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's just luck. In that case, let me take you to submit the task. Moran nodded. Then, led by the girl, he entered a room. The room is quaint, but the surrounding decoration is very ordinary. There is a crystal ball in the middle, emitting a faint light. Little big brother, you can submit the task by putting your hand on the crystal ball. Moran put his hand on it as he said. Then, the crystal ball changed, emitting a faint blue light, covering half of his body. Seeing this, the girl at the front desk left slowly and closed the door. The job transfer process needs to be very quiet and cannot be disturbed. She can only go out and wait. In the next second, Moran felt a very cold feeling, as if a spring was washing himself. The job transfer task has been submitted, and the task completion is being rated. Mission level, Legend. Mission completion, Perfect. Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the job transfer task and successfully transferred. The transfer has begun. In the next second, the light of the crystal ball suddenly bloomed, completely surrounding Moran. The whole room suddenly became extremely bright, and the light even became dazzling. Moran, however, was unaffected. In the light, he felt countless warm currents rushing towards him, bringing a very comfortable feeling. At the same time, my whole body seems to have changed, whether it is body or strength, there is a feeling of being reborn. As the light faded away, Moran's feeling became stronger and stronger. Finally, the transfer is complete. Open the data panel, and a huge change has taken place. Name, Moran. Level, 58, 1 turn. Occupation, Forbidden Mage. Status, HP 7280/mana, 440,000/stamina. Attributes, Strength 418/Spirit 440/Constitution 400/Stamina 435. Equipment, Forged Black Staff, Excellent. Skills, Xingguo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosion Star, Demon Sea Passive, Wind of Death God, God stores the world. Talent, Forbidden Eye. Attribute points, 450, the mission is completed perfectly, reward 200 attribute points. After the second round, Moran's job title changed from the original Forbidden Mage to Forbidden Great Mage. His various attributes have been greatly improved, and his mana has directly reached a terrifying 480,000. Moreover, 200 attribute points were also rewarded. If more of these attribute points are added, it will be a very terrifying improvement. This is the benefit of successfully completing the job transfer task. Not only will one's own attributes be greatly improved, but also attribute points for additional rewards. Not only that, because Moran killed too many wild monsters in the gloomy canyon, his level has soared to level 58, and he will soon reach the threshold of the 3rd rank. However, it seems that there is no reward skill. What's going on? Generally speaking, after changing jobs, professionals will get 1 or 2 skills as rewards. But this time Moran didn't get it. But when he just started thinking, the voice in his head came as promised. Your job transfer task level is legendary, and the degree of completion is perfect. You have won the highest job transfer task reward. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill, Water Stroke. Congratulations, you have awakened the talent skill, Eye of Insight. Hearing this voice, Moran was relieved. It turns out that the skill rewards are at the back. What's more, what made him happy was that after completing this job transfer task, he even directly awakened his talent skills. This is really a pleasant surprise. Generally speaking, the rewards for job transfer tasks are generally various attributes and attribute points, as well as ordinary skills. There are very few other rewards. This time, it really made a lot of money. Perhaps it is because of the difficulty of the task that the rewards are so rich. However, the name water stroke is a bit too ugly. Who created this skill? Moran felt a little helpless. The name of this skill was really random. The Eye of Insight is okay, it should be a skill that can observe the enemy's weaknesses. Moran intends to look at the descriptions of these skills first. But before she started watching, these two skills suddenly disappeared, and then another voice replaced them. Under the watchful eye of the taboo, the paddling technique has undergone 100 million changes. The paddling technique has been transformed into a forbidden spell, Raging Sea. Under the gaze of the taboo eye, the Eye of Insight has undergone 1,000,000 points of change. The Eye of Insight has transformed into a forbidden curse, the gaze of the demon god. Raging sea and raging waves. The raging waves destroy the world, the huge waves shake the sky, devour all living things, and everything ceases to exist. This curse is most powerful over the sea. Release cooldown, 78 hours. Mana cost, 5.6 million. Gaze of the demon god, you can perceive the secrets of all things in the world, and you can penetrate the essence of all things in the world. Anyone and anything will have nothing to hide in front of you. You are God, the demon god who observes the world. Note, under the influence of the demon god, others cannot spy on you. I haven't had time to see the effect of the skill clearly, but now it has changed. Moran no longer knew what expression to make. All I can say is that I got used to it. There are two more forbidden curses, and they are both very powerful. Judging by the effect of this raging sea, is it stronger than the wind of the perishing god? There is also the gaze of the demon god. Does it mean that with this thing, I can see through everything? Besides, other people have no way to spy on me. It is another very useful forbidden curse talent. If the demon god's gaze is combined with Shenzang Tianxia, it may really be able to create a godlike effect. If possible, he really wants to try it. How about this newly obtained forbidden spell? It's a pity that this is an urban area, so we can't do it. By the way, since the demon god's gaze can see through everything, it should also be able to identify equipment. Moran immediately remembered the epic staff dropped by terrorist Blackwind. Chapter 13. After taking the unidentified staff out of the system space, Moran immediately looked at it. Soon, the staff changed. The original grey color is slowly disappearing, and the luster of the weapon appears, and it also exudes brilliance. It didn't take long for the staff to complete the appraisal, revealing its true colors. This is a dark green staff, with a crystal ball on the top of the staff, very vivid, like an eyeball. Holding the staff, there is a cold breath, and there seems to be a breeze flowing around. Dark breath, epic. Category, weapon. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, 80, second turn. Attributes, plus 5000 mana, plus 1200 spell power, plus 50% movement speed, plus 100 wind spell affinity. Passive skill, Storm Wind spell damage increased by 25%. Passive skill, Whirlwind. When releasing a wind spell, there is a 60% chance of being stunned, lasting for 3 seconds. Active skill, Swim Wind. Consume all the remaining mana and increase your movement speed by 10% 800% for 30 seconds. Note, consuming the magic core of the wind can increase the wearing level of the staff and the basic panel data. It can only be said that it is worthy of epic level equipment. This panel data, this attached skill, is simply dazzling. Generally speaking, if the equipment can have an additional skill, it is already very good. As a result, this equipment directly gave 3 incidental skills, and 1 was an active skill. Moreover, the most important thing is that the epic equipment can be upgraded by consuming special materials. In this way, even if one's own strength exceeds rank 2, it will not make this piece of equipment useless. This is the most exciting point of high-quality equipment. Okay, very good. Lee Moran was very satisfied. Although he can't wear it yet, but with his level, he will be at the second rank soon. At that time, this equipment can be used. In addition to the dark breath, I still have some equipment. Now that I have turned around, I can already wear it. Lee Moran didn't forget that he also had the two pieces of equipment, the boots of resistance and the demon cloak. Soon, Lee Moran was pulling out these two pieces of gear and putting them on, along with other gear. At the same time, attribute points are added to the spirit. All of a sudden, his panel data has undergone tremendous changes, and all values have been greatly improved. Name, Lee Moran. Level, 58, 1 turn. Occupation, Forbidden Mage. Status, HP 9280/mana, 68/stamina, 428. Attributes, Strength 458/Spirit 1120/Constitution 460/Stamina 495. Equipment, Water Blue Staff, excellent, Demon Cloak, excellent, Boots of Resistance, excellent, Sage Belt, excellent. Skills, Xingguo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosion Star, Demon Sea Passive, Passive, Wind of Death God, God King Tianxia, Furious Sea. Talent, Forbidden Eye, Gaze of Demon God. Attribute points, 0. It feels like the whole person is about to reach the peak. This feeling of power is really fascinating. It's a pity, if I can equip the Breath of Darkness, I will be even stronger. But it doesn't matter, now that he has completed the first turn, it is time to focus on the second turn. After the second turn, he can basically equip the Breath of Darkness. It's time to leave. As Lee Moran said, he pushed open the door and walked out. When the girl at the front desk saw him coming out, she immediately showed a happy expression and said, "Little big brother, have you successfully changed jobs?" Lee Moran nodded. "That's really congratulations." The girl at the front desk said happily. Lee Moran responded casually and planned to leave without saying anything. Seeing this, the girl quickly chased after him, handed a business card into his hand and said, "Little big brother, this is my business card, if you need any help, please come to me anytime. Pay attention, anytime." It can be seen that she really wants to have a good relationship with Lee Moran. Lee Moran paused and did not refuse. After taking the business card, he left. Now that the first turn has been completed, Lee Moran is still 2 levels away from the second turn. This can be achieved casually, and he is not in a hurry at the moment. Moreover, the second transfer is different from the first transfer. In addition to the job transfer task, some materials need to be collected. It was getting late, Lee Moran planned to go home first. "I'll think about the job transfer materials tomorrow, and by the way, I'll sell the spoils I got in the gloomy canyon." After buying some vegetables on the way back, Lee Moran quickly returned to the rental house. "Got it, I'm back, are you home?" The room was still pitch black. Lee Moran slapped his hand and turned on the light. The whole room suddenly lit up. In front of him was still a messy bed, with a head protruding from the quilt. After seeing the person who came in, he sat up slowly. "It's indifference. The voice is lazy and the eyes are sleepy. Just know it." The quilt slipped off, still nothing was on. Lee Moran sighed, "Don't sleep all day, it's not good for your health." "Oh. Also, didn't I tell you that even if you are at home, you have to wear clothes?" "Oh. That's how she is, even if she says it, she will forget it later." Lee Moran had no choice but to help her wear it. During this process, Zhizi sniffed the smell of Lee Moran, and suddenly asked, "Moran, what did you do?" "Nothing." "You smell like blood." "You can smell it, are you a dog?" "No. Nothing, didn't I become a professional? I have to go to fight monsters." Fighting monsters, is it normal for wild monsters to bleed? Is it dangerous? Not dangerous. Isn't it dangerous? Right. Oh. Okay. After helping her get dressed, Moran said, "Are you hungry? You watch TV first, and I'm going to cook." Soon, Moran had the meal ready. Cicada just ate in silence, unable to tell what he was thinking. Moran was looking at her, and when she caught Moran's gaze, she gave an occasional look of confusion, and continued eating. "Got it," Moran said suddenly. Cicada raised his head, with doubts on his face. "Let's move out tomorrow." "Where are you going?" "We're going to buy a house and live in the city. We'll move in with our bags." Her reaction, Moran is also expected. This girl rarely showed any other expressions, and it was no wonder that no one liked her when she was in the orphanage. But soon, she raised her head and asked, "Moran, when can I become a professional?" "Hey." Moran was a little surprised that she would ask this question. After a pause, she said, "A few months." "Aren't you going to be 18 soon?" "I'll take you to change jobs then." "Can I be mage like you?" "I don't know." Oh. Chapter 14. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Moran took Ji out. "Maybe it's because I haven't come out for a long time, and Cicada seems a little uncomfortable in the bustling crowd, out of place." Moran took her hand, and the two of them headed towards the center of Lanchange like lovers. Not long after, they arrived at their destination, Lanchange Sales Department. Now that he has money, Moran doesn't plan to continue living in a rental house. Whether it's for yourself or for cicadas, you should have a house of your own. The decoration of the sales department is very luxurious. After the two walked in, a welcoming lady came up and smiled and said, "Welcome, what service do you two need?" "Buy a house." Moran cut to the chase. After hearing Moran's words and seeing him wearing Mage's robe, the lady in the sales department was obviously overjoyed, and immediately said, "Okay, everyone, please follow me." Soon, the lady brought Moran to a reception point, and someone immediately served tea. "Do you have any requirements for the house? For example, the floor, lighting, decoration, or the real estate you plan to buy for your future life? What is your budget, sir?" Moran paused for a while, then said, "I don't have too high requirements, I just need to be able to move in right away. The budget is within 10 million Kyushu dollars, and it's fine if I'm satisfied." After the game world came to the world, the currency of Kyushu has a lot of inflation compared to before, but 10 million Kyushu coins are still a huge sum of money. As long as it is not in the center of a big city in Kyushu, it can be bought a house for almost any requirement. Hearing this, the lady in the sales department was very pleasantly surprised, and immediately recommended a lot. This process is not too long, because Moran is very straightforward. As long as the requirements are met, he nods directly. Knowing that, he just sat quietly, eating snacks, and had no intention of participating in it at all. Since Moran is mage, the people in the sales department did not dare to do anything in the transaction, and the process of buying a house was extremely smooth. Not long after, the manager also came down. Soon Moran signed the contract and paid the full amount directly. Then Moran was taken to his house by a service lady. The house is not located in any community, but a villa on the outskirts of the city, but the distance from the city center is very short. Various renovations have already been completed, and Moran and Cicada can move in directly with their bags. After entering the house, the general feeling is the atmosphere of simplicity. The decoration is very extraordinary, but there is no extravagant atmosphere, but it looks fresh and elegant. "Okay, got it, we will live here from now on," Moran said. "And?" Cicada nodded, looking curiously at everything around the house. Compared with the previous cramped and dirty rental houses, this kind of house is simply paradise. Next, it's just a matter of buying some necessities and some clothes. However, now Lee Moran is out of money. Not long after, he said goodbye to Hizzy and headed to the city center. Now there are countless equipment stored in his magic space, and he is going to put them on the shelves for consignment. World Trading CO. Lee Moran went to the self-service trading point, and then directly put all the white boards and green equipment on the shelves for trading. There are also some more common skill books, all of which are also on the shelves. After finishing all this, his mobile phone rang an information prompt soon, someone bought it immediately, and the money was transferred to his card in an instant. As for the blue equipment and rare skill books, he didn't put them on the shelves directly, but walked straight to the center of the trading house. Inside the trading house, it is very bright, with relatively few people. Generally speaking, transactions can be completed through automatic trading points, so fewer people come to the trading center. Therefore, the appearance of Lee Moran caught the attention of some of them. Seeing a counter, Lee Moran walked straight over. A man in a suit and leather shoes said, "Little brother, what do you need? Are there any third-rank materials?" Lee Moran asked along the way. Seeing that Lee Moran was so young, he started to ask about the 3-turn material. The man was a little surprised, so he couldn't help but give him a second look. Then he showed a wry smile and said, "I'm sorry, little brother. Don't talk about the third-rank materials. Today's Tianxia trading house has no materials." Lee Moran asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The man said, "Little brother, you haven't forgotten the big things that happened in the last 2 days, have you?" "Are you talking about?" "That's right. It's just these 2 things. I don't know what evil Lanchange has done, but there are people at least at the level of a great magister who shot nearby, and the strong magic directly shattered the barrier of the city. You also know that the enchantment of Lanchange is related to the safety of the whole city. In order to repair the enchantment, the city lord has bought all the materials from all the trading houses in the city." "It's so." Lee Moran didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that the power of the forbidden spell was so terrifying that even the barrier of Lanchange couldn't hold it. Or is it because the barrier is too fragile? In short, this matter was created by him, but Lee Moran can only say sorry in his heart. "Since there are no materials, I'll sell something," Lee Moran said. Hearing this, the man immediately regained his spirits. Generally speaking, it's good to sell things at the automatic trading point. If you don't want to trade at the automatic trading point, generally speaking, the things are good. These good products can either be monopolized through channels or directly auctioned. After Lee Moran finished speaking, he took out a few things. There are 3 pieces of blue equipment, one of which is Tyrant heavy equipment, which he obtained in the Gloomy Canyon. In addition, there are some skill books, which are very rare. After seeing what Lee Moran took out, the man's expression changed instantly. He was a little surprised, and said, "Little brother, you really want to sell these things?" "That's right." The man took a deep breath. Unbelievable. The blue quality equipment, as well as the rare skill book, are sold as soon as they are sold. And, how did he get these things? In the eyes of the man, Lee Moran suddenly became mysterious. "Okay." Soon, the man calmed down and said with a smile, "Little brother, how do you want to sell it?" Just as Lee Moran was about to speak, a voice sounded behind him. "Sell us all these things. In exchange, I can let you join our Tianya guild." The sound attracted Lee Moran and the man at the counter, both of whom looked over. Several men in gorgeous clothes were slowly walking into the center of the trading house, coming towards them. On their faces, there was a strong conceit, as if they looked down on anyone. Chapter 15. Several people came in front of Lee Moran. The person who spoke just now was a mage wearing a red robe. He looked at Lee Moran, tilted his head, and said with a smile, "How is it, boy, Our proposal is not bad. Give us something, you enter the Tianya Guild. This proposal, coming out of his mouth, seemed natural and disgusting. But Lee Moran didn't explode immediately, but asked, is there any benefit in joining your Tianya Guild? Hearing these words, several Tianya Guild professionals looked at each other and then laughed. One of them sneered and said, no way? Kid, don't you know that the Tianya Guild is the biggest guild in Lanchange? Another added, join the guild, we will provide you with all the materials from the first to the third rank, and someone will customize the upgrade strategy for you. If you encounter any difficulties, there is nothing that the Tianya Guild cannot solve. As a price, every time you go to fight monsters, you must hand in all the equipment and skill books you get, and the guild will distribute them uniformly. As for the dropped materials, you must also hand in 80%. These words are justified, as if the guild should be like this. However, Lee Moran's expression gradually turned cold as he listened. The few people ignored Lee Moran's expression, and the red-robed mage said, okay, that's it. You come with us later. However, when they were about to reach for the equipment and skill books on the counter, they were blocked by Lee Moran. What are you doing? The members of the Tianya Guild suddenly became gloomy. Lee Moran said coldly, I didn't say that I would agree to your request. What do you mean? The red-robed mage was suddenly a little angry. Is it not obvious what I mean, or do you not understand? Boy, this is a good opportunity to join the Tianya Guild. You will be prosperous for the rest of your life. Do you really want to refuse? Lee Moran sneered and said, flying to the top, hee hee. Who are you guys? After all, he said directly to the man behind the counter, please put all these things of mine in the auction house. If they want them, let them bid themselves. How dare you? Seeing Lee Moran say this, someone became anxious. The red-robed mage said solemnly, boy, you have to know what you mean by doing this. If you offend Tianya Guild, you will not end well. If these pieces of equipment were really consigned to the auction house, even the Tianya Guild would have to pay a huge price to get them out. After all, although his Tianya Guild is the #1 guild, it hasn't reached the point where it can cover the sky with one hand in Mist City. Lee Moran ignored it, but said to the man at the counter, just do it. The man at the counter smiled and said, okay, little brother. Hee, you impress me. These things of yours will definitely sell for a good price. Don't worry, even the Tianya Guild doesn't dare to lower the price here. After speaking, the man left with Lee Moran's equipment and skill book. Lee Moran also left directly without even looking at these people. Seeing Lee Moran's leaving back, several members of the Tianya Guild looked very gloomy. Originally, relying on the might of the Tianya Guild, they had deceived many newcomers in this way, but they never thought that they would encounter a tough bone here. Humph! Ignorant boy, just wait and see. I will never let you go. They don't have the guts to find trouble with Tianxia Exchange, but they have the guts to find trouble with Lee Moran, and it's a big one. Several people left unhappily, and they returned to the Tianya Guild not long after. As they were returning, a young man came to them. The young man was wearing a blue robe, and he had an extraordinary temperament. After seeing them, he asked, how is your recruiting work going? The leader, the red-robed mage, said, Brother Zheng, there are already 4 people. 2 mages, 2 warriors, they all agreed to join the club. The person known as Brother Zheng nodded, and said, 4 are fine. Our Tianya Guild has always preferred lack over abuse, you continue. Okay, Brother Zheng. After several people finished talking, they wanted to leave. At this moment, Brother Zheng seemed to remember something, and said, wait a minute. Brother Zheng, do you have any orders? There is a person named Lee Moran, please pay attention. If you meet, no matter what requirements you use, you must let him join. This sentence made these people stunned, and some did not understand. Zhang Ji explained, this is what Miss Yu requested. This Li Moran seems to have completed a very extraordinary task. Okay, Brother Zheng. Several people nodded. They didn't know that the person they threatened just now was Li Moran. After leaving the Tianxia trading company, Li Moran came to the Star Valley. This is also a leveling point, but unlike ordinary leveling points, there will be many bosses here. And the things dropped by these bosses are exactly the materials needed for the second round. Therefore, many people will come to the neighborhood. The Star Valley is relatively vast, and there are many dense forests nearby, and there are many wild monsters. Around, many people have been seen spawning monsters, with various skills flying all over the sky. Under the gaze of the passive skill demon god, he can see the information of countless people and wild monsters. Name, Zhang. Level, 45. Occupation, 1-turn mad warrior. Skills, brutal charge, invincible iron fist, full power blade, fearless shield. Talent, armor. Equipment, solid armor, bloodthirsty knife, iron armored boots, heavy belt. Weaknesses, the magic resistance is 0, and any magic attack that falls on the body can cause real damage. Name, Li Buwei. Level, 52. Occupation, archer. Skills, lightness, frenzy arrow, rainfall chain arrow, shadow of the forest. Talent, quick step. Equipment, bow of daybreak, cloak of feathers, boots of lightness, emerald ring. Weaknesses, its own attack power is extremely high, and its speed is fast, but its defense power is extremely low. Normal attack hits can cause great damage. In addition to the ordinary talent and skill levels, these panels also have an additional panel that surprised Li Moran weakness. The demon god's gaze not only exposed the opponent's basic information, but also exposed his weaknesses. If this kind of information is returned to me during the battle, it will give me a great advantage. Apart from humans, countless wild monsters have nowhere to hide under Li Moran's gaze. Tiger of Leba, LV, 44. Basic information. A beast with powerful thunder power, powerful, but afraid of fire and poison. May drop after defeat, Thunder Skill Book, 5 out of 10,000 probability, click to view the specific drop, Thunder Attribute Equipment, 3 in 1,000 probability, click to view the specific drop. For beasts, the basic information and weaknesses can also be seen, even the dropped items are clear. In this way, when killing monsters in the future, you can kill monsters in a targeted manner. Even if he casts a forbidden spell, it doesn't matter whether it is targeted or not. However, Li Moran likes this feeling of controlling all the other party's information. Chapter 16. Okay, now it's time to farm monsters. Now that he came to the Star Valley, his goal was to rise to level 60 here, and at the same time collect the second-rank materials. Professionals who want to perform a second turn must gather 3 materials: blood-colored black gold, emerald-colored black gold, and black-colored ghost gold. Only after the 3 kinds of materials are gathered together can the second-rank task be received, and the second-rank task can only be successfully completed after completion. These 3 materials are relatively common, and generally speaking, they are sold in trading houses. However, due to the broken barrier, the materials of the trading house were all packaged by the city lord's mansion, so now almost everyone has obtained these 3 materials for leveling up. I knew I would have acted softer at the time, but now it's such a trouble. Li Moran felt a little helpless. It's all because of him. The first is the blood-colored black gold. This material can only be dropped by one kind of wild monster, the black flame mad lion. This is a boss-level wild monster. Generally speaking, 6 to 10 black flame lions spawn every day in the Star Valley. As long as one is killed, at least 3 pieces of blood-colored black gold can be dropped. As for the emerald green gold and black secluded gold, it is still more troublesome. I don't know if I can get it today. Li Moran walked in the Star Valley, constantly using the gaze of the demon god to probe, looking for the place where the Swanyan wild lion might spawn. When he reached a place with a lot of wild monsters, a voice reached his ears. "Brother, this place has been reserved by our Falling Feather Guild, you should go to another place to level up." Lee Moran smiled and said, "That's fine." At the major leveling points, some guilds often surround an area for their professionals to level up. The latter is to guard the refresh points of some bosses, wait until the moment the boss is refreshed, directly kill them and obtain materials. This gradually evolved into an unspoken rule. Each guild also has its own corresponding territory. Lee Moran had no intention of quarreling with these guilds, so he left directly. "I have traveled to many places, and there are also guild charters." Among them, Lee Moran also saw a black flame mad lion, but it was also a guild site. In desperation, Lee Moran left towards the depths of the Star Valley. There was no need for him to compete with other guilds for wild monsters. After all, if he didn't make a move, it would be difficult to control. If any casualties were caused, it would be bad. "I searched for a lot of time, but I didn't see the Swanyan wild lion. Do you want to go directly outside the Star Valley and cast a forbidden spell?" Lee Moran considered the possibility of this approach. The Swanyan wild lion is randomly spawned in various places in the Star Valley. He doesn't know the exact location at all, so he can only try his luck, or directly come to the big one. Once the forbidden curse is released, all the wild monsters in the Star Valley will definitely not be able to escape. If there is a black flame mad lion, they will definitely die under the forbidden curse. But in order to ensure that the entire Star Valley is within the range of the forbidden curse, Lee Moran cannot suppress the power of the forbidden curse. In this way, the forbidden spell can easily cause a large area of casualties. Even if it accurately avoids the professionals, it will still hurt many people. Lee Moran hesitated. At this moment, a light voice fell into his ears. "Hello, are you looking for the Swanyan wild lion?" Lee Moran froze for a moment, then looked at the speaker. A young girl appeared in front of his eyes, wearing a cherry blossom-colored mage robe. Her appearance was very gorgeous, her whole person had an elf-like temperament, fresh as dew, and people couldn't help but get close to her. Looking at her is like looking at the clouds, pure and flawless. Lee Moran rarely saw such a moving girl, so when he saw her, he froze for a moment. "Are you talking to me?" The girl smiled. "Is there anyone else nearby?" Hearing this, Lee Moran couldn't help laughing, and then looked at her with the gaze of a demon god. Name, Moon Sakura. Level, 60, without secondary transfer. Occupation, Element Mage. Skills, Elemental Chaos, Wood Entanglement, Water Ripples, Wind Light Dance, Fire Chaos Flames, Gold Suede. Talent, Elemental Affinity, Elementless Body. Equipment, Breath of Nature, Staff, Body of Nature, Clothes, Grip of Nature, Handguard, Shadow of Nature, Shoes, Eye of Nature, Ring, Dance of Nature, Belt. Natural Suit Effect, Epic Suit, Immune to Chaos, Elemental Affinity increased by 100%, Elemental Attack increased by 50%, gain 30% Elemental Attack Resistance, gain 500 points of Magic Resistance. Weaknesses, Elemental Mage, who is extremely talented, is extremely proficient in the power of elements and is extremely resistant to elemental attacks. But afraid of chaotic attacks, as long as it enters a chaotic state, it will be easy to deal with. Lee Moran was stunned when he saw the girl's panel. This is a panel he has never seen before, so luxurious. At the same time, he has two talents of elemental affinity and elementless body, and his own skills are extremely powerful elemental skills. The equipment is a complete set, or an epic set. If all this is spread, wouldn't it scare people to death? The suit is a high-end product that can't be found in the equipment. As long as all the equipment in the suit is drawn, an extremely powerful suit effect can be obtained. Generally speaking, even if it is a green quality suit, its effect can be comparable to or even surpass that of a single piece of purple quality equipment. Enough to show how powerful the suit is. If it is a blue quality suit, once it appears, the entire Lanshan city will go crazy, and all guilds will come out for it. Not to mention the purple suit. What is the origin of the girl in front of me? Being able to wear a purple suit, the opponent's background is definitely not simple. Moreover, what Lee Moran can be sure of is that the other party is definitely not from Lanshan, or even from a nearby city. Such a young girl can almost only come from some big guilds, or some professional families in big cities in Kyushu. But the only pity is that the demon god's gaze doesn't seem to be able to see the background of the other party, otherwise Lee Moran would be able to know who she is. Yu Ying smiled and continued, I happen to have blood-colored black gold here, but I still lack the other two materials. But with my strength, it may be difficult to deal with the other two bosses, so I want to find someone to form a team with. You should be collecting this kind of material, right? If you are willing to form a team with me, I can give you some bloody black gold, how about it? Soon, Lee Moran received the news. You have received a team application from Yu Ying, do you agree? The attitude is very sincere, and it seems that it is indeed a request. If Lee Moran hadn't known her strength in advance, he might have believed her words. However, Lee Moran still has some doubts. Why did you ask me to form a team? Yu Ying said, because in the entire Star Valley, you are the only one who walks alone. I believe that your strength must be impressive. Her voice is beautiful, as light as a forest, which makes people never tire of listening to it. Such a girl is easy to be liked. Really? But aren't you also a lone traveler? So I just dare to wander around. Lee Moran smiled, and then agreed to the team invitation. Soon, Yu Ying received a reply. Accepted your team invitation. Chapter 17. Seeing that Lee Moran agreed to join the team, Yu Ying showed a smile like a cherry blossom. However, after seeing Lee Moran's name, she was stunned, a little puzzled. Why is the name a question mark? Generally speaking, if the opponent's level is far higher than your own, then when the opponent forms a team with you, the name display will be a question mark. But Yu Ying knew that Lee Moran hadn't turned on the second turn yet, and her level was definitely not as high as her own. But the name is still a greeting, which is a bit intriguing. It seems that my target is not wrong, this person is indeed very mysterious. Yu Ying thought in her heart. In fact, she had already noticed Lee Moran. She is not from Lanshan, just like Lee Moran imagined. She has a huge background. Therefore, she knew right away that the mission Roaring the Demonic Wind that should have been cancelled, was completed by someone. If this matter is known, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. However, due to the huge authority of Yu Ying, she concealed this matter. Even the people in the city lord's mansion didn't know that a professional who had completed the legendary mission appeared in Lanshan City. Because, Yu Ying herself fell in love with Lee Moran. After the game world came to the world, there are only a handful of people who can complete the legendary level job change task. And each ended up being a hugely influential figure on one side. Obviously, Lee Moran has the potential. At least in Yu Ying's eyes, that was the case. She would not have come to Misty City, but because a forbidden spell was suspected to have appeared near Misty City, she came to investigate. In addition, many people are coming secretly. Unexpectedly, she also discovered the existence of Lee Moran, which was a pleasant surprise. Yu Ying smiled and asked, "Thank you for joining, my name is Yu Ying, if you don't mind, can you tell me your name?" Lee Moran. Then I'll call you Moran? You can also call me by my name directly. If you feel embarrassed, you can call me Miss Moon. Lee Moran nodded. Then, Yu Ying took out 3 blood-colored medals with black shadows, like diamond-shaped gemstones, handed them to Lee Moran, and said, "These 3 blood-colored black golds are for you, Moran." Lee Moran was a little surprised, will you give it to me now? Moon Sakura nodded. Seeing this, Lee Moran did not refuse, and after accepting it, he said, "Thank you very much." "You're welcome. Next, you come with me, and we'll hunt the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger." The Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Flare Tiger are the bosses that drop the other two materials, the Black Eugen and the Emerald Black Gold respectively. Lee Moran was a little puzzled. Do you know where these two bosses spawn? In the Star Valley, the Swanyan Wild Lion is considered to be spawned more often, several of them are spawned every day. However, the respawns of the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger are not fixed, and whether they respawn every day depends entirely on luck. It is not easy to wait for these two bosses. Yu Ying smiled and said, "I have some small means to know. If I'm not mistaken, the two bosses will be refreshed at the same time in a quarter of an hour. We need to hurry up." Hearing this, Lee Moran said, "In this case, let's go quickly." "Good." Then, Yu Ying led the way, and Lee Moran followed. Perhaps due to the element Mage, Yu Ying's movement speed is so fast that ordinary professionals can't keep up. But those speeds are nothing to Lee Moran. Occasionally, Yu Ying turned her head and saw Lee Moran, who followed her very easily, showing a slight smile. However, she was very satisfied in her heart. The stronger Lee Moran is, the more worthy she is to win over. Soon, the two arrived at a place. This is a relatively large open space, surrounded by a sunken grassland, and there are many wild monsters roaring nearby. Yu Ying said, "This is it, after 5 minutes, the two bosses will be refreshed at the same time." Roar! At this moment, a violent roar came. The two looked back and found that it was a very huge beast, coming towards them. When the beast appeared, information about it immediately appeared in Lee Moran's eyes. Heavy Claw Tiger. Introduction: a powerful beast comparable to a boss, capable of tearing everything apart with its heavy claws. Professionals hit by its claws will receive damage from 2 to 5 times its basic attack power. Level 68. HP 13,800. Attack power 890. Weakness: as long as its claws are injured, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Defeated drop: green equipment 70%, blue equipment 10%, purple equipment 0.5%, skill book drop 0.2 per thousand, various refining materials. Click to view in detail. No, this is a heavy-clawed demon tiger, a very powerful wild monster, and we have caught its attention. Seeing the tiger in front of her, Yu Ying's expression became a little dignified, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Then, she looked at Lee Moran and said, "Moran, can you deal with it?" Lee Moran nodded. Afterwards, Yu Ying showed a smile, and naturally retreated behind Lee Moran, and said, "Then, this heavy-clawed demon tiger will be handed over to you." At this moment, looking at her expression again, where is there any dignified appearance? Lee Moran knew her strength, and didn't expose her thoughts, but just looked at the heavy-clawed demon tiger in front of him. Roar! The tiger roared, making a shocking sound. If it is an ordinary professional, under this voice, I am afraid that I will be terrified. However, Lee Moran just looked at it with an extremely calm expression. Soon, the tiger rushed up. It brought a huge sense of oppression, as if a mountain collapsed, and people couldn't help being afraid. Roar! Although the heavy-clawed demon tiger has an extremely huge body, it leaped up to a height of 7 or 8 meters and landed on top of Lee Moran. Down! Such a claw, even though it was in the air, caused the surrounding trees to bend sideways. It's hard to imagine how terrible damage it would cause if it fell to the ground. Even Yu Ying's eyes showed a bit of solemnity. Looking at Lee Moran, she looked a little unconfident, wondering if Lee Moran could withstand this blow. She was already preparing in secret, and if there was anything wrong with Lee Moran, she would strike immediately. At the same time, She is also looking forward to what tactics Lee Moran will use to deal with the attack of the heavy-clawed demon tiger. At this time, the heavy-clawed demon tiger was fully prepared, and its claws fell from the sky. Then, it was like the sky fell apart. The surrounding earth was even shattered. Yu Ying saw it immediately, and this paw hit Lee Moran straight. Hit the bullseye without a trace of deviation. It's not that Lee Moran can't dodge. Instead, he didn't escape at all. All of this made Yu Ying's gaze freeze immediately. Chapter 18. Rumble. The heavy claw demon tiger used heavy claws on you, causing 4,890 points of damage. The damage was weakened by the devil god's blessing, and your own resistance, the resistance effect brought by the equipment, was finally reduced to 880 points. You dropped 880 HP, and the current HP is 8400/9280. As the claw of the heavy-clawed demon tiger fell, a lot of data appeared in front of Lee Moran's eyes, and his life value also dropped. He was injured. However, these injuries are not great. Because Lee Moran has strong defense power and the damage reduction brought by the blessing of the demon god. Therefore, even if the heavy-clawed demon tiger's blow hurt so terrible originally, it was not painful when it fell on Lee Moran. It seems that with the help of the forbidden spell, I have greatly improved myself in all aspects. I don't just have the forbidden spell. Lee Moran thought to himself. Just now, the reason why he didn't dodge was because he wanted to try to see how he could bear it. Although his forbidden spell is very powerful, not everything in this world needs to be solved by the forbidden spell. Now, Lee Moran is very satisfied with the result. On the side, Yu Ying was a little surprised when she saw this scene. Even if she was hit by the claw of the heavy-clawed demon tiger, she would not feel well after being hit. But Lee Moran didn't dodge or defend at all, and after being hit, he acted like a normal person. This shocked Yu Ying very much. It seems that Lee Moran is stronger than he imagined. At this time, not only Yu Ying was surprised, but the heavy-clawed demon tiger was also very surprised. After the human being in front of him was hit by his claw, nothing happened. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? The heavy-clawed demon tiger felt that he had encountered something dirty. So, it roared and rushed up again. At the same time, Lee Moran summoned his staff from the magic space, a staff of green quality, water blue staff. Then, Lee Moran concentrated the mana. Yu Ying also started to get serious, wanting to see how Lee Moran fights. Soon, she saw it, but was stunned. I saw that Lee Moran was holding the staff, and instead of casting magic, he used the staff as a hammer and knocked on the head of the heavy-clawed demon tiger. Boom! A pleasant voice sounded. You attacked the heavy-clawed demon tiger and caused 1,230 points of damage. After various enhancements, the damage finally came to 2,930 points. Soon, 1/5 of the heavy-clawed demon tiger's health bar disappeared. This scene simply stunned Yu Ying. A mage, using the staff as a hammer, hit the hammer, and the heavy-clawed demon tiger lost 1/5 of its blood. What kind of injury is this? Ordinary mage doesn't know how many spells to use to deal this kind of damage. Is this man really mage? Or, is this person the long-lost legendary profession, the melee mage? Ho 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 ho! The heavy-clawed demon tiger was dizzy from being hit by Lee Moran's stick, and quickly backed away with a low growl. The demon tiger's eyes turned out to be human, looking at Lee Moran in disbelief. He has never encountered such a thing. That stick actually made it feel like it was going to die. It's not scientific at all, okay? It seems that my basic panel is also much stronger than the average person. Lee Moran looked at his detailed panel. Although he was a mage, his physical attack power was nearly 2,000, directly surpassing that of a warrior of the same level. And the defensive power also exceeded 1,000, the physical resistance exceeded 30%, and the magic resistance reached a terrifying 90% under the blessing of the demon god. Basically, now Lee Moran can ignore most of the magic attacks. This is the benefit of completing the legendary job transfer task, and one's own basic panel will be greatly improved. Such a data panel, even if there is no forbidden spell, Moran is still extremely powerful. Looking up again, looking at the heavy-clawed demon tiger in front of him, Moran rushed up without hesitation, waving his magic wand. Kill! With one blow, the heavy-clawed demon tiger lost another fifth of its blood, and felt dizzy again. Yu Ying was almost stunned. I have seen Mage fight, but I have never seen Mage fight like this. Is this man really a serious mage? In fact, Moran didn't want to, mainly because the heavy-clawed demon tiger in front of him was not powerful, and it wasn't worth using the forbidden spell. But Moran had no other moves other than the forbidden spell, so he had to fight like this. After such a meal, Moran seems to feel pretty good. Bang bang bang! With Moran waving like a killing stick, the heavy-clawed demon tiger couldn't bear it at all, and was finally beaten to death by Moran. This is definitely the most aggrieved heavy-clawed demon tiger. The kind that no one would believe. You killed the heavy-clawed demon tiger and gained 1,890 experience points. You are still 68,900 experience points away from level 59, please keep working hard. It's a pity that the heavy-clawed demon tiger didn't reveal its equipment after it died. Moran returned slowly and said, killed. There was still a lot of shock in Yu Ying's eyes. When she saw Moran coming back, she came back to her senses and asked a little unconfidently, have you always fought like this? No. It's just that this heavy-clawed demon tiger is too weak. Too weak. If Yu Ying is not mistaken, the strength of the heavy-clawed demon tiger in front of him has already reached the second rank. But for Moran, it turned out to be too weak. It seems that the young man in front of him is really different, he is indeed a person who can complete the legendary job transfer task. Yu Ying became more and more curious about her. Soon, different movements appeared around, and the nearby trees began to shake violently. At the same time, a faint light appeared in front of the two of them. Yu Ying said, the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger have been refreshed. As soon as the words fell, two huge beasts appeared out of thin air not far in front of the two. One head is 4 or 5 meters tall, and the whole body is pitch black, like a huge iron block, but the body exudes the light of stars. At the other end is an equally huge tiger, also 4 or 5 meters high, with emerald-like stripes on its body, which looks very weird. As soon as the two wild beasts appeared, they immediately roared, and the entire Star Valley trembled. Ho ho! Ho ho! After that, many people around were startled. What's that sound? It's scary. It's the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger, these two bosses have been refreshed. Refreshed? That's great, hurry up and hunt, I only need these materials to change jobs. Hurry up, don't be preempted by other guilds. People around who heard the movement rushed over one after another, intending to hunt and kill the two beasts. Yu Ying's expression was a little dignified, and she said, we must act quickly, otherwise, it may be too late when other people arrive. Moran remained calm and said, it doesn't matter. What other people can't catch up with, no one can catch up with. Because, he planned to cast the forbidden spell. Chapter 19. Moran swung his staff, and without any chant, mana surged with it. Then, the surrounding air became a bit cooler, just like a heavy rain on a hot summer day. But immediately after, a strong shock shook the entire Star Valley. Then, an extremely terrifying wave appeared in front of Moran. The Raging Sea. This is the forbidden spell released by Moran this time. Unlike the Earth Explosion Star or the Wind of the Perishing God, this time it was released in an environment that was not suitable for the Raging Sea. The rolling waves instantly submerged the two bosses in front of them, like sea beasts devouring everything, making the whole world tremble. There is also a reason why Moran chose to release the Raging Sea. In the Star Valley, it would be very difficult to control if a spark was released to start a prairie fire. The boundless fire will burn everything here, and the earth-burst star is most suitable to be released in these valleys. The power it brings is too great, and the consequences are unimaginable. The same goes for wind of the perishing god. The raging sea is different. As a forbidden spell most suitable for release at sea, release on land would be greatly reduced. This can ensure that no matter how powerful the forbidden spell is, it will not cause too many casualties. However, Moran still underestimated the power of the forbidden spell. I saw the turbulent waves submerged the entire valley, and then turned into a mountain, rushing up to the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if the end was coming. Terrible waves formed tsunamis taller than any mountains, destroying everything and engulfing everything. If this tsunami was allowed to be photographed unscrupulously, the entire Star Valley might be turned into ruins in an instant. Not far from Moran, some guilds are coming quickly. The fastest guild is a guild named Singjet, which ranks third in the guild rankings in Mist City, and is a very famous guild in Mist City. Today, the Travelers Guild is organizing many people to come to the Star Valley, enclosing a large area as a private area for their guild. This kind of behavior is very unkind, and the general guilds only cover a small area, but the area surrounded by the Walker Guild is several times that of other guilds. But due to the strength of the Walker Guild, no one else dared to say anything. A small leader of the guild, second rank Berserk Mage Mojang, is leading many people in the team to a place. Hurry up! Hurry up! We finally waited until the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger are refreshed, we can't miss it. Lei Hao, Mojang's deputy, also urged the others, the captain is right, if someone else steals the boss this time, you can quit the guild directly. Someone shouted, but captain, other people have also rushed over, and many guilds are coming here. Hey! Mojang snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, what will those useless physicists do? As many as they come, they will be driven away. Are they also worthy of getting their hands on the boss? Lei Hao echoed, the captain is right. As a member of one of the three major guilds in Lanchange, don't let the captain see your remarks of increasing others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige. The rest of the team members didn't say anything anymore. After all, the name of the Walker Guild is still very useful, as long as you go to a place and say, this place is reserved by the Walker Guild, other people will never dare to say anything. They are rushing to the place where the boss refreshes at full speed. At this moment, a violent vibration immediately alarmed them. Then, I saw the sudden waves covering the entire sky, which caught everyone off guard. What is this? FK. What's the matter with that thing, is it a tsunami? It's not a tsunami, someone is releasing a large water magic. How can such a terrible magic be released here? Run! Let's run! If we are hit by this magic, we will all die. The members of the Travelers Guild, because they walked the fastest, were also the first to see this terrifying wave. Everyone panicked and fled one after another, but under the waves of the forbidden curse, no one could escape at all. Soon, the terrible waves were photographed immediately, like a landslide. The members of the Walker Guild suddenly felt hopeless like the sky falling. After the Walker Guild, countless people also saw the waves and panicked. What's going on here? It's all right, why is there such a flood? What kind of big water is this? This is clearly a wave that can destroy the entire land city. It's terrible, what the hell is going on? There is a boss who is releasing water magic, we were accidentally injured. FK. Is the boss going to destroy the Star Valley? Damn it! This is just the Star Valley, a place where rookies level up, which boss is so boring? I don't know, but run away. The water over there is about to overflow. It's terrible, I don't want to die. Countless people, especially those who rushed to kill the Sky Star Profound Beast and Emerald Spotted Tiger, were engulfed by this huge wave and lost consciousness instantly. Not only that, none of the countless wild monsters in the entire Star Valley could survive the waves. Despair instantly enveloped everyone's heart, as if seeing the end of the world. On Lee Moran's side, the two bosses didn't have any ability to resist at all, and they were wiped out in an instant, without even having time to scream. Behind Lee Moran, Yu Ying looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't believe it. This spell, this power, was cast by a one-turn mage? How can this be? Yu Ying is sure that this kind of powerful magic, let alone one turn, is impossible to play even with 4 or even 5 turns of mage. Who exactly is Lee Moran? As the terrifying waves gradually dissipated, the entire Skystar Valley fell silent. In the valley, countless people were drowned. They stared blankly at their hands, first in astonishment, then in surprise. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. FK. I'm still alive, and I'm not dead yet. I thought I was going to die. The boss must stop, otherwise we will all die. Thank you for the grace of not killing. After the rest of the catastrophe, people fled the Star Valley one after another. No one dared to stay here anymore. The power of the magic just now terrified almost everyone. At this time, if you look down from the sky, you can see that the entire valley is devastated. The periphery of the valley was smashed by the rolling waves, which directly slammed the entire valley into a circle. In the valley, countless trees were destroyed by the waves, and many dense spots of light could be seen flying somewhere. This was a wild monster that had become an experience. All the wild monsters in the entire Star Valley were killed, including those 2 newly refreshed bosses. You killed the blue bear and gained 465 experience points. You killed the Dakshuan wild boar and gained 888 experience points. You killed the red feather beast and gained 677 experience points. You killed. Countless hints appeared in Lee Moran's mind, and the experience points were rolling like a tide. Then, his experience bar continued to rise, and finally, level up. It didn't take long for his level to be raised, reaching the final level of 60. Chapter 20. After the level is full, Lee Moran's experience points from wild monsters are forced to be reduced to 1 again. However, he no longer cares. Now it has reached level 60, and has also obtained the materials for the 2nd rank. Immediately afterwards, you can go back to receive the 2nd rank task, and complete the 2nd rank. Lee Moran didn't immediately recall the equipment dropped by other wild monsters, but just picked up the materials dropped by the 2 bosses in front of him, looked back at Yu Ying and said, "It's solved." Yu Ying was called out by Lee Moran, and she came back to her senses, but she still looked at Lee Moran with lingering shock. Due to Lee Moran's deliberate guidance, a small absolute safety zone was formed around him, so Yu Ying was not affected by his spell. The movement just now was really caused by you. Yu Ying couldn't believe it. Was it really a mage who caused the damage? The power to destroy the world, how terrible is this? It's just a small spell, not worth mentioning. Lee Moran said casually. Small spell. Yu Ying thought, is this the legendary Versailles? Originally, she, who was determined by her background and talents, had always been the leader of Versailles, but she didn't expect that now she would also be accepted by Versailles. She didn't even know what to say anymore. Lee Moran didn't say much, and looked forward. The 2 bosses dropped a lot of materials. Among them, 2 are very conspicuous. The same body is black, but exudes a faint luster, and the same is green, but with a black glint. These 2 items are black secluded gold and emerald green gold respectively. That is the goal of their trip. Emerald black gold. Introduction: the metal that contains the power of nature is dropped by the emerald tiger. It is one of the 1st rank materials. Can also be used to craft equipment. Black Eugen. Introduction: the whole body is dark, and the metal exudes a cold luster. It is dropped by the star beast, and it is one of the 1st rank materials. Can be embedded in specific equipment to strengthen the equipment. In addition to the two materials, there are countless equipment. These equipments were dropped by two bosses, as well as countless wild monsters in the Star Valley. The quantity was terrifying. Lee Moran did not avoid Yuying, and directly put all the equipment into the magic space, and then picked out the equipment that reached the blue quality to check. Skystar War Knife, excellent. Category, Weapon. Occupation, Warrior. Wearing level, level 85. Attributes, plus 400 physical attack power, plus 35% physical penetration, plus 120 strength. Passive, strong attack. Normal attack has a 30%, the probability can be increased to 60% if all 6 sets are collected, probability of a strong attack, causing double damage and knocking back the opponent. Suit, all collect the 6-piece suit to get the following suit effects, plus 800 attack power, plus 300 strength, plus 800 physical defense, 20% reduction in movement speed. Skystar Armor, excellent. Category, Defense. Occupation, Warrior. Wearing level, 85. Attributes, plus 400 points of physical defense, plus 2,800 points of health, plus 100 points of physical strength. Passive, Broken Blade triggered when receiving damage exceeding 15% of the upper limit of HP, causing magic damage equal to 25% of the maximum HP to nearby enemies within 10 meters, and obtaining 30% damage reduction for 3 seconds. Suit, collect all 6 sets to get the following suit effects, plus 800 attack power, plus 300 points of strength, plus 800 points of physical defense, and reduce movement speed by 20%. Tianxing Amber, excellent. Category, Belt. Occupation, Warrior. Wearing level, 85. Attributes, plus 270 points of physical resistance, plus 1,200 points of health. Passive, Hysteresis when attacked, reduce the opponent's attack speed by 60% and movement speed by 50% for 3 seconds. Suit, collect all 6 sets to get the following suit effects, plus 800 attack power, plus 300 points of strength, plus 800 points of physical defense, and reduce movement speed by 20%. It is worth noting that among the equipment that exploded, 3 pieces turned out to be suits. This is the very famous suit of the Heavenly Star Profound Beast, the Heavenly Star set. It is also a set that many warriors are very pursuing. Originally, even 1 piece of this suit was unattainable, but now he has released 3 pieces. It seems that my luck is very good. It's a pity that the Skystar suit is a warrior suit, and Lee Moran can't wear it. Otherwise, he would be tempted by it. However, if these 3 pieces of equipment are sold, it is estimated that they can be sold at a very high price. Lee Moran remembered that the auction house of the Tianxia trading house once auctioned off a complete set of Tianxing suits, which was directly sold for a high price of 100 million Kyushu coins. Now even if it is a 3-piece suit with a broken body, tens of millions of Kyushu coins can definitely be sold. Except for the Skystar suit, the other equipment is nothing to look at, they are all high-end items. This burst rate is simply not comparable to the Gloomy Canyon. Not even a single skill book was revealed in the entire Star Canyon. This made Lee Moran a little depressed. Although it is recognized that the skill book explosion rate is low, but the entire Star Valley like this can't have a single explosion, which is really too extraordinary. Lee Moran didn't want to say anything anymore. After looking at the equipment, Lee Moran turned around, divided the emerald black gold and black secluded gold in half, handed them to Yu Ying and said, "Here, this is for you." Oh, good. Yu Ying finally came to her senses and took Lee Moran's materials. My heart is still full of incredible. Lee Moran said, "Okay, the matter is over, and it's time for us to separate." Although Yu Ying's background is very mysterious, Lee Moran is not interested and plans to leave directly. Seeing this, Yu Ying immediately became a little anxious, and hurriedly said, please wait a moment." Li Moran turned back. Do you have anything else to say? Looking at Li Moran's eyes, Yu Ying really didn't know what to say. The power of the spell just now made her doubt her life. However, it's not in her character to be in a daze like this. After a pause, Yu Ying asked, can you tell me, what spell did you use just now? Li Moran thought for a while and said, just treat it as, just an ordinary water polo. Ordinary water polo. Is it so unpretentious? Of course Yu Ying didn't think so, she just thought that Li Moran didn't want to say anything, so she didn't ask any further. Can we meet again? The mystery of Li Moran completely aroused Yu Ying's curiosity. She didn't notice that, unlike before, in the process of getting along with Li Moran, she gradually put herself in a secondary position, and Li Moran took the lead. This is definitely not in line with her previous habits. It can only be said that Li Moran's raging sea completely shocked her. Li Moran paused, and said, it depends on the situation. Yu Ying chuckled, then took out a token-shaped thing from her bosom, handed it to Li Moran, and said, this is for you. The token is very exquisite, with a mysterious charm, engraved with two very beautiful characters, Yu Ying. Chapter 21. The token is very exquisite, whether it is carving or workmanship, it is definitely not something that ordinary craftsmen can carve. Being able to take out this artwork-like token also shows Yu Ying's extraordinary identity. Li Moran took the token from her, showing some doubts. Yu Ying explained, this thing is my private token. If you want to find me in the future, you can just pass this. Really? Li Moran smiled, and then said, then I will accept it. Seeing this, Yu Ying was a little happy, and then asked, Moran, are you interested in joining the Tianya Guild? Tianya Guild? Li Moran's expression suddenly turned cold, are you from the Tianya Guild? Yu Ying said, I'm not, but aren't you from Lanchange? If you want to join the Tianya Guild, I have a way for you to join directly, and even serve in it. Although with your strength, the Tianya Guild is not quite adequate, but good for a starting point. Li Moran said, I'm not interested, or rather, I'm not interested in joining any guild. Now, he has a forbidden spell, and his own strength is extremely powerful. No matter what task or matter it is, he can completely solve it by himself. Joining the guild is rather a restriction for him. Although joining the guild can get many bonuses, these bonuses are dispensable to him with his current strength. Seeing Li Moran's attitude, Yu Ying was a little bit disappointed. But quickly said, since you are not interested in joining the guild, do you want to join the Magic Association? Magic Association? Li Moran was taken aback. He has heard these 4 words before, and the teacher once said them when he was in school. In the entire Kyushu country, organizations that can be named after associations are all giants. Like the Magic Association, it is the leader of all associations, an extremely large organization of Kyushu professionals. It gathers excellent mage from all over Kyushu, and it is the real top force of Kyushu professionals. To be able to join the Magic Association, mage must be a rank 5 magister at least, and must be a peerless genius among them. Statistics show that out of every 100,000 mages, less than 5 are qualified to take the Magic Association test. And those who can pass the test and successfully join the Magic Association are almost 1 in 100. Therefore, upon hearing these 4 words, Li Moran was stunned. Yu Ying continued, if you want to join, I can recommend you. Are you from the Magic Association? No, but I have a little relationship with the Magic Association. Yu Ying smiled. She didn't say it out, her relationship with the Magic Association is not a star. She herself had already predetermined a place in the Magic Association. Just wait for her to reach rank 5 Magister, and she will be able to join immediately. Hearing Yu Ying's words, Li Moran was completely surprised. He thought that Yu Ying's background was very unusual, but he never thought that Yu Ying had something to do with the Magic Association. Such a behemoth, the top mage gathering place in Kyushu, Yu Ying can have a recommendation spot. One can imagine how terrible his background is. Even, Yu Ying said that her father is the president of the Magic Association. Li Moran may believe it. However, Li Moran's heart is very strong after all. Although he was surprised, his expression did not fluctuate too much. After a pause for a few seconds, Li Moran laughed and said, "I didn't expect Miss Yu to have such a strong background." Yu Ying said, "Just call me Yu Ying." Then, she looked at Li Moran, "How about it, are you interested?" Li Moran did not refuse this time, but nodded cleanly. The Magic Association is different from the guild, it does not have too many constraints, and the mage who joins it can act freely. It's just that when important tasks are being carried out, or when the country is in danger, it is necessary to take action. The benefits that can be enjoyed by joining it are endless, and Li Moran has no reason to refuse. Hearing this, Yu Ying smiled a little. "Since this is the case, Moran, you can work hard to upgrade. As long as you reach the level of the 5th rank Magister, you can contact me through the token. At that time, everything will be left to me." Li Moran said, "Thank you, if you need my help in the future, you can also find me." Then, the two parted. Yu Ying leaves, and Li Moran returns to Lanchange. He has to submit the materials for the second transfer, and then perform the second transfer task. Thinking of the Magic Association that Yu Ying mentioned, Li Moran felt a little bit of longing in his heart. Even though he now possesses a forbidden spell and is extremely powerful, let alone a rank 5 Magister, even a rank 6 or 7 rank Mage may not be his opponent. But what about 8 or 9 revolutions? The power of the forbidden spell is not infinite, restricted by his own strength. There is a limit to the power that can be erupted even if it is to destroy the world. As for the 8 rank, 9 rank Mage, and even above the 9th rank, what about the realm of God that no one has ever touched? If there is only one Li Moran, no matter how many forbidden spells he has, as the level increases, subsequent upgrades will become more and more difficult. But with the Magic Association, this problem can be solved perfectly. It is a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of resources. Gather all the resources of the country to allow the top professionals to break through. Constantly explore new roads and dig new realms. This is collective power. After returning to Lanchange, Li Moran's mind became more and more clear. He already has his next goal. Upgrade to rank 5 first, then let Cicada know about the awakening profession, and then contact Yu Ying. After successfully joining the Magic Association, he pursued more powerful forces and more forbidden spells. His future is extremely bright. At the same time, above Fenghai City, an old man stopped in the clouds. He grabbed a handful of air, then closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. The breath of the sea, is it a large-scale magic of the water system? It came from at least 500 years away, and it should have happened just a few minutes ago. The exact location seems to be Lanchange. Su Qingming is a great magister, his own strength has reached rank 7, and he is also a pivotal figure in the Magic Union. This time, he left the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Magic Union and went to Lanchange alone to investigate one thing, the magic fluctuation 2 days ago. 2 days ago, there was a terrible magic fluctuation in Lanchange, and its power was close to the power of the 8-rank spell. Not long after that, there was another wind magic change, and its power reached the peak of the 8th rank spell. Such powerful magic fluctuations are very strange. The country suspected that some spies from other countries were doing the sabotage, so it asked the Magic Association to investigate the matter. Su Qingming is the executor of this investigation mission. Of course, if it's just a powerful magic fluctuation, it's not worth the Magic Association's big fight to send a rank 7 Great Magister to investigate, especially since Su Qingming is about to break through to rank 8. The reason why Su Qingming went there in person was that one of the management of the Magic Association, the great prophet who called himself the Fool, discovered shocking information from those magic fluctuations. That is, God's message. Chapter 22. God, a realm that humans cannot touch. Even today, when the game world is coming, people still keep it secret. Is there really a God in the world? If so, where is he? If not, then where did the power brought about by the advent of the game world come from? This is the doubt of countless pioneers after the world has changed. The current general understanding is that as long as one breaks through the rank 9 occupation, it is possible to gain a glimpse into the realm of the gods. But this is just conjecture. In fact, so far, there are only a handful of professionals in the world who can reach rank 9. Each of them has the power to destroy the world. Even the most powerful mushroom egg in the world is like a child's play in front of such a terrifying professional. As for the 9 ranks and above, it has never appeared since the beginning of the history of the game. Therefore, the words of the fool directly caused the shock of the entire Magic Association, and even the top officials of the country came to the scene to inquire. However, after all, it is related to God, and the fool can't confirm it. In the end, the Magic Association sent Su Qingming to investigate the matter. As for the large magic wave, it's just an extra task. In the Magic Association, there are too few rank 8 professionals, and each of them is related to the fate of the Magic Association, so they should not act lightly. Therefore, Su Qingming, who is about to break through rank 8, is the most suitable investigator. After feeling the breath of the sea, Su Qingming was even more puzzled. Maybe all of this is related to the prophecy of the fool, but we must investigate as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Qingming raised his speed to the peak. Go to Lanchange. Li Moran returned to Lanchange and came to the job transfer hall. The grandstand of the job transfer hall is still the girl who received Li Moran before. Maybe it was because there were very few people. She was lying on the front desk drowsy, yawning from time to time. She was a little cute. When she saw Li Moran, the girl immediately regained her spirits and shouted from a distance, "Moran, little big brother, you are here again." Li Moran nodded and smiled at her. The girl asked, "Do you need any help this time?" "I want to turn 2. "Oh, you want to consult about the second transfer?" "Ah, wait, you say it again." Li Moran said, "I want to turn 2. Second turn? You only took 1 turn 2 days ago, and now you want to turn 2? Could it be that your level has reached level 60, and you have collected all the materials?" "That's right," Li Moran said, and took out the materials. Seeing this, the girl was completely surprised. If it is said that a person can quickly complete the transformation from a newly promoted professional to a first-rank professional, and can still use resources to pile up, then at the same speed, it is too difficult to go from the first to the second-rank professional. You must know that the experience value needed to upgrade from the first rank to the second rank is hundreds of times that of a professional to upgrade to the first rank. In this way, the job can be changed quickly, and the girl is more and more curious about Li Moran. She was even completely sure that Li Moran definitely had a big background, otherwise it would be impossible to complete the job change at this speed. After the shock, the girl said, "Then, please come with me." Then, the girl brought Li Moran to a room. This room is similar to the room where the job was changed last time, but a round platform was replaced in the middle. After the girl put the job-changing materials in, the round table automatically absorbed it, and then emitted a wonderful light. "Okay, now you can receive the job transfer task. The second job is different from the first job. There is no difference in difficulty, and it is no longer done separately." Li Moran nodded. He has heard that the second job transfer task is carried out by multiple people. As long as it is completed, everyone can successfully transfer jobs. Otherwise, all fail. "I don't know what the mission is, it's so special." Li Moran gently placed his hand on the round platform, and then some more information appeared in his mind. "Name, Lee Moran. Level 60. Job transfer materials, submitted. Job transfer conditions, achieved. The job-changing battlefield is being generated. The job-changing battlefield, the secret realm abandoned by God, has been generated. Do you want to enter? Listening to these descriptions, Lee Moran understood. The second turn may be teleport to a battlefield. Lee Moran didn't hesitate, and said silently in his heart, "Enter." Then, Guangmang surrounded his body, and Lee Moran's whole body underwent a drastic change. In the next second, his body slowly became unreal, and he disappeared directly. The girl is no stranger to this scene. Although Lanchange is small, there are quite a few people in the third turn. Every third-rank person will be sent to the secret realm for group tasks. She admired it in her heart, but it was very difficult for her to have this opportunity. She is just a professional in the life department, and she can get this job and become the front desk of the job transfer hall, and she can only get it through some relations with her relatives. As the most useless profession after the advent of the game world, every life-type professional has a very difficult life. She's okay. Lee Moran had disappeared, but the girl seemed to feel that he was still in front of her eyes, and she couldn't help feeling a little envious in her heart. Compared with such a young genius, she is worthless, and it seems that she is destined to only look up to her in this life. Then, the girl shook her head, sighed, and laughed at herself, and gradually withdrew, closing the door. After being teleported away, Lee Moran's eyes went dark, and then quickly returned to light. Soon, the environment around him changed completely. It was no longer a room in the job transfer hall, but a vast battlefield. The battlefield is simple and unsophisticated, with broken weapons everywhere exuding a faint smell of blood. There were already many people around, and it seemed a bit noisy. The appearance of Lee Moran immediately attracted the attention of many people. Someone said, "Hey, the last person has finally arrived, it seems that he can finally fight the boss." Another asked Lee Moran, "Dude, where are you from?" Lee Moran looked at the person who asked the question. He was a young man in armor, full of heroism, and he was a warrior. "Lanchange," Lee Moran said. "Lanchange? I haven't heard of it." The young warrior laughed loudly, "I'm from the imperial capital, I just turned 18 this year, and I just became a professional a month ago." After speaking, he stared at Lee Moran closely, as if he wanted to. There was some surprise in his eyes. The imperial capital is a status symbol. Only became a professional a month ago, but today is a second job, which is a symbol of talent and strength. This kind of speech can often attract the attention of many people, especially his gorgeous armor, which makes countless girls secretly scream. However, the young warrior was disappointed. He only saw the indifference in Lee Moran's eyes, just like his name. The young man felt a little unhappy, and he failed to pretend, which is very rare. So, his tone became a little unfriendly, and he asked, "Hey, when did you become a professional?" 3 days ago. Lee Moran said. As soon as this sentence was said, the young warrior burst into laughter, and everyone around him also laughed. "Ha ha ha, 3 days ago, you were really good at blowing. If this guy is really a professional who just became 3 days ago, I'll go straight to the donkeys a. He liming, that guy said he became a professional 3 days ago, what do you say?" The young warrior named He Liming sneered, "If this guy became a professional 3 days ago, I just became a professional last night. Ha ha ha, who can't brag? I was a minute ago." Lee Moran ignored it and walked into the crowd silently. Gradually, the people around felt a little bored, and the laughter gradually decreased. The young warrior also ignored Lee Moran and went elsewhere to brag about his talent. Not long after, everyone received a message. Chapter 23. The second mission has been generated. Mission name, Howl of the Mad God. Task introduction, sleeping in the dark, the terrifying monster Ostamir with godlike power has awakened due to an unknown touch. It has 18 tentacles, each of which has the power to destroy the world. It can control the world-exterminating storm and world-exterminating rage to attack. Mission content: defeat Ostomer and bring it back to darkness again. Mission Tip 1: Ostomer has 10 million blood points and can control storms and tsunamis to attack. Each attack is a range attack, and the damage is huge, but the attack swing is very long. An Ostomer will not move, nor will he attack targets beyond 500 meters away from him. Task Tip 2: in this task, no matter whether there is damage or not, as long as Ostomer is still in the battlefield when he dies, the job change task will be considered as completed. If you die unfortunately, you will be forced to teleport away from the battlefield, and the job transfer will fail. Mission Tip 3: in this mission, the damage done to Ostomer will be directly linked to the mission evaluation. The higher the task evaluation, the higher the promotion obtained from job transfer, and the richer the reward. Task Tip 4: the time limit for this task is 3 hours. If Ostomer is not defeated before the time expires, the mission will fail for everyone. The content of the task is very clear, everyone has seen it. Yo, the mission is finally out. Damn it! We're going to deal with a big boss with tens of millions of blood, how do you play this shit? It's okay, it's okay. We have nearly 100 people working together to carry out the mission, and if we divide it among each of them, it's just one person doing 100,000 damage. And we were given 3 hours. 3 hours, 100,000 damage is completely enough already. Do you think killing monsters counts? Haven't you considered the consumption and loss of numbers? He Liming laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, don't worry everyone, with my genius here, mere wild monsters are nothing to worry about. This time, let's see if I deal the most damage and get the highest evaluation. Although He Liming is very arrogant, but his talent is indeed real, and other people from the imperial capital in the field also know him. Therefore, many people feel a little relieved. Forget it, let's fight. At this time, there was a change in the field. Rumble. A terrible roar spread throughout the battlefield, and then people noticed that the sky was darkened, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Roar. A long and century-like howl shook the heavens and the earth. Then, people saw a mountain-like monster covered with countless tentacles appearing on the battlefield. Come out, the boss is out. It's an octopus with 18 claws. Hurry up, kill the boss. People rushed forward one after another. Soon, Moran was at the bottom of the line. The task of the second turn is very interesting, everyone is fighting together. In this process, the person who causes the most damage to the boss can get the greatest reward. Then, if the person who kills the boss directly, what kind of reward will he get? Moran looked at the huge octopus in front of him. The mountain-like body is full of oppression, but its movements are very slow, and it can't move. Although the 18 tentacles are moving, they are easy to avoid. As a result, the octopus looked terrifying, but it was completely just a wooden stake. As long as everyone puts out all their strength, let alone 3 hours, it may be turned into ashes in 1 hour. Rumble. Just then, the octopus changed. All its tentacles suddenly rose to the sky, and then circled like a snake, emitting a strange light. In the next second, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold. The boss is going to make a big move, hurry up, watch and dodge. Immediately someone came to their senses, and for a while, people retreated one after another, away from the octopus. Soon, the tentacles of the octopus hit the ground like a meteorite. In the next second, countless walls of water appeared on the ground, like a tsunami, rising into the air and then slamming down, bringing an extremely terrifying impact. FK. As soon as this huge force touched the ground, it brought an irresistible shock wave. In an instant, countless people were shocked back one after another, and almost everyone on the field lost half of their blood in an instant. This move of the octopus shocked everyone. This time, More than 2000 damage was directly hit, which is outrageous. Everyone be careful, this thing hurts too much, we can't be hit by it again. Where's priest? Come and get blood. Seeing this scene, Moran felt a little interesting. The octopus's move just now is very similar to the raging sea, but compared with the raging sea, its strength is not too small. It is empty and has appearance, but in fact it is nothing. It's almost there. Moran thought to himself, just use the forbidden spell to solve it. Then, Moran continued to back away until the people in the battle could no longer see him. This is to ensure that no one will find out that he released the forbidden spell. Thinking of the name of this mission called Mad God's Wrath, Moran felt a little amused. How dare you call it a godlike monster? Then, let's deal with it directly with the wind of perishing God. I don't know if it can handle it. The next moment, Moran swung his staff. The wind of the perishing God. Hoo! A terrible storm appeared in an instant, and the entire sky changed color. The ancient battlefield immediately changed dramatically because of this storm. The people who were fighting immediately felt abnormal. What's going on? How did the sky change? It seems, the wind is blowing. Is it a change in the battlefield? Then, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and in the next second, a terrifying whistling sound immediately reached everyone's ears, and immediately after, there was a storm that destroyed everything, sweeping from all directions. This storm came without warning and caught everyone off guard. Everyone in the battle was stunned. FK. What is this? Why did such a big storm come after all the good things? I feel like I'm going to die in this storm, run away. Hoo! Rumble. The strong storm blew up everything, and the items left on the battlefield were absorbed and destroyed by the storm. The storm headed towards the octopus, howling and terrifying. And the octopus also felt abnormal. The 18 tentacles kept swinging and making all kinds of weird sounds, looking very panicked. Even, the octopus released a powerful storm, a terrible tsunami, and rushed directly at the sudden storm, but it was of no avail. Its power is so powerless in front of this storm that destroys everything. The powerful armor, the basalt that existed for countless centuries, the relics of the vicissitudes of time, and even the bloody smell in the air were all destroyed in this storm and ceased to exist. The storm surrounded the octopus. The octopus made a heart-piercing sound, and its screams almost split the entire ancient battlefield, but it was useless. Eventually, the storm roared, tearing apart the octopus. The mad god roared furiously, like an ant in front of the wind of perishing God. Chapter 24. You killed Ostamir, and gained 900,000 experience points. Your level is full, and the experience points are forcibly reduced to 1. Since you are in the process of changing jobs, the forced reduction of experience points is cancelled, and it will be automatically saved. You killed Ostamir and got the equipment Unidentified Staff. You killed Ostamir and got the equipment Unidentified Shoes. You killed Ostamir and got the equipment. You killed. After a series of hints, Moran was a little surprised. I didn't expect to kill Ostermer to explode the equipment. He thought that this kind of job transfer task would only appear, and the boss that needs to be defeated by a group will not have any drops. In general, it does. But that's when everyone's damage is spread out and no one person's damage is more than 50%. Moran's forbidden spell directly killed the boss, and also dealt almost 100% damage to the boss, so the boss will fall, and it will also fall into his hands. The dropped things were directly taken into the magic space by Moran, and then he gradually put away the wind of the perishing god. This time, it seems that the harvest will be extremely rich. Moran was very happy. Moran is not surprised that a boss of this level can drop anything. Gradually, the storm diminished and then died down. After the storm, everyone was stunned. I'm not dead. Me too, I'm not dead yet. FK. I'm not dead, What's going on? Could it be that I'm so awesome that I can withstand that storm? You fart. Everyone is not dead. It should be that the storm didn't attack us. People are immersed in the joy of the rest of their lives. When the storm appeared just now, everyone fell into despair. They thought they were going to die. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. So, what happened to the storm? God knows. As long as I'm alive. What about the mission? What about the octopus? At this moment, everyone got a reminder in their minds. Ostomiel has been killed, the mission is completed. Everyone will be sent out of the battlefield in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. When the voice came out, people were stunned. FK. Does this count as completing the mission? I didn't do anything, what is this called? Damn. It's outrageous. Where did the storm come from? Forget it, it's good to be able to complete the task. I don't expect anything extra. Soon, the time was up, and surrounded by light, everyone was teleported out of the battlefield. In the next second, Moran returned to the room. You killed the fragment of the servant of the evil god Ostomiel, and successfully completed the mission. The mission evaluation is being generated. The task evaluation has been generated, do you want to check it? Looking at the surrounding environment, Moran couldn't react, mainly because the mission was completed too quickly. He hadn't entered the battlefield for a long time, and he completed the task directly. Check. Moran said in his head. You caused damage to Ostomiel, 997-6680, the damage accounted for 99.7668%. The time it took you to kill Ostomiel, 1 second. Ostomiel's damage to you, 0. Your task is evaluated as a legend. There is no one before, and no one will come after you. You have achieved an impossible feat. The legend is not admiration for you, you are the legend itself. Congratulations, you have completed the second job transfer task, Mad God's Fury. You have successfully achieved job transfer qualifications and are automatically changing jobs for you. Soon, faint starlight surrounded Moran's body, and then radiated to the entire room, reflecting the room like a river of stars. Moran felt countless warm currents entering his body, and his body was changing. Countless strength and countless energy give Moran a sense of omnipotence. After a long time, Guangmang finally disappeared. Moran's transfer has finally been completed. Congratulations, the job transfer is complete. Open the data panel, and a huge change has taken place. Name, Moran. Level, 84, 2nd to 24th level. Occupation, Forbidden Warlock. Status, HP 48,960/mana, 2.1 million/stamina, 1660. Attributes, Strength 1780/Spirit 3120/Constitution 1830/Stamina 1946. Equipment, Water Blue Staff, excellent, Demon Cloak, excellent, Boots of Resistance, excellent, Sage Belt, excellent. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosion Star, Demon Sea Passive, Passive, Wind of Death God, God Kang Tian Tiangxia, Furious Sea, Blessing of Demon God. Talent, Forbidden Eye, Gaze of Demon God. Attribute points, 200, the mission is completed perfectly, reward 200 attribute points. After the job change, his profession changed from the Forbidden Mage to the Forbidden Warlock. His panel data once again received a terrifying improvement. His life value is close to 50,000. This HP is much higher than most warriors of the same level, twice or even 3 times that of mage of the same level. In addition, other attributes are also very exaggerated, which is the benefit of his perfect job transfer task. The better the job transfer task is completed, the more the gap with other people can be widened. Like Moran, even without the forbidden spell, it is very easy to leapfrog the challenge. Now, even if Moran doesn't use spells and singles out a warrior of the same level, he may be able to beat warrior directly. And his mana value directly reached 2 million. It's almost time to be able to release the forbidden spell without relying on the passive magic C, but purely relying on mana. If it is said, no one will believe it. This is his terrible panel value. Not to mention, he still has 200 attribute points that he hasn't added. Your job transfer task completion degree is legendary. You have reached the hidden completion degree. In addition to getting the highest reward, you also got a hidden reward. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill fugue movement. Congratulations, you have awakened the passive skill, penetrating power. Congratulations, you have awakened your talent, mana transformation. Mind wandering, consuming a certain amount of spells, one can temporarily go out of the body, enter inaccessible areas, and see things that cannot be seen. Penetrating power, permanently gains 10% spell penetration. Mana conversion, by consuming mana, a certain amount of health can be restored. Seeing these 3 lines of prompts, Moran was very happy. I didn't expect to awaken 2 skills and 1 talent this time. Moreover, these 3 skills are very practical skills. I don't know what kind of forbidden spell these 3 innate skills can become. Moran is already looking forward to it. He was waiting for these skills to become forbidden spells. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full 10 seconds have passed, and there is still no reminder that the skill has become a forbidden spell. Moran is a little weird. What's going on? Could it be that my passive has failed? However, looking at his own panel, it is clear that the taboo eye is still there. Next second. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the fugue has undergone a little change. The fugue has been transformed into a forbidden spell. Fugue is too empty. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the penetrating power has undergone billions of changes. The penetrating power has been transformed into a forbidden curse. Everything is real. Under the watchful eye of the taboo eyes, the mana conversion has undergone billions of changes. The mana conversion has transformed into a forbidden spell. All things reincarnate. Seeing these few lines of prompts, Moran felt relieved. It seems that the curse may be late, but it will never be absent. Chapter 25. Mind-wandering Taigzu, your soul is out of your body, and you can enter the world of void, virtual, and nothingness. No barrier can resist it, and no force can affect it. You can see all the information in this world. Release cooldown, none. Mana cost, 100,000 per second. All things are true, passive all things series forbidden spell. All your damage will be converted into real damage, and this damage can be a critical strike, and the critical strike effect is increased to 1 to 10 times the base damage. Rotation of all things, talent forbidden spell of all things series. You can consume mana and convert it to any value of your own 1 to 1. The conversion duration is 1 hour. After the conversion is completed, the talent will not be triggered again within half an hour. Seeing the effects of these 3 forbidden spells, Moran can only say, numb, already numb. He no longer knew how to describe the power of these 3 forbidden spells. Needless to say, all things are real. With this forbidden spell, all armor and defense are useless in front of Moran. The fugue is too empty, the soul can go out of the body, and it can also see all the information in this world. This description alone is already unimaginable. And the most frightening thing is the rotation of all things. Moran has over 2 million mana. What does that mean? This means that he can instantly convert these mana points into more than 2 million health points, attack power, strength, and other values, and can also convert them into various values on average. This means that Moran can increase his panel value by hundreds or even thousands of times in an instant. With the rotation of all things and the passive magic C, Moran can only say, Invincible. Moreover, everything is still a series of forbidden curses. Just 2 are already so terrifying. I don't know how terrifying the subsequent All Things series of forbidden spells will have. I don't know if all the Everything series of forbidden spells will be collected, will trigger any powerful passive. These are the harvest of his second rank. Even though it was just the second turn, this terrible panel data, not to mention the second turn, even the third turn, may make the scalp tingle. By the way, I remember that I still have a lot of equipment. Those are the equipment obtained by killing the boss and need to be identified. Then, Lee Moran directly used the gaze of the demon god, intending to identify the equipment. But the rules are incomplete and cannot be identified. What do you mean? Lee Moran was stunned as he looked at these few lines. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and there will be a situation that cannot be identified. Incomplete rules, what does that mean? Lee Moran tried several other pieces of equipment, but found that all of them had incomplete rules and could not be identified. The demon god's gaze has actually failed. It seems that there are still many things in this world that I don't know. Lee Moran put the equipment back, thinking secretly in his heart. Even though Lee Moran was very curious about the equipment that couldn't be identified by the forbidden spell, he also smelled a bit dangerous. Let's put it aside for now. If you have a chance, see if you can figure out what's going on. It's just a pity, after finally killing such a powerful boss, the dropped equipment could not be identified. Of course it can't be worn anymore. However, Lee Moran remembered again, the Breath of Darkness seems to be wearable. Breath of Darkness is an epic level staff that Lee Moran drops when he kills the boss horror Black Wind, and the wearing level is level 80. Now that he has reached level 84, he can wear it naturally. Then, Lee Moran directly took out the dark breath from the magic space, and put it on his body. The next moment, Lee Moran's panel value changed. Name, Lee Moran. Level, 84, 2nd to 24th level. Occupation, Forbidden Warlock. Status, HP 48,960/mana, 2.6 million/stamina, 1,660. Attributes, Strength 1780/Spirit 3320/Constitution 1830/Stamina 1946. Equipment, Breath of Darkness, Epic, Demon Cloak, Excellent, Boots of Resistance, Excellent, Sage's Belt, Excellent. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosive Star, Demon Sea Passive, Passive, Wind of Death God, Divine Hidden World, Raging Sea, Blessing of Demon God, Imaginary Traveling to the Void, All Things Real, Passive. Talents, Forbidden Eye, Demon God's Gaze, Turn of Everything. Attribute points, 0. What the Breath of Darkness improves is not the panel data, but spell damage, movement speed, and wind affinity. Although the basic value does not seem to have changed much, if you look at the detailed data, Lee Moran has received a very powerful improvement. Okay, now I have completely completed the job change. Lee Moran is very satisfied with his current state. Then, Lee Moran walked out slowly. Outside the door, the girl saw Lee Moran coming out, and immediately showed a joyful expression, and said with a smile, "Moran, little big brother, have you successfully changed jobs?" Lee Moran nodded with a smile. Today, Lee Moran's temperament has undergone tremendous changes. After the job change, he looked a lot more charming. The girl couldn't help beating her heart when she saw it. In order to hide her restlessness, the girl coughed and said, "Moran, little big brother, after the second turn, you can go to the Lanchange professional office to register, and the office will issue you a brand new professional uniform." Lee Moran nodded and said, "I'll leave first." At this time, the girl suddenly stepped forward and grabbed him. Lee Moran looked back with doubts on his face. The girl laughed, and then handed over a business card. "Hee, indifferent little big brother, this is my business card. If you need help with anything, feel free to find me, be sure to find me. I will do my best to help you of." Lee Moran took the business card, on which was a photo of a girl at work, and her name was Su Qian. Pretty nice name. Seeing the girl's enthusiasm, Li Moran couldn't refuse, so he accepted the business card and nodded. Su Qian suddenly showed a bright smile. Then, Li Moran left. Soon, Li Moran returned home. When you open the door, there are still two words that have not changed for thousands of years: cicada. Since I bought a new house, the house has become very large, and finally there is no feeling of darkness. Li Moran called out cicada's name. However, no response. Li Moran was a little puzzled. Normally, as long as Li Moran yells, no matter where she knows, she will respond. But now there is no response. What's going on? The living room was empty and there was no one there. The sofa was messy, and there were traces of the quilt being lifted. It seemed that someone had just climbed up from it. Could it be that I went to the room or took a shower? Li Moran thought and walked into the room. He and Cicada slept together, so they only lived in one room. I went in, turned on the light, and saw no one. Went to the bathroom, still nothing. Li Moran frowned slightly, and there was a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Where did I know? If there is no need, it is absolutely impossible for the girl to go out, let alone go out alone. Having been together for many years, Li Moran knows her character very well. So why is she not at home? Where did she go? Got it. Li Moran raised his volume and shouted again. No respond. Only the echo of empty houses. Li Moran gradually became a little flustered. Got it, got it. Still no response. Li Moran sprinted out. Chapter 26. Not long after going out, Li Moran stopped. No, calm down. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and calmed down his thoughts. It's useless to search indiscriminately like this. If something happens to Zhizi, I can't find it if I search like this. By the way, Fugue is too empty. Li Moran reacted immediately. The Fugue is too empty. This skill can obtain all the information in this world, so it should be able to find people. Unexpectedly, the forbidden curse just obtained would take effect in this situation. Then, without hesitation, Li Moran directly used Chinayu Taigzu. In the next second, his vision changed. Li Moran only felt that his whole body appeared in the air, and his vision had no boundaries, as if he could see the whole world. All kinds of information appeared in Li Moran's eyes, the most of which were the information of various professionals. Name: Li Qiang. Occupation: warrior. Level: level 23. State: Name: Xiaoming Grui. Occupation: Taoist priest. Level: level 99, level 4 to 9. State: overbearing tiger and leopard. Introduction: a very powerful boss whose strength has reached the level of an ordinary third-rank professional. Kill drop. Moon Knight Crystal. Introduction: a very rare material that can be used to refine or strengthen epic quality equipment. Wind Spirit Grass. Introduction: a rare spiritual item. After taking it, it can increase the affinity of the wind element by 50 points. All kinds of news are dazzling, not only characters, but also various wild monsters, materials, spiritual objects, and even various hidden secrets, all appear in the eyes of Li Moran. This is the mind wandering too virtual. In this state, Li Moran can obtain countless information. Suddenly, a piece of news stunned Li Moran. Name: Su Qingming. Occupation: Grand Master of Hanhai, Great Magister of the Water System. Level: level 238, level 7 to 28. Status: HP: 17.8 million/mana, 49.76 million/stamina, 1.36 million. Attributes: Strength 1.22 million/Spirit 4.2 million/Constitution 1.43 million/Endurance 1.39 million. Equipment: Turn 7, the Great Magister. Lee Moran froze. Why did the rank 7 Great Magister appear near Lanchinge? Moreover, Lee Moran can also tell from the imaginary journey that this Great Magister is moving towards Lanchinge. How can a small place like Lanchinge attract the Great Magister? At this moment, Lee Moran suddenly noticed that his blue bar was about to bottom out. Shinayu Taegzu consumes 100,000 mana per second, even Lee Moran can't last long. For a moment, Lee Moran immediately put aside the matter of the Great Magister, and went all out to search for Cicada. Soon, Lee Moran saw it. Name, got it. Gender, female. Occupation, none. Details, unable to obtain. Not in the mood to read Cicada's information. After Lee Moran found out where she was, he immediately lifted the state of fugue wandering. Then, he rushed to the direction of knowing. That direction was nearly 10 kilometers away from home. Why do you have to travel such a long distance? Fortunately, he is a professional and extremely fast. Not long after, Lee Moran saw a white figure walking slowly with his head down. As soon as Lee Moran approached, she raised her head. Just know it. Got it. Lee Moran shouted. Knowing that he saw him, he paused for a moment, then quickly trotted over, threw himself into Lee Moran's arms, and hugged her. Originally, Lee Moran was a little angry, but seeing her like this, the anger in her heart disappeared. Lee Moran also hugged Cizzy lightly, and Lee Moran said worriedly, I know, why did you come out? I didn't see you when I went home. Cicada slowly let go of Lee Moran, looked up at her. Lee Moran realized that there seemed to be tears in her eyes. There was also a cry on his face. Got it, what's wrong with you? Lee Moran gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, a little puzzled. Indifferent, disappeared. Disappeared. Lee Moran was even more puzzled, I'm not here right. Just now, you disappeared and are no longer in this world. Just now. Just now. Cicada's tone was very light, but trembling, I'm going out to find you, and I'm going to find you back. Lee Moran didn't understand what she meant, but seeing her like this, he felt a little distressed. He hugged her again, and said softly, I just went out for a while, just like usual. Didn't I go to school every day before? I won't disappear. It's not the same. Cicada shook her head and said stubbornly, it's not the same. Okay. Lee Moran touched her head and smiled, no matter what, I won't disappear. Got it. Cicada then nodded. She looked adorable in a pleated skirt that Lee Moran bought her. It's kind of cute to nod like this. The wet tears on her face looked lovely. Lee Moran took her hand and said, okay, let's go back. Cicada nodded again, and then seemed to be dissatisfied and just held hands, directly hugging Lee Moran's arm. Lee Moran also let her. In short, nothing happened, which is the best. If something really happened to Cicada, Lee Moran really didn't know what would happen to him. Traveling through so many years, I came to this world without a family. Cicada is Lee Moran's only spiritual consolation, and this girl is also the driving force that supports him to go on in this world. They have long been inseparable. On the way back, Zhizi suddenly said, Moran, has an unpleasant smell. Disgusting smell. Yes, nasty smell. Lee Moran sniffed himself, I don't have any peculiar smell on me. It's not the smell, it's the smell. Cicada emphasized. Smell and smell, is there a difference? Moran, where did you go? Zhi asked. Where did you go? I went to the second rank mission today, and killed a boss in the secret realm. By the way, the secret realm. Lee Moran suddenly realized something, and quickly asked, got it, you just said. I disappeared. Then when did I disappear? Yes. Cicada was thinking, and it seemed that it was very difficult for her to count the time. An hour ago. An hour, an hour. Lee Moran realized right away. An hour ago, wasn't that the moment when he just arrived at the job transfer hall to perform the second job transfer task? Could it be? Lee Moran looked at Shizi, and his eyes gradually became a little surprised. When Cicada said he disappeared, did he mean the moment when he entered the secret realm? Before that, what about other secret realms? I see, have you ever felt this way before? No, indifference has never disappeared before. Lee Moran suddenly had some doubts in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered, when he was looking for Shizi, he saw the information about Shizi in his mind wandering in Tegzu. Where the detailed information is displayed cannot be obtained. It cannot be obtained, not even the forbidden spell. It's the same as the equipment that the octopus exploded in the secret realm, it can't be seen through. Chapter 27. Cicada is not very human, this is the conclusion Lee Moran reached the moment he met her. At first, it was a sunny afternoon in Xiatian. The two sat under the tree and listened to the cicadas calling constantly on the tree, so Lee Moran named her this. She is different. Whether it is behavior, heart, in every sense. Just like Lee Moran. If we were to find something in common between the two of them, it would be both are incompatible with this world. Sometimes, Lee Moran thinks, maybe that's why the two are together like this. Now, when the game world comes to completely enter the lives of the two, Lee Moran has obtained the forbidden spell, which allows him to see everything, but he cannot see through it. What exactly does this mean? Is it good or bad? Lee Moran couldn't explain it, and couldn't figure it out. However, he held Shizi's hand tightly, but he was very firm in his heart. For better or for worse, they are inseparable. Lee Moran will not and will never allow this to happen. This is a vow we made in our hearts a long time ago, and now it is even more profound. Back home, Lee Moran bought some vegetables and made dinner. Cicada seemed to be tired. After all, walking so many kilometers was a bit hard for a girl like her. So, after eating, she went straight to sleep. After Lee Moran waited for her to fall asleep, he turned on the phone, and there was a friend in Fidian, whose name was Yuying. This is how they contact each other when they part. In fact, he basically doesn't know how to communicate with these tools, because from the very beginning, almost no one is willing to communicate with Lee Moran in depth. Whether it's WeChat or Kaihokyu, one of Lee Moran's most eye-catching friends, and also the only friend, is Shizi. But they have never communicated on mobile phones, and they don't use mobile phones when they know it. Yuying, it was a surprise. Of course, there is another one, Su Qianqian. She was very enthusiastic and asked Lee Moran for the contact information, and Lee Moran gave it to him. After clicking on Fidian's chat box, Lee Moran entered a message. Lee Moran, Yuying, do you have time? I want to know something. After a few seconds, the chat box responded. Yuying, yes, what do you want to know? Just ask me, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lee Moran, do you know the person Su Qingming? Su Qingming was the rank 7 Great Magister that Lee Moran had seen from the imaginary journey into the void. It is almost impossible for such a character to come to such a small place as Mist City, but Lee Moran saw that he was moving towards Mist City through his mind tour Tegzu. It's not just passing by, but the destination is Lanchange. This is very abnormal, and Lee Moran immediately thought that the Great Magister might have come to investigate the forbidden spell that he had appeared in the past 2 days. Of course, it could also be because of other things. But no matter what, Lee Moran cannot be ignored. If he assumed that the Great Magister was here to investigate the forbidden curse, would he be found on him? What will you do after you find out? Did the Great Magister come here with good intentions or malice? Lee Moran is a time traveler, he has no sense of belonging to this world. Even though the Kyushu country he lives in is very similar to the country he used to be, for Lee Moran, this is another world after all. Therefore, no matter what he does, the starting point will be to consider it from himself. The Grand Magister could ignore him completely, but Lee Moran couldn't be defenseless. After all, Lee Moran is not sure that the forbidden spell will definitely kill the Grand Magister. Therefore, it is necessary to know some information about the other party in advance. Not long after, Yu Ying's reply came. Yu Ying, I'm a little curious, why did you ask him? Lee Moran saw it by chance and wanted to know more. Moon Sakura, alright then. In fact, if you want to join the Magic Association, is Su Lao really something you must know? Lee Moran, he's from the Magic Association? Yu Ying, not only a member of the Magic Association, he will almost certainly become the next generation of management of the Magic Association. Now, Su Lao is not yet 60, and he is about to successfully break through to rank 8. In the Magic Association, his talent is considered to be very top-notch. Lee Moran, so powerful? Moon Sakura, of course. Do you know? When Mr. Su chose the mission of the first rank, he chose the legendary mission without hesitation, and finally completed it perfectly. It was the choice at that time that laid the foundation for his life. Lee Moran, so what is he doing now? Is he preparing to break through the next turn? Yu Ying, you definitely can't guess what he is doing now. Lee Moran, curious. Yu Ying, he. I don't want to keep it any longer. In fact, as expected, Mr. Su should have come to your land city. Lee Moran, have you arrived in Lanchinge? What does such a person come to Lanchinge for? Tsuki Sakura, I heard it was investigating some things. The old antique in the Magic Association, the great prophet who calls himself the Fool, seems to have predicted that something terrible will appear in Lanchinge. I can't understand the specific things. Lee Moran, could it be the magic that happened in Lanchinge recently? Tsukai Sakura, are you talking about those large magic spells? Lee Moran, exactly. Moon Sakura, not really. Even if it is just an investigation by the way. Those large magic fluctuations are at the level of 7 or 8 revolutions, and it's not worthwhile for someone like Su Lao to come forward. Lee Moran, that's right, thank you very much. Moon Sakura, is there anything else you want to know? Lee Moran, it's almost there, let's talk again when we have a chance. Then, the two said goodbye to each other. At this time, the stone in Lee Moran's heart gradually fell to the ground. It turned out that the target was not him. In this case, you can rest assured for the time being. At the same time, Lee Moran gradually understood the power of his current forbidden spell. It's probably at the level of 7 or 8 turns of magic. The reason why the forbidden curse is called the forbidden curse is mainly because of the word forbidden, not because of its infinite power. If Lee Moran's level is very low, even if he uses a forbidden spell, its power will not exceed that of ordinary rank 8 magic. When his strength increases, the power of the forbidden spell will naturally become more terrifying. However, you still can't relax too much. Lee Moran thought to himself. After all, the commotion he made was so big, what if Mr. Su wanted to investigate the truth? You still have to be prepared, otherwise you will be at a loss when you are really in danger. From this incident, Lee Moran also understood the frightening aspect of Shinayu Taigzu. The most powerful thing about this thing is not fugue, but searching. As long as he has enough mana, Lee Moran can find almost everything in this world. No matter it is hidden under the water surface, in a rock crevice, in a secret place, or even in the void, as long as the thing still exists, Lee Moran can find it with Shinayu Taigzu. This is simply a magical skill of treasure hunting. Lee Moran couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 28. In the next few days, Lee Moran did not go to farm monsters to upgrade. On the one hand, after the second turn, there are very few mob spots suitable for him near Lanchinge. Lee Moran, on the other hand, is not in a rush either. Su Qingming's appearance sounded a wake-up call for him. If he abused the forbidden spell recklessly, he might get himself into big trouble. During this time, it is better to stop for a while. Moreover, he hasn't been with Cicada for a long time. Although the girl was taciturn, she had no expression. However, Li Moran knew that she was lonely and wanted company. Or rather, just want Li Moran by his side. This was already the case in the orphanage. When I was in school, I didn't have much time. Nowadays, Li Moran has a lot of time. At home, the interaction between the two is not much. Close to each other, or watching TV, or watching the scenery outside the window. Cicada tore open the package of potato chips, and ate slowly mouthful by mouthful. Cicada wore very little, only a translucent white gauze dress, not even underwear. Looking back a little, you can see the slightly revealed scenery. Li Moran was also used to it, and let her do it, helping her tidy up her clothes from time to time. While eating potato chips, she looked at Li Moran, and suddenly handed a piece of potato chips to his mouth. Li Moran paused, then said with a smile, "You can eat, I won't eat." Cicada likes to eat potato chips very much. Generally speaking, it is absolutely impossible to share them. This performance is undoubtedly her deepest love. However, Li Moran is not too fond of potato chips. Traveling to the present for almost 20 years, coupled with the experience of the previous life, Li Moran, who is not young in mental age, can no longer accept this kind of taste. Seeing Li Moran's refusal, Ji Li was stunned for a moment, and looked at the potato chips for 2 seconds. Then, break off half of it and put it in your mouth. However, she didn't eat it, but got up slowly, and put her lips on Li Moran's. Seeing this, Li Moran was taken aback. Then, it was her. The two were so intimate, and with the help of Cicada, Li Moran ate that piece of potato chips. Then, it was a kiss. This is already very common in the daily life of the two of them. After all, there are no more secrets between them. The feeling of kissing is not easy to say, but it makes people immerse themselves, and gradually forget the existence of potato chips. After half a minute, the two slowly separated, and then leaned in front of Li Moran, taking advantage of the situation. Moran only likes to eat this kind of potato chips. Cicada murmured. Li Moran listened, but was a little funny, wiped the water stains on his lips, and said, "It's not just these potato chips, but you as well. Obviously you've already eaten." "Not enough." Li Moran rubbed viciously in front of her, making her face flushed. "Okay, let's talk about whether to eat or not tonight. Are you hungry now?" Cicada gradually recovered and nodded. "Hungry. I'm going to buy vegetables. What do you want to eat?" "Potato chips." "No potato chips for lunch." "Then, fish." "Okay." Li Moran touched her head. "Sometimes, I really think you are a little lazy cat who loves fish so much." Throwing the remote control of the TV to Cicada, Li Moran put on his coat and went out. Not long after Li Moran left, Cicada touched her lips and took off her white gauze skirt. She looked at the slightly reddish place in front of her. Compared with previous years, it has gradually grown in scale. Thinking about Li Moran's disturbance just now, Zhizi murmured, "I want to eat too, but I can't eat enough." Then, she wrapped herself tightly in a quilt. After Li Moran left, her heart fell into endless loneliness again. Although, she's used to it. In the vegetable market, Li Moran bought some catfish and some dishes that Cicada liked to eat. When he was about to leave, he saw a person. This is a middle-aged man with a sad face, as if he is troubled by something. Li Moran knew him. He is Li Fuyan, the high school teacher who taught Li Moran for 3 years. I thought that after awakening their professions, the two of them would never meet again, but they didn't expect to meet here. Thinking of the 3 years in high school, Li Fuyan was actually very kind to him, so Lee Moran stepped forward to say hello, teacher. Li Fuyan's melancholy was interrupted by this voice. He raised his head to see Lee Moran, and was stunned. It's you, Moran. Lee Moran nodded. Li Fuyan was a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet you here. Moran, how are you doing now? After becoming mage, you should have a good future. Have you made a turn? Lee Moran nodded and said, it's coming soon. That's it, then congratulations. Do you have any plans for your future? If you have any troubles, you can tell me. I should be able to give you some suggestions. Not yet. Teacher, how is your situation? My situation. Hearing this, Li Fuyan was stunned, and a bit of sadness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. However, this scene was observed by Lee Moran. I'm fine. Li Fuyan said, the school is also fine. Everything is normal now. By the way, Moran, I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it for now. After speaking, Li Fuyan left quickly. Li Moran looked at it with the gaze of the demon god. Name, Li Fuyan. Level 76, level 2 to level 16. Occupation, Instructor, Life Department Occupation. Equipment, Cloth shoes, cloth belt, Instructor ring. Skills, Reasoning, Remonstrance, Obedience, Loyalty, Heartfelt words. Talent, none. Status, I am restless, sleepy, and sad. This state is very likely to last for a long time, and it seems to be a huge blow. Looking at Li Fuyan's message, his eyes came to the bottom line, which clearly explained his current state. Li Moran's gaze froze slightly. What happened to make Li Fuyan become what he is now? In the influence of Li Moran, Li Fuyan has always been very optimistic. Even if it is a life-related occupation, he also cherishes his work very much, and at the same time attaches great importance to his responsibilities as a teacher. This is one of the few characters that Li Moran pays respect to after his time travel. The things that can annoy the teachers so much are mostly related to the school. It seems that I have to go to the school to have a look. What happened? Afterwards, Li Moran went home. Moran is back. When Li Moran stepped into the house, Cicada shouted. Despite the calmness of her voice, Li Moran could tell she was happy. Li Moran smiled, looked at her, and said, okay, get dressed first, and I'll cook. Oh. Cicada said a word, but still trotted over, hugged Li Moran, and then left. Although I bought a house, my lunch didn't get richer. The main thing is that Li Moran is not a chef, he can only cook some home-cooked dishes. Cicada today seems to be happier than before, and I eat a little faster. After she finished eating, Li Moran wiped her mouth and said, got it, I'll take a look at the school later, you should stay at home first. Oh. Cicada responded, and his expression became a little sad. Li Moran lowered his head, kissed her, rubbed her face again, and said, I'll be back soon. Chapter 29. Lanchinge High School is a very ordinary high school in Lanchinge. In Lanchinge, there are about 40 or 50 such high schools. They have only one job: transmitting all kinds of knowledge about professionals to students. When the students complete the job change, it means they graduate from high school. Originally, high school should be peaceful, but today is obviously different. There is a sense of sadness in the whole high school, whether it is students or teachers. Among them, many people are still somewhat resentful. Because, this may be their last day in Lanchinge High School. There are countless high schools in Lanchinge, but only Lanchinge High School is directly named after Lanchinge. The reason for this is not that this high school was directly established by Lanchinge. In fact, the high school in Hilly of Lanchinge City Mansion is called Lanchinge High School for Direct Professionals, also known as Lanchinge Vocational High School. This high school was actually funded by Tianya Guild, the largest guild in Mist City. However, the Tianya Guild has never managed the high school. After a few years of management in the early days of its creation, it was left to fend for itself. This high school even faced economic crisis several times, and almost failed to open. It was teachers and students who raised money that allowed the school to survive several crises. Now, this crisis may have passed. On the square of Lanchinch High School, thousands of students gathered darkly. In front of the students, there are dozens of teachers. In front of these people stood a few people wearing professional robes, and there was a very conspicuous logo on the left sleeve of their professional robes. If it is a person from Lanchinch, you can recognize it at a glance. This sign is the sign of Tianya Guild. These people are members of the Tianya Guild. The leader was named Sun Hao. He looked at the crowd of students below, ignored their expressions, and said indifferently, "That's the way it is. This school is the property of my Tianya Guild. It has been used by you for so many years. Now our guild has a new plan to take back this school." One of the teachers shouted angrily, "If you do this, what will happen to so many students here? How will they be placed?" Sun Hao said coldly, "That's none of our business. Whether you transfer to another school or drop out, that's your business. How can you do this?" A female teacher couldn't stand it and yelled, "They are still students, and you just made them unable to go to school all of a sudden." Another member of the Tianya Guild snorted coldly, "Humph! Our Tianya Guild has used this school for you for such a long time, you should be grateful." Another person also echoed, "Exactly. We have used the school for you for so many years, and you are not only ungrateful, but also look at us with such eyes. What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. I am grateful to Nima. Have you managed this school?" At this time, a middle-aged teacher suddenly stood up angrily. He was Li Fuyan. "Have you ever been in charge of this school?" Li Fuyan asked loudly. "This school has experienced 5 economic crises before and after, and almost closed the school every time. We have sought you many times, but no matter how hard we ask, there is no result." In the end, it was the teachers and students who raised money together to tide over the difficulties. "Your Tianya Guild said it was your property, have you managed it?" Sun Hao sneered and said, "How does my Tianya Guild manage our assets? Where is it your turn to speak? What qualifications do you have? If you dare to speak to us in this tone again, don't blame us for being rude." Yu Li Fuyan stared at him, but a sense of powerlessness pressed against him like a mountain, making Li Fuyan unable to breathe. At this moment, he finally felt his own insignificance. After this incident happened, Li Fuyan went to the city lord's mansion. However, since the school was funded by the Tianya Guild, it is not easy for the city lord's mansion to interfere. In other words, Li Fuyan had no way to prevent this from happening. "In short, we have to take back this school. Tomorrow there will be a machine to tear it down. You only have one day today. Either pack up and leave, or become ruins with the school. If you do this, won't your conscience hurt?" someone shouted. "Conscience? Hee hee. How much is it worth?" Seeing their attitude, both teachers and students felt endless sadness in their hearts. The students may just be resentful, but a teacher like Li Fuyan who has taught in this school for countless years and has regarded the school as his second home feels even more sad in his heart. No one can stop all of this from happening. How can a tiny individual fight against a behemoth like the Tianya Guild? After the announcement was over, Sun Hao said to the dark students in front of him, "Okay, don't blame us for not reminding you. Now go back and pack your luggage, and get out of here before tomorrow." Although people are angry, there is nothing they can do. The Tianya Guild took back the school, justifiably. After all, they funded and created it, and it is their property. Even if the Tianya Guild has never managed it. Gradually, the students dispersed, with indignation and unwillingness on their faces. Sun Hao stopped Li Fuyan and said, "You, stay here." Li Fuyan said, "Do you have anything else to do?" Now, his heart is very desolate, and his speech seems weak. Sun Hao said, I remember you taught a school called Li Moran, is there such a thing? Hearing Li Moran, Li Fuyan cheered up a little, but was also a little wary, why are you asking this? Just ask if you have taught it before. Sun Hao said dissatisfied. Taught. That's fine. Sun Hao continued, hurry up and tell him to report to the Tianya Guild. We have already admitted him to be a member of all of us. Hearing this, Li Fuyan showed a surprised look. He has never heard of this matter, he has become a member of yours? Then, why did you ask me to notify him? Don't worry about the things you shouldn't care about. Sun Hao said coldly, in short, you just tell him to report for duty as soon as possible. Just then, a voice sounded. When did I apply to join the Tianya Guild? Hearing this voice, Li Fuyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and saw the familiar face. He couldn't help being a little surprised. Moran, it's you? Why did you come here? Seeing Li Moran, Sun Hao was stunned. You are? I am Li Moran. Li Moran walked up to Li Fuyan and asked, Teacher, tell me. What happened? I don't know why. Facing Li Moran, Sun Hao, who was about to turn 4, felt a bit chilly. He thought it was ridiculous, it was obviously just a rookie who had just changed jobs. Chapter 30. Li Fuyan explained what happened. Sun Hao just watched. Although Li Moran is a student of Lanchinj High School, Sun Hao believes that Li Moran will make a wise choice. After all, in Lanchinj, no one can resist the temptation of Tianya Guild. The first guild in Lanchinj is not just talking. After listening, Li Moran did not have the resentment as imagined, and his expression was very calm. He just looked at Sun Hao and said, who made this decision? Sun Hao sneered, boy, don't think that you can talk to me with this tone just because you can join the guild. I ask you, who made this decision? Li Moran stared at him. Sun Hao felt a chill inexplicably. For some reason, the young man in front of him always gave him a very scary feeling. Humph, who made the decision? It's none of your business. Don't worry about things you shouldn't care about. But Li Fuyan said at this moment, is your Tianya Guild going to expand? Sun Hao looked at Li Fuyan, a little surprised, but he didn't expect Li Fuyan to know. The Tianya Guild has always wanted to get out of Lanchinj and become a large city-level guild, so it needs to expand. As far as I know, you have annexed many small guilds recently. After being told, Sun Hao was not dissatisfied, but just sneered, that's how it is. This school must be demolished and rebuilt. If you are unhappy, just hold back. Is that so? Li Moran paused for a few seconds. He wasn't angry, and he didn't attack Sun Hao and others, because it didn't help. Li Moran just took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep beep. Soon, a girl's voice came from the phone, her tone obviously a little excited. Hey, is it Moran? You are interested in calling me so soon, do you miss me? Li Moran said, it's a bit. But, Yu Ying, I want you to do me a favor. What's the matter? Just tell me, is it about Mr. Su? No, it's related to Tianya Guild. Tianya Guild? Did those guys offend you? Tell me, no matter who it is, even the guild leader, I can make him kowtow and apologize to you with one word. No, the Tianya Association wants to take back a school called Lanchinj High School. That is my alma mater, and I don't want to see it disappear. So I came to you. So it's such a trivial matter, it's okay, just wait a moment. Okay, thank you very much. It's okay, I'll hang up first, remember to call again when you have time. Will do. Beep beep. The phone hangs up. During the time when Li Moran was on the phone, neither Sun Hao nor Li Fuyan spoke. They looked at Li Moran with different expressions. Li Moran didn't speak either. For some reason, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Several people just looked at each other like this, letting time go by bit by bit. A few minutes later, Sun Hao's cell phone rang. He answered the phone, his expression changed from bewildered at first to surprised, and gradually became a little unbelievable. When Sun Hao looked at Li Moran, he became a little scared. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hao still didn't come out of the shock. Looking at Li Moran, he couldn't speak for a long time. Li Moran said, "You should have something to say now. The background of Yuying is very huge, Tianya Guild is like ants to Yuying." Li Moran concluded that once Yuying intervened, the so-called Tianya Guild would never even dare to fart. Sun Hao took a few deep breaths, but suddenly bowed to Li Moran and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. It's because I'm blind and don't know real dragons. I apologize for my attitude just now." Li Fuyan looked at this scene with a face full of shock. He didn't understand why things had such a huge reversal in the time of 2 phone calls. Sun Hao went on to say, "We Tianya Guild has decided to give up taking back Lanchinj High School after discussion just now. At the same time, we also decided to spend 10 million Kyushu coins every year to fund the various constructions of Lanchinj High School." Until now, Sun Hao still couldn't believe it. He is a member of the Tianya Guild, so he knows how proud the guild leaders are. It is almost impossible to take back a decision you made. But now, in just a few minutes, at least a few minutes since Li Moran called, the guild's decision has changed. Who exactly is Li Moran? He wouldn't think it was just a coincidence. From the way Li Moran looked at him, he could gradually understand. Therefore, looking at Li Moran, he felt more and more terrible. Mysterious and scary. That's how Li Moran made him feel. Li Moran said, "Teacher, you can discuss the next matter with him, I will not participate." Then, he looked at Sun Hao and said, "Is this supposed to be okay?" Sun Hao nodded quickly, "Yes, yes, absolutely." Then, Li Moran left. But he didn't leave completely, but walked around the school. Although he is very familiar with every plant and tree in this school, his mentality is different now, and he looks at the school differently. Soon, the students in the school gathered again and heard something that surprised and puzzled them. The Tianya Association chose to give up taking back the school, and everything went on as usual, and even planned to heavily support the development of the school. It's a good thing for anyone at the school, although I don't know why. When he saw this, Li Moran couldn't help but have a thought in his mind: the authority of the guild is so great that no one in the whole school dares to object. Is he going to start a guild? In fact, with Li Moran's personality, he might not be suitable for the guild. But if there is a guild, it will be very convenient to do many things. Just like the current situation, if Li Moran didn't know Yuying and wanted to stop the Tianya Guild, the only way to solve it was violence. But in this way, it will inevitably lead to more problems. Moreover, Li Moran can only ban spells, and if he is not careful, it may lead to disaster. I don't know what conditions are needed to start an office. Li Moran thought, and planned to leave the school. At this time, a soft voice came from behind. "Moran. Senior." Li Moran turned around and found a very delicate girl in school uniform standing behind her. Seeing her, Li Moran was slightly taken aback. "Is it you?" This young girl reminded him of some memories on campus. During her 3 years in high school, she was one of the few people who maintained a good relationship with Li Moran. There is a lot of past between the two. Chapter 31. The girl's name is Yang Xin, and she is a school girl younger than Li Moran. The encounter between the two is actually very interesting. When Yang Xin was just entering high school, she couldn't find a classroom and entered Li Moran's classroom by mistake, causing an embarrassing scene. At first, it was Li Moran who took her to the classroom where she was. That's how the two got to know each other. Later, after several meetings, the two gradually became acquainted and were able to talk. Because of Li Moran's good grades, almost everyone in the school knows him despite his few words. Yang Xin often uses this to ask Li Moran to explain various things about professionals to her, and the relationship between the two gradually gets closer. One day later, Yang Xin carefully revealed her feelings to Li Moran. Of course, Li Moran declined. This incident made her suffer a lot. But she doesn't seem to be giving up on it. The two were not embarrassed by the incident, and after a period of time, the relationship returned to normal. Until Li Moran graduated, the relationship between the two did not go any further. Originally, Li Moran thought that the two were just a parallel line, and after he graduated, there would be no intersection in this life. Unexpectedly, we met here again. Yang Xin was very happy to see Li Moran, and asked, "Senior Moran, how do you have time to go to school? I want to come back and take a look." Li Moran said, after seeing Yang Xin's expectant eyes, he paused and added, "I'll take a look at you too." "Really?" Yang Xinming was very happy, with two small dimples on her bright smile. Then, the two chatted as before. They were talking about ordinary things. During this process, Li Moran noticed that Yang Xin wanted to get close to him several times, but hesitated. The mentality of a girl is actually very interesting in the eyes of Li Moran. Until more than half an hour passed, Li Moran said, "It's almost time, I'm leaving." Yang Xin said, "Senior Moran, can I add your fixin?" Li Moran was silent for a second, nodded and said, "Yes." After a few seconds of pause, he continued, "After you complete the job change, you can come to me, I should be able to provide you with some help." "Okay." Yang Xin smiled. Subsequently, Li Moran left. In the past few days, Lanchange has been calm, and the large-scale magic that can destroy the entire city a few days ago has not reappeared. However, the city lord's mansion is not peaceful. The city lord Yeqing kept pacing back and forth in the mansion with his hands behind his back, wiping the tables and mopping the floor from time to time, seeing where the city lord's mansion was dirty, and immediately called for someone to clean it up. The others are also busy, and the expression on everyone's face is full of seriousness. The entire city lord's mansion was surrounded by a serious atmosphere. In this atmosphere, everyone's nerves collapsed into a string. "Move, move!" Yeqing yelled, running to the mirror and straightening his hair that was about to fall out. "This time is different, we are receiving real big shots." "Stomp your feet, Lanchange." "No, the big guy who shakes the whole Fenghai city." Just today, the city lord's mansion in Lanchange received the news. The 7th-rank Great Magister Su Qingming is about to come to Lanchange to investigate. When receiving the news, Yeqing couldn't calm down for a long time. Then, I realized that this is a big opportunity for Lanchange. 7th turn, this is 7th turn. Great Magister. There are no more than 2-digit figures in the entire Kyushu kingdom. Such a character is also standing at the top of the pyramid in the Magic Association. Since the establishment of Lanchange, there has never been this kind of treatment. Once this opportunity is seized, not only Yeqing, but the entire Lanchange will have unimaginable benefits. Therefore, the entire city lord's mansion was a sensation. If it wasn't for the Great Magister not coming in public, Yeqing even wanted to announce to the whole city, and then put up lights and festoons, so that the whole city would come out to welcome this big man. Even so, the city lord's mansion seemed to be celebrating the new year. "Li Qiang, has the road outside been cleaned?" Yeqing asked hastily. The middle-aged man named Li Qiang shouted quickly, "It's already been cleaned, the city lord, and I cleaned it 3 times. There are other places, those walls, quickly paint them again. These old things, I will replace them with new ones." While directing, Yeqing called for a makeup artist to put a layer of greasy makeup on her middle-aged face. Even the hair, which is already pitifully small, has been specially taken care of, and the clothes have been carefully selected. The others also tidied up their appearance, and some of them were ugly and were even called home by Yeqing. Now, the biggest task is to receive the rank 7 Grand Magister. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Everything is ready, just waiting for the arrival of the Great Magister. About an hour passed. The sky of the city lord's mansion suddenly became a little dark. The subordinate who discovered this scene quickly reported it, and Yeqing jumped up from his chair with a bang, and ran out of the Santos mansion. Then, I saw an incomparably huge flying bird descending slowly. The big bird is as huge as an airplane, almost obscuring the sky. Above Lanchinge, it is like clouds and fog. Its body is dark blue, but even so, its feathers are so gorgeous that people can't help but look at it a few more times. When approaching, the big bird brought a terrible sense of oppression, like a mountain falling, which made people's heart a little bit tense. Above the big bird, there was an old man in a white robe. That's Qing Xiao Yuan. It's a holy beast whose strength has reached rank 7, and it actually uses this kind of holy beast as a spiritual pet. A knowledgeable person immediately recognized the big bird and exclaimed. The person next to him immediately said, "Who is he? Isn't it normal for a big man who is about to rank 8 to have a holy beast of rank 7? Yeqing shouted, "Be quiet and be serious." The people around immediately did not dare to whisper. Wrapped in strong wind, Qing Xiao Yuan brought the old man down slowly. Then, the old man jumped and landed in front of everyone. He greeted casually, and Qing Xiao Yuan flew into the sky and flew into the distance. It will disappear soon. Yeqing quickly took the lead and shouted, "Congratulations, Mr. Su." The people around also hurriedly shouted, "Congratulations, Mr. Su." Su Qingming waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be too polite." Yeqing said, "Mr. Su's visit this time is a blessing for me in Lanchinge. Please let us clean up the dust for you." However, Su Qingming directly refused, "There is no need to fix these things, I am not interested in it. I am here this time, entrusted by the president, to investigate several large-scale magic changes here." Hearing this, Yeqing secretly thought in his heart. It is only this kind of special event that can attract such big shots to Mist City. Yeqing was about to say something, but Su Qingming continued, "I don't have much time, so you call all the people in Lanchinge who can talk, I have something to ask you." Yeqing had expected this. After ordering the servants to leave, several people around came here. They were 2 middle-aged men, a young man, and an elderly man. They seemed to be about the same age as Su Qingming, but their condition was much worse than Su Qingming's. "Mr. Su, these are the person in charge of the Tianxia Trading Company, the person in charge of the Misty City, the person in charge of the Miscarriage Transfer Hall, the president of the Tianya Guild, the largest guild in the Misty City, and my senior, the last mayor of the Misty City, and currently the only one in Misty City. The 5-turn mage. They are the people in charge of my Lanchinge other than me." Chapter 32. Several people stepped forward one after another and shouted, "I'll welcome Mr. Su." Su Qingming nodded slightly, as a response, and then said, "Tell me the results of your investigation into these large-scale magical changes." As soon as this sentence was finished, several people looked at the only young man present. The young man's name is Fang Haoran, and he is 25 years old. Although he is still very young, but at this age, he has become the president of the Tianya Guild, and is also the youngest 4th-rank mage in Lanchinge. In the entire Lanchinge, she has a huge reputation and is the idol of countless young people. The reason why they look at him is because the city lord's mansion has too many and heavy tasks, such as various investigations related to professionals. The city lord's mansion basically entrusts Tianya Guild to do it. This has also formed a practice among the senior management of Lanchinge. Gathered by people's gazes, Fang Haoran did not panic, but stepped forward very calmly, saluted Su Qingming and said, "Old Su, this is the investigation result that my Tianya Guild has obtained these days. First of all, according to their scale and destructive power, these large-scale magic changes have at least reached the strength of 7-turn magic. This is our judgment based on the magic strength level given by the Magic Association. Secondly, the purpose of these spells was not aimed at Lanchange. Not long after Fang Haoran spoke, Su Qingming interrupted, dissatisfied, "I didn't ask you to talk about these boring things, but the main point. Did you find anything special?" Fang Haoran was stunned by this sentence, unable to speak for a while. Seeing this, Su Qingming was a little disappointed. In fact, large magic fluctuations are not the most important thing. Su Qingming came here to investigate mainly for the prophecy of the fools in the guild, the message of God. The information about God has been explained before. In reality, however, the fools' prophecies are quite vague. The appearance of information about God in Lanchange is just a guess. The fools' original words about this are in the southwestern part of Kyushu, in the area of Gui Province. There is a very weak message of God. Guangxi Province, as one of more than 20 provinces in Kyushu, has a very wide range. Lanchange is an extremely small part of it. When Su Qingming set off from the Magic Association in the imperial capital, it had been more than a week since he came to Lanchange. If it was going all out, it would definitely not take such a long time. The reason why it took so long is because before he came to Lanchange, he went to many urban areas in Guangxi Province to investigate. Each time, he had his area submit the latest reports of magical activity, and he traveled around to try to find anything out of the ordinary. However, the final result disappointed him. Everywhere is normal and totally devoid of any message from God. In the end, he came to the last stop of the investigation, Lanchange. "I don't know if I can get useful news here." Su Qingming murmured in his heart that he was not interested in general investigation reports at all, and he was not very interested even in the few large-scale magical events in Lanchange. He just wanted to find information related to God from it. If no results can be obtained, we can only ask the association to send more people. It may even be necessary for Mr. Fool to take action himself. Thinking of this, Su Qingming felt a little distressed. The Fool is one of the most important figures in the Magic Association, and his every move is not only related to the Magic Association, but also to the entire Kyushu Kingdom. If he leaves the Magic Association, let alone Kyushu, countless foreign countries will pay close attention. Because, the Fool is really special. Su Qingming said to Fang Haoran, "Forget it, you report the investigation to me, and I will read it myself." Fang Haoran didn't dare to delay, and immediately reported to Su Qingming the investigation report compiled by the guild members. Su Qingming looked carefully. The first time was magic similar to the impact of meteorites, which should be earth-type magic. The second time was wind-type magic, which happened in a secret realm, and now that secret realm has been completely destroyed, and it is expected that it will not recover within 30 years. Second rate. The strength of the magic definitely exceeds the 7th rank, and it has the power to reach the 8th rank of magic. In the entire Magic Association, there will not be more than 10 people who can release this kind of magic. Wind, earth, and water, are those 3. Su Qingming was a little confused. It cannot be ruled out that some foreign forces are making trouble, but the possibility is too small. Once foreign powerful professionals approach Kyushu, they will be noticed by the 8th rank mage of the Magic Association, and it is impossible to sneak in secretly. Moreover, even if it sneaks in, it is almost impossible to make such a movement. After thinking for a while, Su Qingming asked, "What are the places that caused the movement, the deep place, the gloomy canyon, and the star valley? Is there anything special there?" Hearing this, Yeqing's expression was a little embarrassed. That, Mr. Su, the deep place is located in the forest in the south of Lanchange, which is the core area of the LV5-LV30 leveling area. Leveling area. Su Qingming paused, then are there any special wild monsters? Or special items? No, the most wild monsters there are the big black wild boar and the snake. When these words came out, Su Qingming was completely confused. There are only big black wild boars and snakes, why is there such a powerful magic in this kind of place? Which guy is so boring? Unwilling to give up, Su Qingming asked again, where is the Star Valley that day? The Star Valley is also a leveling area for LV30 LV90. After the incident, the Tianya Guild has gone through numerous investigations, and the City Lord's mansion has also sent people to investigate many times, and there is nothing special about it. Is it the same for the Gloomy Canyon? By the way, Yeqing seemed to have remembered something, and said hastily, there was a riot in the Gloomy Canyon. The boss terror Black Wind there once went berserk, and the City Lord's mansion brought people to encircle and suppress it. What was the reason for the riot? Yeqing suddenly showed an embarrassing expression. This is because the large-scale magic in the deep place unintentionally affected the Gloomy Canyon, causing everyone from the boss to the wild monsters to go crazy due to the stress response. Hearing this, Su Qingming frowned suddenly. I thought it was good news, but the information was cut off again? After thinking for a few minutes, Su Qingming suddenly took out a scroll. He glanced at a certain location on the map of Lanchinch, and after his eyes fell on the area where Yu Shen was located, he tore open the scroll. In the next second, a ray of light suddenly appeared, covering everyone including Su Qingming, and then people realized that their bodies were gradually becoming blurred. The surrounding environment is also undergoing tremendous changes. Everyone was stunned, and was surprised to find that they were all teleported to the sky above the deep place. Chapter 33. This is group teleportation. It will be here in a moment. A scroll can do this kind of function? It's too powerful. People are all amazed. Although mage is the most noble profession, the magic used by mage is also high or low. Among them, teleportation magic must be the most advanced kind of all magic. Group teleportation magic is even more cherished. Even mage with rank 4 or even rank 5 is difficult to control. The value of a scroll that can realize group teleportation is even more unimaginable. Su Qingming's handwriting is shocking. Even Fang Haoran, the president of the Tianya Guild, is extremely surprised now. At least, let alone group teleportation, he doesn't even know the simplest teleportation magic. Su Qingming raised his hand slightly, and everyone fell silent immediately. Then, Su Qingming waved his hand, and an incomparably noble scepter immediately appeared in his hand. What is Mr. Su going to do? People are full of doubts. I saw Su Qingming waving his scepter, and muttering in his mouth, Wei An's time history book, please spread your awe-inspiring power of time, and restore the past of this place for me who is as small as an ant. In the next moment, a large area of dot-like light fell like raindrops, and sprinkled on the earth in the deep place. This place has been turned into ruins, but after the rays of light fall, it seems to have life. Gradually, slowly, as if everything was born. However, this is definitely not magic that brings life to life. Soon, people feel that something is wrong. Yeqing was the first to notice the anomaly, and quickly raised her head, and then the people around her also raised their heads. I saw an extremely huge meteorite rolling down from the sky, with terrifying power, as if it wanted to destroy the whole world. This turned out to be a reenactment of the magic that destroyed the deep place. Su Qingming actually relied on magic to reproduce the original scene. Like everyone else, Su Qingming also looked at the meteorite, but his expression became very serious. This kind of spell is definitely not the spell used by the earth type. Although he can also summon meteorites, it is definitely not like this. Although the damage it caused seems to be small, it seems that even 1/10 of the energy hidden in this meteorite has not been exerted. If all of it is played out, the entire Mist City will be destroyed. The strength of the magic is not only close to the 8th rank, but completely, reaching the strength of the 8th rank. This kind of judgment shocked Su Qingming's heart. In the entire magic association, rank 8, earth element, there is only one mage who meets this condition. But this magic can't be him, so who is it? Could it be the 8-turn mage hidden in Kyushu? In Kyushu, there are indeed some rank 8 professionals who have not joined the association. They either hide from the world, dedicate themselves to the country, or hide for certain affairs of the country. Many of those people are even stronger than the top figures in the magic association. Could those exist? Thinking of this, Su Qingming immediately looked around the entire abyss. His eyes were like an eagle, quickly searching every corner of the abyss, using magic to continuously detect. He is looking for the person who cast this large magic. If the magic used by Su Qingming is fully utilized, it is capable of completely simulating the original scene. That is to say, in addition to recreating the power of magic, he can also find out the person who cast the magic. It's just that this possibility is unlikely. After reaching the 8th rank, he will basically be immune to some magic. It is extremely difficult to trace back to the parties by relying on backtracking magic. Moreover, backtracking magic can also rely on the will of the caster to change the content to a certain extent. In many professional cases, backtracking magic is actually not used as evidence. After searching for a long time, Su Qingming finally saw a shadow. That is the shadow of the caster. But there is only one shadow. This is the disadvantage of backtracking magic, and it is impossible to completely go back to the original details. However, this discovery also made Su Qingming a little happy. He quickly cast magic and recorded the shadow that was traced back. Then, not long after, the backtracking magic disappeared. With this shadow, at least there is a search direction. After going back, take it to Lord Fool to see what is going on. But, why did the other party cast a large spell here? Obviously this is just a low-level leveling area, and there is nothing special about it. This made Su Qingming puzzled. Yeqing asked cautiously, Mr. Su, have you found anything? Su Qingming shook his head. Then, he used magic to detect the surrounding area again, but still found nothing. In the end, Su Qingming planned to give up the investigation here. Anyway, at least got the caster's shadow. This can be regarded as a harvest. Then, Su Qingming said, go to the next place, the Gloomy Canyon. When Su Qingming said this, Yeqing said awkwardly, that, Mr. Su, Mr. Su. The Gloomy Canyon has been destroyed too badly, and now it is impossible to enter. Su Qingming paused and said, then go to the outside. Then, there was another group teleportation, and everyone came to the outskirts of the Gloomy Canyon, Haoyu Canyon. This place is like a deep place, turned into ruins, very desolate. There was no one around. After coming here, Su Qingming still intends to cast backtracking magic. With the casting of the backtracking magic, a terrible storm immediately came from the entrance of the damaged Gloomy Canyon. Just like the world-destroying storm, it seems to be able to tear the entire world apart. However, the next moment, the storm stopped abruptly, and the scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. Seeing this moment, Su Qingming's expression changed slightly. Retrospective magic was forced to stop. This phenomenon shocked Su Qingming. What can force the retrospective magic to stop is either some ancient forbidden spells are involved, or the retroactive thing is too powerful, making the retroactive magic afraid to continue. What kind of situation will it be? But no matter which one it is very scary. Could this be related to God's message? Su Qingming couldn't help being suspicious. However, he himself did not dare to investigate further. Because the existence that can force the backtracking magic to stop must be able to tear him apart easily. But this matter must be recorded and reported to the guild. If necessary, the Master Fool may be required to take action. Immediately afterwards, several people went to the Star Canyon. Compared with the previous 2 times, the magic fluctuation here is very small. At best, it was at the level of 7-turn magic. After Su Qingming used the backtracking magic to go back, he found that the 7-turn magic had actually only exerted less than 1% of its power. If it is fully utilized, at least it can destroy Fang Yuan's area for hundreds of miles. This discovery shocked Su Qingming again. A soil element, a wind element, a water element, why is this? Why are there so many large-scale magic changes in Lanchange? What is there in Lanchange that is worth such a big fight? Could it be? Su Qingming's expression immediately became dangerous, and his eyes became a little more ruthless. Could it be that God's message has been leaked? Magic Association, there are traitors? Moreover, the level of traitors is at least above me. This thought immediately made Su Qingming's heart extremely gloomy. The strength of these large-scale magics made him think more, the more he felt that there was such a possibility. Chapter 34. Su Qingming was not sure whether he was a traitor or not. However, this is definitely a big discovery. If it is confirmed, it may cause a huge storm within the Magic Association, and may even affect the country. Su Qingming suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking of this, Su Qingming couldn't help asking, recently, has anyone special appeared in Lanchange? Special person? Yeqing and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Although they are the masters of Lanchange, they meet countless people every day, and there are all kinds of people, but how can they be regarded as special people? At this time, Fang Haoran suddenly said, Mr. Su, maybe no one. Su Qingming immediately said, say it. That man's name is Li Moran, one of the new pros, a mage. Hearing this, Su Qingming was immediately a little dissatisfied. I told you to call someone special, what do you say about a newly promoted professional? How special can a newly promoted professional be? Fang Haoran quickly said, no, Mr. Su. That person seems to have something to do with Miss Yu. Seeing that Su Qingming was still frowning, Fang Haoran immediately explained, Miss Yu is Miss Yu Ying. Yu Ying. Su Qingming immediately responded, you mean that girl? Yu Ying, almost all the senior members of the Magic Association know her. Not only because of that girl's terrifying talent, but also because of her background, which is huge and unimaginable. That's right, it's Miss Moon. How did you know her? In the beginning, when Miss Yu came to Guangxi province to play, I had a relationship with her once. The reason why the Tianya Guild can be established is all thanks to Miss Yu. Hearing this, Su Qingming also understood. Fang Haoran continued, that Li Moran, I investigated his background. He is an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. But, for some reason, he seems to have a good relationship with Ms. Yu. When he said this, he thought of the cold sweat from the sudden phone call yesterday. Unexpectedly, some of their deeds in Lanchange actually alarmed Miss Yu, and the cause turned out to be that person named Li Moran. At that time, he frantically investigated Li Moran's background and found all the information he could find. However, he found that a lot of important information was hidden, including Li Moran's occupation and level status. Needless to say, the person who hides all this must be Miss Yu. How could that person who was so ordinary be able to win Miss Yu's favor? Fang Haoran couldn't understand. Listening to Fang Haoran's narration, Su Qingming was still somewhat dissatisfied. He waved his hand and said, you don't need to say it. The young man named Li Moran, Su Qingming can go to Yu Ying to ask about his situation. But this is not his purpose now. The purpose of his coming to Lanchange is to investigate the information of God. Now, there is no definite news. However, the results of the investigation must be sent back to the association headquarters in time. This is the end of the matter, and my investigation is almost done. Yeqing quickly asked, Mr. Su, did you find anything? As soon as these words came out, Su Qingming's expression suddenly sank a little, which made everyone present tense a little. Su Qingming looked at them coldly, with extremely serious eyes. No matter what the discovery is, it has nothing to do with you. The water here is very deep. Once it erupts, it may cause the entire Kyushu kingdom to shake. You shouldn't know, don't ask a word. Hearing this, the people suddenly fell silent. The information disclosed in this sentence is frightening. Okay, I'm in a hurry, so you can do whatever you want. After speaking, Su Qingming waved his staff. The next moment, a big bird appeared in the sky, singing for a long time, with a strong sense of oppression. It was Qing Xiaoyuan. Su Qingming jumped up to Qing Xiaoyuan, and disappeared in just an instant. People looked at each other in blank dismay, as if they hadn't recovered from the panic just now. Su Qingming came and went in such a hurry that they couldn't get used to it at all. The various banquets and receptions that were originally prepared were all in vain. Come and go in a hurry. It's really the demeanor of a boss. Someone sighed. Hey, I didn't stay for a while, I was planning a banquet. Forget it, it's our good fortune that such a boss can come to Lanchange. After Su Qingming left, the rest of the people chatted for a while. Among them, Yeqing asked, Boy Haran, what happened to the guy named Li Moran you just said? The rest of the people also showed a lot of interest in this. Among them, Mo Sanduo, the person in charge of the job transfer hall, asked, Is it a good seed this year? Could it be some hidden profession? The person in charge of Tianxia trading also asked, Also, who is the Miss Yu you mentioned just now? Fang Haran said, Don't inquire about Ms. Yu, her identity is very unusual. As for that Li Moran, from the information, it is not a hidden occupation, but a mage. Yeqing wondered, That's strange, what's so special about this person? Although mage is a very precious profession, there are quite a few mage in Mist City. Therefore, Yeqing and the others were somewhat incomprehensible. Fang Haran also said helplessly, I don't know, I always feel that person is very abnormal. Among them, Zhou Zhenyang, the person in charge of Tianxia Trading Co., was thinking, he always felt that the name Li Moran was somewhat familiar, and he seemed to have seen this name somewhere. However, it is hard to remember. Forget it, not a particularly important person. After some discussion, a few people didn't think there was anything special about Li Moran. The most special point is that his detailed information has been hidden, which may be related to Miss Yu. However, this also made several people pay attention to the name. After exchanging a few pleasantries, several people also left one after another. Zhou Zhenyang returned to Tianxia Trading soon. It's getting late now, and the trading house is about to close. He recalled everything that happened today, and always felt that things were not that simple. But that is something that people like the Great Magister are investigating. In any case, it is not something that a small person like Zhou Zhenyang can spy on. Although Tianxia Trading House is the largest trading house in the entire Kyushu Kingdom, this is just a small branch in Lanchange, and Zhou Zhenyang is just a small person in charge. Forget it, just wash up and sleep. If there is any problem, those big shots will worry about it. Many employees have already left work, and those who stay are only dealing with some finishing work. Zhou Zhenyang plans to go out to relax. At this time, a young man pushed the door and entered. Sorry, sir, this place is closed. If you have something to do, please come back tomorrow. An employee immediately said to the young man. Zhou Zhenyang noticed this scene, looked up, and saw the young man. The dress is very ordinary, but the expression is very calm, with deep stability. Even an adult who has been polished by society may not have such a stable temperament as this young man. This point made Zhou Zhenyang immediately interested in him. He stepped forward slowly and asked, Little brother, what's your name? The young man raised his head and replied in a calm and gentle voice. Li Moran. Chapter 35. After staying with Zhizi at home for a while, Li Moran still has to embark on the road of 3 turns. However, it is almost impossible for Lee Moran to complete the third turn near Lanchange. The experience value required for the third turn is very large, and it is difficult for the leveling area of Lanchange to supply such a huge experience value. For this reason, it is necessary to leave Lanchange and go to the urban area. Lee Moran's goal is Chongshan City, the closest city to Lanchange. There are several LV90 LV120 level training areas there, and there are many 4-turn dungeons, which are enough to support Lee Moran's promotion to level 90. Originally, to go to Chongshan City, just take the high-speed rail directly. However, after the events of Spooky Canyon, the concept of professional flying was always on Lee Moran's mind. To be honest, he also wanted to master a flying skill. Therefore, before going to Chongshan City, come to the trading house to have a look. It's best if you have it. If you don't have it, say hello first and ask the trading house to keep a copy for yourself. As for the price, it's easy to say. Zhou Zhenyang was a little surprised when he heard Lee Moran say his name. Originally, he wanted to check Lee Moran's information, but unexpectedly, he met himself. Zhou Zhenyang sized up the young man in front of him. Apart from his calmness, there was also a hint of imperceptible vigor. This is definitely not a simple youth. In an instant, Zhou Zhenyang made a judgment on Lee Moran. Moreover, Zhou Zhenyang also immediately understood why he was somewhat familiar with this name. Lee Moran, isn't that the guy who consigned thousands of pieces of gear at the exchange house? For a while, Zhou Zhenyang immediately became enthusiastic. It's Li Xiaohu, it's so late, you came to the trading house, do you have anything to do? While speaking, he waved to the employee next to him to let him go. Lee Moran said, do you have a flying skill book? Flying skill book? Hearing these words, Zhou Zhenyang frowned slightly, and said, this is a bit difficult. You also know that skill books are always in high demand, and once they appear, they will be swept away immediately. Not to mention Flying Skills book, this is the top skill book among all skill books. The Flying Skill book is different from other skill books. This kind of skill book does not restrict occupations, and can be used by all occupations. In addition, the practicality of flying skills is too powerful, whether it is fighting, traveling or exploring, and all aspects of action, it is very convenient, so it is very sought after. Generally speaking, once this kind of skill book appears, it will almost always be wiped out by major guilds or some big families in an instant. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to buy a flight skills book. Zhou Zhenyang explained this to Lee Moran in a very tactful tone. No. Hearing this, Lee Moran was a little disappointed. But it can also be understood. When he came this time, he had no hope of being able to buy a flight skills book. Lee Moran continued, if there is news in this regard, can you notify me in advance? Zhou Zhenyang said, that's no problem. You can leave your contact information later, my friend. If there is news about the flying skills book, I will send you a text message. Thank you. No thanks, no thanks. Zhou Zhenyang smiled, after all, the customer is God. By the way, even if there is no flying skill book, there are some substitutes. I wonder if you need it, my friend. Have what? Lee Moran came to life immediately. Zhou Zhenyang said, skill scroll. Hearing this, Lee Moran understood instantly. A skill scroll is a special consumable. It is very convenient to engrave certain professional skills in the scroll, and it can be released as long as the scroll is torn apart. Through skill scrolls, different professionals can use each other's skills to achieve more powerful effects. For advanced professionals, skill scrolls are almost a must-have item. However, due to the high price of skill scrolls, there are not many people who can afford them, let alone those who use them in large quantities. When Lee Moran heard the skill scroll, besides flying skills, there were many other professional skills in Lee Moran's mind. Lee Moran asked, how many flying skill scrolls do you have? There are many more. But my friend, let me remind you first that the effect of the flying skill scroll has a duration. Generally speaking, it only lasts for 1 to 3 hours. That's enough. Moran said, take out all your flying skill scrolls, I want them all. All? Zhou Jinyang's eyes widened. That's right. Moran nodded. In addition to the flying skill scroll, there are other skill scrolls. I want a dozen of the best ones of all types. If there are more, I will take them too. Immediately afterwards, Moran added this sentence, which surprised Zhou Zhenyang even more. He couldn't help asking, little friend, do you have so much money? You don't have to worry about that. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenyang immediately cheered up, and hurriedly said, okay. Come on, who is there over there? There are still a few of you, don't go back today, work overtime for a while, and I will work overtime for you later salary. Hurry up and count the skill scrolls. Soon, the originally empty Tianxia trading house immediately became lively. It didn't take long for people to move out bundles of skill scrolls, piled up as high as a hill. An employee typed on the computer and said, Boss, these scrolls include 45 bundles of flying scrolls, 6 bundles of 5-turn mage attack skill scrolls, 38 bundles of 4-turn mage attack skill scrolls, 79 bundles. The price of a bundle of flying scrolls is 150,000 Kyushu coins, the price of 5-turn mage attack skill scrolls is 280,000 Kyushu coins, and the price of 4 turns. All the scrolls are a total of 1,262 bundles. Add up, a total of 6,869,509 state coins. Zhou Zhenyang coughed, and said, how about this? Wipe out a 0, and it will be 68 million Zhuzhu coins, my friend, how about it? After speaking, he looked at Moran with anticipation in his eyes. Moran took out a bank card and said, swipe the card. Seeing this, Zhou Jinyang's eyeballs almost popped out. This unhesitating style, this unpretentious gesture, this charming action. All these, under various filters, finally converged into 2 big characters in Zhou Jinyang's heart, local tyrants. Zhou Zhenyang couldn't help asking in his heart, wouldn't he be heartbroken for spending so much money? In fact, Moran really doesn't feel bad about spending the money. All this money was earned by selling equipment and skill books. Here in Tianxia Trading, there are always 1 or 2 small targets. Moreover, he has a forbidden spell, if he has no money, just go and rob a leveling area, and he will have money again. The reason why Moran bought so many scrolls was for his own consideration. It is impossible for him to use the forbidden spell forever without being discovered, nor is it possible to use the forbidden spell against all wild monsters. In the case that it is difficult to use forbidden spells, skill scrolls become the best choice. Although these things are more expensive, but to Moran, it is not a big deal. Now, he can be considered a rich man. Little friend, including this transaction, your transaction volume in my trading bank has reached 3 small goals, and you are a distinguished customer of my trading bank. We will give you a black gold card. With this black gold card, you can buy money anywhere in the country. A trading house gets a huge discount. Zhou Zhenyang asked someone to take out a black gold card, took it and handed it to Moran, respectfully. Chapter 36. Moran nodded and took the black gold card. This card has many functions, such as a 30% discount on purchases at various Tianxia trading houses across the country. The handling fee for consignment items is only 50% of the original, and you can use the black gold card to enter the top auction house of Tianxia trading house. You can get the transaction information of various precious items in advance. In short, there are many benefits. Moran was a little surprised. Before he knew it, the amount he traded in the trading house had reached 3 small goals. It's really hard to imagine. If it was before, this amount would definitely make Moran feel at a loss. In addition to the black gold card, Zhou Zhenyang also gave Li Moran a lot of things. Among them, Li Moran also designated a map, a magic map of the details of various secret places in Chongshan City and the level-up points. This magic map is very useful. From the above, you can directly see the specific location of each secret realm and even some hidden secret realms, as well as the refreshment area of various wild monsters in the leveling point, the refreshment area or time of the boss, etc., which is very convenient. Li Xiaowu, welcome to come again next time. Until Li Moran left, Zhou Zhenyang asked all the staff present to bow and see him off with great enthusiasm. He was very happy in his heart, even though 60 million Kyushu coins were just a drop in the bucket for a giant like Tianxia Trading, but for him, Zhou Zhenyang, this was definitely a great contribution. What level he can advance to in the future may depend on how many small targets Li Moran can trade. This is a big customer. In addition to being happy, Zhou Zhenyang gradually calmed down. He was a little puzzled. Isn't Li Moran a novice who just changed his job? Why can he spend such a large amount of money? Moreover, the most doubtful point is that he has just changed jobs, so why can he obtain thousands of pieces of equipment and sell them in trading houses? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhenyang immediately ordered, "Hurry up and show me Li Moran's transaction information." Seeing those transaction information, Zhou Zhenyang's eyes grew more and more shocked. The first and second ranks are fine, but what about the equipment of the third rank? How did he get it? Checked the information, but even the level was hidden. How many times did he turn? Perhaps this matter should be reported and let Yeqing speak to the great magister. This Li Moran is absolutely impossible to be a novice. At least, it is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary novice. After completing the transaction, Li Moran went home. Early the next morning, he tore off the flying scroll and headed to Chongshan City. He's already talked to Cicada. It may take several days to go to Chongshan City this time. Although it has been said that Li Moran has been taking care of Cicada, it does not mean that Cicada has no ability to take care of himself. It's just that the girl can't cook. Li Moran left her money, and these days she can only wrong her to order takeaway. Since the two met, they have never really parted. This time I left for a few days, and I don't know if I can adapt to it. As for other things, such as the safety of Cicada, Li Moran is not too worried. Even in the world where games come, the whole society is still very orderly, and people have already adapted to this kind of life. There will not be a situation where powerful professionals act recklessly. Moreover, even if she left, Li Moran left a lot of skill scrolls for Ji, and she is not incapable of self-protection in case of danger. Everything was ready, and Li Moran's figure gradually moved away and disappeared into the air. Chongshan City is nearly 200 kilometers away from Lanchange. This is a long distance, but Li Moran arrived in Chongshan in less than an hour under the high-speed train. Although the game world has come to the world, it has brought great changes to the order of the entire human society. However, the lives of ordinary people have not changed much. Even though the job-changing bosses are flying all over the sky, the country's basic roads, vehicles, high-speed rails, and even airplanes have not been eliminated. After all, in the entire society, 80% of the people are below rank 2, not including the younger generation who haven't started to change jobs. After leaving the high-speed rail station, Li Moran tore off the flying scroll and went directly to the leveling area according to the map. People around are not surprised to see this kind of scene. After all, in this era, there are really many people who can fly. It didn't take long for Li Moran to arrive at the destination, the magic word forest. This is the leveling area of LV90-LV150 in Chongshan City. It is the most suitable for Li Moran, who is about to upgrade to level 90 and perform 3 rounds. Moreover, there will be experience rewards for skipping monsters. In this way, Li Moran does not need to cast forbidden spells, and he can quickly reach full level. This is the best result. After turning around for a while and finding a spawn point with a lot of wild monsters, Moran started to level up. Not long after, several wild monsters appeared. Tangled Dryad. Level 99. Introduction. The most common wild monster in the magic word forest will use its slender branches to entangle and attack passing professionals. If you accidentally get entangled by it, you will be in big trouble. Kill drop. Howling Wolf. Level 102. Introduction. Ordinary wild wolf, likes to growl, and will use its big claws to ruthlessly tear Yura apart. Kill drop. Angry wild mushroom. Level 101. Introduction. An angry wild mushroom, highly poisonous. Its damage comes with poison, which will cause you to lose blood continuously. It will explode after death, causing a lot of damage and poisoning, so you need to be very careful. The introductions of several wild monsters are not high level, and they are considered to be the lowest level wild monsters in the magic word forest. As soon as they appeared, they showed hideous faces and rushed towards Moran. Without hesitation, Moran tore open several skill scrolls and threw them out. Rumble. A terrible explosion sounded, and several wild monsters in front of them immediately turned into smoke and were killed by Moran. You killed the entangled tree demon and gained 1200 experience points. You killed the roaring wolf and gained 1360 experience points. You killed. Looking at these gained experience points, Moran frowned. Based on these experience points, if I want to upgrade, I'm afraid I need to kill thousands of wild monsters. After the second turn, the experience value required for each upgrade will be greatly increased. Although Moran is only level 84 now, the experience points required to upgrade to level 85 have reached a terrifying tens of thousands. At this rate, if you want to upgrade to level 90, you may have to kill monsters for several days. In that case, then let's go deeper. Since wild monsters above level 90 give very little experience, then go kill level 150 wild monsters whose strength has reached rank 4. If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible to release a forbidden spell a little bit. After the experience of unleashing the raging sea in the Valley of Stars last time, Moran's ability to control the forbidden spell has been greatly improved, and there will be no result of accidentally destroying the city's enchantment again. Thinking of this, Moran went straight to the depths of the magic word forest without hesitation. Chapter 37. In the depths of the magic language forest. The forest is lush, and wild monsters are everywhere. This is the gathering point for level LV120 LV150 wild monsters. Wild monsters of this level are already very powerful, even stronger than many professionals of the same level. Generally speaking, only professionals who are ready to turn 4 will come here. However, there are also some people who want to challenge themselves, or come to explore nearby with the purpose of treasure hunting. Gao Song is one of them. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Are there really crystal beasts around here? We've been searching for an hour, and we haven't even seen a crystal beast. The person who spoke was Lu Erqiao, who belonged to Gao Song. Companion. Absolutely. Takamatsu vowed, I bought this map with a lot of money, and every place in it has been verified, absolutely impossible to make mistakes. Crystal Beast is a very rare wild monster, it can explode a very precious material, pure crystal. This is an excellent refining material, which can be used to refine epic level equipment, and its value is extraordinary. Among them, the market price of the smallest piece of pure crystal exceeds 100,000 Juzhu coins. And a crystal beast can explode at least 10 pure crystals, and even more. By chance, Takamatsu got a map, which marked a wild monster gathering point. It is very likely that there is a hidden group of crystal beasts in this gathering point. There will be at least 10 crystal beasts among them. Therefore, Gao Song took his little boy Lu Erqiao and risked his way to the depths of the magic language forest, looking for the footprints of the crystal beast. However, even according to the map, they searched for more than an hour, but found nothing. He also encountered danger many times and almost died under the claws of wild monsters. Lu Erqiao complained and shouted, "I think it's better not to look for it. Your map is probably fake. We have been wandering around for so long. If other wild monsters find it, it will be over." Both of them are in the early 100s, and it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch in this leveling area. Gao Song said unwillingly, "It is impossible to make mistakes, look again, look again." Lu Erqiao snorted coldly, but did not refute. After all, if they found a colony of crystal beasts, they would be rich. That is tens of millions or even tens of millions of Kyushu coins. Such a large amount of money is absolutely enviable. After searching for another half an hour, I still found nothing. Lu Erqiao was completely impatient, and shouted, "Damn it! I'm not looking for it anymore. I've been looking for you for so long, and there's not a single fart, and I've made a mess of myself." Gao Song also got a little impatient, and shouted, "Leave if you don't look for you. When I find it, I will take this opportunity to make a fortune myself." Lu Erqiao sarcastically said, "Get rich? Make you paralyzed? If you want to get rich so much, why don't you do that task? The reward for the task is not only 100 million Juzhu coins, but also 2 skill books for any profession." The patience of the two of them was almost exhausted, so they almost started to quarrel. Just then, a voice came over. "What mission are you talking about?" The two stopped their quarrel immediately and turned their heads to look away. A young man wearing a mage robe was found walking slowly. His eyes were flat, but he could see that they were a little stressed. Gao Song said, "You don't know which mission, is it possible that you are not from Chongshan?" "I'm not." The young man replied with a flat tone. This young man is exactly Li Moran. He came to the depths of the magic language forest and planned to cast a forbidden spell, but the quarrel between the two attracted Li Moran's attention. He didn't want to ignore them at first, but the task one of them said made Li Moran a little curious. "That is..." Roar. As soon as Gao Song opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a roar of beasts. Several people looked quickly, and found that a huge beast not far away had spotted them. The beast was nearly 3 meters high, like a hill. It looks exactly like a tiger, but its whole body is covered with blue crystals, just like its scales. On the beast's head, there is also a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, like an eye. Seeing this ferocious beast, Gao Song was horrified. "It's the Crystal King beast." Oops! The map marked on my map is not the group of crystal beasts, but the refresh point of the Crystal King beast. Hearing this, Lu Erqiao's face turned pale in an instant, and he cursed, "Damn it! What kind of road did Nima lead? Even the map was wrong." "Gao Song, do you still have any brains? Don't scold, don't scold!" Gao Song shouted, "Let's run away. The Crystal King beast is not something we can afford." Saying that, Gao Song and Lu Erqiao were about to run away. At this time, Gao Song saw that Li Moran was still on the spot, and quickly shouted, "Boy over there, what are you still doing? Why don't you run quickly, waiting to die?" Li Moran didn't respond to him, didn't even look at him. He looked at the Crystal King beast in front of him. Under the gaze of the demon god, its information could not be hidden at all. Crystal King beast, boss. Level 150. Introduction: the King of Crystal Beasts possesses unparalleled terrifying power. It is invulnerable, immune to most physical attacks and many magical attacks, and can avoid damage through crystallization, making it very difficult to deal with. Attributes: HP 900,000 / attack power 48,000 / defense power 120,000 / magic resistance 50%. Skills: Berserk Roar, Crystal Strafe, Crystal Rage, Crystallization. Weaknesses: the main body is very fragile, as long as the penetration reaches more than 80%, it can cause serious damage to it. Kill drop, crystal set, mage, warrior, pure crystal, badge. Are you afraid of penetration? Seeing this weakness, Moran laughed. He happens to have a passive skill everything is real. Able to convert all damage to itself into real damage. This means that the Crystal King beast in front of him is absolutely restrained by him. Moreover, Moran's passive is not only that his own attacks are real damage, but that all attacks that pass through him will become real damage. It means that the damage caused by its skill scroll is also real damage. Therefore, without hesitation, Moran took out several bundles of scrolls from the interspatial ring, tore them apart and threw them at the Crystal King beast in front for free. Rumble. Suddenly, countless explosions sounded, bringing about a very strong turmoil. Gao Song and Lu Erqiao didn't run away either, they stopped at the spot and watched the scene with surprised expressions. Using skill scrolls to deal with the Crystal King beast, throwing away so many at once, what the FK? This person can't be a big shot, right? Nonsense. People dare to come to this area by themselves, how could they be like you? The explosion brought a strong shock, accompanied by the howl of the Crystal King beast. The damage of these skill scrolls is terrible. When it falls on the Crystal King beast, its blood bar will drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. You released the Bison Crash, causing 48,000 real damage to the Crystal King beast. You released the Light Bow Rain, causing a total of 78,900 real damage to the Crystal King beast. You released a Burst Fireball, which caused 69,500 real damage to the Crystal King beast. You released. In the end, under the inconceivable eyes of the two, the mighty Crystal King beast was directly thrown to death by Moran by throwing the skill scroll. Chapter 38. You killed the Crystal King beast and gained 150,000 experience points. You have leveled up and got 10 attribute points. You have leveled up and got 10 attribute points. As expected of a level 150 boss, after killing it, he directly gave 150,000 experience points, allowing himself to be promoted by 2 levels. Seeing this experience value, Moran was very satisfied. Today, Moran's level has reached level 86, and the experience points required to upgrade have increased to 90,000. With this speed, you only need to kill a few more level 150 bosses to directly rise to level 90. But unfortunately, killing the Crystal King beast this time did not drop the crystal suit, but only dropped a few pieces of green equipment and a piece of blue equipment for the archer profession. Moran took a look and threw it into the magic space. In addition to equipment, there are many crystals. Pure crystal, boss. Introduction: the pure crystal dropped by the Crystal King beast has more pure energy than ordinary pure crystals. The equipment made with it has a certain chance to evolve into semi-legendary equipment. This is the material dropped by the Crystal King beast. The amount is very considerable, about 20 or 30 pieces. Moran was taken into the magic space together. Around, Gao Song and Lu Erqiao had already stared blankly. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying Crystal King beast would be so vulnerable in front of the young man in front of him. Even though he used a scroll, it couldn't hide his extraordinariness at all. Moran's performance made them unable to calm down at all. After collecting the dropped items, Moran looked at the two of them and asked, "Go on, what is the mission you just mentioned?" At this time, the two immediately became more enthusiastic. Gao Song hurriedly said, "That's right. In a secret realm on the west coast of Chongshan City, a very powerful boss appeared. That boss is attacking the barrier of the secret realm. It may break through the barrier and appear in Chongshan City, causing huge damage. Destruction. In order to deal with that boss, the mayor and the Chongshan Guild, the first guild in Chongshan City, issued a mission. As long as you can kill the boss and get the killing certificate, you can go to the Chongshan Guild to receive the reward with the killing certificate. The reward includes 100 million Kyushu coins, 2 skill books for any profession, and various job transfer materials, refining materials, and treasures of heaven and earth. As if he was afraid that Li Moran would be unhappy, Gao Song spoke like a cannonball, and immediately explained the ins and outs of the mission clearly. Hearing this, Li Moran was a little moved. Not for 100 million Kyushu coins or other materials, but for 2 skill books. You know, he has the forbidden eye, any kind of skill, as long as it falls on him, it will be transformed into a forbidden curse. For him, this is undoubtedly 2 more terrible methods. However, Li Moran was a little puzzled and asked, "Why did you issue this reward? Could it be that no one in Chongshan City can deal with that boss?" As soon as these words came out, Gao Song and Lu Erqiao immediately became embarrassed. Gao Song said, that's it. In fact, the mayor and the Chongshan Guild sent a large number of people to encircle the boss several times, but they all failed. The secret realm is very complicated, and the boss is also very cunning, especially difficult to deal with. After repeated encirclement and suppression failed, the mayor and the Chongshan Guild jointly released this task. Li Moran asked, "What is the strength of that boss? I heard it should be rank 5, or rank 6. I'm not very clear either." At this point, Li Moran has some understanding. He didn't stay any longer, directly tore the flying scroll, and flew away from here immediately. This scene shocked the two of them again. He came and went in a hurry, and he used 50,000 flying scrolls on the way. This damn is not just a boss, but also a local tyrant. Gao Song lamented that he only hated himself for having no money. Li Moran left the magic language forest and came to the center of Chongshan City. There is a building here called the Mission Hall. It is the place where Chongshan City releases various missions. All tasks must be collected and submitted here. Many professionals would also visit the mission hall in their spare time to see if there were any suitable missions. Entering the mission hall, there are many people around. Even if Li Moran is a professional, no one will give him a second look. Li Moran walked directly into the front desk, and a woman at the front desk showed a professional smile and asked, "Sir, what service do you need? I want to take on the task." Li Moran cut to the chase. Hearing this, the woman at the front desk took out a form and said, "There are tasks that can be claimed at present, and a brief introduction is attached to it. Please take a look first." Li Moran nodded and took the form. On the most conspicuous part of the form, there is a very eye-catching task that occupies a large area. Mission name, Ghost Ship to Hell. Mission difficulty, Legendary. Mission introduction, how many years ago, there was a ship floating on the ocean. The ship was caught in a storm and none of the crew members survived. Rescue teams were dispatched, but no remains of the ship could be found until it was forgotten by all. Fell into the bottom of the sea, suffered from cold, suffered deep pain, turned into a ghost, and went to hell. Task content, please go to Nanbo Bay outside Chongshan City, enter the ghost ship secret realm to find the ghost ship, kill the ghost ship boss Resentment Sea Ghost and get the killing certificate, the Sigh of the Ghost. Task reminder, in the secret realm of the ghost ship, the strength of the ghost spirit of the Sea of Resentment will be increased by 100%, and at the same time, it can shuttle freely in the secret realm. The strength of Resentment Sea Ghost is infinitely close to that of a rank 6 professional, so be careful. Task reminder, the ghost ship secret realm is affected by the wraith, there will be many illusions, so stay awake, otherwise you will be trapped in the environment forever, unable to extricate yourself. Task rewards, 100 million Kyushu coins, 2 skill books for any occupation below the 5th rank, 3 pieces of epic level equipment for any occupation under the 5th rank, epic level forging materials. 10. Epic level promotion materials. 10. Heroes of Chongshan City Medal, title of Hero of Chongshan City, honorary guest of Chongshan Guild, or directly join Chongshan Guild. Even Li Moran couldn't help being moved by this dazzling task reward. This is really a big deal, and Chongshan City is also rich and powerful to be able to get this kind of reward. Still, Li Moran more or less got it. The high-end power in Chongshan City will definitely have rank 6 professionals. But they all failed in their crusade against the Sea of Resentment Ghost Spirit. In other words, if they wanted to completely destroy the Sea of Resentment Ghost Spirit, they would probably need a rank 7 professional to do it. But each of the rank 7 professionals is a strong one, and the price of the shot is ridiculously expensive. I'm afraid Chongshan City doesn't want to be taken advantage of, so it came out with such a mission. If someone really completes it, or if there is a big shot, for Chongshan City, this deal is definitely a bargain. Without any hesitation, Li Moran said directly to the woman at the front desk, I want to take this task. Chapter 39. Okay. The woman at the front desk was not too surprised to hear that Li Moran said that she would take up the task. After the task was announced, the entire Chongshan City set off a frenzy. These days, I don't know how many people have come to take up this task. Li Moran is just one of them. Of course, even if so many people took on the task, no one could complete it. This is also to be expected. Both the number 1 guild of Chongshan City and the municipal bureau sent top professionals to encircle and suppress them, but they were still defeated. One can imagine how terrifying the Ghost Sea of Resentment is. The current task is actually just a helpless move by Chongshan City. Perhaps, when this task was released, no one was expected to complete it at all. After registration, a notification sound appeared in Li Moran's mind. You have successfully received the mission, the Ghost Ship to Hell. Mission time limit, 3 days. Please complete the mission within the specified time, otherwise it will be regarded as a mission failure. After the failure, you will not be able to receive the mission again. 3 days. Hearing this voice, Li Moran's heart did not fluctuate. This time is enough. Afterwards, he immediately left the mission hall and went directly to Nanbo Bay according to the map. Nanbo Bay, as its name suggests, is located in the south of Chongshan City. This is also the largest leveling area in Chongshan City, with areas of almost every level distributed, even including areas above LV150. Of course, the people who go to such an area are basically the highest-end fighters in Chongshan City. When I came to Nanbo Bay, there were a lot of people here. Monster spawners can be seen everywhere around, very noisy. Hey! You seal, take a punch from Ono. See if I don't kill you, how dare a mere level 80 wild monster be arrogant? The stalwart god of fire. Please send down the power to punish sins for your devout believers. Fire blast. Listen. The sound of the forest. Light arrows. Li Moran ignored the people around him who were leveling up, and flew directly to the depths of Nanbo Bay. Going deeper, there are fewer people. It didn't take long for Li Moran to arrive at his destination. This is a coast of Nanbo Bay, but it is very steep, like a cliff. The waves beat against the coast, creating countless grotesque boulders. From the coast forward, is the ocean area. Li Moran entered without hesitation. You have entered the ocean area, and it has been detected that you have not carried a breathing device. Your current breathing time is 5 hours. After the advent of the game world, the waters have also changed. People can enter the water for activities and take a short breath. If you carry special equipment, you can even survive in the water for a long time. Now, Li Moran only has 5 hours, and if the time is over, his health will continue to decrease. Once the life value reaches 0, it will die immediately. This time is enough. Li Moran accelerated directly and headed towards the secret realm. Soon, he passed through the portal and entered the secret realm. Once entering the secret realm, the surrounding environment has undergone tremendous changes. The originally very bright sea area instantly became extremely gloomy, and the surrounding sea water also became extremely cold, like a polar region in the sea. Not only that, but Moran also felt a strong oppressive force, not just the pressure of the sea water, as if countless people were pressing on him. Not only was the sound of the ocean all around, but also countless terrifying sounds, as if they were whispers of ghosts. All of this shows how extraordinary this secret realm is. You have entered the secret realm of the ghost ship. Soon, the beep sounded in Moran's mind. This secret realm is located in the ocean area. You only have 5 hours to breathe, please pay extra attention. This secret realm belongs to the territory of the boss Sea of Resentment ghost. Those who enter this secret realm will be cursed by Sea of Resentment. All attacks against Sea of Resentment will weaken their power by 30%. This secret realm has been affected by wraiths for a long time. If you are in this secret realm, all your attacks will be weakened by 20%. This secret realm has been affected by wraiths for a long time. You cannot restore your own state in this secret realm. This secret realm. A long series of prompts kept popping up, making Moran's expression a little dignified. Being in this secret realm, one will receive a series of very powerful debuffs. It is no wonder that the professionals of rank 6 are defeated in this secret realm. This task is not as simple as imagined. Moran looked around, and soon discovered that there were countless floating shadows around the secret realm. These shadows are unconscious, constantly floating with the water, and making all kinds of strange sounds, making people creepy. After checking with the gaze of the demon god, their information appeared in front of Moran's eyes. Sea Wraith. Level 144. Introduction. It was formed by the souls of the dead who died in the sea, drifting for countless years. He has no consciousness of himself, drifts with the sea, and obeys the orders of the resentful sea ghost. Features: immune to physical attacks. In this secret realm, there is only one wild monster, the Wraith of the Sea, and there are no other wild monsters. The levels of these sea wraiths are all very high, the highest is even close to level 180, and even the lowest level is above level 120. If it was an ordinary person, let alone deal with the ghosts of the Sea of Resentment, even these Sea of Resentment would be enough for them to drink a pot. While Moran was observing, the surrounding sea wraiths also noticed his existence. Almost in an instant, all the wraiths of the sea disappeared in an instant. This scene surprised Moran, and he had no time to react. In the next second, the Wraith of the Sea appeared around Moran together, directly surrounding him. Then, the surrounding sea wraiths made countless strange sounds. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. You are under the concentrated sound wave attack of the Wraith of the Sea. This attack comes with a certain chance of being confused, dizzy, and silent. 100 Wraiths of the Sea concentratedly release the sound wave attack, and the trigger rate of the above states is 100%. The number of sea wraiths attacking you is 568. You have been stunned by the enemy. You have been silenced by the enemy. You have suffered a state of confusion. Ding! You have been blessed by the demon god, and you are automatically immune to negative states. Countless sea wraiths gathered together, forming a very powerful offensive. For a moment, even Moran was a little restless. Fortunately, although these attacks can impose various negative states, he is immune to these states. So, in the next second, Moran tore open several mage skill scrolls. Rumble. Powerful explosions immediately appeared around, and soon, countless bloody numbers appeared on the heads of the gathered sea wraiths. Because they are gathered together, once the magic skills are released, they can hit a large number of enemies, and the efficiency of killing enemies is extremely high. You killed the Wraith of the Sea, and gained 3,400 experience points. You killed the Wraith of the Sea and gained 4,120 experience points. You killed. You have upgraded. Get 10 attribute points. You have upgraded. Get 10 attribute points. Soon, hundreds of sea wraiths turned into light spots under Moran's attack, and Moran's experience value skyrocketed again. Chapter 40. You have upgraded. Get 10 attribute points. You have reached level 90, and this level has been capped. Please go and complete the job transfer task, otherwise you will not be able to upgrade. Hundreds of sea wraiths directly brought Moran's level to level 90. This surprised him a little. It can only be said that the attack method of these sea wraiths is too special, they actually attack in groups. If you are not prepared, it is really easy to kill them. Fortunately, Moran's demon god's blessing just restrained the wraith of the sea. Because of this, all these wraiths of the sea became his experience points. Now that I've reached level 90, even if I kill the resentment sea ghost, I can't gain experience points. Should I go back and change jobs first? After receiving the job transfer task, the extra experience points can be automatically stored, and can be upgraded at one time after the job transfer is completed. However, after thinking about it, Moran has no plans to go back. Doing so would waste a lot of time, and Moran didn't want to bother. Secondly, he has forbidden spells, leveling up is as easy as drinking water for him. Even if the experience points of the resentful sea ghost were wasted, it was nothing. Thinking of this, Moran went directly to the depths of the secret realm. Ever since hundreds of sea wraiths attacked him and were wiped out by the entire army, there were very few wild monsters around him attacking him. Even if I saw a few occasionally, they were all drifting unconsciously, as if I didn't notice the existence of Moran at all. Right here, Moran went all the way unimpeded, and came directly to the depths of the ghost ship mystery. In the depths of the secret realm, the surroundings are even more gloomy, the sea water is colder, and there are ubiquitous undercurrents, like huge mouths in the darkness, trying to swallow people. In front of the field of vision, there is a very large wreckage of the ship. It doesn't know how long it has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and it has already rotted away. The entire hull was divided into several parts by the current, like a dismembered titan. The rudder, skull, and hull structure have also been damaged beyond recognition. The rotten deck may turn into a ball of mud with just a light touch. It is not easy for it to persist in the seabed and still retain an empty shell. Moran approached the hull and immediately felt a gloomy air current. In the next second, the area around the ocean instantly became extremely dark. Originally, the seabed was dark, but there was still some visible light, and the field of vision was not completely covered. But at this moment, it seems that all the light has been evacuated, and the entire ocean has completely lost its color. When Moran looked up, he realized that it was an extremely terrifying ghost, which was blocking the sky above him, blocking the already weak light. Soon, a ghost message appeared in front of Moran's eyes. Ghost of the Sea of Resentment, Boss. Level, 190. Introduction, the devil of the deep, the devil of the sea, the terrible oppressive feeling like hell, is the portrayal of the ghost of the Sea of Resentment. It is a powerful ghost formed by the condensed souls of the dead. It can mobilize the power of the ocean and shuttle continuously in the secret realm of the ghost ship, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Attributes: Boost HP 4.8 million / Attack Power 220,000 / Defense Power 180,000 / Magic Resistance 60%. Features: Immune to physical attacks. In the ghost ship secret realm, all attributes are increased by 100%, can freely realize instant movement in the ghost ship secret realm space. Skills: Sonic Attack, Ghost Disturbance, Ghost King Roar, Ghost Summoning, Rage Explosion, Ocean's Resentment. As expected of an existence that even rank 6 professionals can do nothing about, its comprehensive attributes are the strongest Moran has ever seen, and the strength of this boss should not be underestimated. And, moreover, it even has the ability to teleport. It almost shows that in the ghost ship mystery, this boss is invincible. Even if it can be defeated head-on, it cannot be eliminated. Unless its teleportation is restricted, it's useless at all. Perhaps this should be the reason why the rank 6 professionals returned with their feathers. However, for others, teleportation may be a headache for them. But for Lee Moran, even if it can teleport, it is still useless. This kind of strength cannot be dealt with skill scrolls. If so, then use forbidden spells to deal with you. As soon as Lee Moran stretched out his hand, a staff appeared in his hand. Then, he gathered his mana and waved his staff. Raging sea and raging waves. Forbidden curse, released here. Rumble. In the next second, the entire secret realm experienced a strong shock. This kind of shock not only existed in the secret realm, but also affected the outside of the secret realm and the entire Nanbo Bay in an instant. Like an earthquake under the sea, the surrounding space is constantly shaking, and the sea water is constantly tumbling, just like a pot of water being constantly shaken by people. In the secret realm, the ghost ship melted into bubbles almost instantly, and around it, countless undercurrents surged in and surrounded the sea of resentment ghost spirits one after another. Outside the secret realm, a tsunami hundreds of meters high appeared in a few seconds. These tsunami were towering than mountains, and countless people who saw this scene were horrified. What's that? What happened? It's a tsunami. How could there be such a violent tsunami? There shouldn't be a tsunami in Nanbo Bay. It's not a tsunami. I feel the magic wave, someone is releasing a large magic. FK. Which boss is joking around? Is this tsunami going to destroy the entire Nanbo Bay? In short, run away quickly. If you don't run away, it will be too late. The billowing tsunami slapped and submerged the coast in an instant. The sea engulfs the land like a beast, devouring everything. Fortunately, this area is relatively far from the urban area, and there are few people. In addition, the people who come here are generally of a higher level, so the tsunami did not affect too many people. However, people are still terrified. They knew that the tsunami was not aimed at them, it was just an aftermath, but it was so terrible. It's hard to imagine, if it is at the center of the skill, how terrifying is the power. The entire ghost ship secret realm couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds under the raging sea. With the sound of breaking, the ghost ship secret realm collapsed directly. Along with the ghost ship secret realm collapsed, there was also the sea of resentment ghost spirit. Even the boss whose strength has reached rank 6, still has no power to fight back under Lee Moran's raging sea. Even Lee Moran himself was amazed. Unexpectedly, the power of the raging sea and raging waves in the ocean is so terrifying. Originally, in order to prevent the forbidden curse from spreading to the outside world, he had already reduced the power of the forbidden curse as much as possible. Now, the power of the raging sea wave he released was not even 1/10 of his full strength, but it still caused such terrible damage. It can only be said that the power of the forbidden curse is really terrifying, so terrifying that it is hard to imagine how terrifying it is. Not long after, the beep appeared again. You killed the Wraith of the Sea and gained 4490 experience points. Your level is full, and the experience value is forced to 1. You killed the boss Resentment Sea Ghost, and gained 1.2 million experience points. Your level is full, and the experience value is forced to 1. Chapter 41. You killed the boss Resentment Sea Ghost and completed the mission Ghost Ship to Hell. Please use the kill certificate to go to the Chongshan City Mission Hall to receive the mission reward. You killed the boss Sea of Resentment Ghost Spirit, and gained the title Sea of Resentment Terminator. A series of announcements made people dazzled. This scene actually made Lee Moran feel a little nostalgic. He hasn't killed monsters like this for several days. However, there will be many such cases in the future. To Lee Moran's surprise, the experience value given by the Resentment Sea Ghost was as high as 1.2 million. This made Lee Moran a little distressed, and even regretted it for a moment. Shouldn't he go to get the third rank task first? That's it, there's nothing more to say. In addition to the experience points, killing so many wild monsters, and a boss with a 6th rank, the rewards are naturally indispensable. In front of Lee Moran's eyes, a light blue diamond-shaped crystal floated. After Lee Moran took it, its information was displayed. Sea of Resentment Credentials. Introduction, dropped after killing the Resentment Sea Ghost, the proof of killing the Resentment Sea Ghost. You can take this voucher to the Chongshan City Mission Hall to receive rewards. The kill certificate itself has no value. It is more of a proof and a symbol of strength. Other things are really good things. First is the equipment. After killing so many wild monsters, including the Sea of Resentment Ghost Spirit, countless equipment would naturally drop. Among them, Lee Moran collected all the equipment dropped by ordinary wild monsters into the magic space, and those equipments were nothing to look at. What caught Lee Moran's attention was the equipment dropped by Sea of Resentment Ghost. Sea Spirit Clothes, Epic. Category, Vestments, Female. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, Level 176, Level 5 Turn 26. Attributes, plus 50,000 mana, plus 20,000 defense, plus 20% magic resistance, plus 3,000 constitution. Passive, breathing of water, can breathe in waters, lightness of the sea, in the ocean, gain 80% movement speed, protection of the sea, in the ocean, gain 30% damage immunity, sea cruising, in the ocean, immune control. Wraith Boots, Epic. Category, Shoes. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, Level 180, 6th turn. Attributes, plus 100% movement speed, plus 12,000 mana, plus 1,200 spirit. Passive, Wraith body protection, immune to chaos, dizziness, and silence, evil spirit circle. When facing spirit-type wild monsters, the movement speed will increase by an additional 100%. Sea Soul, Legend. Type, Staff. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, Level 170. Attributes, plus 300,000 mana, plus 48,000 strength, plus 60% magic attack boost, plus 120% water spell damage, plus 120% damage to spirits. Passive, Sea Chaos, 30% chance of attacking with confusion, silence, stun, knockback effects. Sea Fury, when fighting in the ocean area, skill damage increases by 100%. Included active skill, Sea Soul, Spirit of the Sea to fight. The Soul of the Sea will inherit 70% of the attributes of the Soul Caller. After death, it will cause a lot of damage to the target and stun it for 3 seconds. In the ocean area, the Soul of the Ocean, the attributes of the soul will be increased by 100%. There are all kinds of equipment, a total of more than 10 pieces of equipment, all of which are suitable for Mage. Among them, the lowest is Epic level, and there is even a piece of Legendary level equipment. Lee Moran no longer knew what expression to make. In the Ghost Ship mystery, even mobs will only explode Mage equipment. For Mage, this is undoubtedly a treasure land. Now, looking at these terrible values, Lee Moran even feels suffocated. Not to mention the Sea Spirit clothes and Wraith boots, just the legendary piece of equipment, the Sea Soul. Despite the simple name, its mana bonus has reached a terrifying 300,000. This means that if Lee Moran wears this piece of equipment, the mana bonus it provides, combined with Lee Moran's passive magic sea, can make Lee Moran's mana reach a terrifying 30 million. This kind of mana is enough for Lee Moran to use several forbidden spells. Not only that, but there is also a powerful increase in spell damage, especially for spirit bodies, or when you are in the sea. The improvement of this piece of equipment is even more terrifying. Not to mention, Sea Soul also has the first active skill that Lee Moran has seen with the equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that this staff is an artifact. Unfortunately, my level is too low, and I can't wear it yet. Lee Moran was a little depressed. With such powerful equipment, his level did not meet the standard. It's just that the Sea of Resentment Ghost Spirit is too powerful, and even the equipment that drops requires a minimum level of 5 ranks, and Moran hasn't even started 3 ranks yet. But it is also a very amazing harvest, and I am afraid that there will be very few such harvests in the future. This incident was completely accidental, and it was almost impossible to honestly farm monsters to get this kind of harvest. Keep these equipment, and it will be of great use when you upgrade to rank 6. In addition to the equipment, the resentful sea ghost also dropped a lot of materials, but Moran was not interested in seeing these, and included them in the magic space. It's a pity that the resentful sea ghost didn't drop the skill book. But this is also normal. The drop rate of the skill book is 100 times lower than that of the equipment. Even if it is a boss like resentful sea ghost, it is still difficult to drop the skill book. In addition to these substantive equipment, Moran also won a title, the Terminator of the Sea of Resentment. Sea of Resentment Terminator. After wearing it, when fighting spirit monsters in the ocean, all damage to this type of monsters will have a 60% one-hit kill effect, which is invalid for bosses. The limitations of this title are still very strong, and it can only target one type of wild monster, which is better than nothing. After counting the harvest, Moran left. He flew directly to the mission hall, intending to return to Lanchinge to complete the third round after receiving the reward. Although it is said that the third turn can be completed in Chongshan City, Moran does not want to stay here too much. The family knew that they were still waiting for him. After leaving the sea, there were already more people around. The tsunami attracted many people's attention. Although it did not affect the urban area due to Moran's deliberate control, Chongshan City still sent people to investigate. Moran didn't want to cause extra trouble, so he left directly when there were not many people. Not long after, he came to the downtown area of Chongshan City, and then went to the mission hall. After entering the mission hall, she was still the same woman at the front desk. After seeing Moran, she smiled and said, "Welcome, what service do you need?" "I want to submit the task." "Okay, what is the task you need to submit?" "A ghost ship to hell." Chapter 42. Is it this mission? "I'm sorry, but if this mission fails, you are not allowed to receive it again." "Sir, why don't you take a look at the other?" Wait a minute, sir, can you say that again?" "What are you submitting?" Moran, a ghost ship to hell." The expression of the woman at the front desk changed. She looked at Moran, a little uncertain. "You have finished?" Moran nodded. Seeing this, the eyes of the woman at the front desk were filled with disbelief. Someone actually completed this task. You know, the boss of this mission has the strength of rank 6. Moreover, the strong men from Chongshan City organized a group to crusade, but they failed to kill the boss. Now, someone actually completed this task. It's unbelievable. First, sir. As you know, jokes are not welcome in the mission hall. Moran didn't say anything, and slowly took out the kill certificate. The woman took the kill certificate, and after reading it, not only her expression, but even her complexion changed. The way she looked at Moran also changed. With the kill certificate, it proves that all this is true. The young man in front of him has really accomplished this task. How can this be proved? Okay, that's great, the woman said immediately. Sir, please wait a moment. With my authority, I cannot submit this task to you. I'm going to report it. Moran nodded. Then, the girl left immediately to report the matter. A few minutes later, the girl came back, followed by a middle-aged man. When he saw Moran, he immediately showed an excited expression, and said, "My friend, hello. My name is Yan Shan, and I am the master of the mission hall in Lanchinge. Did you complete the mission of the ghost ship?" Moran nodded. It's really surprising." Yan Shan was shocked. "How did you do it? Submitting the task shouldn't require providing this information, right?" "Sorry. I was talking too much. I was just too surprised. You know, this task has troubled Chongshan City for a long time. It is really unimaginable that someone has completed it. Please come with me. Then, Li Moran followed Yan Shan into a room. Yan Shan pointed to a pedestal in the center of the room and said, "This is the place to submit the task, you just need to put the kill certificate on it." Li Moran stepped forward and placed the killing certificate on the pedestal. The next second, the pedestal emitted a faint light, surrounding the killing certificate. Then, Li Moran heard a beep. The legendary mission Ghost Ship to Hell has been completed, and your rewards have been issued. Congratulations, you have won 100 million Kyushu coins, Blood Essence Jade, Epic Level Forging Material. 10. Crimson Root, Epic Level Promotion Material. Honorary Guest Certificate of the Guild. Please choose the type of equipment you need. Please choose the type of skill book you need. In addition to the fixed rewards, the rewards of equipment and skill books need to be chosen independently. Li Moran said in his mind, Turn 3 Mage Equipment, Armor, Shoes, Belt, Mage Skill Book. Afterwards, rewards for equipment and skill books were also issued immediately. Congratulations, you have been equipped with the Eternal Night Clothes, Thunderbolt Boots, and Scarlet Conservation. Congratulations, you have obtained Mage Skill Book 2. These rewards then automatically entered Li Moran's magic space. Seeing that Li Moran received the reward, Yan Shan immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Little friend, your performance is really amazing. If you have time, is it convenient to stay here for a short time? We would like to thank you very much." Li Moran shook his head and said, "Forget about these things, I'm in a hurry." After speaking, Li Moran ignored Yan Shan's persuasion and left directly. Seeing this, Yan Shan was a little disappointed. But soon, his expression immediately became serious. He immediately ordered someone to inquire about Li Moran's information. To be able to complete that task, this person must either be frighteningly powerful, or have a frightening background. Not only that, when this matter was reported to the Chongshan City Bureau, it also caused a huge sensation, including the Chongshan Guild, who were extremely shocked. And when they inquired about Li Moran's information and found nothing, they were even more surprised. It is also more certain that Li Moran is a hidden boss, maybe even a boss from the Magic Association. Of course, these are things for later. After Li Moran left the mission hall, he directly checked the rewards he had obtained. The 100 million Kyushu coins have already been transferred to his bank account, and Li Moran is looking at the equipment and skill books. Clothes of Eternal Night, Epic. Type, Vestments. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, Level 100, 3rd to Level 10. Attributes, plus 15,000 mana, plus 460 Constitution, plus 1,300 Defense, plus 4,000 magic resistance, plus 10,000 health. Passive, Eternal Night, in the Dark Night, gain 6,000 points of magic resistance. Born Night, triggered when suffering damage exceeding 30% of the maximum HP within 10 seconds, recovering 5% of the maximum HP per second, lasting 10 seconds, the effect of this passive is doubled in the dark. Thunderbolt Boots, Epic. Type, Shoes. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, Level 100. Attributes, plus 80% movement speed, plus 200 defense power, plus 10% lightning magic damage. Passive, Thunderbolt, an additional 80% increase in movement speed. This effect is tripled when affected by thunder spells or in thunderstorm weather. Thunderbolt, when moving at full speed, a lightning field will be formed around itself, causing a range of damage to surrounding targets harm. Blood Conservation. Type, Belt. Occupation, Mage. Wearing level, 100. Attributes, plus 6,800 HP, plus 900 Defense, plus 300 Constitution. Passive, Bloodthirsty, you will not be bleeding. Blood pump, additional 20,000 health points. Blood shield, consumes 40% of the current health points, turned into a shield, can absorb 80% of your own maximum health points harm. 3 pieces of equipment, each of which is extraordinary, both in terms of attributes and functions, are very good. Nor did it bury it at the epic level. Since Moran is about to turn 3, he chose 3-turn equipment, which cannot be worn yet. However, it is almost there. As long as he completes 3 turns, he can basically wear it. At that time, one's attributes will be greatly improved. Of course, besides these equipments, what Moran valued most were those 2 skill books. Or should I say, soon to be 2 forbidden curses. Chapter 43. Moran looked at the 2 skill books. Skull Summoning, Mage Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Requirement, LV60. A kind of necromancy, summon a skeleton, let it fight for you, the skeleton will inherit 30% of your own attributes. Magic Field, Mage Class Professional Skill Book, Learning Condition, LV60. Create a magic field, in this field, you will get a 3% increase in various attributes. After glancing at the skill book and knowing what the skills were, Moran learned them all directly. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill, Skeleton Summoning. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill, Magic Field. Soon, the familiar voice sounded again, and Moran even felt a little excited in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the Forbidden Eyes, the skeleton summoning has undergone billions of changes. The skeleton summoning has been transformed into a forbidden curse, the undead natural disaster. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the magic field has changed a little bit. The magic field has been transformed into a forbidden spell, the Holy Sky. Undead Scourge, the god of the undead, the natural disaster of death. You can summon any dead creature to fight for you. But all undead creatures will obey your orders. Under your leadership, they have unparalleled combat power. Sacred Sky, the gods are gone, but the sky still exists. Within the sacred canopy, all your attributes will increase 100 times. The opponent's damage to you is reduced by 99%. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Moran was still shocked when he saw these 2 skills. Undead Scourge, able to summon dead creatures to fight for themselves. If this skill is used on the battlefield, wouldn't it be possible to have a steady stream of soldiers? Moreover, what is even more shocking is that after using this skill, all undead creatures will obey their orders. Even if the opponent is an undead controlled by others, he will turn against him in an instant. This skill does not have the terrifying explosive power like other forbidden spells, but it is definitely a desperate skill. Especially in the grand battlefield, his role is so high that it is unimaginable. And another skill, Holy Canopy. Moran doesn't know how to evaluate it anymore. Magical skills. That's not enough to describe this skill. The self-attribute is increased by 100 times, and the enemy's attack on oneself is forced to be reduced to 1%. In other words, it is increased by 10,000 times. The Holy Sky is almost equal to invincibility. Unless the opponent's strength is more than 10,000 times that of Moran, no one can defeat him in the Sacred Sky. However, the 2 forbidden spells are so terrifying, and the consumption is huge. Among them, the consumption of undead natural disasters is different. The minimum consumption of mana is 50,000, and the maximum consumption is no upper limit. The reason why there is such a huge difference is that the consumption of this spell is calculated according to the strength and quantity of the summoned undead, as well as the strength and quantity of the controlled undead. If you want to control an army of undead, the spell consumption may reach tens of millions. However, what makes Moran more happy is that the Undead Scourge does not have a CD, that is to say, as long as the mana is enough, it can be used indefinitely. Moreover, the passivity of Demon C passive can also take effect on undead natural disasters. This means that Moran casts the undead natural disaster, almost at zero cost. But the Holy Canopy is different. This skill is too powerful, so the consumption is also very scary. The mana consumption reached an astonishing 100,000 per second. At the same time, when the skill is released, the recovery of mana will be prohibited. This is also understandable, otherwise Li Moran can cooperate with Mohe Wei Yuan, and even open the sacred sky permanently in the future. However, 100,000 mana per second seems very high now, but after Li Moran's level is improved, it is not impossible for his mana to reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions with the help of Demon Sea passive. At that time, the opening time of the Sacred Canopy will also be greatly extended. However, the Sacred Canopy is in a fixed position after opening and cannot be moved. Therefore, compared to a fence, the Holy Sky is actually an invincible defensive skill. In short, these two skills are beyond Li Moran's imagination. With these forbidden spells, he already has the confidence to face even professionals who are rank 7 or even rank 8. Okay, I've reached level 90, and I've got 2 forbidden spells, it's time to go back and complete the third round. With a smile on his face, Li Moran went directly to the high-speed railway station and got on the train back to Lanchange. He didn't use the flying scroll. With his current level, the flying speed is only more than 100 km per hour. At this speed, it takes several hours to fly back to Lanchange, which not only wastes time and energy, but also wastes energy. Money. It is better to take the high-speed rail directly. After he turns 4 times and 5 times, his flying speed has been greatly improved, and then he can fly directly on his way. This time I came to Chongshan City, the trip was not long, but the harvest was extremely rich. When the high-speed train started to run and Li Moran looked at the scenery outside the window, the image of Cicada gradually appeared in his mind. It's been almost 3 days since I left, I don't know what Cicada is doing. That guy. I guess the one who has been lying at home lazily is either watching TV or staring in a daze, anyway, she has always been like that. I don't know if I'm not at home, I can't give her a bath, will she get used to washing alone? I still remember when I asked her to wash by herself, the shower gel got into her nose, I don't know how she did it. Will eating takeaway be unpalatable? After all, she has been eating her own cooking. After dinner, don't even think about picking up the trash, let me do it when I go back. Li Moran thought. We were separated for 3 days, maybe we didn't feel anything during the battle, but now when we calm down, I don't know why, but I keep thinking about it. I don't know since when, the two of them can no longer live without each other. They are like symbiotic twins. Lanchange, the city lord's mansion. The time was 3 days ago, not long after Li Moran left Lanchange. The city lord Yeqing, Tianya Guild president Fang Haoran, the person in charge of Tianxia Trading Co., Limited Zhou Zhenyang, and others all gathered here. This kind of situation is generally more common. After all, the city lord of Lanchange often holds meetings, and several people will be present. But now, their expressions are very serious, but their postures are very humble. Because, in front of them, stood an old man Su Qingming. After Su Qingming arrived, he looked at a few people, then turned his attention to Zhou Zhenyang, and said slowly, "You said, that kid named Li Moran is very weird, are you sure?" Originally, Su Qingming had already planned to leave after investigating God's information. However, he suddenly received a message from Yeqing, the owner of Lanchange City, saying that he had made a major discovery. So, he hurriedly stopped and rushed to Lanchange to see what was the great discovery. Zhou Zhenyang nodded quickly, and said with certainty, "Yes, Mr. Su. That kid named Li Moran is definitely weird. He is a mage who has just changed his job, but he can sell second rank or even third rank equipment as a junior. It's not normal. Besides, we have another discovery, it only took 1 day for Li Moran to complete the first job change. Not only that, the time spent from the first job to the second job is ridiculously short. After Zhou Zhenyang finished speaking, he signaled to a middle-aged man beside him. The man immediately said, "I can testify to this point. Mr. Su, I am Feng Wei, the person in charge of the transfer hall, and I have brought the information registered by Li Moran in our transfer hall." Although a lot of information about Li Moran has been hidden, the job transfer information registered in the job transfer hall cannot be hidden. It clearly records the time when Li Moran changed jobs. After Su Qingming saw it, his expression gradually changed. It is not unheard of to complete the job change in one day. In some big families of professionals, it is often the case that the elders lead the younger generations to upgrade. However, Li Moran has no one who can take him to upgrade. How did he do it? Is there any track of his activities? Zhou Zhenyang said, "I asked a professional who was at the same time as Li Moran, and the answer was that Li Moran went to the southern forest on the day he became a professional." Chapter 44. Southern Forest. As soon as these 4 words were mentioned, the person in charge of Lanchange who was present couldn't help but think of that day, the day when he was dominated by the forbidden curse for the first time. Still, no one was thinking about Li Moran. Yeqing said, "This Li Moran, could it be a hidden job?" And no one answered. After being silent for a while, Su Qingming said, "In any case, check it out. Where is Li Moran's home? I want to go and see for myself." "On the outskirts of Lanchange, in a luxurious house. Your takeout has arrived." In a minute. There was a small gap in the door, and a hand stretched out from it, took the takeaway back and closed the door directly. The delivery man seemed to be seeing this situation for the first time, and he was stunned for a few seconds before leaving. Inside the door was a young girl with casual clothes and messy hair. It looked like he had just woken up, and it seemed that he didn't sleep well last night, and he had dark circles around his eyes. The girl knew it. She put the takeaway on the table, tore open the plastic bag and ate it. In the trash can on the side, several takeaway boxes have been piled up. As Li Moran predicted, it was impossible for her to clean up by herself. The takeaway is the most common braised chicken and rice. After eating a few mouthfuls, Cicada showed an ugly expression. "Unpalatable, so salty." She stuck out her tongue, looked at the takeaway in front of her, and felt the urge to throw it away. But after thinking about it, compared to being hungry at night, it seems that forbearance is not impossible. However, as she was eating, a figure appeared in her mind, and she suddenly lost her energy. "Moran, when will you be back?" After finishing her meal, she turned on the TV in boredom, curled up under the quilt, and watched TV. After Li Moran left, she fell into endless loneliness again. This is not the same as before. She knew before that Li Moran would come back at night, but this time it didn't work. Li Moran would be away for several days. After the two met, they had never experienced such a long time of separation. "Knowing that I don't know what to do." Even when she went to bed at night, she had insomnia. After getting used to sleeping with Li Moran, now alone, she can't sleep well. Thinking of this, her heart became a little more gloomy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tuk tuk tuk. Cicada ignored it because she knew it wasn't Li Moran. Tuk tuk tuk. There was another knock on the door, and an old voice asked, "Is this Li Moran's house?" Outside the door, stood an old man. The old man was Su Qingming. After learning about Li Moran's strangeness, he decided to investigate. However, he didn't know that Li Moran had just taken the high-speed train to Chongshan City. "Is there no one?" Su Qingming frowned, and planned to knock again. Just then, the door opened. A young girl appeared in Su Qingming's vision. The girl's hair was messy, and it seemed that she hadn't combed it at all, as if she had just woken up. However, she was only wearing slippers, but she was wearing a coat, which she should have picked up when she came to open the door. However, this coat is obviously not hers, it is clearly a man's coat, which is draped over her body, making her look a little petite. When Su Qingming saw the girl, he was stunned. Isn't this Li Moran's home? Why is there a girl? Yeqing and others did not tell him that Li Moran was living with a girl named Zhi Lai, so Su Qingming was a little puzzled at this time. He even wondered if he had gone the wrong way. Cicada asked softly, "Are you looking for Moran?" Su Qingming said, "If you are talking about Li Moran, I am indeed looking for him." "Girl, is this Li Moran's home?" Cicada did not answer Su Qingming's question, but continued to ask, "Why do you want him? Answer me first, is this Li Moran's home? Is he at home?" Su Qingming frowned slightly, speaking with a hint of majesty. This is his habit as an elder, and he has always said this when talking to others. However, after Su Qingming finished speaking, Zhi took 2 steps back, and then closed the door neatly. Pang! The sound of closing the door was so ear-piercing that before Su Qingming could react, it was just messed up in the wind. However, a few seconds later, the door opened again. Zhi stared straight at Su Qingming, and asked seriously, "What are you looking for Moran?" For some reason, Su Qingming felt a little guilty at this moment. This made him very puzzled. Even when facing rank 8 professionals, he didn't feel this way. The girl in front of her seemed to be able to crush him to death no matter what. Su Qingming felt powerless. This is a very absurd feeling. Su Qingming can't accept it. He would have this feeling on a young girl. He couldn't help but use his skills to find out the information he had learned. But name, got it. Gender, female. Attribute, unable to check. Detailed information, unable to check. Su Qingming was startled when he saw the words unable to detect. How could there be an undetectable situation? He is a rank 7 Great Magister. It's not just a simple Great Magister, but a top-level Great Magister who is about to turn 8. At his level, when checking a person's information, the words unable to check will appear. How is this going? For a moment, Su Qingming's eyes on Zhi changed, and he was even a little in awe. What is the girl in front of me? At this time, Su Qingming realized that he knew the question, and he quickly replied, "It's like this, I come from the Magic Association, and it's not a bad thing, but a good thing to ask Li Moran for advice." "You know he is in where?" Cicada looked at Su Qingming, as if to confirm whether he was lying or not. After a few seconds, Zhi replied, "Moran is not here. I won't be back until 3 days later." Not here. Su Qingming was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would miss it. He was a little disappointed not to be able to meet Li Moran. But looking at the cicada in front of him, Su Qingming had more doubts in his heart. He couldn't help asking, "Little girl, what profession did you awaken when you changed profession?" "Occupation." Cicada looked at Su Qingming with puzzled eyes, then shook her head. "Can't you tell? Not yet awakened." "Not awakened." Hearing this, Su Qingming looked surprised. The girl in front of her has not yet awakened to her profession. If she didn't awaken her profession, how could she prevent herself from seeing through her information? Weird, so weird. Either this girl is lying to herself, or she has a big secret. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Su Qingming's mind. Could it be that the message of the gods that the fool said was related to this young girl? Chapter 45. Once this idea appeared, it was almost out of control. He found that the girl in front of him was incomparably in line with the god's message. When facing the girl, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness, even though she seemed to be just a mortal who hadn't awakened her profession. Moreover, I can't see through her at all. She is like a cloud of fog, completely hiding herself. In order to verify his idea, Su Qingming decided to do a small experiment. He cast a small spell on Cicada. This is a teleportation spell, and the person hit by the spell will be teleported to the location specified by the caster. Su Qingming didn't mean to harm the cicadas, the destination of the spell was actually on the road 5 meters away. Since it was a small spell, Su Qingming could use it directly without chanting. Soon, the power of the spell fell on cicada. But in the next second, nothing happened to cicada. Then, Su Qingming was surprised to find that his location had changed. He himself was teleported above the point where his spell landed. Zhizi looked at the scene in front of him with puzzled eyes. Just now, she felt as if something fell on her, but there was nothing, so she ignored it. Then, Su Qingming suddenly appeared in another position. Su Qingming's gaze was completely covered in shock. He was almost certain that this girl was definitely God's message, and even if it wasn't, it was inseparable from God's message. It's fine if he can't see through it. The spell cast on the girl not only didn't take effect, but was bounced back instead. He had never encountered such a situation, let alone appearing on a teenage girl. For a moment, Su Qingming's eyes showed a bit of awe, and even his own posture lowered a lot. He patted his clothes, cleared away the dust that didn't exist, walked up to Zhizi, showed a kind smile, and said, "Little girl, is your name Zhizi? Who gave you this name?" "Silent. Is it Li Moran? It seems that you have a good relationship." Cicada nodded and looked at her. Being watched by the girl like this, Su Qingming felt a little unnatural. He felt a little funny. How old is he himself, and how old is the girl in front of him? After thinking about it, he decided to get straight to the point and said, "Little girl, do you want to join the Magic Association?" Originally, Su Qingming thought that he would definitely get the answer he wanted. After all, the Magic Association is the top association in Kyushu, who would not want to join? However, Cicada shook her head without any hesitation. "Why?" Su Qingming was puzzled. Cicada said, "I will wait for Moran to come back." Wait for Li Moran to come back. Su Qingming was puzzled. What does waiting for him have to do with not joining the Magic Association? Cicada didn't explain, just said, "Wait for Moran to come back." Then, if you wait for him to come back, do you want to consider joining? Cicada did not speak. Su Qingming seemed to see hope, so he said, "Then, shall I wait for him to come back with you?" Cicada glanced at Su Qingming and nodded. However, after nodding, she went straight into the room. The next second, the sound of closing the door sounded, and Zhizi directly left Su Qingming outside. This time, it was not opened again. Su Qingming was not angry either. He was at least sure of one thing: if what the girl said was correct, Li Moran should be back in 3 days. Then, just come back in 3 days. Now, the most important information I have received is that the girl is very likely to be the God's message predicted by the fool, and this must be confirmed again. Also, this girl must not be allowed to run away. If she is really a message from God, then no matter what, let her join the Magic Association. The next day, Su Qingming passed the news back to the association and to the fool through a special channel with the Magic Association. Su Qingming didn't know what conclusion the fool came to. However, he soon received an order from the fool at all costs: let this girl join the Magic Association. Su Qingming had never seen such a word since he joined the Magic Association. This means that this girl may even affect the future of the entire association. What exactly did the fool see? Su Qingming didn't know, but what was certain was that the girl in front of her was absolutely extraordinary. Therefore, Su Qingming decided to do nothing and just stay near the house. On the one hand, it is to protect her and prevent her from having any accidents. On the other hand, it is waiting for Li Moran to come back. 3 days passed quickly. After observation, Su Qingming probably knew the habit of knowing it. This girl never went out, and even when she was picking up takeaway, the door was half closed, or she simply stretched out a hand through the crack of the door. The image is a bit sloppy, and it seems that it can't organize itself. Also, doesn't seem to be sleeping well. After 3 days, Su Qingming didn't miss her dark circles for a day, and he didn't know what was going on with her. Judging from her activity trajectory, this seems to be an out-and-out house girl, and she can't see any connection with God's message at all. However, in the past 3 days, Su Qingming tried countless methods, but he couldn't figure it out. All attempts to spy on her, no matter how, will eventually end in failure. There seems to be a kind of power in this girl, which prevents others from detecting the girl herself. Fortunately, the prophecy of the fool is only circulated in the Magic Association, and no one else knows the existence of the God's message, and no other forces know about the abnormality of this girl. Of course, Su Qingming didn't do nothing in the past 3 days. He asked Yeqing to look up all the information he could find about Li Moran and Cicada. The part that was originally hidden by Yu Ying was revealed again under Su Qingming's intervention. After reading it, except that there was nothing unusual about Cicada, Su Qingming was extremely surprised by Li Moran's experience. Not only did he grow from a novice who had just changed his job to a second-rank mage in just a few days, he also completed a legendary job-changing task during the first-rank task. According to the report provided by Yeqing and others, that mission should have been cancelled, because the main body of the mission, terrorist Black Wind, had a riot. In addition, Li Moran also sold thousands of pieces of equipment in Tianxia Trading Bank. The source of these equipments is not clear, but there are roughly 3 areas where these equipments drop the most: Southern Forest, Gloomy Canyon, and Star Valley. And these 3 areas are all areas where there have been large-scale magic fluctuations. This miraculous coincidence made Su Qingming pay attention to Li Moran. Of course, it doesn't mean that Su Qingming suspects that Li Moran is the initiator of the release of large-scale magic, and his imagination is not so rich. However, Li Moran's behavior, combined with the special circumstances of Cicada, from the survey, the relationship between the two of them is very good, even equivalent to family members. This made Su Qingming unable to ignore it. In Su Qingming's guess, Li Moran should have awakened some kind of hidden profession, and even awakened more than one. Hidden occupation: there are 2 reasons why it is hidden, mysterious and powerful. This is the pursuit of professionals. Generally speaking, hidden occupations will appear as ordinary occupations externally. If the professional does not say it himself, it will be difficult for outsiders to detect whether the other party is a hidden occupation. Of course, this didn't work for Su Qingming at all. His powerful strength ensured that he could spy on other people's information almost unscrupulously. Of course, cicadas are an outlier. Now, all that needs to be done is to wait for Li Moran to come back. Judging from Cicada's performance, that girl is obviously dominated by Li Moran. As long as Li Moran is dealt with, everything should be fine. In the room. Knowing that after dinner, I was bored watching TV again. Sometimes, he would look out of the house and murmur, "He hasn't left yet." Then, his eyes returned to the TV again. However, she didn't have much interest in watching, she was actually waiting. Wait for Li Moran to come back. In the past, as long as Li Moran came back, even if he didn't enter the door, he would be able to sense it on the street far away. But I don't know why, recently, her feelings for Li Moran have weakened. It seemed that some force was disturbing her. Of course, if Li Moran is close, Cicada will still be able to detect it. I don't know when this very special intuition came about, but it seems to have been there when I met Li Moran. Of course, Cicada could also detect other people's activities, including Su Qingming, who had been staying nearby. It's just that she never took these things to heart. The endless loneliness has smoothed her personality and faded her prophecy. She didn't seem to realize it herself. If the time is correct, today should be the day Li Moran comes back. Although they could make a phone call, neither of them had the habit of doing so. For Cicada, the communication in the machine cannot eliminate her inner loneliness. Only when a real person appears in front of you will everything change. Because of this, the two never called each other. After watching TV for a long time, Zhizi's eyes suddenly changed, and he became much more energetic. I'm back. Zhizi hugged the pillow and murmured, Moran, I'm back. Chapter 46. Woo woo woo. The high-speed rail stopped at the platform. Arashiyama station arrived. Following the flow of people, Lee Moran got off the high-speed train and walked out of the platform. It was almost evening now, and after taking the high-speed train for a while, I returned to Lanchange from Chongshan City. It's been 3 days. I don't know what happened to Cicada. Lee Moran thought in his heart. I looked at the time, it was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go buy some food first, and we can just have dinner when we go back. As usual, Lee Moran went to the vegetable market, bought some of his favorite dishes, and then went straight home. If he uses Shinayu Taegzu to take a look at this time, he will find that there is an unusual person near his home. However, he does not have this habit, nor does he have the incomprehensible intuition like Cicada. Therefore, Lee Moran did not notice the existence of Su Qingming. When he saw Lee Moran, Su Qingming's eyes suddenly became serious, and he even wanted to show up directly. But in the end he held back. He didn't want to show up suddenly and make Lee Moran wary of him. Or wait for a while, and then knock on the door. The key was inserted into the lock, and turning made a sound. Lee Moran opened the door and said as usual, I'm back. Got it, are you home? When the door was opened, the girl in front of her seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Silent. Cicada murmured, and then threw herself directly into Lee Moran's arms, holding her. The girl hugged her tightly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Lee Moran watched, gradually showing a smile. It's a pity that he is holding something in his hand, so he can't hold her like this. Okay. Lee Moran said, I'm back, how are you doing if I'm not here for these 3 days? Cicada shook her head, but said nothing. Lee Moran looked at her and found that her dark circles were a bit thick, so he probably knew her situation, and felt a little distressed. Are you hungry? I'm going to cook first. Cicada nodded, and let go of Lee Moran. From the looks of it, everything is plain. There was no joy or excitement after the reunion, and Cicada's expression did not fluctuate too much. But Lee Moran can feel her heart. This girl's heart is definitely not as plain as her expression. Such plainness seems to be the best. All the vigor and vigor in the end are not as real as the flame will fade eventually, only water is eternal. If it can continue like this, it seems to be a good choice. After dinner, it was only past 5 o'clock. Lee Moran accompanied Zhizi, the two of them shrank together under the quilt, and Zhizi leaned against him. They watched TV. At this time, the knock on the door finally rang. Tuk tuk tuk. Along with the knock on the door, there was an old voice. Hello, I'm looking for Lee Moran. Lee Moran was a little puzzled, so he got up and went to open the door. Outside the door, there was an old man standing, it was Su Qingming. Are you looking for me? Lee Moran looked at the old man with doubts on his face. But in the next second, a flash of shock appeared in Lee Moran's eyes. Under the gaze of the demon god, there was no way to hide Su Qingming's message. His name, occupation, and various attributes all appeared in front of Lee Moran without reservation. It's him. Lee Moran was surprised. It was the great magister who came to Mist City to investigate. At the beginning, Lee Moran also consulted Yu Ying for his information. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Lee Moran was a little more on guard, and asked, You're looking for me, what's the matter? Su Qingming looked at Lee Moran, his own habits almost made him start to detect this young man's information immediately. However, the next moment, he saw a blank, just like he detected the information he knew, he couldn't see anything. This situation once again shocked Su Qingming. Not only that girl, but even Li Moran, the young man in front of him, is only a young man of the second rank, and he can't even detect the other party's information. Immediately, Su Qingming also began to respect Li Moran very much. He introduced himself, "Hello, my name is Su Qingming, and I am from the Magic Association. You should have heard of this association." "I've heard, what's the matter with you coming to see me?" Su Qingming glanced behind Li Moran, who was looking at Zhik No here, then looked at Li Moran, decided to give Li Moran a try, and said, "This is not a place to talk, let's change places." Then, he activated the teleportation magic, intending to teleport the two of them away. In the next second, a message appeared in Li Moran's mind. "Su Qingming is using teleportation on you. Affected by the blessing of the demon god, you are automatically immune to this teleportation. If you do not want to be immune, please agree to this teleportation." Hearing this news, Li Moran frowned slightly. Judging from Su Qingming's words just now, his teleportation just now should not be malicious to him, it seems that he just wanted to talk in a different place. However, it happened to be immune to itself. Instead, Su Qingming was shocked again. If there is only one cicada that he can't influence, then forget it. But what about Li Moran? Why can he also be immune to his own teleportation? Could it be that he is a hidden profession similar to it? This time, Su Qingming did not speculate that Li Moran was related to God's message. Because, he also sent Li Moran's information back to the Magic Association for the fool to judge. In the end, the fool's answer was for Cicada, let him join the Magic Association at all costs. For Li Moran, find a way to let him join the Magic Association. These two different wordings also illustrate the importance of the two people. In other words, in Su Qingming's mind, the reason why Li Moran was able to do all this is probably related to the girl named Cicada. Cough cough. Su Qingming coughed, covering up the embarrassment of the magic failure just now, and said, "Li Moran, I want to ask you first, are you an awakened profession or a hidden profession?" This question made Li Moran a little confused. Seemingly afraid of Li Moran's concern, Su Qingming said, "I didn't mean to spy on your privacy. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. You just need to nod or shake your head." After a few seconds of silence, Li Moran nodded. Under the influence of the demon god, other people can't spy on his information at all. Since Su Qingming thinks that he is a hidden profession, let him think so. Seeing Li Moran nodding, Su Qingming's eyes showed some clarity. Li Moran asked, "Now, you can tell me why you came to me." After a few seconds of silence, Su Qingming said, "I have something to tell you, not only with you, but also with the girl in the room behind you. This place is too small, can we talk in another place?" If Su Qingming just came to find himself, Li Moran still has nothing. But he mentioned cicadas, which instantly made Li Moran vigilant. "Say what?" Su Qingming immediately explained, "You don't have to worry, I have no malicious intentions. It's just that this matter is very important to you and me, so it must not be leaked. I would like to ask you to talk in another place." Hearing this, Li Moran was skeptical, but still asked, "If there is anything, you can just find me, why do you need her?" Su Qingming didn't know what to say for a moment. Is there any way for him to confess here, because this place is too small? If he talks here, the content is too easy to be intercepted by some special professionals. In the end, Su Qingming felt helpless and said, "Little friend, how can you trust me?" It was the first time he spoke to other people in this tone, even with a junior. If you let other colleagues know, you can't die laughing? It's just that this matter is so important that even the fool said the words "at all costs." Li Moran is still under consideration. If he was alone, if Su Qingming attacked him, he would still be able to protect himself. But if there is an extra cicada, Can he guarantee Cicada's safety? This is the reason for his hesitation. After all, Moran didn't know what the other party's purpose was in finding Cicada, so he had to be on guard. At this moment, Zhizi suddenly walked over. Moran, he has no malicious intentions. Zhizi opened the mouth and said, his eyes were very clear. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. Chapter 47. Su Qingming breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the girl speak for herself. If the girl named Cicada in front of him can convince Moran of his attitude, then the next move should be smooth. Moran was a little surprised. Knowing that since he said that Su Qingming had no malicious intentions, then he really did not have any malicious intentions. Moran already knew about the terrifying intuition of Cicada, but what made Moran puzzled was, why would Cicada speak for him? You had contact with him before? Moran asked. Cicada nodded and said, 3 days ago, when you just left, he came to look for you. 3 days ago? So, did Su Qingming come to investigate him 3 days ago? He didn't do anything. Cicada shook his head. Su Qingming also quickly explained, young friend Moran, don't worry. I saw that you were not here 3 days ago, so I just waited until today to come. So, Moran didn't have any doubts anymore, and said, okay, where are you going? Su Qingming said, next I will use a teleportation magic, please don't refuse. Moran nodded, knowing that Moran nodded, she nodded too. Then, Su Qingming cast a spell, the light gradually rose, and the teleportation magic was activated again. This time, the magic didn't fail again. Covered by a ray of light, the three immediately left the place. At this time, the surrounding scene also changed, and the three came to a closed space. The surroundings are empty and there is nothing, a bit like a different dimension in the game. Su Qingming explained, this is a small space specially opened up by the Magic Association. Talking here will not be watched by anyone. Moran said, then, why are you looking for us? After a pause for a few seconds, Su Qingming's expression became very serious. Moran felt that what he said next should not be that simple. Su Qingming said, little friend Moran, I wonder if you have ever thought about what is the end of a professional. This sentence made Moran pause. He had never thought about it. As a time traveler, the life in the orphanage at the beginning was just to survive. After meeting Cicada, taking care of Cicada, so that the two can live like this forever, has become the direction of Moran's efforts. Even when he was in school, after learning about the professionals, Moran's heart still didn't fluctuate much. Years of experience have made him extremely firm in his heart. At the beginning, he never thought that one day he would be able to obtain the golden finger of the Traverser, the Forbidden Eye. Even now, what Moran considers the most is to use his golden fingers so that he can gain a firm foothold in this world and live a life with Cicada. As for the thinking related to professionals, especially this kind of philosophical thinking, he has never thought about it, or he will not take the initiative to think about it at all. Su Qingming continued, 100 years ago, the world experienced a great change. The game world came to the world, and professionals appeared in the human field of vision for the first time. Until now, people have already adapted to this kind of life. However, our pioneers have never stopped exploring. Countless people are exploring the truth of the game world descending into the human world, and exploring the end of professionals. Moran said, so, what does this have to do with you coming to us? Su Qingming said, it's very relevant. This made Moran a little more confused, so he stopped talking and asked Su Qingming to continue. Su Qingming continued, in the Magic Association, there is a mage whose strength has reached the peak of rank 8, even close to rank 9. He is one of the founders of the Magic Association, the Great Prophet the Fool. As the leader of the entire Kyushu, one of the top figures in the country, the Fool is also one of the first to explore the end of the profession. When Su Qingming said this, Moran's expression became a little serious. This character is the real top character, the group of people who pioneered the wasteland when the game world came to the world. In high school, he was mentioned more than once in textbooks. It's just that the description of the fool in the textbook is mostly general, and many things in it are very vague. Unexpectedly, the fool was actually one of the founders of the Magic Association. Decades ago. Su Qingming continued, the fool once proposed the concept of God, and successfully predicted and confirmed this concept will undergo an evolution. This kind of evolution has brought about unimaginable changes in the biological attributes of human beings. It is a leap for human beings to break away from the biological essence and transcend matter, and it is also an opportunity for human civilization to move forward to a higher level. Since then, the Magic Association, and even the National Professionals Committee Conference, have started research on God. This research has lasted for nearly 50 years. Speaking of this, for some reason, Moran always felt that he would link this topic with himself or Cicada next. He still remembers that his current profession has become Forbidden Warlock. With a God word. Moreover, his most powerful hole card, the taboo eye, probably cannot be separated from the so-called God. Su Qingming didn't notice the change in Moran's expression, and continued, so far, there are 16 professionals who have reached rank 9 in the world, and 4 of them are from Kyushu. They are the group of people who are closest to God. However, even if the game world has come to the world for hundreds of years, no one can break through the 9th revolution. It seems that there is a force that hinders human beings from advancing to the 9th revolution. When he said this, Su Qingming's eyes were a little sad. He once saw a real rank 9 professional, whose level had reached level 300, which was the highest level that humans could achieve at present. In fact, he had reached this level many years ago, but anyway, it seems that level 300 has been capped. The professional searched for countless paths and exhausted almost all methods, but he couldn't find any hope of moving on. Even if the fool proves the correctness of the concept of God, it seems that human beings will never be able to take that step. Later, the fool launched dozens of large-scale magics in a row regardless of consumption, and finally predicted the information related to God again. When he said this, Su Qingming suddenly raised his head, his gaze changed slightly. Moran's expression also froze slightly. Su Qingming's next words should not be too simple. After testing and the confirmation of Master Fool, we have confirmed it now. The girl named Cicada behind you. She is related to God. Chapter 48. Related to God. This sentence not only surprised Moran, but even Cicada raised his head and looked at Su Qingming. God, from the time the word appears, it is inevitably accompanied by imagination. He is an extension of the human mind, an omnipotent existence conceived by man for things that he cannot do. In the world of science, under the idea that matter determines consciousness, atheism has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But now, the word appears again, but it is somewhat reasonable. Why? Moran couldn't help asking. Why? Knowing is also doubtful. Su Qingming said, I don't know about this matter either. I'm afraid I have to ask Mr. Fool. So. Moran's gaze narrowed slightly, he took a step back, and took his hand. After reaching this conclusion, what are you going to do? God, when this concept is mentioned, those top professionals will probably go crazy. If their conclusion is correct, knowing that it has something to do with God, what should they do? Got it? Moran will not accept this result, nor can he accept this result. The two have been inseparable since they met. If Su Qingming really showed any intention of taking away the cicada, Moran would turn his face without hesitation. Even at this time, he was already preparing to cast the holy canopy. With the blessing of the sacred sky, Moran may not be unable to defeat Su Qingming in front of him. Seemingly aware that something was wrong with Moran, Su Qingming quickly said, Don't be nervous. Even if we come to this conclusion, we don't mean any malice. What are you going to do? Li Moran continued to ask. Su Qingming said, little friend Li Moran, do you want to join the Magic Association? I. Hearing this sentence, Li Moran was slightly taken aback. Don't you know what is related to God? Why, he asked himself if he wanted to join the Magic Association. Shouldn't he ask, do you want Cicada to join the Magic Association? As if seeing Li Moran's doubts, Su Qingming explained, little friend Moran, I'm afraid you haven't realized how good you are. Complete the first transfer in 1 day, complete the second transfer in 2 days, and you have reached this level within a few days of changing jobs, and you have completed it by yourself. Your potential has already reached the standard for entering the Magic Association. Hearing this, Li Moran's heart condensed slightly. Sure enough, he used the forbidden spell to quickly upgrade. Even if others don't know that the forbidden spell was released by themselves, this upgrade speed will still cause others to investigate. In fact, Li Moran has long been ready for this day to come. Su Qingming didn't appear until now, which was beyond Li Moran's expectation. Li Moran said, but I heard. Isn't the minimum standard for membership of the Magic Association 5 ranks? Ahem. Su Qingming coughed twice. Standards are set by people and can be changed at any time. For geniuses, the standards are naturally different. Then, he continued to look at Li Moran, and said, how? Little friend Moran, are you willing to join the Magic Association? When he said this, his tone was almost pleading. When did a great magister who was about to turn 8 talk to other people in such a tone? Seeing Su Qingming's attitude, Li Moran couldn't help but think highly of him. Li Moran said, if there is a chance, who would refuse the invitation of the Magic Association? Not accepted directly, but the meaning is self-explanatory. Seeing this, Su Qingming was immediately a little happy. Afterwards, Su Qingming continued, ahem, that's great. Since my friend is willing, then this girl named Hizzy will also join. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Li Moran couldn't help but smile. Su Qingming originally had this idea. He probably didn't simply invite himself to join the Magic Association, his goal is still to know. It's just that, maybe I can see that, before I can get rid of cicadas, I have to get rid of myself first. Li Moran asked, there are no strings attached. Su Qingming immediately said, not at all. After joining the Magic Association, you can enjoy all the benefits of the Magic Association. Considering that you have always lived together, even after joining, you don't have to separate. Even if you don't want to leave, you can live in Lanchinge forever. The Magic Association is not a serious organization and will not restrict your freedom. In that case, let's join in. Li Moran didn't ask for Cicada's opinion because it wasn't necessary. The two already knew each other, and she knew that no matter where she was or what her status was, she just wanted to stay by Li Moran's side. In this way, joining together is the best result. Hearing this, Su Qingming was overjoyed and said, I'll send you an invitation right now, don't refuse. Soon, a prompt popped up in Li Moran's mind. Ding! Su Qingming invited you to join the Magic Association, do you accept? Li Moran accepted immediately. Aside, Cicada also received a similar message and immediately accepted it. In the next second, a series of reminders appeared in front of Li Moran's eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Magic Association. Because you have not reached rank 5, you are currently unable to open the association channel, nor can you receive association tasks. You have become a member of the Magic Association and can enjoy the benefits of the association. Congratulations, you have obtained the increase of the Magic Association, increase the maximum life value by 50%. Congratulations, you have obtained the increase of the Magic Association, 20% increase in strength, endurance, and constitution attributes. Congratulations, you have obtained the increase of the magic association. Increase the spiritual attribute by 50%. Congratulations, you have obtained the magic association boost. A 20% increase in skill damage. Congratulations, you have obtained the increase of the magic association. A 20% increase in the drop rate of monster killing equipment. Congratulations, you have obtained the increase of the magic association. A 20% increase in the explosion rate of monster killing skill books. Congratulations, you have obtained the magic association boost. Increase 100% health and mana recovery speed. During the period of joining the magic association, the experience value you gain from killing wild monsters will increase by 200%. During the period of joining the magic association, you can enter the reward secret realm once a week, and the reward secret realm lasts for 4 hours. In the bonus secret realm, the experience points you get from killing wild monsters will be 10 times as much as before. During the period of joining the magic association, you can use the association store, association teleportation array, and association secret realm. After joining the magic association, a series of prompts made people dazzled, and let Moran see the terrifying benefits of the magic association. It is no wonder that this is one of the most powerful professional organizations in the entire Kyushu kingdom. It was born out of the guild, but it is different from the guild. The benefits it provides are not comparable to those of the professional guild. Why are there so many people trying to join the magic association? The benefits of this association can be seen. Chapter 49. With the blessing of these benefits, Moran's panel data has skyrocketed. Various values have been greatly improved, and the mana value has broken through the terrifying 6 million. In other words, even if he doesn't rely on Mohei Yuan, he can already release the forbidden spell with his bare hands. If the cooldown time of the forbidden spell is not too long, Moran can even release a wave of forbidden spell rain in the battle. At that time, who will be able to withstand this kind of harm, such as a great magister, a master, or even a god of law? Seeing Moran's expression, Su Qingming smiled slightly, and understood that he was shocked by the horrible welfare of the association. Su Qingming said, "Little friend Moran, the benefits of the association you have seen are just the tip of the iceberg. The benefits of joining the magic association are probably beyond your imagination." Moran said, "I also asked Mr. Su to answer it for me." Seeing that Moran's tone of voice became a bit more respectful, Su Qingming was very happy. His efforts were finally not in vain. Actually, the association benefits you are currently enjoying are just low-level association benefits. The Magic Association is divided into 2 membership classes, the Ordinary class and the Executive class. You can understand it as ordinary members and managers of the Magic Association. Under these 2 classes, 10 membership levels are derived. Among them, the Ordinary class is divided into 7 colors: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and black, just like the equipment colors. The Ruling class is divided into 3 levels: Elder, and President. Among them, there is only one President. As your membership level increases, the benefits you enjoy will become more terrifying. The top membership benefits can even directly increase your basic attributes several times. Hearing this, even Moran couldn't help being a little surprised. The benefits of the Magic Association are so terrifying. Raise one's own basic attributes several times. For Moran, his mana value can even exceed 100 million in the later stage. At that time, throwing the forbidden spell will be as if you don't need money. Who can resist it? Moran couldn't help asking, "Old Su, what is your current membership level?" Su Qingming smiled and said, "I'm not talented, I'm still an elder class." However, he did not say that he was about to be promoted to the senior class. As long as he breaks through to rank 8, he can directly be promoted to the senior class and enter the real power center of the Magic Association. Elder class. Moran had seen Su Qingming's values. He had more than 10 million health points, more than 40 million mana points, and various other attributes had exceeded 1 million. With his strength, the magic power released may not necessarily be lower than Moran's forbidden spell. Are such people just elders? Then the veteran behind him is the president of the Magic Association, so how terrible is it? This also made Moran gradually realize that it is not because of the forbidden spell that he can be unscrupulous. There are people beyond the sky, and his strength still needs to be improved. May I ask Mr. Su, how to improve the membership level? Su Qingming replied, there are two simple ways to improve. One is to improve one's own strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, one can easily increase the membership level. The other is to increase the contribution of the association. But it needs to be improved quickly. Neither can be left behind, it goes hand in hand. Contribution. You can understand it as making a contribution to the association. In fact, it means doing more things for the association. For example, completing tasks issued by the association, handing in some rare equipment, materials, skill books, etc., or participating in some activities of the association. Be able to contribute. You can check the specific method yourself, it's still very simple. Moran asked, can contribution points only be used to upgrade membership levels? That's not the case. Su Qingming said, the contribution point is actually a currency in the association. In addition to upgrading the membership level, you can also use it to buy various items in the association, or issue tasks through the contribution point, so that some powerful professionals do things for you. It can be said that in the Magic Association, with your contribution, you have everything. Hearing this, Moran probably understood. Su Qingming smiled and said, now that you have joined the association, although you can't enter the association's public channel, you can already view the association's store. You might as well check it out first. Moran nodded, and after opening his own panel, there was an additional guild option. Among them is the store that Su Qingming mentioned. He opened the store and looked at the merchandise. As soon as Moran caught his eye, he was attracted by the dazzling array of products. Among them, all kinds of equipment, skill books, materials, and various items are placed in the store, exuding the intimidating brilliance of a local tyrant. Not to mention the green and blue things that are rotten on the shelves, purple and even legendary orange outfits, Moran has seen a lot of them. There is even mythical red equipment. This is the highest quality equipment under the current level framework. The same is true for skill books. There are a lot of precious skill books for warrior, mage, Taoist, archer, and life-related occupations. These things are priceless. If they fall into an ordinary chamber of commerce, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. Countless people are afraid to fight for these treasures, and even directly create a turmoil. And in the store of the Magic Association, these things are just like this. However, their prices are also outrageous. Among them, there is no lack of equipment that can only be purchased with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of contribution points, which is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But, that also speaks for itself. As long as you join the Magic Association, you don't have to worry about lack of resources for all your development. Once the contribution level has been reached, you will have all the level, quality equipment, and skill books you want. This is also one of the benefits of joining the Magic Association. Moreover, there is no shortage of mage skill books in the Magic Association. Doesn't this mean that in the future, I can exchange for countless skill books through the contribution of the association? Then, with the help of his own talent, turn all these skill books into forbidden spells? Currently, the average cooling time of a forbidden spell in Moran is 1.5 days. He doesn't have many forbidden spells. Once released, he has nothing to do with the enemy. That being the case, then pile up the number of forbidden spells. As long as there are enough forbidden spells, no matter how long the CD is, the Magic Association is completely a paradise for him to develop. Su Qingming said with a smile, except for the store, our magic association is different from ordinary guilds. The association doesn't need to take a percentage of your income from doing tasks, and you don't need to turn it in. Even, the association will have many activities to help members improve strength. Some of these activities will even be attended by members of the ruling class. If they meet, there will be huge gains. Not only that, the association also has many hidden benefits. For example, after becoming a member of the association, no matter where you go in Kyushu, you can receive guest-level treatment, and you can get a lot of help when you encounter difficulties. Moreover, in Kyushu, almost no one dares to provoke you at will. A member of the Magic Association. In addition, the association has countless self-developed secret realms, which only members of the association are allowed to enter. Countless rare items can be exploded in them, and so on. Li Moran nodded. It can only be said that it is worthy of being one of the largest professional organizations in the country, and its benefits are unbelievable. At present, you only need to upgrade to rank 5 as soon as possible and open the public channel of the association. At that time, you will be able to enjoy all the benefits of the association. This is still very simple. Chapter 50. 5 revolutions, in the eyes of a boss like Su Qingming, is still very fast. Professionals actually have 2 watersheds, one is from 5 to 6 ranks, and the other is from 8 to 9 ranks. As for rank 9 and above, it doesn't count, because no one has reached it yet. For the first 5 ranks, professionals only need to complete the tasks step by step, and the upgrade will be a matter of course. But after reaching the full level of rank 5, the difficulty will suddenly increase to a terrifying level if you want to upgrade to rank 6. Moreover, the number, difficulty, or completion requirements of tasks will become extremely demanding. The result of this change is that there are close to 1 million rank 5 and rank 6 professionals nationwide, but rank 5 accounted for more than 95% of them, and only tens of thousands of rank 6 professionals. This watershed is also the watershed that distinguishes ordinary professionals from real masters. At the beginning, it took Su Qingming a total of 10 years from just changing jobs to completing the 5th rank, but it took nearly 8 years from the 5th to the 6th rank, almost catching up with the sum of the previous time. This is the difficulty of the 6th round. Li Moran listened to Su Qingming's words and nodded. However, he still had a problem. When he looked at Su Qingming, his expression was a little serious. Su Qingming frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "For Cicada, I want to know what you will do in the future." "Got it, is this girl?" Su Qingming knew that this was what Li Moran was most concerned about. If the answer is not good, it may even cause them to withdraw from the association immediately. After a pause, Su Qingming said, "I remember, this girl hasn't awakened to her profession, right?" Li Moran nodded. The association doesn't have any arrangements for him. After all, this matter has not been settled yet. You don't have to worry about what we will do. The Magic Association is not that kind of organization. As long as you join, it is enough. When the time comes, she will reach her age. I will personally give her the awakening profession." Hearing this, Li Moran felt a little relieved. Su Qingming said, "By the way, little friend Li Moran, I remember that you have already turned 2, right?" Li Moran nodded. "In this case, why don't I help you directly? You come with me, and I will take you to brush the level." After speaking, Su Qingming sent out an invitation. A line of words immediately appeared in Li Moran's mind. "Su Qingming invited you to join the team, do you accept?" Li Moran paused, but did not join. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and join the team," Su Qingming urged. Li Moran said, "Mr. Su, actually, I've reached the full level. I'm actually planning to do the 3rd rank mission when I come back this time." Su Qingming was stunned, and said in surprise, You you're going to change jobs again. Just completed the second round a few days ago, and now it's time for the third round? Li Moran nodded. Su Qingming immediately felt that his good intentions were in vain. He coughed and said, if this is the case, then you can do the job change task. Tell me after you finish the job change task, and I will take you to upgrade. Li Moran didn't refuse, and said, in that case, thank you, Mr. Su. Su Qingming smiled and said, there is no need to be too polite. You just need to concentrate on leveling up. By the way, how long will it take for this girl to awaken her profession? Less than 2 months. That's good. I still need to go back and report things. You can do the job change task first, and remember to tell me after you finish the task. Okay. Then, the surrounding environment changed, and the three returned to their original place. After saying goodbye, Su Qingming used his flying skills and went straight away. Soon, there was a cry, and it was Su Qingming who left on his mount. After Su Qingming left, Li Moran was still unreal for a while. I didn't expect that after I came back, I would experience so many things. Moreover, about Cicada's life experience, information related to God. All these make Li Moran feel absurd. However, he had to accept it. Well, he's gone. Ji said. Let's go back to. Li Moran said, and then took Ji back home. In the bathroom, Li Moran gave Cicada a bath. The running water passed by, and Cicada's body was like a blooming flower. The two had already experienced it countless times. Rubbing, from the back to the front, every place is cleaned. Zhizi said, Moran, am I a god? Have no idea. That person said I was related to God. So what? Li Moran said, even if it's true, so what? Cicada suddenly showed a somewhat sad expression, I don't want to, I heard that God has no feelings, he won't eat with Moran, he won't let Moran bathe her, and he won't sleep with Moran. How did you know that? That's what it said on TV. Stop watching this kind of unnutritious TV in the future. Oh. Li Moran smiled a little, pinched her face, and said, you can't be a god with your appearance. Even if you were, you'd be a stupid god. Moran, scolding me. No, I'm praising you. I can hear you scolding me. No, I'm praising you. Okay. Similar conversations have happened countless times between the two. After gently drying the water stains on her body, Li Moran hugged Zhizi and suddenly kissed her. Cicada also responded, while holding Li Moran tightly. Just like the countless days and nights before, it is also the same day and night now. So what if it's about God? What can be changed? So what if it changes? Li Moran believes that no matter where the ultimate road leads, the two will never be separated. Whether it is time or space, external or internal. He would never allow that day to come. They are not only spiritually consoling each other, but also living together. The bond between them has long been inseparable. Okay. Li Moran dressed Cicada, you don't have to worry about these things, I will take care of them. Cicada nodded. After a pause, she asked again, when can I awaken my profession? On your birthday. My birthday? It was the day we met. In fact, Li Moran doesn't know how old she is, and she doesn't have her birth information at all. So, he set Cicada's birthday as the day they met. At that time, people in the orphanage said she was 3 years old, so Li Moran counted her as 3 years old. However, looking at her current appearance, isn't she a bit retarded? The scale is a little smaller than the average girl, and I don't know if it is because I have been staying at home and not exercising. However, I heard that kneading can become bigger. I don't know if it is true. Anyway, Li Moran didn't see the effect. Of course, he didn't particularly care about these. Cicada lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Moran got a hair dryer and dried her hair. After drying, I helped her comb again. Moran is already familiar with these things. All kinds of dresses were done by Moran for her. Moran, what profession do you think I can awaken? Everything is fine. What occupation do you want me to awaken? Moran thought for a while, nothing in particular. Even if your awakened profession is a farmer, it doesn't matter. He didn't care, so he said it casually. In fact, Moran didn't want to know about the awakened combat profession. Because in terms of fighting, he alone is enough. But no matter what occupation it is, it will not change the relationship between the two. Cicada lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. Farming, sounds good. Just plant the land. The sound was so small that Moran couldn't hear it at all. Chapter 51. The next day, after breakfast, Moran went out. He was going to the transfer hall to complete the third transfer. After entering the job transfer hall, it was still the familiar girl Su Qianqian. It seems that there is no one there these days. She is a little bored sitting at the front desk and is taking a nap. After Moran entered, she looked up, and then immediately showed a joyful expression, and her whole person became much more energetic. Moran, little big brother, you are here again. The girl walked over immediately and said happily. Moran smiled and nodded. What do you need this time? Moran said, I want to receive the third rank mission. Hearing this, Su Qianqian immediately showed a surprised expression. Are you going to turn 3? She remembered that Moran had just completed the second round a few days ago. How long has it been? It's going to be 3 turns, it's unbelievable. Moran said, I'm a little bit different from everyone else. Yes, is that so? Su Qianqian smiled, but still couldn't hide the surprise on his face. However, she was also very happy that Moran was able to turn 3 times so quickly, but she was also a little sad. Does this mean, Moran's background is actually very strong? A few seconds later, Su Qianqian cleared his mind of thoughts and said with a smile, then. Indifferent little big brother, let me do it. Afterwards, Moran followed Su Qianqian into the job transfer room. After that, Su Qianqian withdrew, leaving Moran alone in the room. Professionals change jobs, and the tasks of each job change are different. The mission of the first rank can be chosen, the mission of the second rank is to jointly deal with a powerful enemy, and the mission of the third rank is a single task that cannot be selected. Shortly after entering the room, an ethereal voice appeared in Moran's mind. The target that meets the job transfer conditions has been detected. Name, Moran. Level, 90. Do you want to open the third rank mission? Moran immediately shouted in his head, turn on. A suitable job transfer task is being released, please don't leave. A few seconds later, a ray of light covered, and a reminder appeared in Moran's mind. The job transfer task has been released. Task name, The Truth of the Vanishing Wind. Mission Introduction, Legacy. This is an ancient capital that has long since died. It used to be extremely rich, and it was called a paradise by people. But a disaster caused the ancient capital to fall, and Swanyan, the hero who fought for the ancient capital, died as a result. There is no hope in ancient times, and everyone is full of despair until death. Task content: enter the former ruins of the ancient capital to find the truth about the fall of the ancient capital. Task time limit: 7 days. Hidden requirements: yes. Mission tips: this mission is an exploration mission and does not require combat. No matter what method is used, as long as the truth about the fall of the ancient capital is found, the task will be considered complete. However, this mission has hidden requirements. Challengers are requested to explore the ancient capital as much as possible within the mission time and complete the hidden requirements. Seeing this task, Moran was stunned for a while. This turned out to be an exploration mission. The 3-turn task is different for everyone. Some people are very simple, while others are very complicated. Among them, combat missions are naturally the most simple and clear. As long as the target is killed, it can be completed. There are also some collection tasks, which need to collect some materials to complete the task. But no matter what type of task it is, the exploration type is definitely the least common among them. But, it's also one of the hardest tasks. Because exploration is not the same as other tasks. Whether it is fighting or collecting, there are very clear goals, which are easy to complete. But the exploration task requires you to explore the truth yourself. Without keen observation and judgment, such tasks can easily fail. I didn't expect that I was so unlucky that I had an exploration mission. Since the task has been released and cannot be replaced, we can only do it. Soon, a prompt sounded in Moran's mind. Do you want to enter the ancient capital? Enter. In the next second, a wonderful light covered Moran's body, and then his whole body gradually became illusory until he disappeared in the entire room. Soon, Moran appeared at the mission location. This is a desolate gobi, surrounded by gravel and rocks, as well as various dead bushes. The breeze passed by, bringing up a piece of yellow sand. If you open your eyes and face it, the eyes may be mixed with countless sand in the next second. It really is a desolate place. Moran looked around, feeling very uncomfortable in this environment. Looking ahead, there is a shadow of a city. That should be the ancient capital. Moran immediately moved towards the city. Soon, Moran will arrive. In front of him is a deserted ancient city, with broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the buildings have long been decayed under the ravages of the years, as if a gust of wind can bring everything down. Looking at this dead city, Moran had some headaches. Although 7 days are given for this mission, the difficulty of the exploration mission is that they don't know how to start. If you can't find an idea, wander around. Let alone 7 days, even 7 months may not have any clue. Moreover, facing this kind of dead thing, his demon god's gaze is useless. This skill is used to obtain information, not to find it. By the way, Fugue is too empty. Moran suddenly thought, didn't he have other forbidden spells? The Fugue is too empty, it seems to be suitable for this situation. After using this skill, Moran can briefly obtain all the information around him, and can use it to find countless hidden things. This skill is perfect for exploration. Therefore, Moran no longer hesitated, and immediately used the immortal traveling Tegzu. In the next second, his field of vision changed and continued to rise. Soon, it came to the sky above the entire ancient capital, and everything below was in his eyes. At the same time, countless information began to appear in Moran's mind. The rotten ancient halberd, on the day of the disaster, the halberd that was once used by the people of the ancient capital to fight is now rotten. The buried body, the person who was dismembered on the day of the disaster. Their bodies were buried with the living. Flying red flag, the blood-stained flag, due to its special material, has not rotted, and has always been flying over the ancient city. Countless information, like a revolving lantern, passed through Moran's mind. He schemed through it, looking for useful information. One object after another was excluded by him, and one message after another was skipped by him. Until a body that refuses to rot. Introduction: this is the corpse of Swanyan, the hero of the ancient capital. On the day of the disaster, he defended the ancient capital with his own life, and finally died in battle. After death, his will refused to perish, floating around his body, so that this fighting body never rotted. Seeing this, Moran's gaze narrowed slightly. This is it. Chapter 52. The corpse of Swanyan, the hero of the ancient city of legacy. This is definitely one of the truths about the fall of the ancient city of Relic Wind. Afterwards, Moran followed the guidance of Shinayu Tegzu, and immediately went to the location of the corpse. This is a part of the ancient city, surrounded by decaying buildings that are about to collapse. Moran pushed lightly, and a wall turned into ruins. It had been corroded by the years, but now it completely disappeared. After the wall collapsed, a dark object was also revealed. It was a corpse. It's just that it has dried up long ago, and all the flesh and blood in the whole body have disappeared, leaving only the skin and bones, which seems to be stubborn and refuses to be blown by the wind. This is Xian Yin's body. Moran immediately dispelled the fugue. In the state of Shinayu Tegzu, his mana recovery is very slow, so that even with the current mana value of more than 6 million, it is impossible to support the state of Shinayu Tegzu for too long. Although he can have a tenth of the mana recovery per second when he is out of combat, being out of combat is not just out of combat. During this process, he was still unable to display his skills. Because once he releases his skills, it means he is in a combat state. Looking at Xuanyin's corpse, Moran felt a burst of sadness. Maybe it's because he's called a hero. He died fighting for an ancient capital, and his body refused to rot after death, just like an immortal warrior, fighting to the last moment. No matter who it is, I'm afraid it's hard not to feel respect. You fought and died for the ancient capital. If that's the case, I will resurrect you and let you find out the truth about the fall of the ancient capital yourself. Moran murmured, then took out his staff and released the magic light. Undead Scourge. Then, under the light of Moran's staff, the corpse in front of him actually changed. Although it still looked skinny and terrifying, the fragile bones that had been destroyed by the wind had gradually become solid and shiny. In the next second, Xuanyin's body started to move slowly. This is the natural disaster of the undead, except that it can summon the undead and drive the undead. It also has a very powerful effect, to resurrect the dead. Individuals resurrected by the undead disaster still retain the memory of their lifetime, but they have turned into undead, and they will only fight for Moran in this life. As the undead natural disaster light was completely covered, the corpse in front of him gradually stood up, and its eyes that had disappeared long ago released a terrible red light, with a strong sense of oppression. The corpse walked slowly, every step seemed to land on the human heart. It eventually came to Moran, bowed his head, and got down on one knee. Sworn allegiance to Moran. Moran glanced at his stats with the gaze of the demon god. Legacy hero Xian Yin, corpse. Introduction: this is the hero of the ancient capital, who died fighting for the ancient capital. Now resurrected, will forever fight for those who resurrected him. Level: 200, 6 to level 20. Attributes: HP 12 million / mana 6.8 million / attack 680,000 / defense 220,000. Skills: Relic Wind Swordsmanship, lack of equipment, currently unavailable, Relic Wind Fist, Rage Stance, Desperate Stance, Calm Stance, Continuous Slash, currently unavailable. Passive skill: Corpse, Fixed Panel, Ruthless Power. After reading the attributes of the corpse, Moran was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the strength of the character in front of him had reached rank 6. Even after being resurrected, his strength should not be underestimated. With such a thug, many things will become extremely convenient for Moran. He doesn't necessarily need to use forbidden spells to solve problems when he goes on missions. Should I get more undead thugs in the future? Moran thought. However, this is all for the future. For now, we must first find out the truth about the fall of the ancient capital. Moran looked at the corpse still kneeling on one knee in front of him, and said, "Stand up." Upon hearing this, the corpse got up immediately. Although the body was not completely decomposed, it was almost there. The will of a hero could not withstand the ravages of time after all. I don't know if its vocal cords are still intact, can it speak? Moran thought. He asked, "Tell me, what happened in the ancient capital of the legacy?" The corpse paused for a few seconds without speaking. Can't talk anymore. Lee Moran frowned slightly. Could it be that he needs to use the fugue again? However, the next second, the corpse in front of him suddenly ran away. Lee Moran was slightly taken aback, and then immediately understood that it wanted to take him to a certain place. So Lee Moran followed the corpse and went immediately. It didn't take long for the corpse to lead Lee Moran to a ruin. Then, without saying a word, the body began to dig. The 200-level corpse is very powerful, and these ruins were immediately shattered by it. Soon, the corpse cleaned up the surrounding ruins. Then, Lee Moran was surprised to find that this place turned out to be an underground palace. The corpse immediately went to the underground palace, followed by Lee Moran. It was very dark around, but on both sides of the underground palace, there were many candles that were still burning. Not long after, Lee Moran entered the underground palace with the corpse. Soon, Lee Moran's eyes froze. Underground palace is a very open underground space. In front of him, there was a huge skeleton sitting alone. This skeleton is nearly several meters high and has a huge body. Sitting on an equally massive throne. It seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the surroundings are stained with dust by the years, as if to disappear this skeleton. For some reason, Lee Moran felt a sense of danger. The next second, the skeleton in front of him suddenly moved. Swish! It seems that many stones have fallen from the surrounding buildings. And the corpse that brought Lee Moran here, Xian Yin, began to tremble slightly at this moment. Looking at it like that, it seems to be afraid. This situation surprised Lee Moran. The corpse resurrected by his undead natural disaster, is afraid of something? What is the origin of this skeleton? Lee Moran couldn't help checking with the gaze of the demon god. However, the next second, what surprised Lee Moran was the demon god's gaze was unable to check the information of the skeleton in front of him. When checking, the information displayed above is, the rules are incomplete and cannot be detected. How is this going? Lee Moran couldn't help but think of the second turn, when it killed Ostamir, he couldn't check the equipment dropped by the other party. Among them, the displayed information is also this. Could this be from the same place, or something of the same nature? However, Lee Moran couldn't afford to think too much. Because, he found that the skeleton in front of him really started to move. Rumble. Large chunks of stones continued to fall, and the entire underground space shook violently. The skull's dark and empty eye sockets suddenly released a strange light. Chapter 53. Along with the rays of light came the vibrating surroundings. All kinds of stones fell one after another, shaking the ground again and again, almost making people jump up. A sense of danger crept into Lee Moran's heart. Lee Moran left the underground palace without hesitation. Almost at the moment of Lee Moran's action, the entire dungeon collapsed. This huge skeleton destroyed everything around it. Fortunately, the underground palace is not too deep, and Lee Moran escaped soon. Following behind Lee Moran, the corpse Xuanyan also came out immediately. In front of him, the ruins had already sunk into the ground, and a large pit appeared on the entire ground. From the center of the big pit, 2 rays of light shot out, very terrifying. Then, the skeleton slowly got up and climbed onto the ground. Lee Moran held the staff in his hand, his expression slightly condensed. Kill. At this moment, the skeleton actually made a sound. The hoarse voice carried a strong killing intent, rolling in like a tide. At the same time, the surrounding ruins have changed. Soon, Lee Moran heard the sound of the army advancing. The sound of countless footsteps brought up billowing dust, as if it wanted to crush everything around it. Then, countless skeletons attacked from all directions. What's going on? Lee Moran frowned slightly. How could there be so many skeletons all of a sudden? However, there was no time for Lee Moran to think. The speed of these skeletons was so fast that they soon surrounded Lee Moran. So, Moran didn't hesitate any longer, and let out a low voice, "The scourge of the undead." In the next second, countless rays of light bloomed, like the sun, covering everything around. Then, countless skeletons stopped moving. This ray of light covered the entire ruins of the ancient capital, and all the skeletons born from the ruins changed at this time. They actually knelt down in the direction of Moran like a pilgrimage. It's like the worship of the monarch by the subjects, or even the surrender to the gods. Under the natural disaster of the undead, the skeletons that could have caused a catastrophe were all controlled by Moran. Looking at the surrounding scene, Moran's expression also changed slightly. After controlling these skeletons, he was able to briefly understand the information of these skeletons. They are all former residents of the ancient capital of Whirlwind. After death, the corpse rots and turns into a skeleton. The disaster of that year created all of this. Moran turned his head again. At this time, under the influence of the undead natural disaster, the huge skeleton that originally had a strong threat has also surrendered to Moran. From the information of this big skeleton, it is known that it was originally the owner of the ancient capital, and was affected by the natural disaster. After death, its own power became the nourishment, thus giving birth to such a huge skeleton. So, what is the reason for all this? Do you want to use Shinayu Tegzu to find it again? After a few seconds of silence, Moran decided not to look for it. If the truth is hidden in the ruins, then it is enough to clean up the ruins. Therefore, Moran tore off a flying scroll and let himself slowly rise into the air. After that, he lifted the natural disaster of the undead, and at the same time ordered the skeleton Swanyan to stay away from the ancient capital of the legacy. Soon, Swanyan left the ancient capital like a shadow. After the undead disaster was lifted, the skeletons below rioted again and continued to destroy. The scene became a mess. Moran swung his staff, mana poured out. Sparks start a prairie fire. In the next second, a tiny flame floated from Moran's staff, and slowly descended. The flame didn't seem to have much power, but when it touched the ruins, it exploded suddenly. Then, the billowing sea of flames spread and surrounded the entire ancient capital in an instant. The flames burned and turned everything into ashes. The countless skeletons below couldn't bear the high temperature at all, and they were wiped out in an instant. You killed the skeleton and gained 5690 experience points. Your level is full, and the experience points are forced to 1. You are in the process of changing jobs, and the experience points are automatically stored. You killed the skeleton and gained 5580 experience points. You killed the skeleton and gained experience points. Soon, countless pieces of information appeared in Moran's mind. These skeletons were submerged in the sea of flames and turned into experience points. Not only that, even the huge skeleton several meters high still had no ability to resist under the sparks, and it turned into black smoke in an instant and disappeared. You killed the undead of the ancient capital and gained 350,000 experience points. Your level. You killed the skeleton and gained experience points. You killed the skeleton and gained experience points. The fire kept burning. This is not an ordinary fire. The flames carry the power of the forbidden spell, and there is no object that can resist the power of the flames. Whether it is the ancient buildings that have persisted until now, or the ruins that have long been decayed, they are all burned to the ground under the fire. Ashes were scattered all over the ancient capital. Suddenly, Moran heard a slightly strange broadcast. You killed Strange and gained experience points. You cannot gain experience points due to the interference of mysterious power. Strange. Moran was a little strange, it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It is hidden in the ancient capital of the legacy, could it be the murderer of the ancient capital of the legacy? The billowing fire was finally extinguished, the smell of smoke was pungent, and it was full of decay and dust. The city where the shadow of the ancient capital still remained was completely burnt down. Buildings were reduced to dust, and monsters were wiped out. This is the power of the forbidden curse, irresistible, irresistible. This ancient capital can no longer be described as ruins, and now it has completely disappeared. Soon, Moran heard the beep. Congratulations! Killed Strange. Not only did you find the truth about the fall of the ancient capital, but you also solved it. You have completed this mission. Do you want to return? Hearing this, Moran couldn't help being a little stunned. Does this count as completing the task? To be honest, he basically did nothing, but destroyed the entire ancient capital with a forbidden curse. But because of this, the murderer who fell to the ancient capital was killed. Is this a slap in the face? Moran couldn't help asking, how is my task completed? Under testing. The detection is complete. Mission name, The Truth of the Vanishing Wind. Mission objective, find the truth about the fall of the ancient capital. Completed. Hidden requirement 1, find the bones of Swanyan, the hero of the ancient capital. Achieved. Hidden requirement 2, find the owner of the ancient capital. Achieved. Hidden requirement 3, complete the mission objective without being injured. Accomplished. Congratulations, you have completed this mission perfectly. In addition to the hidden requirements, you have also successfully solved the murderer who fell in the ancient capital. This mission has been overfulfilled. Your mission is evaluated as a legend. Chapter 54. The mission, is this done? A&D. Also received a legendary rating? But Moran always feels that all this is not that simple, or in other words, it shouldn't end like this. The voice in my head continued to sound, you have completed this task, do you want to return? Moran hesitated, looking at the ruins around him. He always felt that there was something he hadn't found. However, the task has indeed been successfully completed, and it seems that it should not continue to stay here. Forget it, let's go back first. Moran thought, and was about to return. But at this moment, the sound of the world system suddenly faltered abnormally. As if the machine was affected by a magnetic field, it made a sizzling sound. The surrounding sky suddenly darkened, and the environment began to change drastically. Moran's face was slightly condensed, and he immediately looked up at the sky. I saw that the clouds in the sky kept moving closer and rotating, forming a huge vortex. And the vortex kept spinning, absorbing the surrounding clouds, but gradually dispersed. From the vortex, a huge eyeball actually appeared. This eyeball can no longer be described as huge, because it occupies half of the sky. Just like the gaze of the universe, this eyeball carries an unimaginable sense of oppression. Almost in an instant, Moran actually had a feeling of death. Without hesitation, he immediately waved his staff and cast the forbidden spell. Holy Sky! In the next second, a light curtain enveloped Moran, as if a holy light descended. Moran immediately felt that he became stronger than ever before. With his current state, even if he is a rank 7 Great Magister, he can beat him without using a forbidden spell. However, when facing the eyeball in the sky, he still felt tremendous pressure. What the hell is that? Moran's expression was very serious. At this moment, he was surprised to find that he couldn't get in touch with the system's voice anymore. The sound of the task being completed, and the notification sound asking him to leave, disappeared at this moment. Can this huge eyeball cover up the sound of the world system? Moran felt more dangerous than ever. The sacred sky shrouded him, and his mana was constantly being consumed. Those eyeballs were staring at him, like a high god watching an ant. Moran looked at the countless black mist surrounding the eyeballs, and they tried to enter the range of the sacred sky. But fortunately, once the black mist enters the range of the light curtain, it will disappear immediately. Including the strong sense of oppression brought by the eyeballs, under the resistance of the holy sky, it has been reduced a lot. The eyeballs just stared at Moran like this, as if attracted by something. Moran's expression was very tense, he was ready to fight. Once the eyeball enters the scope of the sacred sky, or the sacred sky disappears, he will use all his forbidden spells without hesitation. Eyeball watching, Moran confronted it. Time passed by every minute and every second. Gradually, the eyeballs seemed to lose patience, and seemed unable to stay any longer. The surrounding clouds began to spread, and the eyeballs slowly receded. A few seconds later, the clouds cleared and everything was business as usual. Meanwhile, Holy Canopy is maxed out, and Moran's mana has bottomed out. With a bang, the sacred sky broke. Moran breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had lost all his strength. Under the influence of Mohe Wei Yuan, his mana quickly recovered, and after 10 seconds, his mana was full again. However, the pressure just now made Moran very mentally exhausted. This was definitely his most nervous moment. Tsitsizi. The abnormal condition has been restored. You have completed the mission, are you coming back? After taking a few deep breaths, Moran said slowly, return. In the next second, the light enveloped him, and his figure completely disappeared. What was that eyeball just now? That thing is the real murderer that led to the fall of the ancient capital, right? Even with the forbidden spell, there is still a sense of powerlessness. Why, in the history of the advent of the game, there has never been a record. Was this deliberately sealed up, or did it not appear until today? It should have been a happy thing for the third-rank mission to be rated as legendary. However, the huge eyeballs did not make Moran happy. This world is not as simple as I imagined. Since I started to change jobs, a series of things happened unusually. From getting the forbidden eye, to knowing that cicada was prophesied to be related to God, and then to this huge eyeball. It all made Moran tired, and it made him even more wary. If there was no sacred sky just now, the huge pressure might be enough to crush Moran to death. At present, his strength is far from enough. In the end, it took several minutes for Moran to gradually calm down. In any case, at present he must improve his strength as soon as possible and obtain as many forbidden spells as possible. At least, the next time you see that eyeball, not to mention destroying it, at least you can completely protect yourself. Shaking his head, he dispelled everything from his mind just now. The beep appears again. Congratulations, you have completed the third job transfer task, the truth of the fading legacy. You have met the job transfer requirements and are automatically changing jobs for you. The next moment, a faint light covered Moran, and his whole body was surrounded by a warm force. The change of job is like a spring breeze, very comfortable. Bathing in this light is like taking a hot bath. Soon. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. Moran immediately opened his data panel. Name, Moran. Level 98, 3 to level 8. Occupation, Forbidden Spirit. Status, HP 129,800/mana, 10.8 million/stamina, 6,400. Attributes, Strength 6380/Spirit 12020/Constitution 6630/Stamina 6930. Equipment, Breath of Darkness, Epic, Demon Cloak, Excellent, Boots of Resistance, Excellent, Sage's Belt, Excellent. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosive Star, Demon Sea Passive, Passive, Wind of Death God, Divine Hidden World, Raging Sea, Blessing of Demon God, Imaginary Traveling to the Void, All Things Real, Passive. Talents, Forbidden Eye, Demon God's Gaze, Turn of Everything. Attribute points, 280, the mission is completed perfectly, reward 200 attribute points. After the job change, Moran's panel value ushered in another surge. Cooperating with the benefits of the Magic Association, his health has now exceeded 100,000, and his mana has reached a terrifying level of tens of millions. Now, Even without Mohe Wei Yuan, Li Moran can release several forbidden spells without any pressure. In addition, attributes such as strength have also increased several times, and the spirit has directly exceeded 10,000. For professionals of different levels, his panel values showed a crushing situation. That's the beauty of getting things done perfectly. The better the job transfer task is completed, the higher the value increase after the job transfer will be. Not to mention Li Moran's overachievement. Not only that, I still haven't worn the equipment I received from the reward when I killed the ghost ship last time. If he puts on the equipment, his panel value will usher in another big increase. And there will be skill rewards next. Skill rewards, for Li Moran, this is the most important thing. That's not just a skill, it's a forbidden spell. Chapter 55. You have completed all the hidden requirements and exceeded the job transfer task. Your task evaluation is legendary level. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill, teleportation. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill, curse. Teleportation, consume a certain amount of mana to teleport the target to the designated location, within 500 meters from Fang Yuan. Curse, consume a certain amount of mana to cast a curse on the enemy. Cursed enemies will lose HP by a percentage. The amount of blood lost is related to the strength gap between the two sides and the resistance of the opponent to the curse. This time, the skills were still awakened. However, 2 of them have been awakened, and they have no passive skills or talents. But for Li Moran, it is still something to be happy about. Because, these 2 skills are the types that he currently lacks, and now he has obtained them, which just fills in this vacancy. After a few seconds, under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the teleportation has undergone billions of changes. The teleportation has been transformed into a forbidden curse, God's abandonment. Under the watchful eye of the forbidden eye, the curse technique has undergone billions of changes. The curse technique has been transformed into a forbidden curse, Hell Gunga. Abandoned by God, those who are abandoned by God must not approach God. Unleash the irresistible divine power and completely abandon the opponent. Teleport the other party to any place 10,000 kilometers away from him, even to a different dimension. Death Hell Ganges, Ganges, the legendary river of hell, its water is the most poisonous water in hell. People polluted by the water of the Ganges will lose 20% of their maximum health every second. This state cannot be defended, cannot be alleviated, and cannot be immuned. The forbidden spell this time does not seem to be as exaggerated as before. But its effect is still very terrifying. The first is God's abandonment. Another name for this skill is absolute teleportation. With the power that the opponent cannot resist, force the opponent to be teleported 10,000 kilometers away from him. This means that even if Li Moran encounters an enemy that cannot be wiped out even by the forbidden spell, Li Moran will not be helpless. At least, he can teleport the other party away in an instant, buying himself time to escape. And if you are lucky enough to teleport the other party to a different dimension, it will be equivalent to directly solving a big problem. Next is the Ganges, the Hell of Death. This forbidden curse, which was born out of the curse technique, is the most powerful forbidden curse in Li Moran's opinion, not one of them. It does not have large-scale damage like other forbidden spells, but it is invincible when used against a single enemy. Regardless of all the opponent's stats, as long as he is hit by the forbidden spell, 20% of his blood volume will be deducted absolutely every second. It means that it only takes 5 seconds for this forbidden spell to kill the opponent. Even if the other party has a large amount of recovery potions, they cannot lift the curse. Once the recovery medicine is used up, it will still die. For other forbidden spells, if the opponent is strong enough, they can still withstand the damage of the forbidden spells. But this forbidden spell, forcibly deducting blood, and cannot be defended, cannot be lifted, how to deal with it? This basically means that as long as one is hit by this forbidden spell, the opponent must die. It's just a matter of time. After taking a good look at these two forbidden spells, Moran was very satisfied. In addition to the forbidden spell, there are also a few pieces of equipment obtained before. That was the reward he got when he did the ghost ship mission. Previously, it could not be worn due to insufficient level, but now the level is enough. Moran pulled out these three pieces of equipment. They are the clothes of Eternal Night, Thunderbolt boots, and Bloody Conservation. A vestment, a pair of shoes and a belt. All are epic level equipment, which can not only greatly increase their own stats, but also have many passive skills, which are very powerful. The wearing level of the three pieces of equipment are all level 100, and Moran just reached this level. After 3 turns, the experience points required for each level up are huge. Even if he killed so many skeletons and that big skeleton in the secret realm, he still only has level 100. Subsequent upgrades may not be as fast as before. Put on the equipment first. Soon, the beep appeared in Moran's ears. You have worn the Eternal Night clothes, gained 10,000 health points, 15,000 mana points. You have worn the Thunderbolt boots and obtained. You have been wearing the blood color maintenance, and you have obtained. After wearing the 3 pieces of equipment, his attributes also changed dramatically. At the same time, Moran also added all attribute points to the attribute of Spirit. Moran opens the Properties panel. Name, Moran. Level, level 100, 3 turns to level 10. Occupation, Forbidden Spirit. Status, HP 185,600/mana, 13.44 million/stamina, 9,800. Attributes, Strength 9180/Spirit 16420/Constitution 11200/Stamina 8630. Equipment, Breath of Darkness, Epic, Clothes of Eternal Night, Epic, Thunderbolt Boots, Epic, Scarlet Conservation, Epic. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosive Star, Demon Sea Passive, Passive, Death God Wind, Divine Hidden World, Raging Sea, Demon God's Blessing, Imaginative Traveling to the Void, Reality of All Things, Passive, Holy Canopy, Undead Scourge, God Abandoned Gunga. Talents, Forbidden Eye, Demon God's Gaze, Turn of Everything. Attribute points, 0. Among them, his health directly increased by about 60,000 to a terrifying level of 180,000. Under the influence of Mohe Wei Yuan, the mana value has increased by more than 3 million. Attributes such as stamina, strength, and spirit have also increased by several thousand, of which the spirit has increased the most, directly increasing to 16,000. At present, his panel stats, even the 4-rotation mage can't compare. Not to mention the forbidden curse, he didn't know how many people were crushed to death just in terms of the panel value. Today, there are 4 pieces of equipment that I wear, all of which are of epic level. To wear all types of equipment for a professional, a total of 9 types of equipment are required, namely weapons, battle clothes, belts, shoes, gauntlets, bracelets, headscarves, helmets, rings, necklaces, headgear. Of course, different occupations have different types of equipment. For example, Mage's weapon is called a staff, Warriors has a big sword, one-handed sword, stick, etc., and Archers is mostly a bow and arrow. Of course, there are also some special occupations that use artillery and other equipment. Among them, there are only 4 main pieces of equipment: weapons, battle clothes, belts, and shoes. This is also the type of equipment that most professionals will choose. Auxiliary equipment is handguards and turbans, helmets. Not many people choose these 2 types of equipment, and the bonuses they provide are far less than the main equipment. People who will choose to wear this kind of equipment, most of them want to get the effect of the suit. Rings, necklaces, and tiaras are classified as accessories. This kind of equipment provides almost no numerical bonuses, but it will provide many passive effects. For example, immunity to certain controls, access to certain abilities or skills. There are also many people who like to wear video equipment and enjoy the feeling of adding 1 or 2 skills. Lee Moran is thinking, if there is a chance, should he complete all his equipment, get a full epic equipment, or even a full epic suit? If you have a chance, try it. 3 rounds are complete. Then it's time to turn 4. Lee Moran remembered that Mr. Su said that he would contact him after he reached the 3rd rank. It is estimated that he wants to help himself upgrade quickly. In fact, without Su Qingming's help, Lee Moran was able to upgrade quickly. But since Mr. Su is so enthusiastic, it's hard for him to brush off his kindness. Lee Moran pushed open the door of the job transfer room and walked out. Chapter 56. When Lee Moran came out, Su Qianqian immediately showed a smile and shouted, "Silent little big brother, you have succeeded in 3 rounds." Lee Moran smiled and nodded. It could be seen that she seemed to be waiting outside. Su Qianqian couldn't help showing an expression of envy, and then said, "That's really congratulations." Turn 3, Lee Moran is getting stronger and stronger, and she also feels that the distance between the two is getting further. Su Qianqian said again, after the 3rd turn, "The leveling area of Lanchange may not be able to satisfy you. Moran little big brother, do you want to leave Lanchange?" Lee Moran paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, "Maybe." In fact, he didn't have much plans. Although he has lived in Lanchange for so many years, he doesn't have a strong sense of belonging here. Hearing this, Su Qianqian's eyes were a little sad. However, she still smiled and said, "That's it. Then, little silent big brother, can you tell me when you leave, and I will see you off when the time comes." She thought in her heart that maybe after Lee Moran left, she would never come back. At that time, it might be the last time they saw each other. Lee Moran just said, "Okay." Then, after chatting for a few more words, Lee Moran left. Seeing the back of Lee Moran leaving, Su Qianqian sighed. Perhaps her ideas were unrealistic in the first place. Of course, she couldn't show it in front of Lee Moran. She didn't want Lee Moran to misunderstand. After returning home and having lunch, Lee Moran contacted Su Qingming. Not long after, Su Qingming came to the door. Seeing Lee Moran, Su Qingming immediately showed a kind smile, and said, "Little friend Moran, have you completed the 3rd round yet?" Lee Moran nodded slightly. "How about the job transfer task?" "Fine." "Haha." Su Qingming said with a smile, "You are worthy of being a hero. Since you have already passed the 3rd rank, then I will take you there and help you complete the 4th rank." Lee Moran said, "Thank you, Mr. Su. You don't have to be polite." Then, Su Qingming released a spell towards the sky, and a high-pitched voice appeared, as if calling for something. In the next second, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. Lee Moran looked up and saw that it was Su Qingming's mount, Qing Xiao Yuan. This is a rank 7 holy beast with terrifying strength. Even Lee Moran couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. He couldn't help but glanced at it with the demon god's gaze. Qing Xiao Yuan. Introduction: a ferocious bird with the blood of the phoenix. It has a very fierce temperament, but it is extremely loyal after being tamed. The strength reaches rank 7, which can be called a holy beast. Attributes: HP 45 million / attack power 1.2 million / defense power 900,000. Skills: Fenjian's long roar, King Xiao's strong wind. Seeing the panel value of this holy beast, Lee Moran couldn't help being a little surprised. As a holy beast, its HP is almost 3 times that of Su Qingming's, and its other attributes are not weak at all. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a holy beast of rank 7. Even if it's a boss of rank 7, I'm afraid there aren't many bosses as powerful as this holy beast. Qing Xiao Yuan let out a long whistle, and then landed slowly. Su Qingming smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, this is my spiritual pet. Li Moran just smiled with a calm expression. Soon, Qing Xiao Yuanju landed. However, when it landed, it suddenly let out a strange cry, and its whole body trembled a little. What's going on? Su Qingming frowned slightly. Xiao Qing, what's wrong with you? Qing Xiao Yuan just trembled, staring straight ahead, as if she was staring at Li Moran. It looked like he was frightened by something. At the same time, its body couldn't help but retreat, far away. Even, there is an urge to run away at any time. Su Qingming looked at the direction where Qing Xiao Yuan's gaze was located, which was the house where Li Moran lived, and he immediately understood in his heart. I'm afraid it was frightened because it was too close to the girl named Cicada. This is also normal, after all, she is a girl related to God. Afterwards, Su Qingming continued to comfort Qing Xiao Yuan, and it took a lot of effort to calm her down gradually. Ahem. Su Qingming coughed dryly and said in embarrassment, something went wrong, but it's okay, come up with me quickly. Li Moran nodded, and then followed Su Qingming onto Qing Xiao Yuan's back. After getting away from the house, the big bird seemed to be no longer afraid. With a long roar, it took off on the wind and brought the two of them high into the sky in an instant. Traveling through the clouds at a fast speed, the cities on the ground below gradually converged into dots, as small as ants. This is what it's like to fly. Stand firm. Su Qingming said, I'm going to take you into a secret experience realm now, and the speed will be very fast. Li Moran responded. Afterwards, Qing Xiao Yuan's speed suddenly increased, and the surrounding wind howled, as if it wanted to completely overturn people. With such a fast speed, the air resistance is naturally terrifying. But soon, Su Qingming cast a spell to block these strong winds from a barrier. Li Moran looked down. Even in the sky, the building was still retreating at an extremely fast speed. The speed of Qing Xiao Yuan far exceeds that of ordinary airplanes. I'm afraid, the speed of sound has been broken. After about a quarter of an hour, Qing Xiao Yuan finally stopped. Then, Su Qingming said, I'm going to take you into the secret realm. In the next second, a notification sound appeared in Li Moran's mind. Su Qingming invited you to join the team, do you want to join? Join in. You have entered Su Qingming's team, the captain is, Su Qingming. In the team, the wild monsters you kill will share experience. Okay, come in with me. Su Qingming shouted immediately. When he finished speaking, he cast a teleportation magic. Soon, the two were teleported away. The next moment, he appeared in a secret place. The two appeared in a secret place, a forest, which looked very quiet. You have come to the secret realm, forest of the setting Sunday. This secret realm is an experience secret realm. Wild monsters killed in the secret realm can get twice the usual experience value. But it will not drop equipment materials and skill books. Since you belong to the team and enter the secret realm, your experience points will be shared equally with your teammates. Su Qingming said, I have a 10 times experience card here, you can use it. Now that you have reached the 4th rank, every time you level up, you need to spend hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of experience. Strange upgrade. After speaking, Su Qingming took out a purple card and handed it to Li Moran. After receiving it, Li Moran saw the information on the card. 10 times experience card, epic. Type, props. Effect, killing wild monsters can gain 10 times the experience value, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. The introduction is simple and crude, but the usefulness is amazing. This kind of experience card is simply an invaluable treasure for those who need to upgrade quickly. Li Moran said, Thank you, Mr. Su. He will not refuse the kindness of others, but he will keep this intention in his heart. Although the purpose of the Magic Association and even Su Qingming is to know, the help that Mr. Su has given him is also real. Su Qingming smiled and said, I've said it all, so there's no need to be polite. You can exchange a mere experience card for 100 contribution points in the association. Okay, you are watching. Take a good look at the spell I will use next, it will be very helpful to you in the future. After speaking, Su Qingming rose into the sky. The next moment, countless wild monsters roared throughout the secret realm. Chapter 57. Su Qingming's powerful aura startled all the wild monsters in the secret realm. Countless wild monsters roared, and the scene was very shocking. The next moment, Su Qingming took out his staff, his gaze narrowed slightly. God that bears destruction, please lower your supreme anger. Flames from all directions. As Su Qingming finished singing, countless flames instantly covered the entire secret realm. In the next second, countless wild monsters were killed and turned into experience points. Your teammate Su Qingming killed the Sunset Tree Demon, and you gained 19,000 experience points, 10 times. Your teammate Su Qingming killed the Giant Green-tailed Eagle, and you gained 14,200 experience points, 10 times. Your teammate Su Qingming killed. With the blessing of 10 times the experience card, even if Li Moran can only get half of the experience points, the amount of these experience points is still very large, and almost every wild monster has more than 10,000. Li Moran's experience points are rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. You have leveled up and got 10 attribute points. Your teammate killed. This secret realm was just an ordinary rank 4 experience secret realm, and the wild monsters in the secret realm couldn't resist Su Qingming's attack at all. In particular, his spells also cover the entire secret realm. It didn't take long for Li Moran to upgrade again. This speed is like riding a rocket. If it is faster, Li Moran even feels that he can catch up with the speed of his use of forbidden spells to kill monsters and upgrade. Moreover, the power of the spell that Su Qingming used was extremely terrifying. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a rank 7 Great Magister. Countless wild monsters died one after another and turned into experience points. Li Moran noticed that after his level reached level 115, the experience points required for each upgrade exceeded 500,000. However, the huge amount of experience points still caused his experience bar to rise rapidly. About half an hour passed, and almost all the wild monsters in the entire secret realm were killed. At this time, Li Moran's level has finally reached the top. While killing wild monsters, Su Qingming was also silently observing Li Moran. Even though the level was raised so quickly, Li Moran's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Su Qingming applauded in his heart. This kind of calm mind is a good seed for great things. Finally, there was no longer any wild monster in the entire secret realm. Su Qingming landed slowly. Have you reached the full level? If not, I will take you to the next secret realm. Li Moran said, the level is already full, Mr. Su. Well, very good. Su Qingming smiled a little, in that case, then I will take you to change jobs. With my help, your task of changing jobs should not be difficult. But at this time, Li Moran refused, and said, no need, Mr. Su. You have helped me enough, and I can complete the job transfer task myself. Hearing this, Su Qingming just smiled slightly. Have you completed all the job transfer tasks well? Li Moran nodded. Haha, it's no wonder. Su Qingming said, maybe the first 3 job transfer tasks were not difficult for you, so it gave you a false impression that the job transfer tasks can be easily completed. You don't know, since starting from the 4th rank, every job transfer task in the future will become extremely difficult. Hearing this, Li Moran was a little surprised, and asked, what will change? Su Qingming said, from the 4th rank, you will be exposed to the serial missions. What is a series of tasks? To put it simply, it is a series of tasks. The tasks you face are in the same series for the 4th, 5th, and 6th rotations. Each rotation can complete 1/3 of the series of tasks. It takes 3 job changes to complete all of them. The series of missions has a characteristic. Its missions are not single. Once you change jobs, you may release several missions. The difficulty of these missions will exceed your imagination. Hearing this, Moran probably understood. In short, the follow-up tasks will not be too easy. But that's for ordinary people. For Moran, he has so many forbidden spells, there is no reason to worry about whether the job transfer task can be completed. Therefore, Moran still said, even so, I still want to try it myself. Seeing this, Su Qingming said, if that's the case, then I won't bother you. But if you encounter any difficulties during the mission, you must remember to tell me. The punishment for failing the job transfer mission is very huge. Then thank you, Mr. Su. Afterwards, Su Qingming took Moran, set foot on Qingxiaoyuan, and returned to Lanchinj. Since the Qingxiaoyuan was flying at a very high altitude, it did not attract anyone's attention. Soon, Moran bid farewell to Su Qingming, and then he went straight to the transfer hall. Ah, it's Moran's little big brother, did you leave anything here? Seeing Moran, Su Qianqian immediately showed a surprised expression. Originally, I thought that we would not be able to see each other for a long time, and we would not even have a chance to see each other again in the future, but I didn't expect that Moran would come to the job transfer hall so soon. However, he didn't think that Moran came to change jobs or do some business. After all, Moran just left here in the morning. At that time, he had just completed the 3rd rank mission. Seeing Su Qianqian, Moran also smiled and said, no, I'm here to change jobs. What? Su Qianqian suspected that she had heard it wrong, and she couldn't believe it. I'm here to receive the mission of the 4th rank. Moran, little big brother, you turned around. Soon, Su Qianqian's eyes widened, looking at Moran as if he were looking at a monster. Didn't he just complete the 3rd turn this morning? It's only been half a day, and it's only afternoon now, and the sun hasn't even set yet, so he turned around? What has he been through? Is there something wrong with him or something wrong with the world? Su Qianqian couldn't even imagine how good a person was to be able to jump from rank 3 to rank 4 in one day. This is simply unbelievable. However, seeing Moran's expression that didn't look like a joke, even if Su Qianqian couldn't believe it anymore, he still had to accept this fact. Cough 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 cough. Su Qianqian relied on coughing to make his expression look normal, and then said, Moran, little big brother, come with me. She felt like she was dreaming. Besides, in a dream, who else could turn from 3 to 4 in one day? Moran didn't explain anything, and didn't have to. Following Su Qianqian, he entered the job transfer room again. Su Qianqian said, silent little big brother, the mission of the 4th turn may be different, you can take a look first. Moran nodded. In the next second, the notification sound appeared again. It is detected that the target has met the job transfer requirements, and the job transfer task is being released. Target detection is in progress, the system will automatically issue a suitable job transfer task for you, please don't leave. The detection is successful. The job transfer task has been generated. Soon, Moran saw his own job transfer task. Name, Moran. Professional transfer level, 4 transfers. The series of missions has started. Mission name, Conquest of the Gods. Please complete the first stop of the Conquest of the Gods, Outpost. Click to view the task details. Chapter 58. There are 3 levels in this mission. You must complete the first level before you can obtain the content of the next task. Level 1, Eyes of Words. Task name, The Eye of Words. Mission introduction, according to legend, in the deepest part of the distant ocean, there is a secret place called Tianhua. There are gems in the secret realm, which surpass the world. Task content: please go to Tianhua Secret Realm to obtain the Speaking Spirit Gem. Task requirements: no matter what method is used, you only need to get the Speaking Spirit Gem to complete the task. The time limit is 3 days. The Ling Ling gem must be a complete piece, cannot be cut, cannot be damaged, and must be the most standard oval shape. Word spirit gems are essential items for creating mythical quality equipment. Only the fragments of gemstones are enough to support the core of mythical quality equipment. When seeing this task, Moran's first reaction was surprise. This mission is simply a material collection mission. This kind of task is relatively common and very simple, because as long as the required materials are obtained, the task is completed, and sometimes you can even go to the store directly to complete the job transfer task. But what material was his mission to collect? Ling Ling gem, the legendary thing that surpasses the heaven and the earth. Scraps alone are enough to create a piece of mythical quality gear. He actually wants to collect this kind of item. When studying in high school, Moran saw a similar introduction to the gem of words in a book. The price of this kind of item, even if it is 1 gram, is tens of thousands of times that of gold. Once in an auction house in Shanghai, there were several pieces of legendary equipment sold by a small piece of Ling Ling gemstones that totaled only 10 grams. None of this was filmed. It is enough to imagine how precious this thing is. Now, he not only needs to collect the gemstones of words, but also a complete piece, and the most standard oval shape. You must know that because of the high density of the Ling Ling gemstone, a standard Ling Ling gemstone is only as big as a finger cap, but at least hundreds of grams. There is no need to say much about the value of a speech spirit gemstone of this weight. Even if you sell the whole land city, you can't afford it. Is this intentional to make my mission fail? Moran's expression gradually became a little ugly. Although the mission said, in the depths of the ocean, there is a secret realm. Ask Moran to go to the secret realm to get the word spirit gem. But where is the depths of the ocean? Where is Tianhua secret realm? If the conditions are not clear, where can I get the spirit gem? If Moran was given a year, he could still investigate slowly, but the mission time limit was only 3 days, where would he go to investigate? It is not realistic even to use imaginary travel Taegzu. Now Moran's strength is not high, and the effective range of Shinayu Taegzu is limited, far away in the depths of the ocean, who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers away. I don't know the direction, my mind is too empty, where to go? Where to go too empty? For the present plan, the only option is to ask Mr. Su for help. Although he wants to fulfill the task requirements by himself. However, the world is changing and life is impermanent. In this world, there are still things that forbidden spells can't do anyway. In desperation, Moran contacted Su Qingming. Not long after, Su Qingming arrived. In fact, he didn't leave at all, but kept watching Moran not far away, watching him enter the job transfer hall. Even if Moran doesn't contact him, he will show up by himself. Because he is also more curious, not knowing what Moran's 4th rotation mission will be. What is your job transfer task? Su Qingming asked. He thought to himself, if the task is relatively difficult, he should do a favor and help Moran complete the task directly. Although Moran has started a series of missions. But after all, this is only 4 turns, no matter how difficult it is, how difficult can it be? Seeing Su Qingming's questioning, Moran said, the task is to collect materials. We must go to a secret place called Tianhua in the depths of the ocean to find the gems of words. Collect materials, it's very simple. You don't need to trouble yourself, I'll go to the association to have a look, and just bring the materials over to you. Su Qingming laughed before he finished listening. He thought it was a difficult task, but it turned out to be the simplest material collection. But, etc. Su Qingming suddenly realized something was wrong. Just now, when he heard the name of the material, his heart skipped a beat. That material seems to have an uneasy taste. Wait, what materials did you say you were going to collect? Speaking spirit gem. Oh, the gemstone of words, it turned out to be the gemstone of words. Su Qingming's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? You say it again. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was unwilling to admit this fact. He stared at Li Moran, wishing he had heard wrong just now. Li Moran was helpless, and repeated it again. My job transfer task is to go to a secret realm called Tianhua and look for an item called Speaking Spirit Gem. Moreover, the speaking stone must be a complete piece without loss, and it must be a standard ellipse. At this moment, Su Qingming could no longer calm down. He couldn't even speak. What kind of mission is this Nima doing? To collect the gems of words. That is a fetish that a little bit of debris is enough to create mythical quality equipment, a small 4-turn task, to collect this kind of fetish. Su Qingming suppressed his trembling voice and asked, how long is your mission time limit? If it is said that the time limit for this task is long enough, such as a year and a half, it is not impossible. With the power of the magic association, no matter how precious the gemstone is, it doesn't mean that it is impossible to get it. Li Moran seemed to feel that Su Qingming's state was not right. He hesitated for a while, and said slowly, 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. It turns out that the task time limit is 3 days. It's been a long time. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Su Qingming feels that he can still stand in front of Li Moran safely, which is already regarded as his excellent psychological quality. Coughing a few times, Su Qingming half covered his face, and said, sure enough, a hero is born as a teenager, and your task of turning 4 is really not easy. But you don't have to worry, I will go back to the Magic Association, and I will help you with this task. Completed. Li Moran was surprised, is this kind of task possible? Yes. Su Qingming nodded confidently, the power of the Magic Association is beyond your imagination. After speaking, Su Qingming left quickly. Seeing this, Li Moran couldn't help feeling a little more respectful. Sure enough, he still underestimated the world too much. Don't look for the Lingling gem, but Mr. Su remained silent, so calm. The Magic Association was actually able to help. This is the strong one. Certainly. What Li Moran didn't know was that when Su Qingming climbed onto Qing Xiaoyuan's back, his whole body went numb. Lord Fool! Now, I have to rely on you. Word Spirit Gems. This is not something that people can find at all. Chapter 59. Li Moran is waiting. Waited for about an hour. Su Qingming finally came back. When he got down from Qing Xiaoyuan, his expression was relaxed. However, Li Moran always felt that his expression was a little stiff. Looks like she's been crying. Su Qingming held an oval, perfectly perfect gemstone exuding a faint light blue luster, and then handed it to Li Moran. Take it. Su Qingming said, the Magic Association happens to have some in stock, so I'll give it to you. There was shock in Li Moran's eyes. Old Su, this thing, can you really give it to me? This is the gem of the spirit, the Magic Association actually took it out. Su Qingming said very calmly, although it is said that the gemstones of words are more precious, don't imagine the Magic Association too shabby. We can still get this kind of thing. Hearing this, Li Moran no longer knew what to say. Su Qingming has already achieved this step. If he refuses, it means he is ignorant. In that case, thank you, Mr. Su. He will never forget this kindness. Of course, what Su Qingming didn't say was that the fool was shocked when he knew that Li Moran's job transfer task was to find the linguistic gem. Then it took more than half an hour to launch a prophecy on Li Moran again. Then, when the fool came out, his face was very pale, and he looked like he had suffered a serious illness. But he didn't say anything, he just gave Su Qingming a piece of Lingling gem. And, warned Su Qingming, from now on, raise the importance of Li Moran to the same level as Cicada. Know what level? It is related to God. It even determines the future direction of the magic association. And Li Moran, why on earth is he? What did Lord Fool see at that time? Su Qingming didn't know, but it didn't matter much. Okay. Su Qingming said, there is no need to say thank you, you can submit the task quickly. It is impossible to have only one task for the 4th rank. After submitting it, you can see what the next task is. Li Moran nodded, and then went to submit the task. After entering the job transfer room. Speaking Spirit Gem, the judgment is successful. The first task has been completed, and you have been rewarded with 30 attribute points. Since you completed the task in less than 24 hours, you have achieved the perfect requirement, and you have obtained an additional 200 attribute points. Just by completing the first mission, he got 230 attribute points. This reward is already very good. After all, the series of tasks has not been completed yet. Sure enough, the background is good. Without the help of a behemoth like the Magic Association, he would not be able to complete this task anyway. After the first task is completed, soon, the second task will be released. You have completed the first stop of the conquest of the gods, the outpost, the first level, the Eye of the Word Spirit. The mission continues. The second level, the Blood of the Spirit of Speech. Task name, Blood of Word Spirit. Mission introduction, in the distant center of the earth, there is a flame called the Holy Flame of Words. The hidden secrets of heaven and earth can bring dead things back to life. Task content, go to the center of the earth to obtain the Holy Flame of Words. Task requirements, no matter what method is used, you only need to obtain the sacred flame of words to complete the task. The time limit is 3 days. The Yanling Holy Fire must be pure and natural, without any artificial processing or additives. Word Spirit Flame. Li Moran had never heard of this stuff. But judging from the name, I am afraid it is similar to the Lingling gem. Moreover, located in the center of the earth, the time limit is 3 hours. Don't even think about it, it's another thing he can't find. After Li Moran came out, Su Qingming immediately asked expectantly, what is this mission? Li Moran paused for a few seconds before speaking out the content of the task. Soon, Su Qingming's expression changed subtly. Wait for me. So Li Moran waited for half an hour. Half an hour later, Su Qingming came back. He spread out the palm of his hand, and there was a ball of dancing flames, which looked like a jumping child, exuding the same brilliance as the speech gem. This is the holy flame of Yanling. It just so happens that the Magic Association also has it, so I'll give it to you. Su Qingming said calmly, without any fluctuations in his heart, although his palms were trembling slightly. Just take it directly, and the Yanling holy flame will jump into your palm by itself. Don't worry about being burned, it has no temperature. Li Moran nodded very seriously. He no longer knew what to say. Su Qingming said, after submitting the task, there should be more, so hurry up and see what the next task is. Afterwards, Li Moran took the torch of speech to submit the task. Spirit Flame, the judgment is successful. The second task has been completed, and you have been rewarded with 30 attribute points. Since you completed the task in less than 24 hours, you have achieved the perfect requirement, and you have obtained an additional 200 attribute points. After completing the task, there are another 230 attribute points. Soon, the next task was released. You have completed the first stage of the conquest of the gods, the outpost, the second stage, the blood of the spirit. The mission continues. Third level, restoration of sight. Task name, fuming. Task introduction, moisturized by the blood of Ling Ling, the eyes of Ling Ling gradually regained their vitality, but they still cannot open their eyes. Now, you need to obtain core materials to provide nourishment for the eyes of the words of the spirit, so that the eyes of the words of the spirit can completely recover. Task content: kill a boss with a rating of legend alone and get its core. Task requirements: this boss must be rated as legendary and must have a boss core. You must kill the boss alone, without the help of others. Once violated, it will be judged as mission failure. Task time limit: 45 days. Seeing the content of this mission, Moran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it is not the task of collecting materials. Su Qingming and the Magic Association have already helped him too much, so they can give away such precious materials as soon as they say. If it happens again, Moran doesn't know what to say anymore. The task of killing a legendary boss doesn't seem to be difficult. As long as there are qualified bosses, it will be fine. Then, Moran took the task and walked out. Seeing Moran coming out, Su Qingming hurriedly asked, "What is the mission this time? Is it another search?" He didn't tell Moran that even the fool didn't have this thing when he obtained the holy flame of words. He asked other rank 8 elders, and Su Qingming didn't know what happened during this process. Anyway, after coming out, the fool's face was all black. If it was another hunt, Su Qingming really couldn't guarantee that the Magic Association would still have what Moran needed. Moran said, "This is the last mission, not a find. It's not looking for objects." Su Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what is your mission?" "Kill a boss with a legendary rating alone to get its core." Chapter 60. Legendary Boss. Although Su Qingming was slightly relieved after hearing that Moran's task was no longer to find objects. However, this task also surprised him. "Is this your last mission?" "That's right. The last mission was actually this difficult." Su Qingming looked at Moran with shock in his eyes. "Whether it's finding objects or killing legendary bosses, everything is not easy." Moran asked, "Old Su, is there any problem?" Su Qingming paused for a while, then said, "It's not a big problem. With the power of the association, I can arrange one for you soon. However, you may not know what a legendary boss means." "What does it mean?" Su Qingming said slowly. Boss levels are similar to equipment levels. According to the light they emit when they appear, they are divided into white common, green excellent, blue elite, purple epic, orange legendary, and the rarest and most mysterious red mythical boss. Mythical level bosses are too rare, and they appear at random times and places that cannot be predicted. Even the Magic Association has never seen them a few times. But legendary level bosses are different. They actually live in secret realms like other bosses. Middle. Those secret realms are called boss secret realms, where only the boss lives alone and no other creatures. This is the most suitable secret realm for killing bosses, but in the secret realm, the boss's strength is also several times stronger than the boss of the same level in the general secret realm. Unfortunately, because the legendary boss is too powerful, it will almost only appear in a separate boss secret realm. Speaking of this, Su Qingming looked at Moran with a very serious expression. "In other words, the boss you are going to deal with is not only legendary, but also several times stronger than usual." Hearing this, Moran became a little serious. It seems that there is indeed a reason to be rated as a legend. But he was not worried because he had a forbidden spell. No matter how strong the boss is it possible that he can still withstand the power of the forbidden spell? Even if he was able to bear it, one shot of the forbidden curse was not enough, so why couldn't he use 2 shots? So, Moran isn't worried. Su Qingming didn't understand Moran's heart, and still said seriously, "And, you still need to know. The legendary boss, no matter how low its level is, it is still above level 120. The most important point is that killing the legendary boss alone means that I can't help you too much, and all this depends on you." Moran said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I have the bottom of my heart. Seeing that Li Moran was still calm, Su Qingming was not only admiring his strong psychological quality, but also thinking about countermeasures for him. After being silent for a while, Su Qingming said, however, even if I can't help you directly, judging from your mission, I can at least provide you with some help. You are already level 120. Although you haven't changed your job, you can still wear level 124 level equipment. Well, I'll go back to the Magic Association to get you some equipment, and help you get some combat props, so that you will have more confidence when killing the boss. Li Moran did not refuse, and said, thank you, Mr. Su. Su Qingming nodded and continued, I remember that there is a legendary boss secret realm in Tianjia City, the level is exactly 120. Moreover, the boss in that secret realm also happens to have a core, I will contact you for you, wait I message. After speaking, Su Qingming left. About a quarter of an hour later, Su Qingming came back again. Okay, the time is catching up. The secret realm will be opened in 5 days. Then you should rush to Tianjia City as soon as possible, and contact me when you arrive, and I will arrange it for you. Li Moran nodded and thanked Mr. Su again. Then, the two parted. After experiencing these missions several times, Li Moran deeply felt the benefits of joining the Magic Association. If it wasn't for the Magic Association, he wouldn't be able to complete this 4th rank mission anyway. Not to mention the previous 2 missions of searching for materials, even the mission of killing the legendary boss was not easy for him. It's not that he can't kill the boss, it's just that generally high-level secret realms are controlled by some forces and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Even if it is an epic secret realm of the elite secret realm, even if it is open, it still requires a very high ticket to enter. Not to mention the legendary secret realm. However, it is not a problem at all if this kind of problem falls on the Magic Association, and it can be solved in 1 sentence. This is the benefit of power. It is not something that a single person can enjoy. At this moment, Li Moran once again had that thought in his mind, should we start a guild? If you become stronger in the future and have a power under your hands, then no matter what you do, it will be easy. However, now that I have joined the Magic Association, although the freedom is not restricted, I am afraid that the Magic Association will not allow such things as establishing an office. After thinking about it, Li Moran dismissed the idea. Not to mention whether the Magic Association allows it or not, even if it is allowed, he is completely unnecessary. Now the Magic Association and Mr. Su treat him very well, and he has no reason to leave. Afterwards, Li Moran went home. Got it, I'm back. Open the door, still the same words as before. Oh. In front of the door, Cicada was curled up on the sofa watching TV, covered with a towel. Seeing that Li Moran was back, he raised his head, as if he wanted to continue watching TV, but his eyes did not move away from Li Moran. Okay, don't watch too much TV, it's not good for your eyes. Li Moran carried the dishes into the kitchen and said, I will be at home in the next few days when I have time. Really? Cicada suddenly became more energetic, and raised her head involuntarily, like a kitten. Real. Then, knowing it, he kicked off the quilt. As before, she was wearing very little, and when the quilt was lifted, she could see almost everything. However, she ignored these and just trotted into the kitchen following Li Moran. Li Moran looked at her with a puzzled expression. I'll wash the dishes for you. Li Moran was still puzzled. I heard, you have to work harder to be a housewife. Who did you hear about? TV drama. Stop watching these unnutritious TV shows in the future. Oh. However, Li Moran nodded his head knowingly, but did not refuse her request. Although, this guy made it very casually, but Li Moran watched it with a smile. I will probably stay at home for 4 days, and then I will go to Tianjia City, which may take a day or 2. Li Moran said over and over while chopping vegetables. Oh. Cicada replied, but she was not energetic. The dishes she washed were really casual, and a lot of leaves were washed off. But Lee Moran didn't care. Is there anything you want? Or where do you want to go? Or, stay at home like before? Have no idea. Have no idea. Lee Moran remembers when he first met Cicada. When people ask her name, they don't know. When they ask her relatives, they don't know. When they ask where her home is, they don't know. The reason why she was given the name Cicada is probably also due to this question. He once wanted to take Cicada on a trip, but later gave up. Because he found that, apart from him, Cicada seemed to be uninterested in everything. She is unusual. It has been like this from before to now. After eating, the two went to take a bath again. Then we lay on the couch and watched TV together. Cicada is still nestled in Lee Moran's arms, just like a lazy cat. I don't know if the TV is good or not, and I don't seem to be in the mood when I know it. It's just because Lee Moran is by her side, so her expression is somewhat satisfied. At this time, the phone rang. Lee Moran looked at his phone and found that it was from Zhou Zhenyang, the person in charge of Tianxia Trading Company in Lanchange. Brother Lee Moran, our trading house will hold an auction tomorrow, and one of the auction items happens to be a flying skill book. If you have time, you can come to the trading house tomorrow and I will arrange it for you. Chapter 61. Is it an auction? Lee Moran did tell Zhou Zhenyang, asking him to take a look at the flying skills book for himself. But unexpectedly, he actually notified. Perhaps, I can be regarded as a big customer in Tianxia Trading Co., Limited. Lee Moran thought to himself. If so, let's go tomorrow. After looking at it, Lee Moran said, tomorrow, I'm going to Tianxia Trading House to participate in an auction. Are you going? Cicada also looked at Lee Moran. She paused for a few seconds, then nodded. To be honest, this girl always seemed to have a resistance to going out. It was really difficult for her to nod her head. Lee Moran suddenly remembered that since he started school, he seldom spends a full day with Hizzy. When she was in the orphanage, she was clinging to herself almost all day long, even if she didn't say or do anything. He knew that Cicada's heart was very lonely. This kind of loneliness is somewhat inexplicable, as if it is against the world, but it does exist. Thinking of this, Lee Moran couldn't help but hugged him tightly. Knowing that she rubbed against his chest, she suddenly climbed up slowly, and then gagged Lee Moran's mouth. Their lips touched, bringing a strange feeling. After parting, they looked at each other. Obviously she initiated it, but she looked at Lee Moran when she knew it, and asked in a tone of voice, "Do you want it?" Although, this question is a little funny in Lee Moran's heart. Lee Moran said, "It's been a while." Well. Then, knowing it, he kissed her. Lee Moran still remembers that when she just celebrated her birthday last year, she was still a little delicate, and she still said it was a little painful. But now, I've gotten used to it. After all, the two have long been inseparable from each other. Thinking that her birthday is approaching again, it has been almost a year. This girl doesn't like to eat cake, even on her birthday she eats some potato chips. In fact, this kind of sense of ritual doesn't feel much to Cicada. She doesn't care if it's her birthday or not, as long as the two of them can really be inseparable from each other on that day. It's not just that day, whether it's past, present, or future. Deep, fettered, blended, like the timelines condensed on the long river of time, intertwined with each other. Well. Cicada snorted and looked at Lee Moran. Since she was lying down, the slight redness on her face made her look a little shy. However, her eyes seemed to be trembling. Maybe it's been a while. Moran, I don't want to be a god. What you up to? I want to always be like this, with you. Like this? Or like this? Well, so. She blushed and hummed softly. The next day, the two got up late. Maybe because she didn't sleep well, Lee Moran was still yawning when she was dressing up for Lee Moran. It's hard for you to go out, but it can't be like being at home. Oh. After breakfast, Lee Moran took Cicada to Tianxia Exchange. Cicada doesn't like fancy clothes, she just finds them troublesome. Therefore, Lee Moran simply dressed her in a white dress. If you look at it from a distance, it still has a bit of dusty temperament, although for Lee Moran, she has nothing to do with the word churn. In other words, this is a 3-no girl. Ha ha ha. Brother Moran, are you here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he entered the trading house, Zhou Zhenyang received Lee Moran very warmly. When he saw a mark on the sleeve of Lee Moran Mage's robe, his expression froze slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. But soon, all this was covered up by Zhou Zhenyang. Is this your girlfriend? Ha ha ha, she looks so beautiful, what's her name? Got it. Lee Moran said. Got it? What a good name. Zhou Zhenyang said, the auction will start in the afternoon, and I've already arranged a box for you. If you two don't have any arrangements, I can ask someone to show you around. No need. Lee Moran said, it won't be long, just take us there. Okay, okay. Zhou Zhenyang smiled all over his face, and immediately arranged for it. After Lee Moran left, Zhou Zhenyang's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly left the trading house. A few minutes later, he appeared in the city lord's mansion. Today, Yeqing was drinking tea leisurely and enjoying life. As a result, not long after he enjoyed it, he heard someone report that Zhou Zhenyang had something to look for him. So, while wondering, Yeqing invited Zhou Zhenyang in. I said, Old Yang, why did you come to see me? Yo! I see that you look like a dusty person, is there something urgent? Zhou Zhenyang had a serious face, closed the door, and said in a low voice, do you remember the Lee Moran we talked about before? What happened to him? He joined the Magic Association. Oh, isn't it just joining the guild? Damn, I thought it was. Wait, what did you say, can you say it again? He joined the Magic Association. He joined the Magic Association. Damn it. Yeqing's expression changed immediately, and his eyes widened. He quickly grabbed Zhou Zhenyang's hands and shouted, really? Lao Yang, this kind of thing can't be joked. Nonsense. Of course it's true. I saw him wearing a robe with the logo of the Magic Association. Who dares to joke about this thing? Zynama. How did that kid do it? How do I know? My mind is in a mess right now. Zhou Zhenyang showed a helpless expression. I remember a few days ago Mr. Su just said that he was going to investigate that kid. As a result, he directly joined the Magic Association. Do you know how regretful I am now? Zhou Zhenyang's face was full of grief and indignation. He came to me some time ago to ask about the flying skills book, and I said no, let him wait. Actually there was one at the time, but it was only admired. The Chongshan Guild in Shanxi has made a reservation. If I had known that Lee Moran had joined the Magic Association, I would have given him the flying skills book. At that time, I was in a brain twitch and told him that the Tianxia trading company had no predetermined rules. I really regretted it to death. Ah 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 ah. Seeing Zhou Zhenyang yelling at this age, the corners of Yeqing's mouth twitched slightly. However, Yeqing also understood, after all, Lee Moran joined the Magic Association. Once, an opportunity to hug his thigh was in front of him, but he didn't cherish it, and only regretted it when he knew he had lost it. If God gives him another chance. Ahem. Yeqing coughed twice, although, we seem to have time now. Zhou Zhenyang immediately raised his head, I came to you for this matter. Oh, what do you want to do? He is currently in the auction house of my trading house, and he is going to buy a flight skills book. I am afraid that he does not have enough funds, so I come to you to raise money. If he does not have enough money, we will help him. Yeching was a little surprised. A flight skill book can often fetch hundreds of millions of Kyushu coins. Are you planning to spend your money? He joined the Magic Association, isn't that enough? Enough, enough. Not only that, Zhou Jinyang's eyes were very serious. I also plan to give him a flying pet that is cool enough and worthy of his identity. Yeching stared blankly at Zhou Jinyang. Is this person's awareness so high? Chapter 62. In the private room of the Tianxia trading house and the auction house, Li Moran and Cicada waited for the auction to start while eating the snacks brought by the waiter. The start time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is still a short time now. From the screen in the private room, you can clearly see the situation of the entire auction house. Many people have entered the auction house one after another, ready to come to bid. I don't know what it is for. Li Moran turned on his phone and looked at his balance. During this period, relying on the equipment I sold, there are currently nearly 500 million Juzhu coins in total, and I don't know if it is enough to buy a flight skill book. Li Moran murmured. Since he had never participated in an auction before, he did not know how much a flight skill book could fetch. If not enough. Li Moran thought to himself, if it is not enough, he can only exchange some epic equipment on his body, or use it to offset part of the money. Looking to the side, Zhizi was eating snacks in silence, as if he had completely entered his own world, without any reaction to the outside world. Not long after, the auction began. The venue was already full of people. Every time the Tianxia trading house holds an auction, there must be a large number of good goods that cannot be bought normally. Everyone has different expectations when they come here. The host is a girl in black silk who looks to be in her early 20s with a very sweet voice. After she said a few opening remarks, she immediately entered the auction mode. As the waiter took out a diamond-shaped crystal emitting dark blue light, the host also began to introduce it. This is the first item we will auction. Many people must know that this crystal is a pure crystal, a must-have item for creating epic-level equipment. Moreover, this pure crystal is still boss level, and it is obtained from the Crystal King beast. Needless to say, its value. Seeing this crystal, Li Moran was a little surprised. He still remembered that the last time he went to Chongshan City, he killed a Crystal King beast and obtained a lot of pure crystals. The host continued, pure crystals are auctioned for 10 yuan at a time. The starting price is 15 million Juzhu coins. Each bid cannot be lower than 200,000 Juzhu coins. 15 million. 150.2 million. 15 million and a half million. Since it was the first item, there were not many bids, but there were some who wanted pure crystal. Therefore, it has also gone through multiple rounds of bidding. In the end, 10 pieces of pure crystal were sold at 21 million Kyushu coins. This is also a relatively reasonable price. Then, many more things were photographed. There are battle secret medicines, equipment, various spiritual objects, precious materials, and so on. There was even a young spirit beast. That spirit beast cub has a trace of Kylan blood. If it is raised up, its combat effectiveness will never be low. Therefore, when the spirit beast appeared, a round of auction climax was set off. In the end, the cub of the spirit beast was auctioned for a high price of 300 million Juzhu coins. Li Moran could only shake his head. Sure enough, auctions are for the rich. Even if he has a worth of 500 million Juzhu coins, it is nothing even in the Lanchinj auction. It is not impossible for some very cherished items to fetch high prices of billions or tens of billions. During the auction, 2 skill books also appeared. Each set off a wave of bidding frenzy. After all, everyone lacks such things as skill books, and it is very obvious for the improvement of personal strength. It's a pity that neither of them are mage-like skill books. Even so, they all fetched as high as 200 million yuan. Gradually, the auction was about to reach a fever pitch. The stuff that comes out is getting better and better, and people are bidding more and more fiercely. Finally, after taking out another item, the waiter brought up a small box. The host opened the box, and there was a skill book in it. Presumably, many of you came to this auction house for this item. The host smiled, picked up the skill book gently, and began to introduce. The name of this skill book is Yu Swinging Feather. Just like its name, it is a flying skill book. After learning it, you can transform into a pair of wings and gain the ability to fly. Not only that, this skill has many unexpected effects. Please see the big screen for details. As he said that, the detailed information of this skill appeared on the big screen at the auction. Wandering Feather, All Professional Flying Skill Book. Study Conditions, Level 118. A pair of wings, can be hidden, is transformed into a pair of wings, allowing oneself to gain the ability to fly. The speed of the wings is 5 to 20 times the speed of its own movement. Under the influence of the wind element, the flying speed will be increased by 50% to 100%. In addition, a simulation demonstration effect of wandering feathers appeared on the big screen. The host said, "Okay, I believe everyone has seen the effect of this skill book. Next, the auction of Yu Wandering Feather will begin. The starting price, 300 million Kyushu coins. Every price increase must not whisper 10 million Kyushu coins." When the host finished speaking, the scene immediately boiled. Flying skill books are very rare. Even if it is the lowest level, its price will not be lower than 100 million Juzhu coins. And looking at Yu Wandering Yu's description, it is obviously a very powerful flying skill. If you can learn, you will bring yourself a great improvement. Therefore, many people bid one after another. 310 million. I'll pay 320 million, don't argue with me. 330 million. 350 million. There were constant bids, and soon, the price exceeded 300 million, heading towards 400 million. This is also very normal. For excellent flying skills such as Yu Swinging Feather, their prices generally will not be lower than 500 million Juzhu coins. In the box, Moran frowned slightly watching this scene. He didn't expect that the flight skill book was so popular that it reached 400 million so quickly. Moreover, people's enthusiasm for bidding has not diminished in the slightest. According to this momentum, it is only a matter of time before this skill book breaks through 500 million. It seems that his money is not enough. I can only take other things and mortgage the auction house first, and exchange some money. Moran murmured. He didn't follow the bidding at the moment, because he knew it was meaningless. It is impossible for this skill book to be sold at the current price. It is better to wait until it is about to reach the highest point before making a move and win it in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Moran was about to ring the bell to call the staff of the auction house over. At this moment, there was a knock on the door suddenly. "Brother Moran, I'm Zhou Zhenyang, and I need to find you. Is it convenient for me to go in?" Moran froze for a moment, then went to open the door. Looking at Zhou Zhenyang in front of the door, Moran was a little puzzled. What is he looking for? Chapter 63. Seeing the doubt in Moran's eyes, Zhou Zhenyang immediately explained, "That's right, little brother Moran. The price of flying skill books is generally more than 500 million Juzhu coins, and the price at the auction is even ridiculously high. I am here this time to ask, I wonder if you have enough funds, little brother? If not, the old man brother, I can provide some." Provide funds? Moran paused. This was really a coincidence. His money was just 500 million, so he definitely couldn't get the flying skills book. Regarding Zhou Zhenyang's words, Moran didn't need to refuse, so he asked, "How much and how do you plan to give me?" "Ahem." Zhou Zhenyang coughed and said, "I discussed with the city lord and raised 1 billion Kyushu coins. If you need it, we will transfer it to your account now." Hearing this, Moran was a little surprised. 1 billion Kyushu coins. This amount is not small. Zhou Zhenyang would actually come up with such a big hand. Why? Li Moran couldn't help asking. He has not yet realized the change in his identity. Zhou Zhenyang paused for a few seconds, then coughed and said, "Brother Moran, you joined the Magic Association at a young age, and you will surely be successful in the future." "Brother, I'm doing this as an investment." He thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. After all, although Li Moran is unsmiling, he is not a particularly hard-to-talk person. Hearing this, Li Moran suddenly realized. He has always ignored the fact that he is a member of the Magic Association, and he has never even paid attention to what it means to others after he wears the robe with the logo of the Magic Association. Zhou Zhenyang is also considered sincere, and Li Moran will not have any objection if he speaks out directly. However, Li Moran shook his head slightly. "I can't ask for this money." Hearing this, Zhou Zhenyang immediately understood what he meant, and said, "Brother Moran, you don't have to worry. You can treat this money as a loan, and we will lend it to you at market interest." Li Moran said, "Let's forget about the loan. I can exchange it with other things, which should be worth the money." With that said, Li Moran took out a piece of equipment. The equipment exudes a strong purple light, which seems to be an epic level equipment. Li Moran said, "Do you see if this piece of equipment is enough? If not, I still have it." Zhou Zhenyang was a little surprised, and took a look at the equipment after receiving it. Endless Blade, Epic. Category, Epic. Occupation, Warrior. Wearing level, 90. Attributes, plus 3000 strength, plus 1000 armor penetration, plus 30% crit rate, plus 80% crit effect. Passive, Rage, when attacking, get Rage effect, additionally increase 20% crit rate, 40% crit effect. Endless, when attacking, get additional effect, each time you hit 3 combos, you will increase your own 5% physical damage, up to 10 layers, the effect will be lost if the combo is interrupted. Active skill, Combat Stance, 100% damage increase, 100% attack speed increase, 30% physical blood sucking, lasting 5 seconds. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Zhou Zhenyang was deeply shocked. This is more than epic equipment. This kind of attribute bonus is top-notch even among epic equipment. This is simply a warrior's dream equipment. This piece of equipment was dropped by Li Moran on the way to kill a boss. At that time, seeing the luxurious attributes, he was really reluctant to sell it like this. But I couldn't wear it myself, so I kept it until now. In the hands of Li Moran, there are many such equipment. Originally, he wanted to keep it for auction, but he has been rushing to upgrade during this time, so he has no chance to auction these equipment. Now, it seems to come in handy. Li Moran asked, "Is this equipment enough to offset?" Zhou Zhenyang nodded quickly and said, "Enough is enough, definitely enough." Generally speaking, the popularity of epic equipment is not lower than skill books, or even higher. Especially those top epic equipment, the price they can sell far exceeds the skill book. Like the current piece of equipment, once the news is released, countless warriors will definitely come to hear it. Let alone a billion yuan, even a few 100 million more is not impossible. Zhou Zhenyang took the equipment carefully, and then said, "Brother Moran, your equipment is not only enough, but the price will be more. How about this? I will take this equipment to auction, and return the extra money after the auction for you." Li Moran shook his head and said, "No need." Zhou Zhenyang became anxious, and quickly said, "This is not acceptable, you are our big customer, we cannot take advantage of you." Li Moran said, "Well then, you help me prepare some skill books, the more advanced the better. I'll buy them all by then, and the remaining money for this equipment will be used for discounts." Hearing this, Zhou Zhenyang became even happier. He nodded quickly and said, "Okay, okay, okay." Although the skill book is precious, it's not impossible to get it. Brother Moran, you can rest assured and wait, brother will make you satisfied. Afterwards, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Zhenyang left. Looking at Zhou Zhenyang who left, Li Moran shook his head helplessly. It seems that the identity of the magic association is really easy to use. As the person in charge of Lanchange Tianxia Trading Co., Zhou Zhenyang's attitude towards him was actually somewhat flattering. However, he does not dislike these. As long as Zhou Zhenyang has no conflict of interest with himself, he is willing to vote for Tao, and Li Moran will naturally not be stingy in repaying Li Moran. Soon, 1 billion Kyushu coins were received on the mobile phone account. Li Moran looked at the big screen. The flying skills book was still bidding, but the number of people bidding was gradually decreasing. 540 million. I'm paying 560 million, I'm going to order this skill book today. Hey, you're the only one who has the money? I'll pay 570 million. Just then, a voice silenced everyone. I pay 700 million. People are all attracted. Which guy is it that plays cards so unreasonably? Li Moran was also stunned. He originally wanted to call 600 million to see if he could take it directly, but now someone directly called 700 million? The person shouting did not sit in an ordinary seat, but came from a private room, Tianza number 1 private room. It was the most luxurious private room in the auction house, and it was absolutely impossible to sit there without a certain level of strength. Who is in that private room? People wondered. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the private room, and said to everyone, "My young master is the eldest son of the Sun family in Tianjia City. Today, I came to Lanchange for a visit and fell in love with this skill book. I hope don't be ignorant, everyone." His tone was very arrogant, and his eyes were even more disdainful, as if he looked down on everyone. However, people were quiet. Because, the identity that the middle-aged man said made everyone stunned. Because, the Sun family in Tianjia City is one of the most powerful professional families in Guangxi province. The industry in the entire Gui province is more or less controlled by them. Even if it is the Tianxia trading house, such a strong dragon cannot do without the help of the Sun family if it wants to develop and grow in Guangxi province. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Tianxia trading house to develop in Guangxi province under the covert obstruction of the Sun family, a local snake. To put it simply, in the entire Guangxi province, almost no one wanted to offend the Sun family. Ahem. Someone immediately said, "It's actually the eldest and youngest of the Sun family who came here. I'm really disappointed." Ha ha ha, since the eldest son of the Sun family wants it, then we naturally won't compete. Seeing this, the host was a little disappointed. 700 million seems high for a skill book, but in fact it has not yet reached the true value of this skill book. The auction house estimated its value at 800 million. However, it seems that people are not filmed. 700 million for the first time. Anyone bid? 700 million for the second time. Anyone else bid? If not, the 700 million third. Just then, a voice came out. 710 million. People were stunned. Someone dared to grab something from the young master of the Sun family? Isn't he afraid of offending the Sun family? The sound also came from a private room. In the private room, invisible to everyone, was a young man with a calm expression. It was Li Moran. Chapter 64. Li Moran didn't know the Sun family, and didn't care about the Sun family. But he knew that he wanted this flying skills book. If you really want to compete with him, then bid. It is impossible to scare Li Moran away with the background. If we talk about the background, which one in the entire Kyushu kingdom has a bigger background than the Magic Association? Obviously, the Sun family had never encountered such a situation. The scene actually paused for a while, completely silent. Then, the host reacted and shouted, 710 million times, is there anyone bidding? Soon, another voice came from room number 1 in Tianzi. 800 million. 800 million. Hearing this price, people can't help being a little surprised. This Sun family's youngest is really rich and powerful. The price has soared from 710 million to 800 million. Does he spend money without blinking an eye? But soon, the private room where Li Moran was located also announced the price, 810 million. Another bid. The mysterious person in the private room bid again. Is he determined to fight against the Sun family? People were a little surprised. Not only among the people present, but also in the private room, Sun Mao's face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that in a small misty city, someone would dare to snatch things from him. This kind of thing has never happened even in Tianjia city. In fact, he didn't lack a flying skill book. The reason why he wanted to buy it was because he looked down on the people in Lanchinj and felt that they didn't deserve such an advanced flying skill book. Therefore, he bid. However, someone dared to confront him. Who was it? What a guts! Sun Mao's eyes were very cold. Go and find out, who is the person in that private room. If you dare to grab something from me, I will definitely not make it easier for him. The middle-aged man who was called immediately said, Master, I will never let you down. Then, he walked out. At the same time, Sun Mao ordered another person to go out. He shouted to everyone present, which stunned young man dares to fight for what the young master of the Sun family wants? Do you want to weigh how much you have? It is so arrogant to say such a thing at the auction of the Tianxia trading house, and even ignore the trading house at all. The Sun family is so unscrupulous. Li Wei was the one who was ordered by Sun Mao to investigate Li Moran just now. After he walked out of the private room, he went straight to the private room where Li Moran was. He had no intention of investigating at all, he just wanted to use the power of the Sun family to force his way in and teach that ignorant person a lesson. Dare to fight against the Sun family, I'm really tired of it. Who doesn't know that in the entire Guangxi province, the Sun family is the boss? Regardless of whether you are a foreigner or a local, as long as you are in Guangxi province, you cannot avoid the Sun family. However, when he was about to force his way in, a middle-aged man suddenly stood in front of him with a slightly angry expression. The middle-aged man is Zhou Zhenyang. Looking at Li Wei, Zhou Zhenyang lowered his voice and said, This is the Tianxia Trading Company, people from the Sun family, what do you want to do? Today, the Sun family came to Lanchinj by chance, and Zhou Zhenyang received them. Although it is said that the Sun family is very powerful, Zhou Zhenyang is a member of the Tianxia Trading Company after all, and the Sun family cannot control him. Therefore, he is not as afraid of the Sun family as other people. On the contrary, Zhou Zhenyang was very disgusted with such a bully-like family like the Sun family. Seeing that a servant of the Sun family was so unscrupulous, he immediately became angry. Seeing Zhou Zhenyang standing in the way, Li Wei frowned slightly, and said, President Zhou, my young master is worried about your safety, so let me walk around, can't you? Go back! Zhou Zhenyang shouted, his expression very gloomy. Seeing this, Li Wei gritted his teeth and said, President Zhou, this is my young master's order. If you do this, my young master may be unhappy. I told you to go back, didn't you hear? Seeing this, Li Wei snorted coldly, since this is the case, I will truthfully report this matter to my young master. I have learned a lot from Tianxia Trading Company's hospitality. After speaking, Li Wei went back in despair. Zhou Zhenyang's face was still gloomy. The Sun family, it's really not the right time to come today. That guy just now seemed to be trying to force his way into Li Moran's private room. If he was really asked to do this, Zhou Zhenyang wouldn't have to stay here any longer. Although Li Wei was temporarily driven back, the matter did not end. The Sun family has always been the master of vengeance, Zhou Zhenyang couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't expect that the Sun family would also buy a flight skill book. Thinking of this, he has a headache. I have already made up my mind to hug Lee Moran's thigh, and this young man looks very good, not the kind of ungrateful person. What's more, he invested so much money. Although he offended the Sun family, Tianxia Trading House was not a local industry in Gui province, and the Sun family could not control him. In the private room, Lee Moran did not see this scene. He is waiting for the Sun family to make an offer. He wants to order this flight skills book. No matter how much it costs. Ordinary people may be discouraged by the high price of skill books, but Lee Moran will not. Every skill that falls on him is a forbidden spell. Forbidden spells are priceless. If the Sun family really wants to keep fighting, let them fight. The big deal is to give it to them in the end, and then grab it back by yourself. The host continued to shout, 810 million times. Is there a bid? After waiting for a few seconds, there was no sound. People were a little puzzled. Did the young master of the Sun family give up the bidding? It shouldn't be, they were so arrogant just now, how could they give up the bidding? In the Sun family's room, upon hearing Li Wei's report, Sun Mao's expression was extremely gloomy, with murderous intent in his eyes. He immediately stood up, wanting to rush out and teach Zhou Zhenyang and the person who robbed him of the skill book himself. But at this moment, the phone rang. Damn it, that short-sighted person is calling me now. So, Sun Mao answered the phone angrily, and shouted directly, which BD is it? I don't know if I'm not in the mood now. However, the voice on the phone made Sun Mao stunned. Then, the content on the phone turned Sun Mao's anger into joy in an instant. In the next second, Sun Mao burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Let me just say, with my talent, how could those guys come and let me join without begging? The people from the Magic Association are finally sensible. What? You said it's just a quota? Humph. In the whole of Guangxi province, besides me, who else has this qualification? Who else has the guts? Not long after, a middle-aged man walked out of Tianxia No. 1 private room, and shouted to everyone, I tell you good news, my family has a happy event to go back, so I will give you this skill book. However, don't think that this matter is over like this. Those who dare to rob my son's family will find ways to teach you a lesson. Afterwards, there was no more sound from the Tianxia No. 1 private room. People just froze. It's over? The Sun family doesn't want it anymore. There is a happy event. What is the happy event? That person was able to sit in the Tianxia No. 1 private room, so naturally no one doubted their identity. However, this thing always makes people feel a little ridiculous. The host continued to ask about bids, but for a while, no one dared to bid. At the same time, people cast sympathetic glances at the private room where Lee Moran was. Although the youngest of the Sun family is about to leave, but, offending the Sun family, that person's life will definitely be difficult. Unless he left Guangxi province forever, it would be too easy for the Sun family to deal with one person in Guangxi province. 810 million times, is there anyone bidding? Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this flying skill book will belong. 810 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guests in Daisy room number 7, successfully photographed the flying skills book, wandering around. Daisy number 7 is the private room where Lee Moran is located. Chapter 65. Soon, the waiter delivered the flying skills book. Hi guest, this is the flying skill book you bought. According to regulations, our auction house needs to charge a 10% service fee. Since you are a distinguished guest, we have specially exempted you from the service fee. You only need to pay the original price. Lee Moran nodded, paid the money, and took the skill book. Then, take a closer look at the description of this skill book again. The description on the big screen of the auction is actually not complete, it just captures the most important part of the skill book, and its real description is as follows. Wandering Feather, All Professional Flying Skill Book. Study Conditions, Level 118. How to use: consume 10% of your own mana, gather a pair of wings, and fly in the air with the wings. The wings can be hidden. Use effect: during the flight, you can freely control the flight direction according to your own will, without learning costs. The wind resistance during flight is reduced by 90%, and the flight speed is related to its own maximum moving speed. According to its own strength, its flying speed is about 5 to 20 times its own moving speed. Under the influence of the wind element, the movement speed can be increased by 50% to 100% depending on the size of the wind element. Additional effect: during flight, have 50% resistance to wind elemental attacks, and will not be stunned. You can consume all your mana to get a flying burst. In the state of flying burst, you will get 5 times the flying speed, which lasts for 3 seconds. Occupational effects: during flight, Warrior increases crit rate by 5%, Archer increases attack speed by 10%, Mage increases skill damage by 2%, Taoist increases skill success rate by 3%. This long series of skill introductions is far more detailed than those on the big screen, and it also highlights the extraordinariness of this skill book. To put it simply, buying this skill book for 810 million yuan is not a loss at all. Judging from the performance of various forbidden spells these days, it seems that the more advanced the skills I learn, the more practical and powerful the upper limit of the forbidden spells I get. The two most basic skills have evolved into Earth Explosion and Starfire and Xing Guo Yao Yuan respectively. Although they are still powerful, they are actually somewhat different from the Wind of the Gods and the Raging Sea. Moreover, in terms of scope of application and functionality, it is far inferior to forbidden spells such as the Holy Canopy and the Scourge of the Undead. Li Moran is not yet clear about the strength division of the forbidden spell, but he is very much looking forward to the forbidden spell that Wandering Feather can bring to him. Absolutely top-notch. However, Li Moran does not intend to learn forbidden spells here. He intends to go home first. Looking at the girl next to her who was still bored eating potato chips, Li Moran said, "Got it, let's go back." Cicada immediately cheered up, nodded, and then directly hugged Li Moran's arm. Afterwards, the two greeted Zhou Zhenyang and left directly. The flying skills book has already been obtained, and there is no point in staying here any longer. Soon, the two went straight home. After returning home, Li Moran couldn't wait to learn Yu Dangyu. You have successfully learned the flying skill, Wandering Feather. Under the watchful eye of the taboo, Yu Dangyu has undergone 100 million changes. Yu Dangyu has transformed into a forbidden spell. Take the sky and enjoy yourself. Sure enough, this skill became a forbidden spell again, and Li Moran immediately checked the ability of the forbidden spell. Chengtian Xiaoao, take advantage of the righteousness of the heaven and the earth, guard against the debate of the six qi, and those who want to swim infinitely will not wait for anything. You will not be restricted by the world, and you can travel freely and freely. Li Moran was stunned when he saw the description of this forbidden spell. This curse seems to be different from the previous ones. Although most of what they learn in high school is the theoretical knowledge of professionals, it doesn't mean that they don't learn other knowledge. Taking advantage of the righteousness of the heaven and the earth, guarding against the arguments of the six qi, and traveling infinitely. Li Moran knows this sentence, which comes from Zhuangzi's Xiaoau. It is said that if people can follow the nature of nature, grasp the changes of the six qi, and travel in endless realms, they don't need to rely on anything. So, is this the central function of this curse? Could it be that this forbidden spell allows him to roam in the endless starry sky without any support? After thinking about it, Li Moran decided to experiment first to see how this forbidden spell works. So, Li Moran took out his staff and turned it on. The next moment, Chengtian Xiaoao starts. Then, Li Moran's eyes widened suddenly. He found that the whole world had suddenly undergone subtle changes. No. It should be said that his vision has undergone a subtle change. While using the forbidden spell, his field of vision expanded to an unimaginable bottom, and his eyes could see places countless kilometers away, as if the whole world was in his eyes. At the same time, he suddenly discovered that he didn't need any constraints at all to go from one place to another, and he could walk there immediately with just a thought. Whether it is above, below, or front, back, left, or right, no matter whether there is any obstruction in that place. Not to mention ordinary places, even if it is the seabed, clouds, volcanoes, swamps, even underground, as long as Lee Moran has a thought, he can walk there. Including the air, where he can move freely in the air as long as he wants. Space is completely meaningless to him. To put it simply, as long as it is in the space within his field of vision, he can travel infinitely. What kind of flying skill is this? With this forbidden spell, he completely ignored a piece of space. No one can imprison him within his field of vision. Sure enough, forbidden spells are divided into strengths. Except for the sacred sky, which forbidden spell is comparable to this forbidden spell. Moreover, with Chengtian Xiaoao, after Lee Moran opened the forbidden spell, his field of vision has been greatly improved. He is going to another place, he just needs to shuttle constantly, and he will be able to arrive soon. As long as that place appeared in his field of vision, he could rush there in an instant. The only thing that can limit me is, the consumption of this spell is also very scary. There is no cooldown time for riding the sky, but after it is turned on, it will consume 100,000 mana per second. And in this process, his mana cannot be recovered. That is to say, with the current mana value of Lee Moran, it is only enough to last for 3 minutes. If there is no Mohe Wei Yuan, I don't even think about this kind of forbidden curse. Even if there is, it won't last long at all. Fortunately, as long as he is out of combat, his mana can be recovered within 10 seconds. In this way, as long as he has a good grasp of the rhythm, he can achieve the effect of unlimited release and leisure. Now the curse is getting stronger and stronger, and the only thing that can limit me is the mana. It seems that I must upgrade as soon as possible, at least, to increase my mana to more than 100 million. In a few days, he will go to Tianjia City to meet Mr. Su. At that time, after completing the job transfer task, he will be able to get another promotion. Chapter 66. 3 days later, Lee Moran embarked on the high-speed train to Tianjia City. He didn't use Chengtian Xiaoao, because this skill consumes too much, and it's not easy to use it continuously before his mana is fully recovered. As the most prosperous city in Gui Province, Tianjia City is located in the center of Gui Province. It takes about 2 hours to take the high-speed train from Lanchange. This time is not long. These days Lee Moran has been staying with Zhizi at home. The relationship between the two has already reached its climax, for Cicada, even if he doesn't say or do anything. Just being able to look at Lee Moran, hold him, feel his warmth, she would be satisfied too. It won't be long. Lee Moran thought in his heart, it won't take too long. As long as Cicada has awakened her skills, Lee Moran can take her to upgrade quickly, and the two of them can work together in future actions. At that time, once I cast the forbidden spell, it will take up to 3 days, and at least it can be upgraded to 4 ranks. For Cicada, Lee Moran doesn't care whether her forbidden eye is known to her. Even if he knew, that guy probably wouldn't care at all. The high-speed rail was driving fast, and the surrounding scenery gradually became a line. Only the outline of the mountains in the distance could still be seen, but they kept receding. 2 hours later, Tianjia City arrived. Tianjia City, in the city lord's mansion in the city center. Mayor Wu Weisheng was sitting in his office drinking tea as usual. At this moment, there was a very violent knock on the door, accompanied by an angry voice. Wu Wei, UFG, open the door for me. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will never end with you. The knock on the door was so intense that Wu Wei's hand, which was holding the tea, trembled, and the hot tea spilled out instantly, landing on the official documents he had just processed. Water stains overflow. Wu Wei stared blankly, feeling like he wanted to kill someone. He immediately opened the door and looked at the person in front of him with a cold face. "What are you doing, Sun Dong? Don't you know that I can't be disturbed when I'm dealing with official documents?" The man named Sun Dong was full of anger, and asked, "Wu Wei, let me ask you, why is there no such thing as the legendary secret realm that our Mao reserved?" Hearing that Sun Dong came here for this matter, Wu Wei immediately shouted, "You are just making an appointment, and you didn't say that you will definitely give it to you. You fart!" Wu Wei yelled, "Our Mao is a predetermined member of the Magic Association. Who would dare to snatch the legendary secret realm we reserved? Aren't you afraid that the Magic Association will come and ask you? Hurry up and tell me, who robbed Mao from our family? The Han family? Or the Yunjian Guild?" Seeing Sun Dong like this, Wu Wei suddenly had a headache. He didn't know what to say for a while. Sun Dong, the younger brother of the head of the Sun family in Tianjia City, has a very high position in the Sun family. Even Wu Wei, the mayor of Tianjia City, is not easy to offend. The secret place they planned is the only legendary secret place in Tianjia City, which is directly under the jurisdiction of Gui Province. Once this secret realm is cleared, it will be refreshed every 3 months, so it is very precious. Moreover, this secret realm is still a boss secret realm. Since it is legendary, it is very likely to drop legendary equipment after clearing the level, which is very precious. The Sun family has long taken a fancy to this secret realm. In the past, every time a secret realm was opened, the quota was not fixed. But the Sun family can often rely on their own power to reserve a spot. Wu Wei also didn't want to break up with the Sun family, so he didn't care too much. Now, the secret realm is about to start, and the Sun family naturally intends to continue reserving the secret realm as usual. However, Wu Wei told them that the secret realm has already been selected, and this time, there is nothing about their Sun family. The Sun family naturally wouldn't accept it. In their view, apart from their family's son Mao, no one else is qualified to enter the legendary secret realm. Wu Wei said helplessly, "I said Sun Dong, don't talk nonsense. This secret realm is not your Sun family's, and you only have the right to make a reservation. Isn't it normal that the reservation fails now?" As soon as this sentence was said, Sun Dong immediately became angry, and shouted, "FK your mother! And there is a reason for the failure of the reservation? You must have taken that spot all to yourself. Wu Wei, let me tell you. What kind of genius is Mao in our family? He doesn't even look down on the Grand Council of the Imperial Capital, and only the Magic Association is worthy of his status. Now the people from the Magic Association have notified us that a big boss will arrive in Tianjia City soon. He must have come to accept our Mao as a member of the association. Steal our family's Mao's things, and then you will know what will happen to you." The reason why the Sun family dared to be so presumptuous was that apart from their great career, the greatest confidence was that another member of the Sun family was a member of the Magic Association. This is the biggest backer of the Sun family. Moreover, this member has reached the level of black member, and may even impact the ruling class. It was he and the Sun family who explained that the Magic Association made an exception and opened a quota for Gui Province. Of course the member didn't know the specifics, but this undoubtedly gave the Sun family a message: the Magic Association, it is very likely that Sun Mao from the Sun family would be allowed to join the association before the opening of the membership. Because, Sun Mao was the most powerful genius in the entire Guangxi province in the past 10 years, and he is only 25 years old now, and he has already reached the level of rank 5. Moreover, at the 5th turn, Mage's legendary talent is awakened, which can increase her spell damage by 10 times. It can be said that with his strength, it is not a problem to deal with dozens of mage of the same level alone. Therefore, they have become more and more arrogant these days. The Sun family had long regarded the only legendary secret realm as their own possession. Now that the quota for the secret realm was suddenly robbed, how could they bear it? Wu Wei was not angry after being scolded by Sun Dong, but just looked at him with a sneer. He didn't tell the Sun family that the person who reserved the legendary secret realm was a boss from the Magic Association. He has long been unhappy with the Sun family. Seeing Wu Wei's expression, Sun Dong was even more angry, and wanted to say something. At this moment, there was another knock on the door, saying, "Mayor, there is a young man who calls himself Li Moran looking for you outside." Hearing this sentence, Wu Wei immediately showed a surprised expression. Then, he looked at Sun Dong and said, "Sun Dong, I have guests to receive, and I don't have time to argue with you now." After finishing speaking, Wu Wei didn't give Sun Dong a chance to speak, so he was kicked out directly. Sun Dong's face turned black with anger, and he shouted, "Wu Wei! Remember to me, this matter will never end." Afterwards, Sun Dong angrily threw away the people around him who were pulling him, and left quickly. Even the Sun family, in Tianjia City, couldn't directly turn against the mayor. Because the mayor is not a native of Tianjia City, he was sent by the high-level officials of Kyushu to govern, and he has a relationship with the high-level officials. It is precisely because of this that Wu Wei is not afraid of the Sun family. Then, he shook his head, shaking off the unhappiness just now. After tidying up his appearance, Wu Wei immediately walked out with a smile on his face. He wants to see real VIPs. Chapter 67. Outside the door, Li Moran was waiting. According to Elder Su's arrangement, after arriving in Tianjia City, he must first go to Wu Wei, the mayor of Tianjia City, and get the key to enter the secret realm from him. High-level secret realms cannot be entered casually. They have a special rule that requires people with certain items to enter. These specific items are called keys. Soon, the door opened, and a handsome middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked out with a smile on his face. It was Wu Wei, the mayor of Tianjia City. "Ha ha ha, this must be the little brother Moran, right? Mr. Su has given me many orders. Looking at it now, he really deserves to be a hero. My name is Wu Wei, and I'm the mayor of Tianjia City. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Ang." As soon as they met, Wu Wei was very enthusiastic and took the lead in walking up and extending his hand. Li Moran paused, then shook hands with him, and said, "Hi, I'm Li Moran. Mr. Su asked me to pick up the things." "Ha ha ha. It's been prepared a long time ago, little brother Moran, come with me." Afterwards, Wu Wei took Li Moran into the mansion. Li Moran glanced at Wu Wei with the demon god's gaze, and found that his strength was very extraordinary. Name, Wu Wei. Level 205, level 6 to 25. Occupation, Confucian Sword Master, Warrior. Status, HP 3.2 million/Energy, Mana, 2.8 million/Stamina 180,000. Attributes, Strength 650,000/Spirit 220,000/Constitution 390,000/Endurance 400,000. Equipment: It is obviously impossible to compare with Su Lao. But generally speaking, if the 6th rank can reach this value, it is still very good. Because after the 7th turn, the improvement of each attribute of oneself will be terrifying, and it may even be doubled directly. Moreover, Wu Wei's profession, Confucian Sword Master, if Li Moran remembers correctly, this is still a special profession and it is not easy to achieve. Sure enough, the person who can be the mayor is naturally not bad. After entering the room, Wu Wei took out a brown stone like an eye, and said, "Brother Moran, this is what Mr. Su told me to give you. It is the key to the endless rift of the legendary secret realm." Li Moran took the stone and took a look. Name, the Eye of the Crack. Introduction, a very peculiar bead, so far people have not developed its other usage. The only function is that with this bead, you can enter the endless realm of cracking space. Is this the thing? Moran looked at it. There was nothing special about this stone, and the gaze of the demon god couldn't see any more information. After looking at it for a while, Moran said, "Thank you, Mayor Wu." "Hey, what's there to thank for that?" Wu Wei smiled. "By the way, little brother Moran, although you may have learned some information from Mr. Su, I still have to remind you. This endless void rift is the only legendary secret realm in Tianjia City, and it is also the most difficult boss secret realm among the secret realms. Although its level is not high, it has reached level 130 or above. Also, little brother Moran, do you know why this secret realm is called Endless Rift?" Moran asked. "Why?" "Because this secret realm is very special. Its space is divided into many parts. If you enter it, you may be transported to an unknown place if you are not careful. At that time, the boss is in the dark and you are in the light. I am afraid that the situation will be very difficult." Hearing this, Moran also became a bit serious. Seeing this, Wu Wei didn't say any more. Although he didn't know Moran's origin, he knew that behind him stood Mr. Su, the real boss of the Magic Association, a powerful figure in charge of the class. Judging from the seriousness of Mr. Su towards Moran, the future of the youth in front of him is undoubtedly bright. It is impossible for him not to be serious about such an existence who may be able to dominate the Magic Association in the future. Moran said, "Thank you, Mayor Wu, for reminding me. I will make a note of it." Wu Wei laughed and said, small things, little brother is a talented person, I just did what I should do." But at this point, Wu Wei's expression suddenly became a little serious. He looked at Moran and said, "But, little brother Moran, there is one thing I have to remind you." "What's the matter?" "Does little brother Moran know about the Sun family in Tianjia City?" "The Sun family?" Moran suddenly remembered, isn't this the person who grabbed the flying skills book from him at the auction? What happened to the Sun family? Wu Weidao, it's like this. In fact, the Sun family has been staring at the key to this endless secret realm. Now that the key is given to you, little brother, with the arrogant attitude of the Sun family, they will definitely not let it go. I have to remind all the brothers be careful that the Sun family will trip you up." Hearing this, Moran sneered, "Even if they have the guts, they don't have the ability. No matter how powerful the Sun family is, can it be as powerful as the Magic Association? Not to mention that Moran himself joined the Magic Association, and there was a big man like Mr. Su standing behind him. Even if he was only one person, even if the Sun family wanted to deal with him, it would be a big deal to use a forbidden curse to see who died?" Seeing this, Wu Wei secretly admired him. Sure enough, he has an extraordinary background. If he doesn't have absolute self-confidence, he can't show this kind of bearing no matter what. However, Wu Wei continued, "But, little brother Moran, it is said that a member of the Sun family will join the Magic Association recently. That member is extremely talented, and even attracted a great magister from the ruling class of the Magic Association. Although you have a strong background, little brother, there are people from the Magic Association behind the Sun family. So, little brother, you'd better be careful. Someone from the Sun family will join the Magic Association. Who did you hear from?" Moran was a little puzzled. "Wu Weidao, the Sun family said it themselves. I heard that the Magic Association will make an exception recently and release a membership quota in Guangxi province. This quota will most likely fall to the Sun family. Even so what?" Moran shook his head. "Not to mention one quota, even if 10 members of the Sun family joined the Magic Association, so what? It is impossible for Moran to worry about such a small matter." Seeing Moran like this, Wu Wei stopped talking. After all, there is Mr. Su standing behind Moran. With such a big man in charge, even the Sun family would not dare to make any changes, right? Afterwards, Wu Wei smiled and said, "Then, little brother Moran, I will take you to the residence. Mr. Su has arranged a residence for you, and the secret realm will not be opened until the day after tomorrow. During this time, you can visit Tianjia City. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time." Li Moran nodded. Chapter 68. Wu Wei drove the car and sent Li Moran to his residence. Soon, they came to an area. It's very busy here, but not many people. Just because this is an industry controlled by the Magic Association, generally only people from the Magic Association or invited guests will come here. After getting out of the car, Wu Wei took Li Moran to the regional center according to Mr. Su's wishes. There is a very luxurious arch at the entrance, and a plaque carved by a top censor is hung on the arch, with a few words written on it, Yunmenju. Just the style, there is something unusual. Wu is more certain that Li Moran's background must be Tongtian. Because, even ordinary members of the Magic Association would not be able to live in Yunmen residence easily. After giving Li Moran the key that Mr. Su gave him, Wu Wei said, "Brother Moran, I will send you here, brother. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me." Li Moran said, "Thank you, Mayor Wu." Afterwards, Wu Wei drove away. Open the door, and there is nothing extraordinary about the setting or any aspect of it. Elegant but not extravagant, magnificent but not conventional. Just a room, like a work of art, is pleasing to the eye. Mr. Su really has a heart. Li Moran looked around and said with emotion. On a table in the middle of the room, there is also a magic map, marking the surrounding situation of Tianjia City and various public secret places. This is simply a clear arrangement for him. Since the secret realm won't start until after tomorrow, I can go out for a stroll tomorrow, and see the trading house in Tianjia City. I wonder if I can buy a skill book. For professionals, skill books are too scarce. Even if the skill books on the trading shelf are whiteboard skill books, once they appear, they will still be swept away. And the price of the skill book in the auction is ridiculously high. By the way, there are also those purple equipment and some skill books that I don't need, and they will be sold together tomorrow. Li Moran thought, gradually planning tomorrow's arrangements. It was late, and after eating and washing, he went to sleep. The next day, Li Moran left Yunmenju and went to the trading house in Tianjia City. World Trading Co. Li Moran took out the black gold card and was immediately warmly received by the local staff. After some discussion, he directly consigned the purple equipment and skill books here, and waited for the next auction to be auctioned together with other items. During the auction, Li Moran asked, "Do you still have the skill book here?" The person in charge of the trading house said helplessly, "Little brother, you also know how popular skill books are, right? As soon as a skill book on the trading shelf appears, people will buy it instantly. If you want a skill book, probably only can wait for the auction." Hearing this, Li Moran was a little disappointed. However, the fact is true, the skill book is too rare. The person in charge said, "However, little brother, I can remind you. Sun family's epic secret realm Ghost in the Cave just opened today, and tickets are still being sold. The drop rate of skill books in that secret realm is twice that of ordinary secret realms, and most of them are mage skill books, which match your profession. If you have needs, you can try your luck." Although Li Moran was wearing a mage robe, he didn't wear a robe with the logo of the Magic Association, so the people in front of him didn't know that Li Moran was a member of the Magic Association. "Is that so?" Li Moran paused after listening to the person in charge, thinking. "All right, where is that secret place?" "It's in the commercial street in the East District of Sun's family. There are people who buy tickets there. Just walk a few kilometers to the east." "Okay, thanks a lot." The Sun family. To be honest, Li Moran didn't like the Sun family at all. The Sun family's attitude at the auction made it impossible for people to have a good impression of them. But Moran still decided to take a look. After all, if that secret realm can really drop the mage skill tree, it's just right for him. According to the guidance of the person in charge of Tianxia trading, Moran quickly found his destination. There are already quite a few people here, but the scene seems to be arguing. What do you mean? Why did the price of the ticket triple? That's right, aren't you bullying honest people? Even if you are the Sun family, it would be too much to do this. In front, a middle-aged man looked at the angry crowd in front of him, and said with a sneer, "Today is the day when the ghosts in the cave riot. Entering the secret realm to challenge, whether it is equipment or skill books, the explosion rate will be greatly improved. What do you want? Enter at the previous price? You have a good idea." The middle-aged man's expression was extremely arrogant. Looking at the crowd in front of him was like looking at ants. "Our Sun family is very kind and willing to open the epic secret realm for you. How dare you think the tickets are expensive? Are you a little bit bold?" Hearing these threatening words, people's expressions were extremely angry, but they were helpless. In Tianjia City, no one dared to go against the Sun family. Moran ignored these, he walked through the crowd and asked, "How much is the ticket for the secret realm?" 200 million Kyushu coins. As soon as this was said, someone shouted, "Didn't you say 180 million just now? How did it become 200 million? The middle-aged man sneered and said, "This is your punishment, do you want to buy it or not?" Then, he looked at Moran and said disdainfully, "How about it, boy, do you want to buy it?" Moran simply said, "Buy." Afterwards, the transaction was directly completed. Seeing this, people were a little bit indignant, and some felt dissatisfied with Moran. But Moran doesn't care about that. The middle-aged man sneered, and then shouted, "The tickets are gone now, you guys go away." Then he looked at Moran and said, "The entrance to the secret realm is at the back, go in by yourself." Then, Moran went in. The people around looked at each other, even if they were angry, they could only leave. Some people even hated Moran because of this, thinking that Moran and the Sun family are in the same boat, otherwise they should stand with them. However, Moran was not as calm as his face. Before entering the secret realm, he turned his head slightly and glanced at the middle-aged man. His expression was still arrogant and he didn't notice Moran's gaze. It seems, the Sun family needs to be taught a lesson. This secret realm seems to be a good choice. Muttering, Moran entered the secret realm. This secret realm is a cave, the light is very dim, the surrounding air is very humid, and even the sound of water droplets can be heard. Occasionally there is a chilly wind blowing by, which makes people's hair stand on end. You have entered the epic mystery, the ghost in the cave. This secret realm is the boss secret realm, and its owner, the Shining, lives in the secret realm. Please note that this secret realm is in a period of riots. The strength of the secret realm boss has doubled, and you will be more oppressed by the secret realm. People who enter this secret realm will be affected by the grievance of the spirit. Your health and mana will not be restored. People who enter this secret realm will be affected by the resentment of the spirit. Your strength will be weakened by 30%. People who enter this secret realm will be affected by the resentment of the Shining Spirit. Your attack power against the Shining Spirit will be reduced by 60%. People who enter this secret realm will be affected by the resentment of the spirit. The probability of you being confused is greatly increased. Enter the secret realm. As expected of an epic secret realm, Moran received countless debuffs when he first entered, if the person who entered was not him, but someone else. These debuffs are enough to have their strength. At the same time, the surrounding caves gradually changed. Shadows flickered constantly, and at the same time, there was a strong smell of blood. Very scary. Chapter 69. Soon, rustling sounds appeared in the entire secret realm, like mice scurrying around. It looked like there was nothing, but it seemed like gravel rolled down. Countless shadows began to appear, making strange calls. Moran turned on the daemon's gaze. The shining, epic boss secret realm is doubled, riot state is increased. Introduction: the strange soul hidden deep in the deep cave can travel through the cave without entity. Its voice can make the attacker lose his mind, fall into madness, and finally lose everything and stay in the cave forever. Level 145. Attribute: HP 9.8 million/1 million/defense 560,000. Skills: Chaos, Spiritual Attack, Confusion, Shining, Blizzard Ghost. Originally, this was a boss with only rank 4 strength, but in the state of riot and the promotion of the boss's secret realm, its value has gained a terrible increase, even higher than the ghost of the Sea of Resentment that Moran killed before. Moreover, even if Moran can obtain its information, he still cannot see it. The Shining doesn't seem to exist, it seems to be just a weird cave. Moran couldn't help but wonder, could those who are dissatisfied with the ticket price really be able to pass through this mysterious realm? Moran doesn't plan to think too much, though. What other people think is their business. Now, only need to solve this flash. Strange cries kept coming out around, and these cries were like the whispers of demons, making people's spirits extremely fragile, as if a little stimulation would lead them into madness. Since we can't find where the shining spirit is, we might as well just destroy it. Anyway, this is the secret place of the Sun family, and Moran doesn't feel bad if it is ruined. Not to mention, he had the idea in the first place. Then, Moran swung his staff. The wind of the perishing god. In the next second, a terrible storm instantly swept across the entire cave. In this narrow terrain, once the storm broke out, it would immediately destroy everything. Then, the rolling rocks collapsed and gradually turned into dust in the storm. The entire cave was caught in a violent earthquake, just like a boat floating in a storm on the sea, it might capsize at any time. Soon, there was a heart-piercing cry from the secret realm, as if an evil spirit was being burned by flames. The cry was creepy. Moran knew that it was the wind of the perishing god that had begun to attack the Shining. Under the ravages of the wind of perishing gods, no matter how high the value of Shining Spirit is, it is still impossible to resist, and it is wiped out in an instant. There is no resistance at all. Then, several hints appeared in Moran's mind. Ding! You killed the Shining and successfully cleared the epic level secret realm, the ghost in the cave. Ding! Your time to pass the ghost in the epic secret cave is 5 seconds. You have successfully refreshed the secret and won the title of Ghost Speedrunner. Ding! You killed the Shining and gained 680,000 experience points. Your level is full, and the experience points are forced to 1. You are in the middle of a job change task, and the experience points are automatically stored. Ding! You killed the Shining and obtained the evaluation of the secret realm. The evaluation is Legendary level. One prompt after another shows how extraordinary Moran is. Not only that, but there are also many rays of light floating around. These are the trophies Moran got for killing the Shining. And, the experience points he gained entered his body as light. However, Moran's clearance of the secret realm affects far more than himself. Today, the wind of perishing gods has not subsided, and it is still destroying this secret realm, and the violent storm has also affected the outside world. Sun Jiang, who was dozing off, was suddenly awakened by a violent shaking. He jumped up instantly, cursed, and shouted, "Damn it, what happened?" Sun Jiang is the manager of the ghosts in the secret cave, and because he is a member of the Sun family, he is very domineering. He originally wanted to find the source of the abnormal movement, but the next moment, a strong storm instantly overturned him, and at the same time, destroyed the entire house. The broken wall cannot be concealed, revealing the ghostly entrance to the rift cave. The next moment, Sun Jiang showed a horrified expression. I saw the entrance of the secret realm constantly shaking, just like an intermittent TV screen, which continuously released strong storms. If it weren't for the fact that these storms seem to be greatly weakened, they may even destroy cities outside. Not only that, but rock fragments continued to fly out from the entrance, and strange and desperate cries came out one after another. Sun Qiang's expression immediately became extremely pale. What's going on here? The secret realm, what's wrong with the secret realm? Suddenly there was a bad premonition in his mind. Even the Sun family cherishes an epic secret realm. Sun Qiang was able to get the chance to manage the secret realm because behind him was a big shot from the Sun family. However, he can only manage it. If something happens to the secret realm, even that big man can't keep him. He suddenly panicked and ran over quickly. However, another storm appeared and knocked Sun Qiang into the air. The storm directly knocked Sun Qiang out and vomited blood, leaving only 1/3 of his blood. If it wasn't for this storm not targeting him, Sun Qiang might even be killed by the storm. However, he didn't care about himself, and just stared blankly ahead. The entrance to the secret realm continued to collapse, and then, with a burst of violent explosions, the ground around the outside seemed to tremble, and the entire secret realm lost its movement. The secret realm exploded. The next moment, a reminder appeared, which was very conspicuous. Reminder: the ghost in the epic secret cave has been permanently destroyed. Seeing this, Sun Qiang was in a bad mood, his eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe this reminder no matter what. Sun Qiang didn't react until a few seconds passed. Then, his legs went limp, and he collapsed directly on the ground, his body trembling continuously, as if he was about to be half frozen to death. Endless fear rose in his heart instantly. It's over, the secret realm is gone, the secret realm has been destroyed. These words echoed repeatedly in Sun Qiang's mind. The secret realm exploded, and so did Sun Qiang's whole body. He thought of Li Moran almost instantly. What did that person do to blow up the secret realm? Don't you know that this is the secret realm of the Sun family? Do not you know? He remembered Li Moran's attitude when he bought the tickets. Could it be that his service attitude made him dissatisfied? It's just out of line. Even so, there is no need to destroy the secret realm, right? Do you know that if you do this, it doesn't matter if you die or not, I will lose half of my life if I don't die. For the rest of my life, I don't even want to make a name for myself in the Sun family. Sun Qiang wanted to cry but had no tears. As the manager of the secret realm, if something happened to the secret realm, he couldn't be fine. Given how bad the Sun family was, he had no idea what he would face in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Qiang rolled his eyes and passed out. Chapter 70. After killing the Shining, Li Moran gained a lot of experience points. However, these experience points are not high for him at present. And the customs clearance evaluation of the secret realm has also reached the legendary level. He also received a title. These are not the most important. Li Moran looked forward, and the floating light spots in front of him were the best things. This time I killed the epic boss, unexpectedly revealed 4 pieces of equipment, and there is also a skill book. Compared to the touching burst rate of other bosses, this time Li Moran only feels that he is the Emperor of Europe alive. He checked the equipment first, all of which needed to be appraised. Under the gaze of the demon god, he completed the appraisal in an instant. Spiritual Shadow Dagger, Epic. Category: Weapon. Occupation: Assassin. Wearing level: 140. Attributes: plus 15,000 strength, plus 8,000 attack power, plus 120% attack speed, plus 40% crit rate, plus 200% crit effect, plus 25% physical penetration. Passive: Spirit Shadow. Every time you hit 5 consecutive hits, you will enter a ghost state, gain invisibility, increase your movement speed by 40%, attack speed by 60%, superimposed shadow. Every time you hit in a row, you will increase your normal attack damage by 2%, up to 30 layers. The cocoon clothes, epic. Category, vestments. Occupation, mage. Wearing level, 140. Attributes, plus 20% maximum health, plus 12,000 magic resistance, plus 28,000 mana, plus 1,400 constitution. Passive, break the cocoon. Enter the cocoon state. The cocoon will be broken automatically after 5 seconds. Get a shield of 80% of your maximum health, unable to attack, move, or release skills. If the cocoon is broken, the surrounding deal damage in an area equal to the shield value. After exiting the cocoon state, increase your own spell damage by 1000%, and at the same time gain 30% damage reduction for 30 seconds. Boots of Calm, epic. Category, shoes. Occupation, mage. Wearing level, 140. Attributes, plus 120% movement speed, plus 600 defense power, plus 15% control immunity, 15% probability of immunity to control, plus 25% cooling reduction. Shadow of the Phantom, epic. Category, turban. Occupation, assassin. Wearing level, 140. Attributes, plus 800 stamina, plus 30 damage to spirit bodies, plus 500 defense, plus 4,800 health. Passive, Shadow of the Phantom. When suffering damage exceeding 30% of the maximum HP in 10 seconds, it enters an invisible state and increases its movement speed by 200% for 5 seconds. The 4 pieces of equipment are all epic level. 2 pieces of mage equipment, 2 pieces of assassin equipment. Seeing this, Moran was a little happy. Although the wearing level of these equipment is 140, he can't wear it yet, but he can wear it after he completes the task of turning 4. 2 pieces of mage equipment are enough to greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Moreover, the boots of calm among them have the function of reducing the cooling time of skills that Moran has seen for the first time. In this way, the gap period for him to release the forbidden spell will be greatly reduced. In addition, the number of his forbidden spells is increasing, and in the future, it will not be a problem to make a rain of forbidden spells. This time the harvest is great. Moran is very satisfied, and it's not over yet. There is also a skill book that I haven't read. Moran immediately looked at the skill book burst out by the shining. Spiritual Soul Sound, Mage Class Professional Skill Book. Study Conditions, LV120. A mental attack skill that releases a soul-shaking sound. Inflicts confusion, silence, and stun on the target for 5 seconds. Applies a 30% reduction in all damage to the target for 30 seconds. Mana cost, 48,000. Skill cooling time, 2 hours. Seeing this skill book, Moran was overjoyed. It turned out to be a very rare mental attack skill, and the learning conditions were just enough for him to learn it now. Spiritual attack skills, this is a very special skill. It often does no real damage, but can greatly weaken an opponent. This type of skill is characterized by high weakening, strong control, and extreme nausea. Because, spiritual attack skills do not consume any resistance and defense power, but only consume spiritual attribute points. If the attribute point is not high, the mental attack skill can even surpass the level and have a great impact on the strong. For low-spirited professions like warrior, this skill is simply a nightmare. This is the first time I have obtained such a skill. I don't know what I can get after converting this skill into a forbidden spell. Moran thought, and immediately learned the soul sound. Next second. Under the watchful eyes of the taboo, the soul sound of the soul has undergone 100 million changes. The soul sound of the soul has been transformed into a forbidden curse, the whisper of the demon god. The demon god whispered. Moran immediately thought of the demon god's blessing and the demon god's gaze. Is it another forbidden curse related to the demon god? I don't know what the effect of this curse is. Moran looked at it immediately. Whisper of the demon god, the whisper of the demon god, the call of death. Anyone who hears the whispers of the demon god will lose 50% of their health regardless of their strength or realm. Enter the state of stun, confusion, silence, and disarm, and reduce all damage by 60%. As long as the demon god whisper never disappears, this state will not end. Demon god's low grammar power consumption, 450,000 per second. There is no limit to mana regeneration when using this skill. Demon god whisper cooldown, 18 hours. Sure enough, it was another perverted forbidden curse. Compared with the large-scale forbidden curse that destroys the world, the directly invincible sacred sky, and the undead natural disaster summoned by the undead, the whisper of the demon god seems to be a pure control forbidden curse. But no matter what strength, half-blood will be lost. This alone is beyond the reach of countless skills. And forced to enter the state of confusion, silence, dizziness, and disarm. This shows that as long as the demon god whisper exists, no matter what their skills are, they will no longer be able to make a difference. In fact, it is the same whether there is confusion, silence, or disarm. There is only one dizziness, and the opponent still can't do anything. Moreover, the cooldown time of demon god's whisper is also very short compared to other forbidden spells. It doesn't limit mana regeneration, although the mana cost is horrendous. Unlike when using Shenzang Tiandi or Holy Canopy, one restricts the mana recovery speed, and one can't recover mana at all. As long as Moran has enough mana, he can even keep Daedric Whispers on. In this way, my forbidden curse not only includes a wide range of damage, the raging sea, the wind of the gods, etc., but also the curse of the Ganges of death, the almost invincible defense, the holy sky, the horror, the recovery of the demon sea is passive, and now there is an invincible control skill, the whisper of the demon god. In the future, I will collect more. I am not only a taboo mage, but also an almighty taboo mage. Moran was very satisfied, and when he was about to leave, a reminder suddenly appeared in his mind. The Demon God's Whisper is the first forbidden spell in the Demon God series. If you obtain the Demon God's Whisper, it will automatically activate the Demon God series forbidden spell. Ding! You have successfully collected the Demon series forbidden spells, Demon God's Whisper, Demon God's Blessing, Demon God's Gaze. You have collected 3 Demon series forbidden spells, triggering the first effect of the series of forbidden spells. Click to view details. Moran. Chapter 71. Demon God Series, another series of forbidden curses. Moran immediately remembered the 2 forbidden curses he had obtained, all things reincarnate and all things are real. They are the forbidden spells that belong to the series of all things. Now, there is another Demon God series. Moreover, after gathering 3 series of forbidden spells, there will actually be additional effects. Series effect: the effects of all series of forbidden spells will be improved once. Moran quickly looked at the description of his 3 Demon series forbidden spells. First of all, the Demon God Whisper just obtained. Whisper of the Demon God, the Whisper of the Demon God, the Call of Death. Anyone who hears the whispers of the Demon God will lose 80% of their health regardless of their strength or realm. Enter the state of dizziness, confusion, silence, and disarm, and all damage is reduced by 90%. As long as the Demon God Whisper never disappears, this state will not end. Even if the Whisper of the Demon God ends, the damage reduction effect will still continue, and the duration is 3 days. Seeing the latest effect, Moran is not calm anymore. Big boost, huge boost. The amount of blood deducted by the Whisper of the Demon God has changed from half blood to 80% of the blood, that is to say, the blood bar of the person affected by the Whisper of the Demon God will be emptied by 4/5 in an instant. Moreover, the weakening brought by the Whisper of the Demon God has also changed from 60% to 90%. Not only that, the duration of the damage reduction has also been extended until the effect of the Whisper of the Demon God disappears. What surprised Lee Moran even more was that after the upgrade, the cooldown time and mana cost of Whisper of the Demon God did not increase. This is completely a big enhancement. Then, look at others. Devil God's Blessing, passive skill. Immune to control, immune to curse, immune to poisoning, immune to instant death, immune to forced teleportation, and immune to reduction debuffs. During the battle, the magic shield is automatically obtained, and any spell damage that hits itself is offset by 80%. During the battle, any damage other than spells that hit the self is offset by 50%. Compared with Demon God Whisper, the improvement of Demon God Blessing is not too obvious. It's just an extra immunity reduction debuff, but this means that in the future, Lee Moran will not be reduced in any way or by any effect, whether it is damage, resistance, or various attributes. This means that no matter what secret realm he is in, Lee Moran can face the enemy with the strongest posture. After that, it was the last forbidden curse of the Demon God series. Gaze of the Demon God, you can perceive the secrets of everything in the world, penetrate the essence of everything in the world, and even the essence of things outside the world. Anyone and anything will have nothing to hide in front of you. You are God, the Demon God who observes the world. Note, under the influence of the Demon God, others cannot spy on you. This effect is even less obvious, but there is an additional description, even the essence of things outside the world. What does this mean? Does it mean that I can see more things? Correct. Lee Moran suddenly remembered that the octopus he killed in the second turn, the pieces of equipment at that time could not be identified, so he has been placed in the magic space. Now, the gaze of the Demon God has improved, so can you identify those pieces of equipment? Thinking of this, Lee Moran immediately took out one of the pieces of equipment. It was a piece of dark equipment of no discernible type. Lee Moran immediately launched the gaze of the Demon God. Next second, the originally pitch-black equipment suddenly glowed, and then gradually turned into a pendant with aqua-blue luster. Ostomiel's tears, a tear that Ostomiel shed before going crazy, the effect is unknown. I can really see it. Lee Moran was a little surprised, and this was not equipment, but a special item. Soon, he fixed other things as well. Ostomiel's coat of arms, Ostomiel's thoughts, Ostomiel's. It's just that these things still can't show specific effects, and they are all unclear effects. It seems that we still need to continue to improve. Through the Forbidden Curse of the Demon God series, Lee Moran gradually understood that his Forbidden Curse is not the most powerful existence. Even if it is a forbidden spell, it can be improved. Moreover, there are things in this world that forbidden spells cannot solve. It seems that I need to collect more series of forbidden spells in the future. The only way I know to improve the forbidden spells is the series of forbidden spells. I don't know if there are other ways. After clearing these thoughts, Lee Moran looked around. The secret realm has been completely destroyed by him, which can be regarded as a lesson for the Sun family. Okay, it's time to leave. This trip to the secret realm has gained a lot. He not only obtained a new forbidden spell, but also opened a new series of forbidden spells. In the future, we still need to find ways to improve the forbidden spell. In short, the stronger one's strength is, the more confident Lee Moran is no matter what he faces. Whether it's Ostermer, the so-called evil god, or that huge eyeball back then. Then, Lee Moran left directly. The destruction of the secret realm caused a big shock, and countless people noticed it. Lee Moran directly used Shenzang Tiandi and left this place. Sun family. The majestic house, full of richness and luxury, is a house that ordinary people can't imagine in a lifetime. What? What did you say? The ghost in the cave is permanently damaged. What's going on? What happened? Where's Sun Jiang? Hurry up and call that dog back to me. The family asked him to manage the ghosts in the cave. That's what he did. Originally, Sun Fuzhen, who was still drinking the weird Dahong Bao with rock sugar added, his expression was completely distorted at this moment, and he was almost about to explode. He is the head of the Sun family, not to mention Tianjia City, he is well known in the entire Guangxi province. Prosperity and wealth, everything. But he also has to think about the Sun family. Just like the ghost in the secret cave, he took a lot of effort to get it down and turned it into the Sun family's property. There are still several such epic secret realms of the Sun family, and they can contribute tens of billions or even tens of billions of Kyushu coins to the Sun family every year. Now, the secret realm was permanently destroyed. Sun Fujian was about to explode when he learned about it. He felt worse than eating a Rigi. Soon, the servant rushed back, dragging a person back like a dead dog. It was Sun Jiang. The servant tremblingly said, "Master, Sun Jiang, we brought him back. As for the matter of the secret realm, we don't know much about it. The current fact is, the secret realm is really permanently destroyed. They really don't know what's going on. When we got there, let alone the secret realm, the surroundings were in a mess. The building collapsed, the entrance to the secret realm was directly destroyed, and there was no good place in the entire surrounding area. This destructive power is far inferior to that of a hurricane. In the end, they didn't find out the reason, so they had to bring back the fainted Sun Jiang." Hearing this sentence again, Sun Fujian became furious and shouted, "I don't understand? Then what's the use of asking you to come?" As he said that, Sun Fujian picked up the expensive mahogany table next to him and threw it at the servant. The servant yelled, the blood strip instantly bottomed out, he passed out, and a large pool of blood flowed out. Although not dead, it is almost the same. Sun Fujian continued to shout, "Wake Sun Jiang up for me. If he doesn't give me an explanation for this matter, let alone Sun Jiang, I will not let him go." Chapter 72. The rest of the servants were on the verge of a formidable enemy. They poured medicine and water one after another, trying to wake up Sun Jiang in a panic. After all, with the advent of games, even if the social order has not changed much, for a big family like the Sun family, there is no pressure to kill a servant. If Sun Fujian doesn't like it again, that servant just now will end. After tossing for a while, a servant said tremblingly, "My patriarch, we used medicine, but it didn't work. Maybe Sun Jiang was too stimulated. Too much stimulation." Sun Fujian laughed back angrily, "In this case, let the stimulation be bigger. You guys, drag him to the family prison, whether to feed the dog or the crocodile to wake him up, then choose yourself." "Yes, yes, yes." The servant did not dare to refute, so he did so immediately. After the servant left, Sun Jian sat back on his seat, but his face was still extremely angry. It is impossible for the secret realm to be destroyed by itself. Someone must have done it on purpose. Who is it? Is it because you know that Mao is about to join the Magic Association, and you don't like my son Jiexing, so you came here to sabotage the Han family, the Yunjian Guild, or Wu made it for that guy? Yesterday, that fellow Wu Wei seems to have stolen the key to the legendary secret realm belonging to my Sun family. Is it tolerable or unbearable?" After thinking for a while, Sun Fujian stood up slowly, his eyes full of killing intent. He ordered to go down immediately. "You guys, go and invite Mo Logui for me now. No matter what he asks, he will agree to him. I want him to come to me within an hour. If you can't do it, you all go to die." Mo Logui, who calls himself Mo Daxian, is a rank 6 professional. Although the level is not high for the Sun family, he has a very powerful ability, divination. He's a mage who turned into a fortune teller. Divination can be done for various things. For the Sun family, this is a figure worth wooing. However, the asking price of Mo Daxian's divination was too high, even the Sun family vomited blood. If it wasn't for that immortal Mo's relationship is strong enough, the Sun family would even want to imprison him directly for their own use. Now, Sun Qiang has been thrown into prison, and Sun Fujian never thought of asking anything from him, nor did he plan to investigate. He reckoned that this incident was most likely caused by the enemies of the Sun family. The reason why he invited Mo Daxian was to find out the person behind the scenes. On the other hand, he planned to attack those opponents. The boss of the Magic Association is about to arrive, and it is almost a foregone conclusion for Sun Mao to join the Magic Association. This is the time when the Sun family is at its most glorious. If we don't do anything now, when will we wait? When thinking of this, Sun Fujian paused, and then ordered to go on, saying, "You, go to Sun Sheng and ask him to call Mao back." Now the opponents of the Sun family may change, but Sun Mao cannot be allowed to continue spending time outside. There must be no accidents in the future of the Sun family. About half an hour passed. "Oh, brother Sun, I heard that you are looking for me. What happened?" "Let me say yes first, my price has always been a fixed price, and I can't bargain." An old man in a Taoist robe, with white hair and a long beard, walked into the grand hall of the Sun family with an unrecognizable pace while smiling wickedly. Sun Fujian saw him with disgust in his eyes. However, he still had a smile on his face and said, "Mo Daxian, don't come here without any harm. Brother, I have encountered some difficulties, and I need your help in divination." Mo Daxian said, "Have you prepared all the divination materials?" Okay. After speaking, Sun Fujian immediately asked his servants to bring out the materials needed for divination, including materials for casting divination magic and items related to the content of divination. The servants collected some items that were scattered when the ghost secret realm in the cave was destroyed, and used them as related items. Seeing this, Mo Daxian nodded, and said again, "Brother Sun, 1 divination, 2 billion Juzhu coins, this price is a special discount I gave to your Sun family, don't forget it." The corner of Sun Fujian's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to kill, and said, "I will never forget it." Mo Daxian smiled and said, "Brother Sun is better, open and bright. Tell me, what do you want to divination? I will divination for you right now." Hearing this, killing intent appeared in Sun Fujian's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "My ghost secret realm in the cave has been destroyed, I want you to help me find the murderer." Hearing this, Mo Daxian was a little surprised. "Hey! How could someone dare to destroy your secret realm, old brother Sun? Did that person die?" Sun Fujian said, "Don't worry about it, just tell me if I can find it." "You can find it. But bro, you are not too particular. Your secret realm is an epic secret realm. Anyone who can destroy this kind of secret realm is a rank 6 professional, maybe even a rank 7. This kind of divination is very important to me. It's more difficult, and you need to pay more." Hearing this, Sun Fujian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he nodded and said, "I see." Mo Daxian continued to ask, "One price, 3 billion. Sun Fujian was about to distort Lien, and said in a deep voice, "Okay. Haha, it's a pleasure talking to you, brother Sun. Brother, when was your secret realm destroyed?" "An hour ago." "What is the extent of the destruction?" "Permanent destruction." "I see. I'll start divination now." Then, Mo Daxian arranged the materials, took out a very weird staff, made weird movements, and muttered something in his mouth. Soon, the material gradually glowed, and strange scenes appeared around Mo Daxian. All kinds of chilly lights fluttered around immortal Mo, like will-o'-the-wisps one after another. In the next second, these will-o'-the-wisps suddenly disappeared, but they didn't really disappear, but moved at an extremely fast speed. Then, the ghost in the secret cave unexpectedly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Countless violent whines raged like the end of the world, even just looking at it, one could feel such terrifying power. "Wind." Mo Daxian murmured, "A powerful wind element mage." "Humph! You haven't appeared yet. I want to see who you are and whether you can escape my divination. Then, Mo Daxian increased his strength. The scene in the secret realm became clearer and clearer, and people seemed to be in it. Under such circumstances, a shadow actually appeared in the secret realm. This is the culprit who destroyed the secret realm. It has appeared. Mo Daxian was very proud, and wanted to make that shadow completely revealed. But rumble! Clap! There was a violent explosion, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, and the scene in front of me was completely shattered. Mo Daxian's whole body was affected by the explosion, and he was very embarrassed. Not only that, he seemed to be injured by something, and he vomited a big mouthful of blood. -128,976. On his head, more than half of the blood was gone. Sun Fujian was also surprised. The explosion did not cause substantial damage. How did Mo Daxian get injured? Oops, it's a secret backlash. Mo Daxian's voice was hoarse and his face was terrified. The item he used for divination, a very weird staff. It turned into a pair of powder. Chapter 73. Compared with the loss of the staff, the stimulation just now made Mo Daxian even more frightened. He didn't know what existence he had divined. Just now, when he wanted to see the figure more clearly, he felt a death-like breath enveloped him. If he hadn't retreated so fast just now, that breath would have killed him directly. Even so, he was still half dead, with only 1/3 of his blood remaining. Moreover, the tool he used for divination, his staff, was also turned into powder. This is something he has never experienced before. In the past, even if he divined to a rank 7 professional, it was at best a warning of danger, and this has never happened before. That existence is absolutely unimaginably powerful. His expression was so horrified that it couldn't fade away. Sun Fujian hurriedly asked, "Brother Mo, what's wrong with you, what happened?" Mo Daxian took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Then, he said in a trembling voice, "Brother, the person who ruined your secret realm is an existence that cannot be messed with. If you want to deal with him, you can find a way yourself, brother. Forgive me for being incompetent. In addition, I won't charge the money for divination. I just remembered that my mother just called me home for dinner. I can't keep her waiting. Brother, farewell. Forgive me, I can't accompany you anymore." After speaking, Mo Daxian struggled to get up, and immediately fled out in embarrassment. This scene made Sun Fujian's expression very ugly. That old ghost Mo has always been greedy for money. What did he divination, that he would be so afraid that he would not even want money? Could it be, that the person who destroyed my secret realm wasn't the Han family, nor the Yunjian Guild, but someone else? But Sun Fujian's expression was very cold. "That's the case, no matter who you are, if you dare to destroy the secret realm of my Sun family, I will definitely make your life worse than death." However, what troubled Sun Fujian was, if Mo Logui couldn't find out the divination, how would he go to find the culprit? At this moment, the servant came to report, "Patriarch, Sun Qiang has woken up." Sun Qiang. Thinking of him, Sun Fujian's eyes burst with endless anger. Then, he shouted, "Bring him here." Soon, under the leadership of his servants, Sun Qiang appeared in front of Sun Fujian. As soon as he entered the door, Sun Qiang knelt down, wailed loudly, and shouted, "Patriarch! Patriarch! Listen to me, this matter, I am really wronged. I didn't mean it, there must be someone behind this matter. Woo woo woo." Sun Fujian showed a look, and the people next to Sun Qiang immediately understood and slapped him twice vigorously. Clap! The loud sound is very pleasant. Sun Qiang's crying stopped abruptly, as if he was only halfway to the toilet, which was very ugly. Sun Fujian shouted coldly, "Who destroyed the secret realm?" "Yes, yes." Sun Qiang stammered, then his language suddenly became fluent, and he cried loudly, "It's a guy who doesn't know what to do. He's called Moran, I don't know where he came from, god damn it. Patriarch, that guy definitely did it on purpose. He bought a ticket to go in, and he wanted to clear the secret realm. Who knows, he directly destroyed the secret realm. Patriarch, I was wronged, woo 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 woo." Sun Fujian kicked Sun Qiang violently, cut off his cries, and said coldly, "Shut up and drag him down to feed the dogs." Hearing this, Sun Qiang immediately resisted vigorously, and wanted to say something, but his mouth was immediately gagged. Then, the servants dragged Sun Qiang down like a dead dog. Sun Fujian said, "Check. Find out all the information about this man named Moran. If you dare to fight against my Sun family, I will not only want him to die, but I will also make his family's life worse than death. In addition, the Han family and the Yunjian Guild will increase their manpower. I want to know their movements at any time. If there is no other way, you can go to hell." Sun Fujian angrily couldn't issue a series of orders, and then walked away. Dominating Tianjia city and occupying Gui province for so many years, this is the first time the Sun family has been in such a mess. Yunmenju. Moran was eating, when suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. It is detected that someone is divining your existence, and the gaze of the demon god is triggered. You are immune to this divination. Forcible divination is detected by this person, and the gaze of the demon god will be triggered. You are immune to this divination, and the person who does the divination will receive a warning from the demon god. Hearing this voice, Moran showed a puzzled expression. Someone is divining me? Who is it? Divination is a variant of the mage profession, and it is considered a special profession. Some unknown information can be obtained through specific methods, which is very suitable for investigation. Who will investigate themselves? Moran pondered. It's impossible for Mr. Su, the Magic Association. Could it be the fool that Mr. Su was talking about? The demon god's gaze is immune to the fool's divination? It doesn't seem quite right either. I heard Mr. Su say that the fool is a big prophet. If it is him, it should be expressed as prophecy instead of divination. For a professional of the fool's level, divination is really too low level. Have I done anything noticeable lately? Moran pondered. Or, is it the Sun family? He thought of it immediately. If it's the Sun family, it's very possible. After all, I just destroyed one of their secret realms. But if you want to trouble him, and Sun Qiang is not dead, the Sun family can definitely learn about the existence of Moran from Sun Qiang. There is no need for divination at all. Or does the Sun family want to investigate other information about him? Today, the information of Moran and Cicada has been completely hidden under the manipulation of the Magic Association. Even the Sun family can never find out about Moran's background. Forget it, I don't want to. Moran shook his head and continued to eat. No matter who it is impossible to pose a threat to him. This is where Moran's confidence comes from. As for whether to act first and deal with the Sun family instead, Moran never considered such a thing. His personality is similar to his name, no matter what he treats, his attitude is a little indifferent. When the Sun family did not have a direct conflict with him, Moran simply didn't bother to pay attention to the Sun family. Anyway, no matter what the Sun family does, in the eyes of Moran, they are just clowns. At this moment, Moran suddenly received a message from Su Qingming. Moran, I'll be in Tianjia city right away, you wait for me in Yunmenju, and I'll rush to your place when I get there. Mr. Su is coming soon? Look at the time, today is also coming to an end. It's time for Mr. Su to arrive. Tomorrow is the time to challenge the legendary boss Mystery Endless Rift. After that, he will be able to complete the fourth turn, and his strength will rise to another level. Moran felt a little more expectation in his heart. He sent a message to Mr. Su, I see, Mr. Su. Chapter 74. You have arrived in Tianjia City, Guangxi Province. The total cost of this transmission is 120 million Kyushu coins. I wish you a pleasant journey. In an unusually luxurious teleportation point, an old man walked out. After he paid the transmission fee, he left immediately. The teleportation array is the means of transportation used by some strong players to go back and forth between the two places after the game world came. It is built by the powerful formation Mage, and each transmission needs to consume a lot of materials, so the price of transmission is extremely high. However, because the teleportation array can reach a distance of thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, it is loved by senior professionals despite the high price. Now, it was Su Qingming who walked out of the teleportation array. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I don't know what happened to that kid. This time back to the Magic Association, the fool made several prophecies to Li Moran and Zhizi. Although the conclusions drawn each time are different, they all go in the same direction. In the end, these two people are very difficult and must be taken seriously with the highest attitude. So, after discussion, the Magic Association decided to let Li Moran formally join the membership. Therefore, they made an exception and released a quota in Guangxi Province. The reason why only one quota was released was because the Magic Association didn't want Cicada to receive too much attention. During this period of time, the fool's predictions about the girl named Cicada became more and more difficult, but he also became more and more convinced that the girl must be related to God, and she even surpassed everyone's imagination. Therefore, in order to protect her, it is necessary to introduce a person to bear the eyes of the outside world, so as to achieve the purpose of covering up the existence of Cicada. Li Moran is the best choice. Excellent talent, good disposition, and most importantly, a very good relationship with Cicada. Let Li Moran officially join the club and push him to the bright side. The more dazzling he is, the less people will pay attention to the unremarkable girl behind him. The safer you know. Of course, when he came this time, Su Qingming also took on another responsibility, Li Moran's protector. Although Li Moran was pushed to the foreground to protect Cicada, the Magic Association also placed high hopes on Li Moran. Judging from his experience, it is very likely that he will grow into a magic mage of rank 8 or higher in the future. Such a character is also very important to the Magic Association. Therefore, Li Moran cannot be allowed to die midway. Thinking back to the discussions of the various bigwigs in the association, Su Qingming felt incredible. He also completed legendary missions when he changed classes before, as did Li Moran. But the same is true, Li Moran's future is much higher than his. It can only be said that people are more popular than people. Soon, Su Qingming arrived at Yunmenju, and Li Moran invited him to enter. Moran, how are you preparing for this time? Su Qingming asked. Well enough. Li Moran himself didn't talk much, and Su Qingming knew it, so he just talked about the main points. Come here this time, I brought you something. Su Qingming smiled and spread his hands. Then, several rays of light suddenly appeared in front of him. These rays of light were incomparably gorgeous, and each one was as dazzling as the sun, making people step back involuntarily. Li Moran was slightly surprised. Then, the light gradually dissipated, and turned into pieces of equipment. Su Qingming said, although your strength is very strong, the legendary boss secret realm is still too difficult for you, especially the level of this secret realm is still very high. Therefore, I created a set of myths for you in the association. A full suit in super condition. Myths and equipment, full set? Upon hearing these words, Li Moran was surprised that Mr. Su actually got this level of equipment. You must know that the highest quality equipment is mythical equipment. Each piece of this kind of equipment can provide extremely terrifying attribute bonuses, as well as countless passives. It can be said that one piece of equipment has the lowest quality attributes of the entire set. However, with such equipment, Mr. Su even made him a full set. This means that there are 9 pieces of mythology and equipment brought by Mr. Su, and all the set effects have been triggered. Li Moran didn't know what to say anymore. Surprised by Li Moran, Su Qingming smiled and said, "Okay, let's take a look first. Let me explain in advance that these equipments are not given to you, but lent to you. You will have to return them after you finish the secret realm." Hearing this, Li Moran nodded. This is also normal, even for the Magic Association, it is very difficult to obtain mythical equipment. In fact, this decision was made by the fool against all opinions, because this suit is so precious that even the president is a little bit reluctant. Li Moran took the suit and immediately looked at the attributes of the equipment. God-given heroic spirit, myth. Category, staff. Occupation mage. Wearing level, 120. Attributes, plus 600,000 mana, plus 100,000 strength, plus 200,000 spirit, plus 500% magic damage increase, plus 80% skill cooldown reduction, plus 75% magic penetration. Passive, Shen Guang, HP and mana recovery speed increased by 300%. Passive, given by God, the treasure drop rate for killing wild monsters increases by 300%, and the treasure drop rate for killing bosses increases by 500%. Passive, God Seal, when HP is below 50%, spell damage increases by an additional 200%. When HP is full, spell damage increases by an additional 200%. Passive, Divine Blessing, when HP is below 80%, get 20% damage reduction. On this basis, for every 1% reduction in HP, you will get an additional 1% damage reduction, up to 90%. Active, God's Punishment, summons God's Punishment, causing damage equal to 1000% of the magic power of the enemy, and the damage comes with slash damage equal to 20% of the lost HP. Passive, Divine Chaos. Just seeing the attributes and passivity of a single staff made Li Moran numb. What attribute is this? What kind of passive is this? A piece of mythical equipment at level 120, the bonus it provides is several times that of the legendary equipment Sea Soul at 170, and even more. This is no joke, a piece of mythical equipment is even worth a set of legendary equipment. Li Moran didn't understand until today why mythological equipment is so cherished, even there are not many magic associations. Because the attribute bonus provided by the mythical equipment, and the equipment below the mythical, there is a cliff-like gap. Apart from the staff, there are others. God-given Fearless, God-given Thorns, God-given Divine Voice, etc., the attribute bonus of each piece of equipment is ridiculously high, and the passiveness of these equipment is even more unimaginable. Li Moran finally understood, why are some people who are also high-level professionals able to defeat 10,000 with one? The difference in equipment alone may be more than 10,000 times. Level 120 mythical equipment can provide 600,000 mana, and Li Moran remembers that the 170 level legendary equipment Sea Soul only provides 300,000 mana. An epic equipment may only provide tens of thousands. Not to mention lower quality equipment. Let me just say one word, under the myth, everything is mortal. Chapter 75. I don't know how much attribute bonus it can provide with the 9 mythical suits. However, that's not the worst part. The most terrifying thing is the set effect of these mythical suits. The set effect has 3 levels. The first level can be triggered after collecting 3 pieces of mythical equipment, and then every time 3 more pieces are gathered, the set effect can be increased by 1 level. Now, the set effect of the 9 pieces of mythical equipment is Blessed by the Gods, Blessings of the Gods. Water God's Blessing, you get 60% water skill damage reduction. Vulcan Blessing, your fire skill damage is increased by 100%. Wind God Blessing, you will not be confused or stunned, and any of your attacks will have a 15% deceleration effect. Sea God's Blessing, when you fight in the sea, increase all attributes by 20%, and get 20% damage reduction. Thunder God's Blessing, your attack comes with lightning damage equal to 15% of your spell power. Rock God Blessing. The effect of the set is the blessing of the gods. Almost every Shendu has performed a blessing. The combined effect of all the blessings is even enough to double the strength of this mythical equipment. Moran really didn't know what to say. The value of this set of equipment cannot be measured by numbers at all. I am afraid that even the Magic Association will find it difficult to find such a set of equipment. Why is the highest quality of equipment named mythic? Maybe so. Su Qingming smiled and said, "Okay, don't look at it, just put it on and try the effect." Moran nodded, and then directly put on all the equipment. After wearing it, Moran's whole demeanor changed. Now, his whole body seemed to be shining brightly, even if he was just standing, he carried an unimaginable majesty. It's like looking down on the gods in the world. Su Qingming looked at it, and couldn't help being stunned for a few seconds. At that moment, he really had the urge to worship Moran as a god. It's just unbelievable. I didn't expect him to fit so well with this set of equipment. Su Qingming thought to himself. In the Magic Association, there is no shortage of peerless talents. They have all tried this set of equipment, but no one has ever exuded the temperament of Moran. He seemed to be a god traveling through the world. Okay, take a look at your property panel. Su Qingming said. Moran nodded, and then opened his property panel. Name, Moran. Level 120, not transferred. Occupation, Forbidden Spirit. Status, HP 1,248,600/mana, 120 million/stamina, 260,000. Attributes, Strength 290,000/Spirit 450,000/Constitution 280,000/Endurance 260,000. Equipment, God-given Heroic Spirit, God-given Fearless, God-given Voice, God-given Thorns, God-given Conviction, God-given Piety. Skills, Xing Guo Yao Yuan, Earth Explosive Star, Demon Sea Passive, Death God Wind, Shenzang Tian Tian, Raging Sea, Demon God Blessing, Imaginary Tour Tegzu, All Things Real, Passive, Undead Scourge, Holy Canopy, God Abandoned, Hell of the Ganges, Riding the Sky, Whispering of the Demon God. Talents, Forbidden Eye, Demon God's Gaze, Turn of Everything. Attribute points, 0. With the blessing of some equipment, his life value is as high as 1 million. And the mana value directly exceeded 100 million, reaching 120 million. This was something Moran could not have imagined before. Other attributes have also reached hundreds of thousands. His panel value has not increased several times, but has increased by more than 10 times. Now, with Moran's panel stats, even some weaker rank 7 professionals might be ashamed to see it. Only Su Lao, who is extremely talented, enjoys a lot of bonuses after joining the Magic Association, and has very powerful equipment support, can overwhelm Moran in terms of panel values. Even so, no one has as much mana as Moran. The mana value of 120 million means that I can use forbidden spells recklessly. And for some persistent forbidden spells, even the Holy Sky can be used for a long time. His fighting power has been raised to an unimaginable level. With the blessing of the equipment, the spell damage will be directly increased by more than 10 times. When the time comes, if a forbidden spell goes down, it might really destroy the world. Moreover, the myth suit also provides a very powerful cooldown reduction, and now his Wind of the Death God can be released in more than 10 hours, while the Earth Explosion Star and the like only need 2 or 3 hours. Putting on this set of equipment, not to mention forbidden spells, even if Moran took a wooden stick to go in, I'm afraid he could clear the secret realm alone. Su Qingming was very happy, and said with a smile, "How do you feel after wearing it?" Moran said, "Very good. This piece of equipment is really good. Only people like Su Qingming, who have been in touch with the management of the Magic Association, know how much effort the Magic Association spent in collecting this complete set of equipment. Generally speaking, no matter whether it is a wild monster or a boss, it is impossible to drop mythical equipment. Even at the beginning, people didn't know that the equipment had the quality of myth. Until 70 years ago, the Magic Association dispatched a number of high-ranking figures, killed an unknown powerful existence, and obtained the blueprints for the manufacture of mythical equipment. Afterwards, the association spent 50 years collecting materials from all over the world, and spent an unknown number of people's efforts before finally successfully creating the first full set of mythical equipment. It is the God-given suit that Li Moran is wearing now. Of course, the Magic Association also has other mythical equipment, but this is the only complete set. Li Moran is really too lucky to fit into this suit. Su Qingming asked, "Tell me about your four-dimensional attributes." The reason why he asked was because he couldn't see Li Moran's attributes at all. Li Moran said, "Strength is 290,000, Spirit is 450,000, Constitution is 280,000, and Endurance is 260,000. Hearing this, Su Qingming was very surprised. "It's so high. It seems that your talent is really great. Even if I was back then, I couldn't compare with you." In the past, when other geniuses of the Magic Association wore this equipment, the highest four-dimensional attribute was only more than 200,000, and only the spiritual attribute could reach it, and the lowest was even less than 100,000. And Li Moran turned out to be twice their size. Enough to see Li Moran's excellence. According to your four-dimensional attribute, your spell damage should be able to reach millions, and your mana value should also be several million. These mana values are enough for you to cast spells continuously, and the cooling effect provided by the suit will also make your spell casting will not be interrupted by going into cooldown. However, Su Qingming still shook his head, "But, with your current strength, it is still very difficult to clear the Endless Rift alone." Hearing this, Li Moran was a little curious. Mr. Su didn't know that he had a forbidden spell, so he made judgments based on normal circumstances. And at present, his stats are so terrifying, is he still unable to face the endless secret realm? Li Moran said, "I would like to hear the details." Su Qingming's expression gradually became serious. "You have read the guide just now, and you must have a certain understanding. The secret realm of the Endless Crack is different from what you imagined. Not to mention the 100 million blood volume of the boss in the secret realm. Just in the secret realm, if you want to find the boss, it is a problem." Chapter 76. Su Qingming spoke with a serious expression. Endless Rift, as the name suggests, is a space that is split into countless pieces. In this secret realm, you can teleport to other secret realm spaces through fixed teleportation points, but because the space is divided too much, it is easy to get lost during the teleportation. The boss may appear in any space, or it may not exist in any space. Li Moran also nodded seriously. For this point, other people may have a headache, because if you can't find the boss, no matter what you do, it will be useless. But Li Moran is not worried. First of all, he has a fugue, so it is doomed that he cannot find the boss. Secondly, he still has the ability to take advantage of the sky. After finding the boss, he can also rush to the boss in an instant. No matter where the boss is, he can't escape Li Moran's pursuit. However, as a legendary boss, it is impossible to have such an ability. Besides, Mr. Su paused for a while, then continued, "The boss of Endless Rift also has a very powerful teleportation ability, which can teleport you to any corner of the secret realm. Some places are full of murderous intentions and are very dangerous. This is a very powerful ability, but it is restrained by Li Moran. He has the blessing of the demon god and is immune to forced teleportation. In the past, when this secret realm was opened, most of them were a few rank 7 professionals, with a dozen top-level professionals at rank 6, wearing epic suits or even legendary equipment, and bringing all the combat secret medicines that could be brought. And also it is necessary to have Mage with space exploration ability and space interference ability to find the boss and resist the boss's transmission, so that the boss can be finally killed by continuous consumption. When he said this, Su Qingming took out a thick book and said very seriously, "This is the most detailed strategy of the Endless Rift Realm compiled by the Association, and now I will give it to you. Now that you are alone, you must be extremely careful. You must read all the items in the strategy about fighting bosses, and you must never fail." Li Moran took over the strategy. Such a thick book is enough to show how detailed the content is. I am afraid that it is the experience summed up by countless people, which is very precious. It's also a mythical suit and a strategy. What Mr. Su brought him this trip is really great. Li Moran said, "I understand, thank you, Mr. Su. There's no need to be too polite." Su Qingming said, "The reason why I did this is to hope that you will be safe. With such a big investment, if Li Moran fails to clear the secret realm, it will be a fainting thing." Su Qingming bet his future on Li Moran. "Okay." Su Qingming said, "The secret realm of Endless Space Rift will not open until tomorrow afternoon, so you should take advantage of this time to read the guide quickly and remember all the items on the guide. This way, when you go to challenge the secret realm, you can be confident." Li Moran nodded. Su Qingming said again, "Okay, when the secret realm opens tomorrow, I will personally protect you and ensure your safety. Next, I'm going to the Sun's house, so you can read the strategy here first." The Sun family. Li Moran was a little surprised when he heard Su Qingming mention this family. "I wonder why you went to the Sun family, Mr. Su." Su Qingming said, "After all, I only have one person. Even if I protect the law for you alone, accidents may still happen. A person I know in the association said before that his family in Tianjia City, the Sun family, is Tianjia the most powerful family in the city, so I will ask them to mobilize some people to protect the safety around the secret realm for you. The opening of the legendary secret realm can make countless people jealous, and even many people are crazy about it. If there is no defense, there will inevitably be situations where hidden professionals sneak up on people who are about to enter the secret realm, snatch the key and enter the secret realm. In the past, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Even the Magic Association is a bit of a headache for those crazy people. Therefore, every time the legendary secret realm is opened, a large number of security forces need to be dispatched. Of course, it was impossible for Su Qingming to worry about this. Even if those lunatics came out in full force, Su Qingming could slap them all to death with a single slap. Su Qingming was worried about the hostile forces of the Magic Association and some infiltrating forces. They are always paying attention to the various movements of the Magic Association, and may make a secret move. Therefore, in addition to protecting Li Moran's safety by himself, he also wanted to use the strength of the Sun family. If you really have something wrong, you can find it in time. However, after hearing this, Li Moran said, "Old Su, the Sun family may not be as you wish." Su Qingming asked doubtfully, "How?" Li Moran then revealed the quarrel between himself and the Sun family, including the Sun family's desire for the key to the legendary secret realm, and so on. Hearing this, Su Qingming's face gradually turned gloomy. Is this Sun family so bold? Even though the Sun family is entrenched in Tianjia City, and their tentacles have even extended to various places in Guangxi province, in Su Qingming's eyes, this is still a small family. It's just that the real big power didn't make a move, otherwise the Sun family would be uprooted in an instant. But, how dare they be so arrogant? Li Moran continued, "I heard that there seems to be a member of the Sun family who made an exception and joined the Magic Association." Hearing this, Su Qingming asked in confusion, "Where did you hear about this? Why didn't I know?" So Li Moran told Li Moran what Wu Wei told him. Hearing this, Su Qingming was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed. Hee hee. Su Qingming said, "This Sun family really thinks very well. That quota has never been theirs. In fact, the reason why the association released a quota in Guangxi province is for you. For me." Li Moran was a little surprised. "That's right." Su Qingming said, "With your talent, after the 4th rank, I'll take you directly to Brush the Dungeon, and you will be able to level up soon, and then complete the 5th rank. At that time, the association intends to let you officially join the membership. After all, you have only accepted my invitation so far, and your membership has not been formally and officially declared. So the association has released a quota, which is to wait for you to be promoted to rank 5. Let you officially join the Magic Association." Hearing this, Li Moran understood and felt a little funny at the same time. He thought that Sun Mao's strength was so high that he was able to make an exception for the Magic Association to release a quota for him to join. In the end, this matter turned out to be against him. But Li Moran wondered, "I officially joined, so what do you know?" Cicada also joined the Magic Association. Since he has made an official statement, it stands to reason that Cicada should have one too. Su Qingming said, "Isn't she still awakened to her profession? There is no rush." Li Moran nodded, expressing understanding. Su Qingming said, "From what you said, the Sun family can't let them get involved. But I have to warn them to prevent them from making any changes. As for the security force, I'll go find Wu Wei and see if there are any other people worth using in Tianjia City." Su Qingming, who is in charge of the Magic Association, has such a huge energy that he can mobilize the power of the entire Tianjia City with a single sentence. Even the Sun family, which has been entrenched for many years, is nothing but ants. Chapter 77. "Okay." Su Qingming said, "It's getting late now, I'll go to the city lord's mansion to find Wu Wei, so you can study the strategy here." Li Moran nodded. Su Qingming was furious and left after speaking. Li Moran said goodbye behind, and then closed the door. After Mr. Su left, Li Moran cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, turned over a few pages of The Secret Realm of Endless Cracks, and threw them on the table beside him before reading much. He didn't intend to take a closer look at this thing, because Li Moran had absolute confidence, no matter how powerful the Endless Rift was, he could easily kill it and clear the Secret Realm. However, since the Secret Realm will only be open tomorrow afternoon, half a day will be free. What should I do in this half day? Li Moran thought, making arrangements for tomorrow morning's action. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "It has been detected that someone is spying on you. Under the gaze of the demon god, you are immune to this spying." Hearing this, Li Moran paused. "Spying?" He frowned slightly. "Could it be, someone nearby is watching me? Where? It's not a good feeling to be watched." Li Moran's expression became slightly gloomy. So, without hesitation, he immediately used Shinayu Tegzu. In the next second, his field of vision became extremely broad, and all the surrounding information was integrated into his eyes. Soon, he saw that several miles away from Yunmenju, there were several people. One of them appears to be a mage, casting some kind of spell. And some people around Mage were helping. Judging from the picture obtained in the Journey of the Imaginary, the spell cast formed a picture, and this picture happened to cover Yunmen's residence. Suddenly, it seemed that they were affected by something, the spells of these people changed, and a small explosion happened. Then, several people quickly packed up their tools and planned to leave. Li Moran's eyes were slightly cold. Take advantage of the sky. As the spell was cast, he stepped forward, and his figure disappeared immediately, and appeared in front of the few people who were about to leave several miles away at the same time. Ah! Several people were startled by the sudden appearance of Li Moran, showing panic expressions. You. Li Moran frowned slightly, and said coldly, "Where are you going? You, how did you suddenly appear here?" Several people were suddenly paled by Li Moran's fright. Li Moran's sudden appearance gave them a great shock. Just now, when they were going to spy on Li Moran, an inexplicable force interfered with their spells. After that, not only did their spells fail, but their staffs were also damaged. For a split second, their first instinct was to run away. However, they never imagined that Li Moran could suddenly appear in front of them. Seeing that they didn't answer, Li Moran took out his staff and gradually concentrated his magic. With the blessing of mythical equipment, even if he simply condensed mana, he felt like a god, and his endless majesty made people want to kneel down. Several people were completely frightened by Li Moran's temperament. "Why spy on me?" Li Moran asked coldly. On his staff, spells condensed. No one doubted that if these people didn't answer, these spells would blow them to pieces in the next second. This appearance immediately frightened several people. Don't do it. I'm from the Sun family. A member of the Sun family." Li Moran frowned slightly, gradually showing a bit of murderous intent. Seeing this, these people were frightened again, and one of them quickly shouted, "No. We are not from the Sun family, it was the Sun family who called us over." "Is there a difference?" Li Moran said, his voice was very cold. "Watch them." Several people gradually felt a chill. "The Sun family, let you watch me, right?" One nodded cautiously, and said, "Yes, that's how it is, brother. If we don't do this, the Sun family will kill us." Another person also hurriedly said, "Big brother, we have seniors and juniors, and the Sun family persecutes us so much, we have no other choice." "That's right, it's all the Sun family's fault, they are really hateful." A few people were snotting and crying, and they were almost about to stage a human tragedy. "That's right, I see." Li Moran's magic staff condensed slightly, and he turned around slowly. Seeing this, several people thought that Li Moran was going to leave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seems to have escaped. Then, they saw Li Moran turning his head slowly, his eyes as cold as ice. Sun family. The magnificent lobby. Sun Fujian was drinking tea, and rock sugar was added to Donghbao as usual. For tea, Sun Fujian always thinks that although this drink is healthy, it is not sweet enough to drink without rock sugar. At this moment, a person rushed over and said, "Family, patriarch. I have something to report." Sun Fujian frowned slightly, he was very displeased to be disturbed while drinking tea. Looking at the person in front of him, Sun Fujian said coldly, "What is it?" The servant was taken aback. In the past, when Sun Fujian showed such an expression, he always wanted to drag people down to feed the dogs. However, he was still trembling 1,000 times, and said cautiously, "Family, patriarch. Those mages you invited, we suddenly lost contact with them." Hearing this, Sun Fujian's face immediately became extremely gloomy. He grabbed the servant's collar and asked forcefully, "What's going on?" The servant was grabbed by the collar, a little out of breath, but still reluctantly said, "No, I don't know. Patriarch, the contact was cut off suddenly, and we can't trace their whereabouts." Sun Fujian immediately became angry, and slapped the servant away with a slap. -86,870. The blood of the servant bottomed out in an instant, and he was dying. A bunch of idiots. You can't handle even one person if you are asked to monitor them. What's the use of you? Thinking of Li Moran, Sun Fujian's face turned ashen. Originally, he thought that Li Moran was a member of the Han family or the Yunjian Guild, who came to deliberately deal with his Sun family. But after investigation, it was found that Li Moran's background is not simple. Those who initially investigated Li Moran's information were horrified to find that all detailed information about Li Moran had been hidden. No matter what methods they used, they could not find any information, only the most basic information about him. Afterwards, after a large-scale investigation of Tianjia City, the Sun family finally discovered an even more shocking fact: Li Moran actually lived in Yunmenju. Although Yunmenju is located in Tianjia City, it is not owned by Tianjia City, but belongs to the Magic Association. Those who can live inside are either members of the Magic Association or guests invited by the Magic Association. Even the Sun family doesn't have this kind of treatment. Therefore, those who followed did not dare to follow up anymore, nor did they dare to continue the investigation. After Sun Fujian knew about this, he felt even more powerless. However, he was not reconciled. His own epic-level secret realm was blown up, and the annual income of tens of billions of Juzhu coins was cut off like this. He couldn't bear it at all. Therefore, he charged a high price and invited a few rank 5 mages, all of whom had very powerful monitoring functions. Sun Fujian asked them to go to Yunmenju to monitor Li Moran. If you want to find a chance to deal with Li Moran, at least you have to figure out Li Moran's background. Although Yunmenju is very mysterious, under the huge reward of the Sun family, the mages still couldn't resist the temptation and accepted the task of the Sun family. Of course, the Sun family also made some small tricks to this, casting some contact tracing spells on several mages. Now, the spell is broken. Sun Fujian's face was extremely gloomy, and he gradually realized that things were not simple. "Dad, I was having a good time, why did you call me back?" At this moment, a voice familiar to Sun Fujian rang out. The owner of the voice was so dissatisfied that he almost cursed. Sun Fujian's originally cold expression softened instantly. The person who came was his second son, the most powerful genius of the Sun family, and the future of the Sun family, who was about to join the Magic Association. Sun Mao. Chapter 78. Even though Sun Fujian is usually very strict with his family members and extremely cruel to his servants, whenever he sees his second son, his heart is still very gentle. Because he has already regarded Sun Mao as the future of the Sun family. Even though Sun Mao is domineering, has a bad personality, bullies men and women, and even caused a lot of trouble for the Sun family. But in Sun Fujian's eyes, these are nothing more than the child's naughtiness. The Sun family has a big business, so what's wrong? What's more, now that Sun Mao is about to join the Magic Association, the Sun family can take this to a higher level. In Sun Fujian's heart, he was far from satisfied that the Sun family was only entrenched in Guangxi province. He wanted to expand outward and expand his influence to the entire Kyushu kingdom. Become a huge existence like the Magic Association, the Battle Association, and the Life and Assistance Association. At least, it should also have business in the entire Kyushu kingdom like Tianxia Trading Company. This is Sun Fujian's ambition, and all of this needs to be realized by Sun Mao. Looking at the dissatisfied Sun Mao, Sun Fujian showed a little smile, and said, "Maoer, the people from the Magic Association will arrive today, so you don't want to go out. When you see the seniors, say hello a few more times. After joining the Magic Association, you will definitely be able to rise to the top." Sun Mao curled his lips. What Magic Association, clamoring for the largest association in Kyushu, is it still coming to invite me in? I heard that this time it is only an elder. Do you look down on me? If you want me to join, at least show some sincerity. Would you mind if you don't come with a veteran? Seeing that Sun Mao looked down on even the Magic Association, Sun Fujian did not scold him, but was happy for him. In his eyes, this is the performance of Sun Mao's invincible self-confidence. My son, Sun Mao, has the appearance of a Dharma god. Fashion is the name for 9-rank mage. In the entire Kyushu kingdom, there are only a handful of Dharma gods. Even in the Magic Association, there is only one president who is a ostensible Dharma god. Sun Fujian said this because of his confidence in Sun Mao. Even the elders of the Magic Association were startled by Sun Mao, which is enough to show how powerful his talent is. Okay. Sun Fujian said, although the Magic Association acts arrogantly, Mauer, you should calm down. Everything will be discussed after joining the Magic Association. Cut. Sun Mao curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, and his face instantly became extremely cold, with a bit of killing intent. Dad, I want to kill someone. No. I want to kill his whole family. Hearing this, Sun Fujian frowned slightly. Who messed with you, Mauer? Sun Mao said angrily, it's in Lanchange, there is a guy who dares to bid with me at the auction. I can't swallow this breath without killing him. How dare someone provoke you in a small place like Lanchange? You simply don't care about my Sun family. Mauer, what is that person's name? If my father doesn't let that life be worse than death, the power of the Sun family may be even greater. Let people forget it. Sun Mao said slowly, gritting his teeth. Li, Moran. Li Moran? Hearing this name, the corners of Sun Fujian's eyes twitched slightly. How could it be? It was him. Just now, several mages they sent to monitor Li Moran lost contact. If Li Moran hadn't done this, Sun Fujian would never believe it. Unexpectedly, when he was in Lanchange, he even provoked Mauer. However, looking at the angry Sun Mao, Sun Fujian had a headache. Mauer, this matter is a bit difficult to handle. Why? Sun Mao stared at his father. Isn't he just a Li Moran? Kill him so what? This person is a bit special. Sun Fujian said. Not only did Li Moran live in Yunmenju, but the Sun family couldn't find any information about him anyway. In addition, Mo Daxian's divination for Li Moran made the old ghost who had always been greedy for money run away. All this shows that this person is definitely not simple. Sun Fujian is very arrogant, but the Sun family has been able to occupy Gui province for so many years not only because of arrogance, but because of judging the situation. Even though the Sun family is arrogant, they will not test the bottom line of the big forces, nor will they try to touch the red line of the country, so they can continue to this day. However, Li Moran's background is so mysterious. Is it really necessary to continue to deal with him? Sun Fujian hesitated. So what's special? Sun Mao roared, our Sun family is in Guangxi province, who dares to offend us? Even the world's trading houses also need to look at our face. It's just a Li Moran, and Dad, you are afraid of being like this. Sun Fujian shook his head and said, let's leave this matter for now. How to deal with Li Moran, I will think of a way. Mauer, go down first, and prepare for the next thing. Everything will be discussed after you join the Magic Association. Hearing this, Sun Mao felt unwilling. However, Sun Fujian put on a serious expression, which made Sun Mao's words stuck in his throat. With a cold snort, he picked up the stool and smashed the table next to Sun Fujian directly, scattering the Dahong Bao and Bing Tang all over the floor. Then, Sun Mao left directly. Seeing this, Sun Fujian covered his forehead with a headache, and then said coldly, what are you doing in a daze, you guys, why don't you hurry up and clean up? Do you want to die? Shenzang Tiandi took effect. Even though there were many people around, no one knew that there was a young man standing beside them. With the mana value reaching 120 million, Li Moran can restore 3.6 million mana points per second even if he activates the skill. Although the recovery of mana will be further suppressed when Shenzang Tiandi is activated, even if it is suppressed to the extreme, Li Moran can still recover more than 100,000 mana per second. This mana value is enough for Li Moran to permanently open Shenzang Tiandi. People all over the world can't find him. He was walking on the streets of Tianjia city, slowly heading in one direction. There is a secret place of the Sun family. Since you are going to deal with me, don't blame me for revenge. Li Moran murmured. If the Sun family didn't make any moves, Li Moran wouldn't bother. However, Li Moran didn't like the feeling that the Sun family sent someone to monitor him, so he wanted to teach the Sun family a lesson. Moran didn't like to create massacres, so the Sun family's secret realm became Moran's most suitable target for revenge. According to the information obtained from Shinayu Tegzu's exploration, there are a total of 18 epic-level secret realms in Tianjia City, 6 of which are completely controlled by the Sun family. One of the ghost rifts in the whole has been destroyed by Moran, leaving 5 remaining. And now, Moran came to one of the remaining 5 epic-level secret realms of the Sun family, the Fury Forest Secret Realm. Tickets for the secret realm of the Violent Forest are no longer sold today, and the entrance to the secret realm has also been closed by the Sun family. However, Moran learned through Shinayu Tegzu that this secret realm has just been refreshed not long ago, and no one has entered to clear it. It's just that, after clearing the secret realm, we can still gain something. He walked directly past the person in charge of the secret realm, and then directly entered the secret realm with the help of Cheng Tian Xiaoao, without anyone noticing. The scene in front of him turned into a forest, but it was full of blood, and even the air made people crazy. Moran lifted Shenzang Tiendi. Chapter 79. Wild Forest, one of the epic secret realms of the Sun family. This is also the richest secret realm of the Sun family. The treasure drop rate of this secret realm is not only several times that of other epic secret realms, but also the drop rate of equipment and skill books is not low. As a result, tickets to the secret realm of the Wild Forest were sold for 300 million Kyushu coins per person. Moreover, this secret realm is refreshed very quickly, and it will be refreshed once a week after customs clearance. Therefore, the Sun family can earn tens of billions of Kyushu coins every year through this secret realm. This is also the secret realm that the Sun family values most. Of course, the difficulty of the secret realm is not low. As a general-purpose secret realm, this secret realm not only has countless powerful wild monsters, but also a very terrifying boss, and the strength of both wild monsters and bosses in the secret realm is much stronger than other epic-level secret realms. Those who can pass through this secret realm are either geniuses or rich and willing to spend a lot of money. Moran stood above the secret realm, looking at the blood-colored forest. His gaze was very cold. Ah! Terrifying wild beasts howled frantically, and countless birds were circling around. Hiss! Suddenly, a big eagle rushed towards Moran. Its speed was extremely fast, its claws were like hooks, and it rushed over in an instant. If it is hit by this force, even tall buildings will collapse. But at this moment, Moran just took out his staff, and knocked casually at the rushing eagle. The next second, the eagle groaned in pain. Its claws were directly crushed by Moran's staff, and the force spread from the claws, not only shattering its bones, but also shaking its wings into pieces. Blood mist. The big eagle fell straight down like this. Moran looked at it with the gaze of the demon god, and found that the level of the big eagle was 176, 56 levels higher than him. Generally speaking, almost no one can cross this level difference, let alone a direct bloody vulture like Moran. However, with the blessing of mythical equipment, Moran's strength is too terrifying. Even if there is a difference of 56 levels, even without using any forbidden spells, just using the staff as a stick to strike, you can easily kill a strong enemy. Okay, let's just go here. It just so happens that Xingguo Liao Yuan can cover everything. Moran murmured, and released the curse. In the next second, sparks floated out, very tiny and inconspicuous. Just like the stars in the night sky, I am afraid that no one will notice, and no wild monsters will be able to realize what happened next. Rumble. As Mars touched the object, it erupted in the next second, and the terrifying tongue of flame spread throughout the secret realm in an instant. Countless wild monsters were turned into ashes before they even had time to react. The billowing flames are extremely terrifying, just like the end of the world is coming. This is the forbidden spell, its irresistible power. In this epic secret realm, the bloody and dark forest bursts out with the most brilliant fire. You killed the fire wolf. Gain experience value 12,890. Your level is full, the experience value is forced to 1. You are in the process of changing jobs, and the experience value is automatically stored. You killed the Earth Bear and gained experience points. You killed the Fire-breathing Snake King and gained experience points. You killed countless wild monsters were turned into experience points, which were absorbed by Moran. Not long after, you killed the boss, the Lord of the Furious Druids. You have gained 1,009,800 experience points. The experience points have been automatically saved. You have cleared the secret realm of Violent Forest, and the evaluation of the customs clearance is legendary. You got the title, Forest Killer. Although Moran didn't buy a ticket, and the son's family didn't open the secret realm, he still entered the secret realm and cleared it. So it is still rewarded. In addition to rewards, there are countless equipment and some skill books. At this moment, they all turned into points of light and flew towards Moran. Moran put away all the equipment, and there are 7 skill books in total, which is a big gain. After a casual glance, I found that 4 of them were archers' skill books, and 2 of the other 3 were just warriors' skill books. There is only 1 mage skill book, but it's worth it. For the epic secret realm, killing the boss means clearing the level, while other wild monsters are all obstacles. It's too late for others to dodge, who dares to not only kill the boss like Moran, but also kill all the monsters? Even under the raging flames, this secret realm no longer exists. He didn't study the skill book for the time being, but put it away first. Then he took another look at this secret realm, and after observing it with Shinayu Tegzu, he saw that the core of the secret realm had been completely destroyed by himself, and the secret realm no longer existed. Therefore, Moran opened the Shenzang Tiandi and left directly. Another secret of the Sun family. Name of the secret realm, Extremely Cold Land. This is no longer a general secret realm, but a boss secret realm. After entering the secret realm, countless storms hit, and the surrounding area was icy and snowy, very cold. Moran blocked the cold with his power, and looked around. At this time, there was a change in the secret realm. The billowing blizzard began to condense like a beast, gradually covering the entire sky, and then, these condensed blizzards let out a roar. In the next second, countless swirling snow spread to the back of the dead like sharp swords. Ho 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 ho! Blizzard condensed into a huge, white-haired monster, making weird noises. This is the boss of the extremely cold place, the big snow monster. Moran glanced at it with the gaze of the demon god. The level of this big snow monster is only 160. It can control ice and snow and has many skills. The blood volume is also extremely high, the highest among the bosses Moran has ever seen, and it has reached 30 million blood volume. With this amount of blood, if you use other forbidden spells to deal with you, it seems inappropriate. Try the Ganges of Death Hell. Moran murmured, and immediately released Gunga, the death prison. In the next second, the blood bar of the big snow monster dropped at a terrifying speed. 5 seconds later, the big snow monster let out a howl and completely dissipated. The Ganges of Death Hell deducts 20% of the blood volume every second, and it only takes 5 seconds to kill the enemy directly. You killed the boss snow monster. Gained 890,000 experience points. The experience points have been automatically saved. You have passed the level of the extremely cold place in the secret realm, and the evaluation of the level is legendary. You have won the title, Snow Monster Buster. Then, Moran sorted out the harvest. The big snow monster dropped 3 pieces of equipment, but unfortunately they were all warrior equipment. As for the skill book, I didn't drop it. There are still some materials that I don't need. Forget it, let's sell it. After finishing the Yeti, Moran unleashed a blaster. As the meteorite landed, everything around it was reduced to ashes. The Sun family's second epic secret realm was once again destroyed by Moran. After leaving the secret realm, Moran thought about it. Currently my skill CD has been greatly reduced with the blessing of equipment. Except for Wind of the Perishing God, which has the longest CD, the CD of other skills is only a few hours. Even if I use all the forbidden spells today, I will enter the legend tomorrow. In the secret realm, the CD has already been transferred. Then, Moran moved on. Advance towards the secret realm of the Sun family. Chapter 80. There are 3 secret realms left. The Dark Abyss, the border of the setting sun, the land of yellow sand, are all epic secret realms, the epic secret realm of the Sun family. Under Moran's successive forbidden spells, these secret realms were finally completely destroyed. Moran gradually left and returned to Yunmenju. This time, 5 secret realms were emptied, and I got a total of 2 mage skill books and 12 skill books for other professions. As for epic equipment, I even got dozens of pieces. There are countless other levels of equipment. It's a pity that there are no legendary equipment. Moran counted the harvest of the secret realm this time, showing a satisfied expression. 5 epic level secret realms are enough to make the Sun family suffer. This is Moran's punishment for the Sun family. Moran took out 2 mage skill books and looked at them. Recovery spells, Mage class professional skill book. Learning conditions, LV30. Consumes 2500 mana and restores 45% of its own health. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Magic Guard, Mage class professional skill book. Learning conditions, LV88. Consume 8000 mana points to summon a Magic Guard to fight for him. The Magic Guard inherits 80% of his spell power and will use the most basic energy ball to attack. It can be upgraded, and the upgraded Magic Guard can learn skills. It's not a particularly rare skill book, it's a relatively common one in Mage. Moran learned 2 skills at once. Next second. Under the watchful eyes of the taboo, the recovery spell has undergone billions of changes. The recovery spell has been transformed into a forbidden spell, Holy Chant. Under the gaze of the taboo eyes, the Magic Guard has undergone billions of changes. The Magic Guard has been transformed into a forbidden curse, the gods descend to earth. Ding! You have obtained the forbidden spell Sacred Chant. This forbidden spell is the first forbidden spell in the Sacred series, and you have already opened this series of forbidden spells. Please collect all 3 forbidden spells in the Sacred series to get a series of forbidden spells exclusive promotion. Hearing this voice, Moran was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to open another series of forbidden curses. In this way, I have already opened 3 series of forbidden curses of the Myriad Things series, the Demon God series and the Sacred series. I don't know what the Sacred series of forbidden spells will do. Then, Moran looked at the descriptions of the 2 forbidden spells. Holy Chant, shrouded in holy light, Holy Chant. The gods forbid you to die. Forbidden spell effect, after releasing the Holy Chant, you immediately regenerate all your HP and mana, and restore 50% of your HP every second. And during casting, you will not die. After the blood bar is cleared, it will only fall into the weak state. If the target is dead before the spell is cast, this curse can revive the target, but this effect can only be applied to the same person once. Mana consumption, 9.8 million. At the moment of release, 250,000 per second, during release. There is no restriction on mana regeneration during cast, but it cannot coexist with other forbidden spells. Skill cooling time, 168 hours. 7 days. God descends to earth, God descends to earth, looking down on everything, everything is an ant. Forbidden spell effect, summon gods to fight for you. The value of God is 50 times your base value, but it can only exist for 3 minutes. Mana consumption, 5.5 million. Cooldown, 100 hours. 4 days and 4 hours. Seeing the effects of these two forbidden spells, Li Moran once again lamented the power of the Forbidden Eye. It was just a recovery spell, but through the Forbidden Eye, it was transformed into a holy chant with resurrection ability. You must know that the minimum resurrection spell can only be released by a rank 9 professional, and this is just an additional effect of his forbidden spell. And another forbidden spell, the Descending of the Gods, which is not very useful to Li Moran. Because although his own level is not high, relying on the forbidden spell, he can exert power beyond his current level. Although the Descending Gods will inherit 50 times their own base stats, they can only exist for 3 minutes. This is a bit tasteless. However, this is also a great harvest. Li Moran was very satisfied. Although only 2 mage skill books have been released out of 5 epic secret realms, it is already very good for Li Moran. Next. I hope the Sun family will not make any moves. Li Moran murmured. To him, the Sun family is like flies, buzzing around his ears, making himself upset, and making his hands dirty if he slaps him to death. Sun family. What did you say? Another epic secret realm has been destroyed. Sun Fujian was furious, and directly shot a servant to death. He stared at the servant reporting in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on?" We don't know either. It's just, suddenly, that secret realm is gone." Hearing this, Sun Fujian was completely angry, and shouted, "FK! What are you all doing? The secret realm has been destroyed, how dare you say you don't know about such a big thing? Check it out! Hurry up and check it out for me! If you can't find out the results tomorrow, all of you will feed the dogs to me." Sun Fujian felt that someone was targeting him, and now the members of the Magic Association were coming, and his second son, Sun Mao, was about to join the Magic Association. On such an important juncture, so many things happened in the Sun family. He gradually felt the seriousness of the matter. Just as Sun Fujian was thinking, there was a sudden violent explosion. Rumble. The doorway of the entire lobby was smashed. "Sun Fujian, tell me what's going on? Why, all the epic level secret realms of my Sun family have been destroyed." The person who came was an angry old man with a terrifying appearance, and boundless killing intent exuded from his body. Seeing him, a bit of fear appeared in Sun Fujian's eyes. Uncle, how did you come here?" The person in front of him was Sun Fujian's uncle, Sun Jianzong, who was also the previous head of the Sun family. Since the old man's son died early, it was Sun Fujian's turn to become the head of the family. But the influence of the old man has not diminished at all, he is the biggest figure in the entire Sun family. Sun Jianzong said coldly, "If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I don't think you will sit down as your patriarch." Sun Fujian immediately said, "Uncle, you trust me. This matter, someone must be secretly dealing with my Sun family. Moreover, I already know the culprit." When Sun Jianzong arrived, Sun Fujian was thinking quickly in his mind. He didn't really find the murderer, but facing Sun Jianzong, he had to come up with an explanation. "Who is it?" Sun Jianzong's falcon-like eyes stared at Sun Fujian's face with chills. Sun Fujian gritted his teeth and said coldly, "It's Li Moran. He not only competed with Mao for the skill book, but also destroyed a secret realm of my Sun family. Now that so many secret realms have been destroyed, he must have done it. Now, he lives in Yunmenju, relying on his relationship with the Magic Association, he is unscrupulous." Hearing this, Sun Jianzong's face immediately became extremely cold. "In that case, kill him." When he said this, a shadow suddenly moved around him. Sun Fujian was terrified. This shadow is exactly the most powerful force of the Sun family, which is controlled by Sun Jianzong, the Shadow Thorn.